The mother-in-law disdains her son-in-law for his lack of wealth and ambition, pressuring him to divorce her daughter. To her astonishment, the seemingly ineffectual son-in-law possesses an astonishing identity. On the day of the divorce, a multitude of affluent magnates and distinguished families, accompanied by their daughters and granddaughters, seek to marry the seemingly inconsequential son-in-law. Upon discovering the truth, the mother-in-law, overwhelmed with fear, collapses to the ground, slapping herself and pleading for reconciliation. The once dismissed son-in-law inherits profound mystical knowledge, enabling him to cultivate his skills in various disciplines, including music, chess, calligraphy, painting, medicine, treasure appraisal, martial arts, and alchemy. Esteemed tycoons, noble families, and martial arts elites come to revere him as their master. Chapter 1. The Legacy of the Celestial Sovereign. Zhang Heng, why haven't you prepared dinner yet? It's late. What are you dawdling about? Do you wish to starve me? He'll be right there. Dinner will be ready in half an hour, Zhang Heng replied, setting aside the broom and hurrying to the kitchen. A grown man, confined to household chores without earning a living, would naturally evoke disdain and contempt from anyone, especially as this ineffectual son-in-law was someone they were forced to accept. Zhang Heng was originally a scion of the illustrious Zhang family in Yanjing, but after his mother's death at the hands of his father's mistress, Zhao Rui, he was ousted from his home. At that juncture, the Liu family in Shanyang City faced a financial crisis, with banks unwilling to extend loans in their desperation. Zhao Rui proposed to invest 10 billion to acquire shares in the Liu Group, under the condition that Zhang Heng be taken in as a son-in-law. This maneuver was a calculated effort to completely sever Zhang Heng from the Zhang family business to protect their family interests. The Liu family reluctantly accepted Zhang Heng's presence as their son-in-law. Wang Fun, the mother-in-law, harbored resentment due to Zhao Rui's coercion, feeling that only by humiliating the once prominent Zhang Heng could she find release. Consequently, Zhang Heng's existence as a son-in-law was devoid of dignity, akin to a free male servant. His good service was expected, while any shortcomings resulted in scorn. Soon, dinner was ready, and Zhang Heng carefully placed the steaming dishes on the table, which were a feast for both the eyes and palate, a testament to his 3 years of dedicated domestic service. Wang Fun and Lu Guodong sat together, laughing and enjoying their meal, while Zhang Heng could only wait patiently for them to finish before he could eat. Zhang Heng, what did you do to this soup? It's nearly inedible. How am I supposed to eat this? Go and make it again. With that, Wang Fun splashed the soup on Zhang Heng, drenching him completely and leaving him in a disheveled state. This was not the end. She continued to berate him. What's wrong? Are you harboring resentment? Did you think you were a noble scion? Let me tell you, your stepmother made it clear at your wedding that you're to be treated like a dog. So just accept your role. Lu Guodong, seated nearby, merely observed the scene with a cold gaze, remaining silent. They'll make another batch right away, Zhang Heng replied, disregarding his wet clothes as he rushed back to the kitchen. After Wang Fun sat down, she could not contain her bitterness, lamenting, what a useless waste. In 3 days, the old man will celebrate his birthday, and he'll be ridiculed by relatives again. What a stroke of bad luck to end up with such a worthless son-in-law. Nearby, Lu Guodong sank into the sofa, unable to suppress a frown. I heard that the old man's student, Wang Jinchao, will also come to celebrate. He's been thinking of Lu Qingsheng. It said he's become a millionaire since returning to start business. Perhaps we could have Qingsheng and Jinchao spend some time together. What do you think? Lu Qingsheng, with her delicate features, fair skin, and an aura of cool elegance tinged with sensuality, was undeniably a breathtaking beauty. Her long, shapely legs exuded allure, captivating the attention of any man who beheld her. At a young age, she had already ascended to the position of deputy chief physician in the internal medicine department at the Concord Hospital, one of the Liu family's enterprises. No need, I've already eaten at the hospital, Lu Qingsheng replied, her tone somewhat detached before noticing Zhang Heng's damp clothes and the stains on him, clearly a result of her mother's outburst. Did my mother splash you with soup again? She inquired casually, though over the past 3 years, her demeanor toward Zhang Heng had been cold and even resentful, as the marriage had been imposed upon her by the Zhang family, depriving her of the love and marriage she deserved. Yet, witnessing Zhang Heng's unwavering dedication to the family over the years, enduring her mother's humiliation, evoked a flicker of sympathy within Lu Qingsheng. After all, he was her nominal husband. It's nothing, I'm used to it, Zhang Heng replied with a calm smile, and indeed, he had grown accustomed to such treatment over the past 3 years. However, he felt a sense of guilt towards his beautiful wife, knowing she too was a victim of the circumstances that had ensnared them both. If given the chance, Zhang Heng wished to make amends, yet as long as Zhao Rui lived, his prospect for a brighter future remained bleak. Wash this bowl, you should go shower and change your clothes, Lu Qingqing offered, her heart softening. I've told you wash the dishes, you should hurry and take a shower, Lu Qingqiang insisted coolly. Fine, Zhang Heng relented, preparing to head for the shower when another stunning young woman entered, her vibrant beauty radiating anger. If he's going to wash the dishes, let him. Sister, why are you feeling sorry for him? This was Lu Xiaoya, Zhang Heng's younger sister-in-law and Lu Qingqing's sister, with long hair tied into a ponytail, dressed in a white short skirt, her long legs clad in skin-toned stockings, exuding an air of innocent beauty. Lu Xiaoya had never held Zhang Heng in high regard, believing he was the reason her once optimistic sister had become despondent. What are you doing here? You shouldn't be out so late. If mom and dad find out, they'll scold you. Hurry and go shower and sleep, Lu Qingqiang admonished her younger sister. Later that night, after Zhang Heng finished showering, he returned to his modest room, promptly locking the door, fearful of exposing his secrets. His demeanor shifted, shedding the appearance of a defeated man. He retrieved a white jade pendant from around his neck, palm-sized and translucent as milk. It's time to nourish you, Zhang Heng murmured, gazing intently at the pendant. This pendant had been left to him by his mother before her passing, with her explicit instructions to wear it always and to drop a drop of blood on it each night before sleeping. Though Zhang Heng had never understood his mother's reasoning, he faithfully adhered to her wishes for 5 years. He took a needle from the bedside table and expertly pricked his finger, allowing a drop of crimson blood to seep forth. He carefully dripped the blood onto the pendant. As the red liquid touched the jade, it vanished almost instantaneously, leaving the pendant pristine and white as if it had absorbed the blood, an eerie phenomenon. Done feeding you now, it's time for me to sleep, Zhang Heng said, reach and turn off the light. However, a bizarre occurrence unfolded. The white jade pendant, having absorbed the drop of his blood, levitated into the air, and a mysterious voice echoed in the air. You have nourished my fragmented soul with your essence for 5 years. Thus you are worthy of being the successor of my chaotic immortal lord. Today, I shall impart to you my lifelong techniques. I hope you diligently cultivate them and do not tarnish the name of my chaotic immortal lord. Zhang Heng was momentarily bewildered, unable to grasp the situation. Before he could comprehend, the pure white jade pendant shot directly into his forehead, vanishing without a trace. Simultaneously, an overwhelming influx of profound and esoteric knowledge surged into his mind, causing an intense, throbbing pain. Ultimately, his head tilted, and he collapsed onto the bed, unconscious. Chapter 02. I can save him. When Zhang Heng awoke, it was already the following morning. As he opened his eyes, he was astonished to discover that his senses had become remarkably acute. He could even hear the faint sound of a fly's wings fluttering outside the window, which was nothing short of extraordinary. What on earth is happening? With a look of bewilderment, Zhang Heng rose to his feet, only to feel an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. A casual punch produced a subtle whooshing sound. Could the jade pendant from last night have bestowed this strength upon me? As he pondered this, he glanced down and realized that the white jade pendant, which had always hung around his neck, was indeed gone, replaced by a profound set of supreme cultivation techniques in his mind. This technique, known as the unity of all paths, speaks of the myriad ways of the world converging toward a singular truth. Whether it be medicine, talismans, alchemy, formations, or the arts of music, chess, literature, and painting, all may be embraced within the path of cultivation. The unity of all paths integrates these diverse disciplines into a singular practice, representing a multifaceted approach to cultivation. Furthermore, the harmonious blending of various methods enhances the efficacy of this technique, accelerating the pace of advancement. Containing tens of thousands of pathways, should one master this art to its zenith, it could lead to the attainment of the supreme Tao. These unfamiliar memories, after a night of assimilation, had fully transformed into Zhang Heng's own recollections and insights. How wonderful! With this inheritance, I finally have the opportunity to avenge my mother. A glint of determination flickered in Zhang Heng's eyes. His mother, Lin Wanqin, had been wrongfully slain by his stepmother, Zhao Rui. This interloper, in her quest for power, had not hesitated to eliminate his mother and cast Zhang Heng out of the Zhang family. This vendetta must be avenged. Zhang Heng was consumed by thoughts of retribution, and while he previously lacked the means to enact it, he now found himself with a newfound chance. However, the Zhao family was a formidable presence in the country, wielding considerable influence and supported by ancient martial clans, with Zhao Rui currently holding a portion of the Zhang family's power. They would not be easily confronted. Until he possessed absolute certainty, it was imperative to first enhance his own strength. Additionally, in the presence of his mother-in-law, Wang Fun, he must continue to feign weakness. Otherwise, if Zhao Rui were to discover his true capabilities, it would spell trouble. Zhang Heng buried this thought deep within his heart. Yet, he harbored a lingering curiosity regarding the white jade pendant that had belonged to his mother and her insistence on nurturing it with her essence every night. It seemed that his mother was no ordinary person, he mused. Yet she was gone now, and the only act of devotion he could perform in her memory was to eliminate Zhao Rui and seek vengeance. Casting a glance at the bright light streaming through the window, Zhang Heng remembered he needed to prepare breakfast. However, as he stepped outside, he was greeted by the sight of his wife, Lu Qingsheng, descending the stairs in a striking black dress. Previously, he had been unable to compensate her for the past 3 years of grievances, but now, with a flicker of confidence, he felt he could begin to make amends. Seeing Zhang Heng awake, Lu Qingsheng spoke coolly. "Zhang Heng, we have a critically ill patient at the hospital today who is in need of a caregiver. Would you accompany me? The patient's family is willing to pay 1,000 yuan per day. As a temporary caregiver, Zhang Heng has had ample experience over the past 3 years. Yet the rate of 1,000 yuan per day is indeed a rarity. Typically, caregivers earn only 200 to 300 yuan daily, indicating that the family of this critically ill patient is not short on funds." Lu Qingsheng, an associate chief physician at Xia Hospital, which is one of the enterprises under the Lu family conglomerate, promptly seeks Zhang Heng whenever a caregiver is needed in the hospital's inpatient department. This not only alleviates the staffing demands at the hospital, but also allows Zhang Heng to earn some extra income. "All right," Zhang Heng promptly replied. "You should hurry and prepare breakfast. Time is of the essence," Lu Qingsheng remarked, glancing at the clock, her stomach growling slightly. Nodding, Zhang Heng swiftly made his way to the kitchen to prepare the meal. By the time breakfast was ready, his sister-in-law, Lu Xiaoya, had finished her morning routine and descended from the second floor. A youthful and vibrant figure, she couldn't help but cast a few extra glances at Zhang Heng, her previously disdainful expression now tinged with surprise. "Zhang Heng, you slacker. Why do you seem different today? You look a bit more handsome," she noted. Her observation prompted Lu Qingsheng to also sense that Zhang Heng's demeanor appeared subtly altered, though she could not pinpoint the reason. Perhaps it's due to a good night's sleep, Zhang Heng mused, feeling unusually invigorated, likely a result of inheriting the myriad techniques of the chaotic immortal sovereign, which had inadvertently enhanced his presence and charm. "Enough chit-chat. Let us eat. The hospital has been quite busy lately, and I'm short on time," Lu Qingsheng urged. The three of them soon departed, with Zhang Heng driving the two women first to Lu Xiaoya's destination, the Shangyang Art Academy. At only 19, she is an art student with a remarkable talent for painting, identified as a promising candidate for the school's elite training program. After dropping Lu Xiaoya off, Zhang Heng continued to drive Lu Qingsheng to Xia Hospital. Throughout the journey, the atmosphere was rather subdued, with neither party engaging in conversation. Just as they neared the hospital, Lu Qingsheng broke the silence, reminding him, "When we arrive at the hospital, remember not to mention our relationship. Let us act as if we are strangers, understood?" "I know. You've reminded me countless times," Zhang Heng replied, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Each time he worked as a temporary caregiver at Lu Qingsheng's hospital, she felt the need to issue this caution to prevent any potential ridicule from her colleagues. "Best to remember," Lu Qingsheng reiterated coldly before exiting the vehicle. Zhang Heng parked in a secluded spot before alighting from a car. Lu Qingsheng would handle all the necessary paperwork for his temporary caregiving role. He merely needed to show up. On the 8th floor of the inpatient department, dedicated to oncology, the majority of patients are battling cancer, many of whom are resigned to their fate, spending their days in anticipation of the inevitable. Having served as a temporary caregiver at this hospital multiple times, Zhang Heng navigated the familiar corridors with ease, quickly arriving at the caregiver room on the 8th floor, just as the caregivers were preparing to begin their shifts. "Has the caregiver for bed 801 arrived?" the head caregiver inquired, holding a roster for attendance. "I'm responsible for the care of the patient in bed 801 today," promptly responded upon hearing the mention of his name. "Zhang Heng, you are fortunate this time. The patient is paying 1,000 a day, and you have fortuitously landed this opportunity," the head nurse Wang advised. "Hurry and put on your uniform to begin your duties. However, with wealthy and influential patients, you must exercise caution. If your service fails to meet expectations, not only may you forfeit your payment, but you could also face insults or even physical assault." "I understand, head nurse. I will be careful," Zhang Heng replied before quickly changing into his work attire and proceeding directly to bed 801. This was a premium VIP single room. indicative of the patient's esteemed status. Yet, as Zhang Heng approached the door, he noticed a flurry of doctors and nurses rushing in, accompanied by the distant shouts of a young doctor. This patient is showing signs of shock. Summon Dean Ma and the attending specialists immediately. A chill ran down Zhang Heng's spine at this alarming news. Surely, on his very first day, the patient he was assigned could not be on the brink of death. That would mean the 1,000 a day would slip through his fingers. Reluctantly, he stepped inside, revealing an elderly man, around 70 or 80 years old, lying pale and breathless. With his eyes tightly shut, if not treated promptly, he was on the verge of passing away. The elderly man's family, dressed impeccably, stood nearby, each wearing expressions of helplessness and sorrow. In the face of mortality, even those of high status found themselves powerless. Doctors and nurses surrounded the bed, yet many seemed to be at a loss in such dire circumstances. Suddenly, Zhang Heng recalled the myriad healing techniques he inherited from a jade pendant, which included medical knowledge. If he could indeed save this elderly man, it might also enhance his own abilities. However, he hesitated. What if he failed and the man died? He could not bear such a responsibility. He decided to wait for Dean Ma and the specialist to arrive. If they could save the patient, there would be no need for him to intervene. Yet, minutes later, the elderly man's breathing ceased, and the heart monitor confirmed the absence of a heartbeat. Dean Ma shook his head sorrowfully at the family. "I am sorry. We have done our utmost. You should prepare for the arrangements." At these words, the family broke down in tears, with one daughter collapsing by the bedside, wailing despairingly. The medical staff, having witnessed such scenes countless times, prepared to leave. However, Zhang Heng furrowed his brow, sensing that the old man's vital energy had not yet entirely dissipated. If he did not act now, he might lose his newly acquired position. As Dean Ma and the specialists turned to exit, Zhang Heng stepped forward and calmly declared, "I have a method to revive this elderly man." Though his voice was soft, it resonated with astonishment among the onlookers. As they turned their gazes toward the source of the voice, they were astounded to discover that the speaker was a young man clad in caregiver attire. How audacious for a mere caregiver to make such bold claims. Even Dean Ma and the esteemed experts were at a loss, yet this insignificant caregiver dared to proclaim he could save the patient. Was this not a blatant affront to their authority? What do you think you are? A caregiver, daring to speak so grandiosely. Do you possess any medical knowledge? Do you understand the intricacies of treating illness? One of the chief physicians stepped forward, unreservedly berating him. Who brought this caregiver in? Get him out of here immediately. Another expert could not restrain himself from bellowing. In that moment, the experts and chief physicians collectively condemned Zhang Heng as a mere caregiver who knew nothing of medicine and was making baseless boasts. Zhang Heng, however, remained unfazed, a faint smile gracing his lips as he calmly replied, "Since you have already deemed this elderly man dead, why not allow me to take a chance on a dying horse? What if I succeed?" He then slowly navigated through the crowd, arriving at the old man's bedside. His gaze sharpened. Indeed, although the old man's breathing had ceased, the vital essence within his body still lingered, albeit rapidly diminishing. If action was not taken soon, death would be inevitable. "Brat, do not act recklessly. Do you know who this deceased is? Can you bear the consequences if something goes wrong?" Dean Ma could no longer contain himself and admonished. If this caregiver's reckless behavior angered the old man's family, Dean Ma's position would be in jeopardy. At that moment, the elderly man's family appeared hesitant. Yet ultimately, the eldest son, slightly older than the rest, stepped forward and proclaimed, "Let him try." With the family's consent, Dean Ma was left with little recourse but to acquiesce, though he remained dissatisfied with the caregiver. He called upon the head caregiver, Wang Gang, and inquired, "Who brought this caregiver here?" "Hurry and summon physician Liu. This is becoming increasingly outrageous. Do not think that just because the Liu family holds shares in this hospital, they can act with impunity." Dean Ma's countenance darkened as he spoke. Wang Gang, acquiescing meekly, hurried off to summon Liu Qingchen. Uncertain of the efficacy of the myriad of methods contained within the myriad techniques, Zhang Heng resolved to give it a try. He placed his hands firmly on the old man's chest and applied pressure downward. With each press, he infused a modicum of his own vital energy into the old man's body. Zhang Heng's actions closely resembled the technique of cardiopulmonary resuscitation, and a circle of onlookers formed around him, silently observing as he repeated this procedure, even if his technique appeared somewhat unrefined. The experts and the dean could not help but scoff. It was merely standard CPR, a method that had already been attempted without success. And this caregiver's technique was hardly exemplary, which only served to amuse them. Everyone shook their heads in disbelief, lacking faith in Zhang Heng, as the cardiopulmonary resuscitation technique had already been executed by the experts with far greater precision than this caregiver could muster. However, it was Zhang Heng's clumsy chest compressions that gradually revived the elderly man's vitality, ultimately causing the heart monitor to display a heartbeat once more. Instantly, everyone present was struck dumb, the silence so profound that even the sound of breathing could be heard. They had all believed the old man to be deceased. Yet to their astonishment, it was this unassuming caregiver who had brought him back to life, a feat that surpassed their wildest imaginations. However, the experts soon regained their composure and rationality. Provide me with a set of silver needles. There is tumor-induced congestion within him that must be drawn out before he can temporarily overcome this critical phase, Zhang Heng declared, resolved to employ genuine medical techniques. He sought to ascertain whether the healing arts contained within the myriad methods truly possessed such miraculous efficacy. The notion of using silver needles to expel blood clots was an unfamiliar treatment method to the experts, and the hospital director was particularly incensed, deeming the caregiver's audacity outrageous. He admonished loudly, "Enough. Do you possess a medical license to administer acupuncture? We are grateful for your role in reviving the patient's heartbeat, but we shall handle the subsequent treatment ourselves. Your assistance is unnecessary. The only person capable of saving this patient is me," Zhang Heng asserted candidly. His words struck a nerve with the experts and the director alike. How could he claim that they were unable to save him, that only he could? Just as Director Ma was about to challenge him further, a middle-aged man stepped forward from the crowd. "Let him try," Director Ma conceded. "Young man, I have a set of silver needles here. You may proceed without reservation." The speaker was Fong Wenxiang, the head of the hospital's traditional Chinese medicine department. His curiosity was piqued upon witnessing a caregiver's intent to use silver needles to expel blood clots, having heard of such sophisticated techniques but never witnessed them firsthand. He thought it worth allowing the caregiver a chance. Even if it failed, there would be no loss, but should it succeed, they would bear witness to a miracle. "Very well, you may proceed, but should anything go awry, you alone will be responsible. Our hospital will bear no liability," Director Ma promptly clarified, distancing the institution from the endeavor. Zhang Heng, uninterested in further debate, took the set of silver needles and began his preparations. He sensed the elderly man's acupuncture points with his own vital energy, focusing intently on the stomach area before inserting the first needle. The old man was suffering from stomach cancer, and at that moment his stomach was filled with considerable congestion that needed to be expelled. Otherwise, he would surely perish. The initial needle was accurately inserted into the acupoint, prompting Zhang Heng to breathe a sigh of relief. He then proceeded to the second and third needles, channeling his energy through each needle into the respective points. In total, he inserted 18 needles, each infused with his vital energy. By the time the 18th needle was placed, beads of sweat adorned Zhang Heng's forehead, and his complexion had paled slightly, as his internal energy dwindled significantly. He then directed the remaining energy through the 18 acupoints to gradually extract the clotted blood from the elder's stomach. Ultimately, the old man opened his mouth, expelling a substantial amount of dark, clotted blood, once again leaving the onlookers in a state of shock. The head of the traditional Chinese medicine department, Fong Wenxiang, was overwhelmed with excitement. The nursing aide had indeed used silver needles to extract the stagnant blood, truly a miraculous healer. After the elderly patient expelled the congealed blood, his complexion visibly improved, and most importantly, he had regained consciousness. It was precisely this stagnant blood that had posed a challenge for them. Yet this unassuming aide effortlessly accomplished what they could not. At this moment, the assembled experts and Dean Ma were finally convinced. This aide was no ordinary individual. Meanwhile, Zhang Heng's wife, Lu Qinsheng, was rushing over in a state of anxiety after receiving news from the head nurse, Wang Gang. Chapter 04. The ability to heal can evolve. Lu Qinsheng was deeply concerned for Zhang Heng. Yet she could not help but internally scold him for coming to work as a temporary aide while pretending to be a healer, failing to recognize his own limitations. It was crucial to note that patient 801 held a prestigious status, and any mishap would be beyond her ability to manage. Lacking medical expertise, what chaos could he unleash? Along the way, Lu Qinsheng had mentally chastised Zhang Heng countless times. However, as she approached room 801, she noticed several nurses and doctors exiting, all engaged in animated discussions about the earlier events. That young aide was indeed impressive, having managed to save the patient. It was simply unbelievable. Who could dispute that? The technique of using silver needles to extract stagnant blood had even left Dean Ma astonished. I must admit, I was taken aback as well. But don't you think the aide is quite handsome? I wonder if he has a girlfriend? You're romantic, but he does seem rather striking, possessing a unique charm. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingcheng felt a surge of irritation. He was not fulfilling his duties as a nurse, but rather flirting with the nurses. She resolved to have a serious talk with him later. Upon entering the patient room, she noticed that most had already departed, leaving only Fong Wenxiang engaged in conversation with Zhang Heng, seemingly seeking his insights, while Dean Ma inquired about the patient's condition. Lu Qingcheng cast a cool glance at Zhang Heng before quickly approaching Dean Ma to apologize. Dean Ma, Zhang Heng was brought here by me. If he has made any mistakes, I am willing to take responsibility. Despite her frustration, Lu Qingcheng decided to cover for Zhang Heng for the time being, planning to reprimand him at home later. However, Dean Ma's response took her by surprise. Dr. Lu, you're here. Zhang Heng has not erred. On the contrary, he has made a significant contribution by stabilizing old Chun's condition. I never anticipated that the aide you referred would possess such remarkable abilities. Lu Qingcheng was taken aback. Could it be that the nurses were indeed speaking the truth? Zhang Heng truly excelled in traditional Chinese medicine. Having not witnessed it firsthand, she found it hard to believe he possessed any medical skill. Suspecting Dean Ma was merely teasing her. She then implored Dean Ma, "Today is Zhang Heng's first day as an aide. It is understandable that he may not be familiar with the rules or may have overlooked certain protocols. I kindly ask that you grant him another chance and do not dismiss him. The daily caregiver fee of 1,000 yuan is indeed a rare and high price." Lu Qingcheng does not wish to see Zhang Heng continually disdained by her parents for his lack of earnings. So she hopes he can maintain this lucrative position as a caregiver, thus enabling him to earn for himself. Dr. Lu, you are overthinking. How could I possibly dismiss Zhang Heng? Right now, Old Chen has only temporarily escaped danger and still requires someone knowledgeable in medicine, like Zhang Heng, for care. Hence, he is the most suitable person to look after Old Chen at this moment. Dean Ma replied with a gentle smile. Thank you, Dean Ma. Lu Qingcheng sighed with relief. As long as Zhang Heng could keep his job, she would be content. Yet, she still found it hard to believe in Zhang Heng's medical skills, having never witnessed them firsthand. By the way, Dr. Lu, what is your relationship with Zhang Heng? Dean Ma casually inquired, curious about the connection that allowed her to recommend such a high-paying caregiver. He is a distant relative. Lu Qingcheng glanced at Zhang Heng, feeling somewhat awkward to explain. She did not want her colleagues at the hospital to know that her husband was a live-in son-in-law, as it felt rather embarrassing. However, Zhang Heng, sensing her unspoken thoughts, offered a slight smile and stepped forward to clarify. I am a distant relative of Dr. Lu. I have recently lost my job and asked her to help me find work at the hospital. Yes. Zhang Heng is indeed a distant relative of mine who has recently become unemployed, so I arranged for him to care for Old Chen. Lu Qingcheng quickly supported his explanation. I see. You have introduced a commendable individual this time. Dean Ma praised her before turning to the others in the ward, saying, All right, everyone, please step outside. Old Chen has just escaped danger and needs rest. So let's leave Zhang Heng here to care for him alone. With that, Dean Ma politely ushered everyone, including family members, out of the room before exiting himself. Once they had left, Old Chen, having regained consciousness, turned to Zhang Heng with a weak but grateful expression. Young man, thank you for saving my life. Old Chen, I merely wish to retain this job. After all, 1,000 yuan per day is quite a substantial salary for me. Zhang Heng replied, seizing the opportunity to offer a perfect excuse. This myriad of Taoist techniques indeed proves extraordinary. Healing others not only restores life, but also enhances one's spiritual energy. Zhang Heng could not help but feel a sense of anticipation regarding the potential effects of cultivating other Taoist methods. In a world where spiritual energy is scarce, this method of self-improvement through healing is most fitting. Regardless, you saved my life this time, and I will not neglect your efforts. Unfortunately, I'm already in the late stages of gastric cancer. Even if I survive this critical period, my time will be limited, and your position may not last long. Old Chen, appreciating Zhang Heng's humility and honesty, acknowledged his own grim prognosis. He then trembled as he retrieved a black and gold card from a handbag at the bedside and handed it to Zhang Heng. The young man, this black gold card is the pinnacle of membership from the Chun family. With it, you can enjoy half-price discounts across all industries under the Chun family and gain access to priority services. Moreover, there's a private service hotline on the back of this card dedicated to the cardholder. Should you encounter any difficulties, simply dial this number, and they will be resolved throughout Shanyang City. Zhang Heng took the black gold card and scrutinized it closely, only to discover that it bore the name of the Pinnacle Group, one of the 5 prominent families in Shanyang City, under the Chun family's domain. Could it be that this elder is Chun Huifeng, the chairman of the Chun family? As this realization dawned upon him, a sense of unease washed over him. Recalling how Dinma had mentioned that he could not afford the responsibility should anything go awry, Zhang Heng initially contemplated declining the card but ultimately accepted it, recognizing the convenience it would afford him in navigating matters within Shangyang City. "Old Chun, I shall not be impolite," he declared. "As for your ailment, fret not. I am confident in my ability to cure you, although the treatment may take some time and require numerous rare herbs." Having accepted such a precious gift, Zhang Heng felt compelled to assist in alleviating the elder's condition. Establishing a connection with the Chun family could prove beneficial for his future endeavors of vengeance, while simultaneously enhancing his own cultivation through the act of healing the elder, an opportunity for mutual benefit. "Are you saying my cancer can be cured?" Elder Chin's expression was one of disbelief, his eyes gleaming with excitement, though he had long since come to terms with life and death. The desire to continue living remained strong within him. "Rest assured, with me by your side, you shall surely recover," Zhang Heng replied calmly, his confidence bolstered by the efficacy of his medical skills. Chapter 05. A gift arrives at the doorstep. Wang Fun, the mother-in-law, was a sycophant sent by Zhao Rui to keep a watchful eye on Zhang Heng. Her daily routine involved mocking and belittling him, as well as reporting his circumstances to Zhao Rui each month. Thus, Zhang Heng had to feign ineptitude in her presence, a charade he would maintain until his strength reached its peak. Unperturbed by her jibes, Zhang Heng proceeded to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Meanwhile, Wang Feng disdainfully glanced at him before taking her daughter, Lu Qingcheng, by the hand and settling onto the sofa, speaking earnestly. "Qingcheng, the day after tomorrow marks your grandfather's 80th birthday. I hear one of his students, Wang Jinchao, will be attending to celebrate. He has been thinking of you. You should engage him in conversation. You may not know, but he is now worth over 100 million and is set to become the heir of the Wang family. Mother, please inform Wang Jinchao that I am already married and he should cease his thoughts of me," Lu Qingcheng replied flatly. "Just because you are married does not mean you cannot divorce. Besides, your union with this good-for-nothing is merely nominal. Had it not been for our family's financial crisis, you would never have been compelled to marry this wastrel," Wang Feng retorted, her tone shifting. "But now, things are different. Wang Jinchao possesses not only exceptional abilities, but also a formidable family background. He is destined to inherit the Wang group, with a bright future ahead. Compared to that useless scion of the Zhang family, one is 100-fold superior. Moreover, with the Zhao family exerting their influence, this ineffectual individual will never rise again. At best, he will end up as a temporary caregiver in a hospital, with a bleak future ahead. Furthermore, if we can persuade the Wang family to acquire the shares held by the Zhao family, we would liberate ourselves from their control, allowing you to divorce that pitiful Zhang Heng in a legitimate manner. Our family would no longer have to hold our heads low in front of relatives. You could enjoy a flawless marriage, and with the Wang family support, your father and I would gain greater authority within the family, presenting numerous benefits." Wang Feng expressed her thoughts passionately, each word stemming from her heart. One was a capable individual with a promising future as the heir to the family, while the other was a pitiful scion oppressed by his stepmother, Zhao Rui, destined to remain in obscurity. The choice seemed clear. However, Lu Qingcheng furrowed her brow and replied, "Ultimately, this is merely for your own benefit. Do not use me as an excuse. Furthermore, I shall not divorce Zhang Heng, so abandon that notion." After 3 years of a nominal marriage, Lu Qingcheng had grown accustomed to Zhang Heng's presence, especially during the day. When she heard the young nurses express their admiration for him, a hint of jealousy stirred within her, making her realize how much she still valued her nominal husband. "You heartless one, am I not doing this for your sake? What future do you envision with this good-for-nothing? Prepare to be looked down upon for the rest of your life." Wang Feng was incensed by Lu Qingcheng's refusal to heed her words. "Qingcheng, is something troubling you?" Zhang Heng inquired, somewhat taken aback. "Here is 10,000 yuan. Take it and choose an appropriate gift for grandfather's 80th birthday, which is in 2 days," Lu Qingcheng said, extending the money toward him. "No need. The money you gave me last time is still sufficient, and I will purchase a fine gift for grandfather," Zhang Heng replied after a moment, unwilling to continue relying on her financially. "I insist you take it, and by the way, dress more appropriately for the occasion. Avoid wearing those cheap clothes again," Lu Qingcheng chided before forcefully placing the money in Zhang Heng's hands and turning to leave. Zhang Heng glanced at the 10,000 yuan in his possession, shaking his head in resignation. Once back in his room, Zhang Heng immediately locked the door and began to meditate on the myriad techniques of the one body of 10,000 laws. After saving Old Chun during the day, The spiritual energy within him had doubled. Furthermore, after merging his physical form with the jade pendant last night, his body had been refined by the pendant's spiritual power, making him highly sensitive to spiritual energy and exceptionally suited for cultivation. In just one night, he advanced to the second stage of chi refinement, a remarkable feat considering there are 9 stages in total. This revelation brought him both astonishment and joy. It appeared that the spiritual energy acquired through medical practices could indeed enhance one's cultivation. He wondered what results would arise from employing other techniques. Zhang Heng mused inwardly, filled with anticipation. The following morning, at Xia Hospital, in the 8th floor VIP ward 801, as Zhang Heng arrived at work, he found 2 relatives of the elderly Mr. Chun in the ward, engaged in a lively conversation that exuded joy. Noticing Zhang Heng's entrance, Mr. Chun waved and introduced him. "Dr. Zhang, you've come. Allow me to introduce my eldest son, Chun Daolin, and my granddaughter, Chun Mingqi." Following Mr. Chen's gesture, Zhang Heng observed Mr. Chun Daolin, who possessed a square face, short tousled hair, and a beard bearing a striking resemblance to Mr. Chun, radiating an aura of confidence. His attire was notably elegant, befitting someone of high status. Beside him stood a strikingly beautiful young woman, seemingly in her early 20s, with fair skin, long legs, and an exquisitely attractive face. Clad in a delicate white chiffon lace dress, embodying the essence of a wealthy young lady. Zhang Heng exchanged polite nods with them, marking a brief introduction. "Dr. Zhang, I cannot thank you enough for your timely intervention yesterday. My father has successfully navigated a critical phase of his illness. Henceforth, I entrust his care to you. Please accept this token of appreciation," Mr. Chun Daolin stated, presenting a meticulously prepared gift box to Zhang Heng. "No need for that. Mr. Chun has already expressed his gratitude." Zhang Heng politely declined, feeling that he had already received ample compensation in the form of the Chun family's black gold card, which was sufficiently valuable, and declined further gifts to avoid appearing greedy. "My father is my father, but this is my filial piety, and it is unrelated to him. Moreover, we will still require your expertise in treating my father, so please do not refuse," Mr. Chun Daolin insisted, firmly placing the gift box in Zhang Heng's hands. He understood the necessity of securing Zhang Heng's goodwill, knowing that only he could save his father's life. Even Mr. Chun encouraged Zhang Heng to accept it, emphasizing the sentiment behind his son's gesture. "Very well, I shall accept it," Zhang Heng acquiesced with a resigned sigh, recognizing their insistence. Coincidentally, tomorrow marked the birthday of Lu Qingqing's grandfather, and he could present this gift, thus sparing himself the trouble of purchasing something else. As he thought this, Zhang Heng instinctively opened the gift box, revealing a luminous pearl, the size of an egg, resplendent and transparent, emanating a faint aura of spiritual energy that astonished him. It was evident that this pearl was of significant value. Chapter 06. The Powerful Courting Favor. You are being dismissed. Zhang Heng accepted the precious luminous pearl, appreciating the time it saved him in selecting a gift for Lu Qingqing's grandfather. Presenting this would surely be an impressive gesture. However, he could not have anticipated that this luminous pearl was a relic from the Ming dynasty, worth 5 to 6 million. A gift that would undoubtedly elevate his standing in the eyes of the elder. "Thank you all for your generous gifts. I will ensure Mr. Chun receives proper treatment. But I will require several traditional Chinese medicinal herbs, some of which may not be available at the hospital, and you will need to procure them yourselves," Zhang Heng candidly informed them, recognizing that merely relying on acupuncture would not suffice to restore Mr. Chen's health. A comprehensive approach involving herbal remedies was essential for a complete recovery. "Might I request the esteemed Dr. Zhang to elaborate?" Last night, Chun Daoling had heard from his father that this remarkable physician could remedy his father's ailment, which prompted him to bring lavish gifts early this morning, hoping to curry favor with Zhang Heng. Upon learning that a few herbs were required, he promptly agreed, resolute in his determination to procure any rare medicinal ingredients necessary to cure his father. Zhang Heng listed an array of extraordinary herbs: Tianshan, snow lotus, deep-sea jellyfish, millennial ebony, and century-old ginseng. While these materials sounded peculiar, they were indeed obtainable on Earth, and given the Chun family's influence in Shanyang City, gathering these ingredients should pose no significant challenge. "Very well, Dr. Zhang. I shall collect all these herbs within a week," Chun Daoling replied without hesitation. Although these herbs appeared strange, they only reinforced his belief in Zhang Heng as a modern-day miracle worker. Zhang Heng's quest for these herbs was not solely for Chun Lao's treatment. Some were intended for alchemical purposes. However, The elixirs produced would not only enhance his own cultivation, but would also serve to heal Chen Lao, thus dispelling any notion of deception. After discussing the herbal requirements, Chen Lao seemed to experience another wave of gastric pain, his expression contorted in discomfort. The previous evening, Zhang Heng had merely alleviated the stagnant blood in his stomach and had not eradicated the tumor, which meant that the pain could still resurface. "Father, what troubles you? Is your stomach hurting again?" Chun Dowling inquired with concern as he bent down. "Grandfather, are you all right?" His granddaughter, Chun Mengqi, echoed with worry. "Rest assured, with me here, Chun Lao shall be fine," Zhang Heng assured them, retrieving the silver needles from the previous night. He proceeded to administer another acupuncture treatment, channeling his spiritual energy through the needles to nourish Chun Lao's body. As the energy coursed into Chun Lao, his pain diminished almost instantly, and a look of bliss spread across his face as he basked in a comforting warmth. Both Qin Daoling and Qin Mengqi were astounded, further solidifying their faith in Zhang Heng's medical prowess. Indeed, Dr. Zhang's skills are remarkable. Qin Daoling could not help but express his admiration. "I entrust my father's care to you and feel at ease. I shall now set out to gather the herbs." With that, Qin Daoling bid farewell to Chun Lao and Zhang Heng, accompanied by Chun Mingqi on his quest for the medicinal ingredients. During the day, Zhang Heng remained by Chun Lao's side, engaging in conversation when not performing acupuncture. The more Chun Lao conversed with this humble yet talented young man, the more he grew fond of him. However, as their dialogue deepened, he was astonished to learn that Zhang Heng, despite his youth, was already married. Even more surprising was the revelation that this extraordinary physician was a son-in-law by marriage, a fact that took him aback. "Dr. Zhang, do you face any difficulties at home? Feel free to confide in me. Perhaps I can offer assistance." Chen Lao speculated that a man of Zhang Heng's stature must have encountered financial hardships, leading him to become a son-in-law. "By the way, Chen Lao, I have an important birthday celebration to attend tomorrow, so I won't be able to visit. After today's treatment, your pain should largely subside. I must prioritize my own matters. Your condition cannot be resolved in a single day." Chen Lao nodded, yet within his heart lingered a sense of regret. He had envisioned introducing his granddaughter, Chan Mengqi, to Zhang Heng, thereby fortifying their connection with the esteemed doctor. Alas, it appeared he would have to devise alternative means to strengthen their bond. "I shall proceed to prepare the meal. It will be ready shortly," Zhang Heng declared, feigning the demeanor of a hapless individual as he ambled into the kitchen. Truly, what a disappointment he was, a mere temporary caregiver, harboring grand ambitions. Wang Fan unleashed a torrent of scorn, belittling Zhang Heng to the point of insignificance. For 3 arduous years, Zhang Heng had toiled selflessly for this family, earning no accolades yet enduring considerable hardships, all of which Lu Qingsheng observed keenly. She could no longer tolerate her mother Wang Fan's relentless targeting of Zhang Heng, who was incessantly labeled as a worthless and spineless individual. "I am willing, for someone of his ilk. It seems it can only serve as a punching bag for your frustrations," Wang Fan bellowed like a shrew, her ire intensifying at the thought of the old master's birthday banquet the following day. She could hardly bear the prospect of their family being ridiculed by relatives due to Zhang Heng's presence as a son-in-law. Seeing that she could not reason with Wang Fan, Lu Qingqing chose to ignore her and instead rushed to the kitchen to assist Zhang Heng. Wang Fan's anger only escalated at this sight. At that moment, Lu Guodong approached her, offering a word of consolation. "Do not let it vex you. It serves no purpose. Who could have foreseen our family's misfortune in acquiring such a worthless son-in-law? We should focus on orchestrating a union between Wang Zhengqiao and Qingqing. Perhaps, in doing so, we could elevate our status with the Wang family and rid ourselves of this ineffectual son-in-law." Should Chun Lao become aware of their schemes, he would undoubtedly be elated, having tirelessly sought to cultivate a relationship with Zhang Heng, only to find his family plotting to expel him. Truly an amusing turn of events. Chapter 07. A truly hilarious situation within the estate of the Lu family. Today marked the grand occasion of the venerable Lu Zhenan's 80th birthday. In attendance, alongside the Lu family, were numerous esteemed students and friends from the antiquities realm. Lu Zhenan, in his youth, had been a university professor, nurturing many exceptional students. However, after resigning to establish a business, he flourished, expanding his ventures across various industries. In his semi-retirement, he immersed himself in the passion for collecting antiquities, amassing a circle of like-minded friends within the antiquities community of Shanyang City. By the time Zhang Heng and his companions arrived, nearly all of Lu Zhenan's invited friends had gathered. "Zhang Heng, have you selected an appropriate gift for the occasion?" Lu Qingsheng inquired once more before entering, concerned that he might present yet another paltry offering, which would inevitably invite ridicule from relatives. After all, the Chun family, one of the 5 prominent families in Shangyang City, would surely bestow something of considerable value. What worthwhile gift could you possibly procure with your meager daily wage of 1,000? Wang Fen bluntly mocked, her discomfort palpable at family gatherings. Reluctant to attend, yet unable to abstain, she resented the fact that they were burdened with a son-in-law whom she deemed inept, subjecting them to the relentless jibes of relatives. Regardless of their own circumstances, relatives would invariably pay them a visit, seizing the opportunity to deride them, which greatly unsettled Wang Fen and fueled her desire to expel Zhang Heng from their lives. Upon entering the estate, one is greeted by an exquisite arrangement of pavilions and towers, adorned with flourishing flora and verdant trees, all designed with remarkable elegance. The walls are embellished with various calligraphies and paintings, clearly reflecting an ancient charm in its decor. Typically, this is a sanctuary for the elderly patriarch. Yet today, it is bustling with guests. In the grand hall of the estate, tables are lavishly set for a feast, nearly filled to capacity with jovial conversations and laughter, creating a lively atmosphere. As Zhang Heng and his companions arrived, everyone hurried to greet them. Second sister-in-law, why are you so late? We've been waiting for you. Second brother, you've come. Let us enjoy a drink together. Qingsheng, I heard you've been promoted to associate chief physician. Congratulations. Xiaoya, you've become even more beautiful. I imagine there must be many wealthy suitors pursuing you. Relatives approached to exchange pleasantries, yet Zhang Heng, the son-in-law, remained largely ignored, as if he were merely a wisp of air. However, he was accustomed to such treatment and paid it little mind, joining Lu Qingsheng and the others at their table. Yet, there are always those who relish the opportunity to belittle Zhang Heng, seeking a sense of superiority at his expense. Isn't this our esteemed son-in-law Zhang Heng? You've graced us with your presence. The speaker was Lu Mengda, the eldest grandson of a Lu family, who had ascended to the role of project manager due to his father's position as the general manager of the family enterprise, overseeing 2 hotels and profiting handsomely. I heard you recently found a job. What kind of work is it? Lu Mengda inquired with a hint of mockery, fully aware of Zhang Heng's position as a caregiver, yet intending to embarrass him in front of relatives. His words drew the attention of others at the table, who were equally curious to hear what this so-called kept man had managed to secure. A caregiver at a hospital? You must be joking. I thought you found something respectable. Just a temporary caregiver's job. How laughable. Lu Mengda guffawed loudly, prompting the other relatives to join the ridicule. Second sister-in-law, your son-in-law remains as useless as ever. A mere temporary caregiver. He might as well be delivering takeout, chimed in the third sister-in-law, unable to conceal her disdain. Second sister-in-law, your son-in-law has truly landed a fine job. The eldest sister-in-law added sarcastically, her words dripping with irony. The laughter intensified, and Wang Fen felt a surge of anger, her own disdain for Zhang Heng bubbling to the surface, wishing she could strike him. Not only Wang Fen, but even Lu Guodong and Lu Qingsheng wore troubled expressions, as being publicly mocked was a bitter experience. Zhang Heng smiled faintly. Had he still been the same ineffectual man as before, he would have chosen to endure the humiliation in silence. However, having inherited the supreme techniques of the celestial sovereign, he could not allow his esteemed title to be tarnished. He then dipped his finger into a glass of water, channeling his spiritual energy to flick a droplet toward Lu Mengda's abdomen, precisely targeting an acupoint on his bladder. At this moment, Lu Mengda was laughing heartily, unaware that a sudden chill enveloped his lower abdomen, leading to an unfortunate incident of incontinence. A sizable patch of dampness appeared on his trousers, accompanied by an acrid and unpleasant odor. This swiftly drew the attention of those present. What was that foul smell? It seems to be the scent of urine. Amidst the laughter, the attendees could not help but search for the source of the odor, their gazes converging on Lu Mengda. What are you all staring at? Lu Mengda began to protest, but before he could finish, he felt the uncomfortable wetness beneath him. Lowering his head, he was struck with horror, his complexion changing dramatically as he quickly sought an excuse to cover his embarrassment. I accidentally splashed some water, do not misunderstand. With that, Lu Mengda hastily retreated to the back room to change his trousers, and the onlookers, understanding the situation, burst into laughter. At his age, to wet oneself was indeed a disgrace. How utterly pathetic to have such a scene lead to laughter. This blemish would likely haunt Lu Mengda for life, rendering him the subject of ridicule in the eyes of others. Zhang Heng, observing the scene, could not help but remark, It appears that the saying circulating online holds some truth. It indeed seems one can laugh so hard they wet themselves. Instantly, the others present refrained from mocking Zhang Heng and his companions, fearing they might become the next Lu Mengda and suffer the same humiliation. Wang Fun and her relatives noticed that the others dared not continue their taunts, allowing them a moment of relief, though their disdain for Zhang Heng deepened, as he had once again become the target of their relatives' jibes due to his association with them. Just then, a dashing young man appeared behind them, speaking with a tone of humility. "Qingsheng, it has been a while." Upon hearing this voice, Wang Fun and her companions instinctively turned their heads, and the others present also looked on with curiosity. Upon seeing the newcomer, their expressions transformed. It was none other than Wang Jichao, one of the most accomplished students of the Elder from years past. Not only was he handsome and charismatic, but he was also a distinguished overseas scholar. After returning to start his own business, his wealth had surpassed 100 million. Furthermore, he was the heir of the prestigious Wang family in Shanyang City. Undoubtedly, the Prince Charming in the eyes of many women. "Jichao, is that you? Come sit beside Annie. Qingsheng has been mentioning you, wondering if you would attend this celebration. And here you are." Wang Fun's face lit up with satisfaction upon seeing Wang Jichao. Only such a nobleman, with a fortune exceeding 100 million, was worthy of her daughter, Lu Qingsheng. "Mom, I never mentioned him. Stop spreading rumors." Lu Qingsheng retorted angrily. "Girls can be sensitive. Don't take it to heart." Wang Fun shamelessly continued to flatter Wang Jichao. She completely disregarded Zhang Heng, introducing another man to her daughter in front of him. A blatant affront that could only be likened to placing a green hat upon Zhang Heng. The relatives and friends present looked on with amusement, witnessing the absurdity of Zhang Heng's wife being introduced to another man by her mother-in-law, a most humiliating spectacle indeed. They were eager to witness the reaction of this spineless individual, hoping for an explosive outburst that would provide them with further entertainment. However, much to their disappointment, Zhang Heng maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly unfazed by Wang Jinchao's presence. "Annie, I shall not take a seat. I came here to present something to Qingsheng." Wang Jinchao cast a glance at Zhang Heng, noting his indifference, and proceeded to produce a gift box from his pocket, intending to provoke him further. "Qingsheng, these are a pair of jade bangles from the Han Dynasty. Not overly expensive, just over 300,000. I specifically bought them for you. They would look splendid on you." Wang Jinchao aimed to convey to Zhang Heng that he was intent on courting his wife right before his eyes, challenging him with the implication that he was powerless to intervene. "You, a spineless wretch, are unworthy of possessing the beauty of Lu Qingsheng." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingsheng's mother became displeased and promptly accepted the jade bangles on her daughter's behalf. "No, this is Jinchao's heartfelt gift, worth over 300,000. Your useless husband will never be able to afford such bangles," Wang Fun remarked, seizing the opportunity to belittle Zhang Heng as she persuaded Lu Qingsheng. Zhang Heng instinctively turned to observe the bangles, sensing a certain aura emanating from them, indicating they were indeed not ordinary. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. Within the myriad paths of cultivation, there existed a technique for refining materials, such as jade and antiques. If he could absorb the essence within these bangles into himself, it would not only enhance his own power, but also serve as a means to humiliate Wang Jinchao. With this thought, Zhang Heng smirked and remarked, "You claim these bangles are from the Han Dynasty, yet they appear rather unconvincing to me. Perhaps they are counterfeit? Is it truly worth 300,000? What if they are merely fakes?" His skeptical assertion left the attendees momentarily stunned, but they soon erupted into uproarious laughter. "What insight can a pauper like you possess? Do not pretend to be an expert here. Surely, a gift from the esteemed young Master Wang, whose fortune exceeds 100 million, could not possibly be fake. Have you no eyes?" They regarded Zhang Heng's words as nothing more than a petty retaliation against Wang Jinchao's earlier affront, dismissing him as a mere coward. "You disgraceful wretch, do not embarrass me further. Get out." Wang Fun, incensed by the humiliation he caused her, vehemently berated him, particularly infuriated that he would dare to cast aspersions on the reputable Wang Jinchao, a scion of wealth. "Is it counterfeit? Allow me to examine it," Zhang Heng replied nonchalantly. He had sensed the essence within the bangles from the very beginning. All things possess spirit, and ancient jade accumulates considerable energy over time. Thus, it was reasonable to conclude that these bangles were indeed genuine artifacts from Han Dynasty. However, Zhang Heng was keen to test his ability to absorb the energy within the bangles, thereby rendering them useless while simultaneously seizing an opportunity to humiliate Wang Jinchao. Even a clay Buddha has its limits. How dare he court his wife in front of him? Zhang Heng could not let this affront go unpunished. Very well. Let me broaden your horizons. There are quite a few esteemed friends from the antiques world present. I shall summon them shortly for an appraisal, so we can witness who ultimately faces embarrassment. Wang Jinchao declared with unwavering confidence, completely disregarding Zhang Heng, whom he perceived as a mere coward. In response to Wang Jinchao's bold assertion, Wang Fan reluctantly extended the jade bracelet in her hand towards Zhang Heng. Look closely, you coward. Even a fleeting glance at such a valuable jade bracelet is worth it for a lifetime. To Zhang Heng's surprise, the absorption of spiritual energy was remarkably smooth. In mere moments, he had effortlessly drawn all the spiritual energy from the jade bracelet into his own body, enhancing his strength while simultaneously dulling the bracelet's luster, rendering it an unremarkable object. Seeing this, Zhang Heng smirked subtly and feigned expertise. While this bracelet may indeed be jade, to claim it is from the Han Dynasty is rather dubious. Presenting such a counterfeit to impress us is rather disrespectful, don't you think? As he spoke, Zhang Heng unceremoniously returned the pair of bracelets to Wang Jinchao. Seething with anger, exclaimed, "What did you say, you little brat? How could the jade bracelet I gifted be a fake? Today, you will be thoroughly humiliated, so that Qinshan can witness the pathetic nature of her jealous, foolish husband." Wang Jinchao eagerly anticipated the presence of antique experts to authenticate the bracelets. He was entirely confident in their legitimacy. Believing it would utterly disgrace Zhang Heng and reveal his foolishness to his relatives, as well as to Lu Qinshan. The others present harbored their own prejudices against Zhang Heng, dismissing his words as mere slander, but they were content to watch the unfolding drama, eagerly awaiting Zhang Heng's downfall. Soon, Wang Jinchao personally invited a well-respected antiquities expert, Liang Weitan, to appraise the bracelets. Liang was quite renowned in the antiques collecting community, and his expertise was widely acknowledged and trusted. "Master Liang, please assist me in identifying these jade bracelets from the Han Dynasty, which I purchased for 300,000, Wang Jinchao said as he presented the bracelets to Liang Weidan. After a brief examination, Liang shook his head. "These bracelets are clearly counterfeit, devoid of any jade's ethereal essence. Young Master Wang, could it be that you have been deceived?" This revelation sent shockwaves through the assembled crowd. The jade bracelets gifted by Wang Jinchao were indeed fake, a revelation far too astonishing to fathom. Upon hearing Liang Weidan declare the bracelets as fakes, Wang Jinchao's face contorted with disbelief. "How can this be? I spent 300,000 on these bracelets. Master Liang, please, take a closer look. They cannot possibly be fake." Panic began to seep into his eyes, for he was acutely aware of the audience's scrutiny, particularly that of Lu Qinshan. The thought of gifting a counterfeit bracelet was already humiliating, but asserting its worth at 300,000 was undeniably deceitful. Should this claim be substantiated, where would Wang Jinchao's dignity reside? It is indeed a counterfeit. This jade bracelet lacks the ethereal charm of genuine jadeite, and when struck together, it produces no resonant sound. To say it is from a Han Dynasty would be an exaggeration. Even a pair of newly mined jade bracelets today would surpass this one, Liang Wei remarked, striking the two bracelets together, and indeed, there was no clear sound, only a dull thud. At this point, everyone seemed to have concluded that the bracelets were fraudulent, though shock was evident on each face. However, a flicker of delight crossed Lu Qingshan's delicate features as she discreetly observed Zhang Heng, realizing that her seemingly ineffectual husband was not entirely devoid of merit. After all, he had discerned the falsity of the bracelets and had simultaneously humiliated the pretentious Wang Jinchao. "See, I told you they were fake, yet you all doubted me," Zhang Heng said with a faint smile, his words striking a blow to the pride of everyone present. Just moments before, they had dismissed him as a mere clown, consumed by jealousy, but now his assertion proved true, leaving them speechless. Even Wang Fun and Lu Guodong wore displeased expressions, utterly shocked that the man they had endorsed, Wang Jinchao, had presented a pair of counterfeit jade bracelets to their daughter, bringing them great embarrassment. Nonetheless, they still offered polite platitudes on the surface. "Jinchao, next time, do be more vigilant and do not allow those unscrupulous merchants to deceive you. Your aunt still holds you in high regard." Wang Fun graciously offered an escape for Wang Jinchao, who quickly seized the opportunity to respond. "Thank you, Auntie. I shall certainly prepare a proper gift for you in a few days, as a token of my apology to Qingshan." Lu Qingshan, slightly frowning, was about to decline when Zhang Heng interjected. "There's no need, my wife. I shall present her gifts myself. Your concern is unnecessary. If you were to send another counterfeit, it would only invite ridicule. as if we were collecting refuse. Lu Qingcheng instinctively glanced at Zhang Heng, a glimmer of admiration in her eyes, feeling quite pleased with his performance that day. Meanwhile, Wang Zhengchao's face turned a shade of anger, glaring at Zhang Heng with malice. Fine. You may have the upper hand for now, you worthless fool. We shall see how this unfolds. This brief interlude soon passed, and the banquet commenced in earnest, with an array of delicacies being served by the chefs. The large table filled with guests eagerly began to partake. Zhang Heng peeled a large shrimp for Lu Qingcheng, remembering that it was her favorite. Over the past 3 years, Lu Qingcheng had endured much hardship due to his perceived ineptitude as a son-in-law, witnessing her sufferings in silence. Now, having inherited the supreme cultivation techniques of the immortal sovereign, he sought to make amends. Seeing Zhang Heng diligently preparing shrimp for her, having not yet tasted a morsel himself, Lu Qingcheng felt a surge of warmth and gratitude. Though Zhang Heng was regarded by others as a useless scion at this moment, he was still her nominal husband, and he had just helped her confront Wang Zhengchao. You should eat too, do not just serve me, Lu Qingcheng said, placing a piece of braised pork onto Zhang Heng's plate. Zhang Heng was momentarily taken aback, but then warmth flooded his heart. This was the first time in 3 years that Lu Qingcheng had served him food, signifying that she still held some regard for him. This brought him great joy, and without hesitation, he picked up a piece of braised pork and began to eat. Midway through the banquet, the guests presented their gifts to the elderly gentleman. The birthday offerings varied in quality, yet the elder showed no disdain. He graciously accepted everything from his descendants and friends, expressing his gratitude. Thank you all for your heartfelt intentions. I am truly delighted today, exclaimed the venerable Lu Zhennan with a hearty laugh, as a substantial pile of gifts accumulated behind him. Teacher, we have also prepared a special gift for you. I hope it meets your approval, Wang Zhangchao said, rising to present a painting with utmost respect. The elder received the artwork with a serious demeanor and carefully unfolded it, his expression turning grave. This is Zhang Banchao's bamboo and rock painting. Such a piece is undoubtedly valuable. One wouldn't acquire it for less than $1 million. The elder, well versed in collectibles, immediately recognized the significance of the bamboo and rock painting. Upon hearing it was Zhang Banchao's work, Mr. Liang and other art enthusiasts gathered around, eager to behold the masterpiece. Indeed, you're discerning, I serves you well. I acquired this bamboo and rock painting for $1,500,000. Knowing your fondness for antiques, I thought it fitting to present this to you. I hope you find it to your liking, Wang Zhangchao stated proudly, his stature straightened, aware that among all the guests, he had made the most extravagant offering. His confidence swelled as he cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Heng. Delightful. Zhangchao, you are truly thoughtful. The elder's praise filled Wang Zhangchao with pride, dispelling any remnants of his previous gloom. The guests looked on with envy. A birthday gift valued at $1,500,000 was indeed a mark of distinction. For a moment, they forgot the earlier incident involving his counterfeit jade bracelet and raised their glasses in his honor. Wang Zhangchao reveled in the adulation. But then his gaze fell upon Zhang Heng, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. By the way, it seems that this son-in-law of the Lu family has yet to present a gift to the elder. Is it possible he came unprepared? That would indeed be a sign of disrespect. His words dripped with sarcasm and provocation, prompting the attention of others to shift toward Zhang Heng, their eyes filled with derision. What worthwhile gift could such a pathetic individual offer? It would be better not to present anything at all, lest he bring shame upon himself. Ha ha. The relatives began to mock Zhang Heng once more, recalling his previous offerings of worthless trinkets, deemed more of a nuisance than anything else. Wang Fan felt a surge of frustration, lamenting her unfortunate fate with such a useless son-in-law. Yet, Zhang Heng remained unfazed, calmly stating, I have indeed prepared a gift for grandfather. With that, he produced an exquisite gift box, revealing a luminous Ming Dynasty Night Pearl valued at $5 to $6 million. What kind of gift could a worthless person like you possibly present? Wang Zhangchao sneered, eager to witness Zhang Heng's humiliation, seeking retribution for the earlier affront. Chapter 10. The astonishingly expensive gift stuns the entire gathering. In the presence of relatives and friends eagerly anticipating Zhang Heng's embarrassment, he remained remarkably composed as he presented a delicate gift box to the elder. Grandfather, this is a luminous pearl I have chosen for you. Do you like it? As he spoke, Zhang Heng opened the box, revealing a crystalline luminous pearl that sparkled brilliantly, rivaling the sun and moon, with an ethereal aura that suggested it was far from an ordinary treasure. The assembled relatives craned their necks, first struck by the pearl's beauty, but then, upon realizing it was a gift from Zhang Heng, instinctively dismissed it as a mere trinket. After all, his previous gifts had been trivial and inexpensive. Wang Zhanqiao could not help but lead the derision, exclaiming, "I thought you might have brought something of real value. A trinket worth only a few dozen yuan. And you dare to present it?" His words instantly garnered the approval of almost all present. Indeed, what could a son-in-law like him possibly offer besides a mere bauble? I expected something different this time, but it appears to be the same old rubbish. They mused that this trivial item could easily be found at any street market, mocking Zhang Heng's audacity to present it. The collective ridicule left Wang Fun and Lu Guodong feeling somewhat embarrassed, as Zhang Heng was their family son-in-law. Lu Qingcheng also felt the awkwardness, quietly remarking to Zhang Heng, "Didn't I give you 10,000 yuan? Why did you settle for just a luminous pearl?" Although her words were light-hearted, they were overheard by the discerning, leading Wang Zhanqiao to seize the opportunity for further mockery. "Is this not an ordinary luminous pearl? Could it possibly be one reserved for royalty? How absurd!" He scoffed. "You, a mere laborer, could never afford such a respectable pearl." Wang Xiao chimed in, asserting that Zhang Heng was simply a stubborn fool. Lu Mengda, previously embarrassed, joined in the mockery with a clownish demeanor, suggesting that if this pearl was indeed extraordinary, they should allow the esteemed experts present to appraise it, thereby enlightening everyone. After making this proclamation, he personally invited Liang Weidan to come and evaluate the pearl, revealing his eagerness. "Mr. Liang, please examine this trinket and inform us of its worth," Wang Zhanqiao said, casting a glance at Zhang Heng, intent on humiliating him before the crowd and demonstrating to Lu Qingcheng that being associated with such a failure would only lead to disgrace, while he would bask in glory. "I will take a look. Please be patient." Liang Weidan furrowed his brow, carefully cradling the luminous pearl in his palm, wary of damaging it, for he had sensed its exceptional quality at first glance. As the appraisal continued, his initial suspicions were confirmed, and he even produced a magnifying glass he carried to scrutinize a specific area closely. As Liang Wei discussed the meticulous appraisal, the others present anxiously awaited the outcome. However, they did not perceive the night pearl as anything extraordinary. Rather, they anticipated the opportunity to mock Zhang Heng once the appraisal concluded, finding amusement in his misfortune. Yet, the results of the appraisal were astonishingly unexpected. This night pearl appeared to be a royal artifact from the Ming dynasty, valued at 5 to 6 million. Upon hearing this revelation from Liang Wei, the assembly was engulfed in shock, their faces reflecting disbelief. A profound silence enveloped the room, as everyone gaped in utter incredulity. How could it be? This night pearl could not possibly be an imperial possession from antiquity, and valued at 5 to 6 million. "Are you certain of your assessment, Mr. Liang?" Wang Zhanqiao stepped forward to voice his skepticism, his tone trembling. It seemed he was on the verge of being humiliated himself, facing a fate akin to that of a petty character, and Wang Zhanqiao could not accept such an outcome. The others present were equally unable to reconcile with the result. If it truly was an imperial artifact from the Ming dynasty, given the current auction market, it was worth at least 5 to 6 million, and a magnifying glass would reveal the Yongle period imprint beneath the pearl. There could be no mistake. Liang Wei asserted with unwavering seriousness. "Impossible. This worthless individual could never have presented such an extravagant gift. I refuse to believe it." Wang Zhanqiao, now flustered, hurriedly seized a magnifying glass and scrutinized the pearl. To his astonishment, he indeed discerned the imprint from the Yongle period, rendering him speechless and pale. The other relatives, witnessing this, were equally staggered, never having anticipated that Zhang Heng, whom they had deemed a failure, could present such a lavish gift, leaving them all in stunned silence. Lu Mengda, in particular, refrained from reiterating his previous doubts about Zhang Heng, fearing the repercussions of his skepticism. Wang Fun and Lu Guodong were also profoundly shaken, having never imagined that their seemingly inept son-in-law would bestow such an extravagant birthday gift, thereby striking the faces of all present relatives. Observing their astonished expressions, they felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Yet, the thought that this ineffectual son-in-law had offered a night pearl worth 5 to 6 million as a birthday gift prompted them to inwardly chastise him as a prodigal. Simultaneously, they were curious about the origins of this remarkable night pearl. "Grandfather, I wonder if this night pearl meets your expectations?" Zhang Heng remarked calmly once more. Chapter 11. The Arrogant Demand. "Zhang Heng, from where did you acquire this night pearl?" The astonishment at its staggering value was palpable, and he was equally taken aback by the Chun family's lavish generosity in gifting him such a costly pearl. "You spendthrift. knowing the pearl's considerable worth. Why would you present it to the elder? Do you realize that 5 to 6 million could elevate the standard of living for our entire family? Wang Fan scolded, her true motive being to secure a more affluent lifestyle for herself. Your possessions are also ours, regardless of the circumstances. It is inappropriate for you to act without consulting us, to bestow such an expensive gift without prior discussion. Do you think you are still a wealthy scion? I must inform you that starting today, a monthly payment of 10,000 yuan will be required, as a form of compensation for this sum. Wang Fan declared imperiously, her anger demanding some form of exploitation of Zhang Heng. No sooner had she spoken than Lu Qingsheng could no longer contain herself. Mother, how can you be so unreasonable? She exclaimed. This luminous pearl was purchased by Zhang Heng himself. How he chooses to manage it is his prerogative, and why must he seek your approval? Moreover, Zhang Heng's generous gift to grandfather is a source of pride for you. Yet you still expect him to part with 10,000 yuan each month? Where would he procure such funds? Lu Qingsheng defended him passionately. Who cares if this good-for-nothing brings me honor? He has lived in our home for 3 years, consuming our resources without contributing a single penny. I have already been exceedingly gracious to him. Now that he works as a hospital aide, earning 1,000 yuan daily, is it so unreasonable to expect him to provide 10,000 yuan monthly for his mother-in-law? Wang Fan retorted vehemently, believing her actions entirely justified. As for Zhang Heng's personal belongings, they were, in her view, the property of their family. This waste of space was unworthy of private possessions. Zhang Heng's work as an aide is merely temporary. What will he do when that income ceases? Lu Qingsheng argued defiantly. Mother, you are being excessively oppressive, she added, feeling truly aggrieved by her mother's behavior. Standing beside her, Lu Xiaoya seemed to echo their mother's sentiments, adding, Sister, I believe what mother says is quite reasonable. A valuable item worth 5 to 6 million yuan was given away without consulting us. It is utterly unacceptable. And as for this useless brother-in-law, he has lived off us for 3 years without contributing a dime. Now that he has begun earning, isn't it only natural for him to allocate 10,000 yuan for living expenses each month? Lu Xiaoya expressed her disdain for Zhang Heng, contrasting him unfavorably with Wang Zhenqiao, the wealthy and handsome suitor. Soon, only Zhang Heng and Lu Qingsheng remained in the living room. Qingsheng, you need not argue with your family on my behalf, Zhang Heng said, wishing to avoid creating discord between her and her parents and sister. If you find it difficult to pay the monthly sum, you can tell me. I still have some savings. As he watched Lu Qingsheng depart, a faint smile graced his lips. In this cold household, she was the sole source of warmth for him. Although she often appeared aloof, he understood that she genuinely cared for him. Once back in his room, Zhang Heng locked the door and began to meditate. During the banquet earlier, he had absorbed the spiritual energy from the jade bracelets belonging to Wang Zhenqiao, enhancing his own internal energy. After circulating this energy throughout his body, he refined it into a form that belonged entirely to him, which he then gathered in his dantian. To his astonishment, the refined energy had doubled in quantity, filling him with immense joy. He never anticipated that the refining process could yield such a remarkable increase in energy. The myriad of techniques truly held their own wonders. If this is the case, perhaps a visit to the antique market might yield unexpected treasures. With this thought in mind, Zhang Heng glanced at the sky, noting that it was not yet fully dark, and decided to explore the nearby renowned antique night market. Eager to earn some money through the art of stone gambling and treasure appraisal, one need not fret over the monthly living expenses of 10,000 yuan. Chapter 12. The Broken Stone? Astonishing all upon being cut open. Nanyuan Ancient Street is renowned as a hub for antique and collectible transactions in Shangyang City. Collectors from all directions, whenever passing through Shangyang, inevitably make a stop to seek their fortunes. As night descends, the atmosphere becomes even more vibrant. Vendors with collectibles simply spread a cloth on either side of the street, setting up makeshift stalls, their calls ringing out incessantly. This street also boasts the largest stone gambling establishment in Shangyang City, thus brimming with market vitality. By the time Zhang Heng arrived, a considerable crowd had already gathered, comprising individuals of all ages and genders. The throng was quite substantial. He wondered if luck would favor him. As he wandered and observed, he utilized his spiritual perception to sense the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from the surrounding collectibles. Regrettably, the antiques displayed on the stalls were all mundane, devoid of any spiritual essence. How could there be not a single treasure infused with spiritual energy? After strolling a few more steps, just as his patience was waning, his stride abruptly halted. Ah, It seemed there was indeed a treasure imbued with spiritual energy at this stall. Following the direction of his spiritual sensing, he turned to a small stall. The vendor, a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, was lean and shifty-eyed, clearly a shrewd trader. "Brother, have you taken a liking to any trinkets?" the eager vendor inquired. "Em merely browsing," Zhang Heng replied casually. Yet he was immediately captivated by a gray stone roughly the size of a basketball, for the faint spiritual energy was emanating from it, indicating its exceptional nature. "How much for this stone?" Zhang Heng asked, pointing at the gray rock without even inspecting it closely, overtly revealing his naivety in the world of stone gambling. This is a raw jadeite stone, a precious find from today, yet I haven't muster the heart to cut it open. If you are sincerely interested, it's 5,000 to take it away, the vendor stated, extending 5 fingers, perceiving Zhang Heng's apparent inexperience. He aimed to profit from him, though, in reality, this raw jadeite stone was merely picked up casually by the riverside and hardly worth much. He was deceiving Zhang Heng to secure a good price. 5,000? Zhang Heng was taken aback by how inexpensive the spiritually resonant raw stone was and responded without hesitation. "All right, I'll buy it." With that, Zhang Heng produced 5,000 yuan and promptly purchased the seemingly rough stone. The vendor, witnessing this, was elated to have found a fool willing to buy his stone. Once the transaction was completed, he emphasized that the sale was final, reiterating that whether it resulted in a loss or gain was solely dependent on Zhang Heng's luck, and had nothing to do with him. With delight in his heart, the vendor reassured Zhang Heng, "Rest assured, there will be no returns. By the way, where does one go to cut the raw stone?" After Zhang Heng acquired the stone, he weighed it in his hands, noting its considerable heft of at least 5 kilograms. Contemplating the possibility of using a stone-cutting machine to polish it, he mused that if it were indeed a valuable jadeite, it could yield substantial profits, perhaps even pave the way for further financial gain. A gambling stone market lay just 500 meters ahead, complete with various machines for cutting and polishing raw stones, easily accessible upon entry. "Well then, I should take a look too. Allow me to guide you there," said the vendor, gathering his cloth from the ground into a bundle, slinging it over his shoulder. Having swindled 5,000 yuan, he was eager to try his luck at the stone gambling pavilion. With a guide, Zhang Heng would save himself the trouble of navigating alone. Navigating through the crowd, the two soon arrived at the stone gambling pavilion, which, despite the lateness of the hour, was ablaze with light, resembling daylight. The hustle and bustle inside was lively, accompanied by a cacophony of noise. Among those present were not only gamblers seeking profit, but also numerous jade merchants. The raw stones being traded included some imported from abroad and others sourced from a nearby mining site in Shangyang City. Upon entering, Zhang Heng immediately sensed dozens of areas brimming with energy, one in particular exuding an exceptionally dense aura, which filled him with joy as he anticipated examining it after the raw stone was cut. Finally, he felt he was in the right place. Elated, Zhang Heng approached the designated area for cutting and polishing raw stones, where many others were also engaged in their own fortunes. Each person's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Should they unveil valuable jade, envious glances would abound, while the discovery of worthless rubble would evoke sighs of disappointment. "Brother, could you help me polish this raw stone? Let us see if it's jadeite," Zhang Heng requested, handing his stone to the cutter, Ma Manji, as he had never polished a raw stone himself. It was prudent to leave it to a professional, lest he ruin its quality through inexperience. "Young man, it's clear this stone is of poor quality. Where did you acquire it?" Ma Manji, a young man in his 30s with a hint of facial hair, had cut over 100 raw stones daily and could often assess their worth with just a glance. "I bought it for 5,000, Zhang Heng replied nonchalantly. 5,000? You've been swindled. This is just a worthless rock. It doesn't matter whether you cut it or not," Ma Manji remarked after carefully examining the stone and weighing it, not harboring much optimism. "Just polish the exterior for now," Zhang Heng insisted, offering him 100 yuan as a token of appreciation for his labor. After accepting the fee, Ma Manji, undeterred by the stone's potential worthlessness, began his work. An audience quickly gathered to witness the polishing, including the vendor who had sold the stone to Zhang Heng. Shortly, Ma Manji had polished down about a centimeter of the outer layer, revealing no trace of green, demonstrating his seasoned expertise. "Without any green, this is merely a waste stone. It should be discarded," Ma Manji thought, preparing to return the stone to Zhang Heng. However, the latter remained calm and collected, responding, "Let us cut another centimeter and see. How can you still hold on a hope? Yet, one cannot blame you considering you invested 5,000 yuan in this endeavor. Very well. Let me slice off another centimeter for you. Ma Manji understood Zhang Heng's mindset. Many are unwilling to concede defeat in a gamble of stone. Zhang Heng, however, exuded confidence, convinced that this stone harbored a spirit, unmistakably a rare gem. Complying with Zhang Heng's request, Ma Manji delved deeper into the stone, cutting off another centimeter. The moment the blade struck, a resplendent, transparent jadeite was revealed, leaving the onlookers utterly astounded. Chapter 13, A Grand Gamble. This is glass-type jadeite, Ma Manji exclaimed, instantly eliciting shock and envy among the crowd. It is well known that within the realm of jadeite, the glass type is the pinnacle of quality and commands the highest price. The probability of unearthing glass-type jadeite from raw stone is a mere 1 in 10,000, rendering this fortune enviable indeed. Such a substantial piece of raw jadeite, even if half of it were glass type, would be valued at no less than 500,000. My friend, you have struck it rich. Ma Manji weighed the original stone in his hands again, his eyes glimmering with envy. Just moments ago, he had misjudged it, thinking it was merely a worthless rock. Fortuitously, he had cut an additional centimeter. Otherwise, this jadeite would have been lost in obscurity. The small vendor hidden among the crowd, witnessing the jadeite he sold to Zhang Heng actually yielding glass-type jade, was overcome with regret. Yet, he had previously declared that all sales were final, leaving him to lament in silence. Brother, shall we cut further? Ma Manji could not resist inquiring. The jadeite had only been sliced a little. There was still potential for further exploration. No more cutting. Is there anyone here willing to purchase this glass-type jadeite? Having confirmed the stone's spiritual essence, Zhang Heng resolved not to squander more time on this particular stone, for he had discovered several locations within the gambling hall where the aura was even more potent, and he needed to seize the opportunity to investigate. Upon hearing Zhang Heng's intention to part with the glass-type jadeite, the surrounding gamblers and jade merchants became intrigued, eager to test their luck once more in hopes of uncovering more glass-type jadeite. I offer 500,000. If you're willing to sell, my friend. A voice quickly emerged from the crowd. The raw stone had only been partially revealed, leaving substantial potential for further gains. If the interior were entirely glass-type jadeite, the value would exceed 500,000. I bid 600,000. Another jade merchant confidently chimed in. I offer 700,000. Yet another voice added. The small vendor, concealed in the throng, felt a sinking regret as he listened to the escalating bids, his heart heavy with remorse. Amidst the fervent competition, a melodious voice suddenly pierced through the clamor. I bid 1 million. As the words echoed, a strikingly beautiful woman emerged from the crowd. Zhang Heng turned to behold her, captivated by her stunning features, an enchanting visage that could make fish sink and birds fall from the sky, cascading chestnut waves framing her face, adorned with exquisite makeup and alluring crimson lips. The moment she appeared, she instantly captivated the gaze of every man present. However, it seemed that everyone in attendance was familiar with this woman. As she bid 1 million, no one dared to raise their offer again. I bid 1 million. Is there anyone willing to counter? Lin Manny, striding in her high heels, approached Zhang Heng with an air of undeniable confidence. Lin Manny was the female CEO of one of the 4 major jewelry enterprises in Shangyang City, a woman of considerable means, making it nearly impossible for anyone to compete with her in bidding. Thus, the crowd had resigned themselves to her superiority. Since no one is contesting my offer, this piece of jadeite rough is now mine, Lin Manny declared, producing a $1 million check from her person and handing it to Zhang Heng, her lips parting slightly as she spoke. This is a $1 million check. Be sure to keep it safe, handsome. Zhang Heng showed no hesitation, accepting the check and handing over the jadeite rough to her delicate, fair hands. Transaction complete, no refunds. He relayed a phrase he had learned from street vendors. Lin Manny smiled faintly, not particularly impressed. Although the young man was quite handsome, his attire was undeniably humble, lacking any refinement that might catch her interest. After acquiring the million, Zhang Heng wandered elsewhere. He sensed several areas of spiritual energy within the gambling stone pavilion, one of which radiated an especially potent aura, possibly reaching the level of a spiritual stone. He needed to investigate further. The gambling stone pavilion was bustling with activity as Zhang Heng made his way toward the area with the strongest energy. Upon approaching, he noticed a wooden table in a corner where a massive stone was displayed. The stone was the size of a basin, its surface grayish-white, resembling a colossal river pebble, from which the rich spiritual energy emanated. This must be the stone, Zhang Heng thought, his eyes lighting up as he eagerly approached to touch it. Young man, if you're not buying, please refrain from touching, a raspy voice suddenly called from behind the stone. The speaker was a middle-aged man with a slightly balding head, dressed in a black jacket. His name was Ma Jinan, and he had acquired this stone at a high price from Myanmar, displaying it in the gambling stone pavilion for 6 months. However, due to its steep price, few dared to gamble on it. How much is this stone? Zhang Heng inquired, feigning calm. The energy emanating from it was so rich that refining it could potentially elevate him 2 levels. 20 million. Ma Jianan replied nonchalantly, appraising Zhang Heng's modest attire and dismissing him with a glance. 20 million? Zhang Heng frowned slightly, surprised at the exorbitant price. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. Given the intensity of the spiritual energy, the contents were surely extraordinary. An experienced stone gambler could discern the potential of the stone based on its exterior, patterns, texture, and translucence, but luck also played a crucial role in the gambling stones. It is believed that the bald man possesses considerable experience as a stone gambler. However, he lacks the courage to make the cut. Should he find that the interior is merely an ordinary stone, the 20 million would be rendered futile. Conversely, leaving it uncut presents boundless possibilities. If you lack funds, step aside and do not obstruct my business. Ma Jianan brusquely urged Zhang Heng to leave. Wait for me. I shall return shortly with some capital. Zhang Heng replied, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Having gained initial experience in stone gambling, he felt confident that he could amass 20 million in a single night, if not more. 20 million? You intend to earn that now? How long will that take? If you're not buying, then leave. Ma Jianan perceived Zhang Heng's words as a jest and grew increasingly impatient. Unperturbed, Zhang Heng dashed off to seek out spiritually endowed raw stones, armed with 100,000, which would allow him to procure numerous specimens. He sensed the rich aura within the mansion and proceeded eastward. In a short while, he arrived at a vendor's stall dedicated to stone gambling. There, a wooden table displayed an array of raw stones in various colors and shapes, numbering no less than 50. To Zhang Heng's astonishment, among these 50 pieces, 5 emitted a spiritual energy, with 2 possessing particularly potent auras. Although they did not rival the colossal stone he had observed earlier, their spiritual richness certainly surpassed that of the piece he had previously cut, suggesting the jade yielded from them would be of greater value. How much for all these raw stones? He inquired, causing both the customers perusing the stall and the proprietor to gasp in shock. Zhang Heng, however, maintained a slight smirk, resolved to engage in a bold gamble without appearing overly ostentatious. Chapter 14. The Quest for Overnight Wealth. The presence of 5 spiritually endowed pieces among 50 was a notably high ratio, prompting Zhang Heng to consider purchasing the entire lot, thus minimizing any suspicions from onlookers. Yet, his extravagant intent astonished the surrounding merchants and the stall owner. Do you have the funds to make such a purchase? The proprietor, a rotund, middle-aged man named Chow Yuan, a well-known stone gambler often dealing in places like Myanmar, queried. Just tell me the price. Zhang Heng replied without engaging in debate. For the entire lot, I would ask for 1 million, Chow Yuan casually suggested, intending to dismiss Zhang Heng. To his surprise, Zhang Heng accepted without hesitation. Very well, I shall take it. Here is a check for 1 million, Zhang Heng stated, promptly presenting the check he had just acquired. He then began to gather the 50 raw stones from the table. Upon receiving the check, Chow Yuan glanced at the signature of Lin Manny and immediately recognized its authenticity. Lin Manny was the beautiful president of the Mandro Jewelry Group in Shenyang City and frequently patronized the establishment. Having conducted business with her before, he was well acquainted with the validity of such checks. My friend, this is the first time I have encountered such straightforward business. It is quite refreshing. Let's befriend one another. Should there be future business, feel free to reach out. I frequently travel to Myanmar, where the likelihood of obtaining high-quality jade from rough stones is significantly greater. Chow Yuan is a perceptive individual. Upon witnessing Zhang Heng's remarkable prowess, he naturally contemplated future business endeavors with him. Very well, let us exchange contact information. Without hesitation, Zhang Heng acquiesced. Chow Yuan, who often ventures to Myanmar, consistently brings back rough stones of superior quality compared to other merchants, a testament to his status as a distinguished gambling stone dealer. He currently seeks someone with discerning vision, like Chow Yuan, to assist in gathering various spiritually endowed rough stones, thereby accelerating his cultivation progress. Upon Zhang Heng's agreement, Chow Yuan joyfully gathered the 50 rough stones from the table. After exchanging contact details, Zhang Heng, burdened with a sack of rough stones, hurried to find the original stone cutter, Ma Manji, with Chow Yuan trailing behind, eager to witness the potential of the rough stones he had acquired from Myanmar. Boss, I wish to have this sack of rough stones cut, Zhang Heng exclaimed, dropping the hefty sack onto the ground. He then produced 1,000 yuan, placing it into Ma Manji's hands as a tip for the cutting services. This display of extravagance astonished the onlookers, igniting a flurry of discussions. Isn't that the young man who just cut 1 million worth of glass-type jade? It seems he has brought an entire sack of rough stones. His generosity is astonishing. This sack likely contains 50 pieces of rough stone. Could he possibly be wagering his recent million on this batch? Among the crowd, Lin Manny lifted her beautiful eyes, curiously gazing at Zhang Heng. It is indeed rare for someone to purchase an entire sack of rough stones for cutting. Brother, are you certain you wish to cut them all? Ma Manji, despite accepting Zhang Heng's 1,000 yuan, was still taken aback by the request to cut 50 pieces at once. Proceed. Zhang Heng replied with a faint smile, confident that the stones in this sack will be sufficient to acquire a colossal rough stone valued at 20 million. Then I shall begin. Receiving Zhang Heng's confirmation, Ma Manji wasted no time and casually selected a piece from the sack to commence cutting. The first cut yielded no response. A deeper incision revealed a faint hint of green, barely discernible and of minimal value. It was merely ordinary jadeite, too small to yield more than 2 thumb rings. Worth perhaps 1,000 yuan at best, Ma Manji estimated. Zhang Heng remained unfazed, as this initial piece lacked any spiritual essence. Discovering even a trace of green was unexpected. He promptly sold it to one of the jade merchants present for 1,000 yuan, reasoning that even a small gain is worthwhile. Let us continue cutting the next piece. Zhang Heng stated calmly. Ma Manji, undeterred, seized another rough stone and proceeded to cut. This time, no green emerged. He moved on to the next piece, which also yielded nothing. After a succession of 5 ordinary stones, the spectators murmured in disappointment. It appears this young man may be facing a significant loss, perhaps even 1 million down the drain. He seems rather addicted to gambling. It's quite foolish to rely solely on luck in stone gambling. Such a strategy is sure to lead to disaster. The onlookers seemed certain that Zhang Heng was destined for a dismal defeat. However, Ma Manji unexpectedly sliced a new piece of rough jade, cutting just 1 centimeter, and astonishingly revealed imperial green jadeite, which left the entire audience in a state of shock. My goodness, this is imperial green, a premier variety of jadeite. The luck of this young man is absolutely extraordinary. He stands to make a fortune, as imperial green is worth far more than the previously transparent glass-like jade. This young man is poised to reap significant rewards. Ma Manji himself was awestruck, having uncovered imperial green jadeite, and upon weighing it, found it to be a hefty 5 kilograms, valued at no less than 5 million. Are you cutting further? Ma Manji inquired of Zhang Heng. No more cutting. Let us auction off on site. Zhang Heng replied with a sly smile. This piece of rough jade was the least potent among 5, suggesting that the remaining 4 might be even more valuable. Upon seeing the imperial green rough stone, many affluent patrons in attendance began to raise their bids, including Lin Manny, the president of Mandro Jewelry Group, who was determined not to miss out. I bid 10 million, Lin Manny declared, her lips parting gracefully, nearly doubling the previous bid. Instantly, the crowd collectively gasped, and no one dared to bid further. Zhang Heng was taken aback by how easily he had earned another 10 million. The remaining rough stones still held 4 pieces imbued with spiritual energy, 2 of which were particularly potent. It seemed that he was on the brink of an overnight fortune. Chapter 15. The favor of the beautiful president having received Lin Manny's 10 million check, Zhang Heng urged Ma Manji to continue cutting the rough stones, a move that attracted an increasing number of onlookers at the gambling stone house. Witnessing a sack of rough stones being sliced open all at once was a spectacle they had not seen in quite some time, naturally drawing many wealthy individuals to observe. Ma Manji continued his meticulous work, yet the subsequent pieces yielded no green, proving to be waste stones, which left the eager spectators somewhat disappointed. Zhang Heng remained unfazed. Ma Manji retrieved another piece from the sack, this one radiating a rich spiritual energy, the second most potent in the lot. Zhang Heng couldn't suppress his anticipation. Ma Manji carefully commenced cutting, but his first incision yielded no results. He shook his head, preparing to abandon the effort when Zhang Heng advised, "Brother, cut in another centimeter." The crowd turned their gaze toward this stone, unimpressed by its rough quality and texture. Yet, informed by Zhang Heng's prior guidance, Ma Manji proceeded cautiously with another cut. What emerged was a dark green surface, leaving him utterly astonished. Could this be Wutsui Mocui? Not only was Ma Manji taken aback, but the onlookers were equally stunned to witness the unveiling of Wutsui, a premier jadeite variety on par with imperial green. My heavens, this young man is striking gold again. Having revealed Moetsui, his fortune seems boundless, with yet another piece of jadeite valued at nearly 10 million. How enviable. Where could he possibly have sourced these rough stones? Seeing the rough stone being sold to Zhang Heng, Chao Yuan felt a twinge of regret, though it was fleeting. Such is the nature of gambling on stones. One cut can lead to destitution, while another can yield fortune, relying solely on luck and discernment. Moreover, as a seasoned stone gambling merchant, he could not afford to waver, especially as he contemplated establishing a long-standing business relationship with Zhang Heng. Brother, you have struck gold. This is Wuchui, a top-tier jade variety, worth at least 5 million. Shall we proceed with the cut? Ma Manji inquired, turning to Zhang Heng. Let us skip the cut and go straight to auction. Zhang Heng replied calmly. From his recent experiences, he had begun to grasp a pattern. The more vibrant the aura of the rough stone, the more precious the jade it yielded. Upon hearing that the Wuchui rough stone was to be auctioned on the spot, several prominent figures in attendance immediately raised their bids. This time, it was not merely Lin Manny competing. Zhang Heng's previous high-stakes gamble had attracted several influential bidders who were unafraid of contesting her. I bid 8 million. A wealthy, middle-aged man with a flamboyant appearance declared. Old Lu, for such a high-quality boutique, isn't 8 million rather stingy? I offer 10 million. A young gentleman, resplendent in designer attire, adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses and raised his hand. 15 million. Lin Manny interjected, her crimson lips parting, undeterred by her surroundings, embodying the spirit of a resolute woman. The crowd was momentarily taken aback by the swift escalation to 15 million. Yet the affluent gentleman adjusted his glasses and continued to bid 18 million. However, before he could finish, Lin Manny raised the stakes once more, 20 million. Despite being a woman, her boldness in bidding was truly remarkable, overwhelming those around her. The affluent gentleman hesitated to raise his bid further, realizing that even if the stone were mined, it would not yield such a profit, leading to potential losses. Ultimately, the 10-kilogram rough stone was claimed by Lin Manny, leaving Zhang Heng astounded by its substantial value. It seemed he would no longer have to worry about finances. A slight smile graced Zhang Heng's lips. With his ability to sense the aura of stones, he could effortlessly select high-quality jade rough stones, paving the way for future profits through stone gambling. Having accumulated sufficient funds, he could easily afford the colossal 20 million stone. Yet, Zhang Heng decided to cut the remaining rough stones in his possession. Firstly, he wished to secure additional funds for any unforeseen circumstances, and secondly, he aimed to validate his hypothesis. Soon, Ma Manji resumed cutting the remaining rough stones, and, as anticipated, Zhang Heng sensed the aura of the last 3 stones, each yielding high-quality jade, astonishing the onlookers once more. The remaining 3 premium rough stones were subsequently auctioned off for 5 million, 10 million, and 70 million respectively. Notably, the stone Zhang Heng held in the highest regard, exuding the richest aura, produced a high-purity violet ice jade, fetching an astronomical price, inciting envy among those present. In this bag of raw stones, Zhang Heng ultimately earned an astonishing 115 million, completely astonishing the entire gambling stone establishment. Such a grand wager had not occurred thus far this year. After receiving the largest check from Lin Manny, he turned to leave, but was halted by her. Handsome, you are quite fortunate. To invest 1 million in a bag of raw stones and earn over 100 million is remarkable. Do you possess considerable knowledge of gambling stones? Lin Manny scrutinized Zhang Heng for the first time, exhaling gracefully. In her view, being able to amass such wealth from gambling stones indicated an exceptional eye and skill. I know a bit about gambling stones, Zhang Heng replied, half seriously. My name is Lin Manny, president of Mandro Jewelry Enterprises. Here's my business card. Should you come across any high-quality raw stones, please contact me first. I assure you, the pricing will be satisfactory. Lin Manny casually handed Zhang Heng a business card, hoping to establish a rapport for future collaboration. I am Zhang Heng. I will reach out to you first if I find any high-quality raw stones. He accepted the card, recognizing that Lin Manny, as a female president of a jewelry enterprise, was indeed a promising potential partner. By the way, next week there will be an antique auction hosted by Mandro and Nanyuan Ancient Street at the Exhibition Center. If you're interested, you are welcome to attend, Lin Manny said, producing an invitation to the auction and presenting it to Zhang Heng. An antique auction? Zhang Heng pondered for a moment before responding, sounds good. But I have a few small items. I wonder if they could be auctioned off. He contemplated using some mystical means to create a few trinkets to sell at the auction for profit, and if he encountered any spiritually resonant antiques, he could acquire them as well, achieving 2 objectives at once. Not a problem, Just hand over any good items you have. Lin Manny's eyes brightened. She had not expected Zhang Heng to possess collectibles, which was truly delightful. The two engaged in pleasant conversation, and, after making arrangements, Zhang Heng hurried towards the massive raw stone, which radiated the most potent energy in the gambling establishment. He intended to purchase it for his cultivation. Chapter 16. Cultivation made remarkably simple and swift. With over 100 million at his disposal, Zhang Heng remained remarkably composed. He promptly approached the enormous raw stone, where a bald man named Ma Jinan was idly passing the time on his phone. "Boss, I have the funds now. I wish to purchase this colossal stone," Zhang Heng declared, pointing to the stone the size of a face. "Why are you here again? Have you made 20 million in such a short time?" Ma Jinan glanced at Zhang Heng with disdain. It had only been 2 to 3 hours, and he found it hard to believe that Zhang Heng had earned 20 million. However, had he known that Zhang Heng had actually amassed over 100 million in that brief period, he would have been utterly astonished. "Here is a check for 20 million from Lin Manny, the president of Mandro," Zhang Heng stated succinctly, handing one of the checks to Ma Jinan, who put down his phone and his expression turned serious. "Did you really manage to obtain 20 million? After Ma Jinan took the check, he scrutinized it closely. Indeed, it was issued by Lin Manny. In the realm of business at the Gambling Stone Mansion, all had, to varying extents, engaged with Lin Manny. Thus they were quite familiar with this check. "This colossal stone is now mine, is it not?" Zhang Heng disregarded Ma Jinan and, after settling the payment, directly embraced the stone, which was as large as a face and weighed approximately 30 kilograms. "All right, you young rascal. You've truly managed to acquire 20 million in such a short span. This stone is yours." Ma Jinan, having received the check, felt a wave of satisfaction. This stone had been in his possession for nearly half a year, and he was finally able to part with it. Much appreciated. Upon returning home, it was already past midnight, and his mother-in-law was lost in slumber. Such a substantial stone, once refined, would surely yield considerable rewards. As Zhang Heng contemplated the process of refining, curiosity sparked within him regarding the quality of the jade contained within. Given the dense spiritual energy surrounding this raw material, what variety of jade could lie within? Perhaps he could chip off a piece to carve small trinkets or fashion a bracelet for his wife, Lu Qingqing. In the 3 years of their marriage, Zhang Heng had yet to gift his beloved wife a present. Now that he possessed the means, it was natural for him to seek to make amends. A bracelet it shall be. With this thought, Zhang Heng aligned his 2 fingers, summoned a hint of spiritual energy, and then sliced through the stone's center, cleaving it in 2. Instantly, a vivid red jade was revealed, its luster exquisite and its texture smooth, unmistakably extraordinary. Astonishingly, it is red jade. Zhang Heng had never encountered such a hue before and was unaware of its value. However, given the richness of the spiritual energy, it was evident that this red jade was no ordinary specimen. Should the individuals at the Gambling Stone Mansion become aware that this stone contained high-purity ice-type red jade, it would undoubtedly create a tremendous stir. High-purity ice-type red jade is exceedingly rare within the realm of jade, with bracelets crafted from it fetching a price of 1 million for a pair. Furthermore, this substantial piece of raw red jade was valued at a minimum of over 200 million for a pair of bracelets. Cutting from a section the size of 2 palms would suffice. After making a rough estimation, Zhang Heng aligned his fingers once more, channeling spiritual energy as he sliced through the stone, extracting a piece of ice-type red jade the size of 2 palms. He then retrieved a pen from the drawer and sketched the outlines of 2 bracelets before heading to the kitchen to fetch his set of carving tools. "Let me test my carving skills. I wonder if I can succeed." Zhang Heng took a carving knife from the toolkit and, taking a deep breath, began to carve and polish with utmost seriousness. As he carved, he infused spiritual energy into the process, expediting the shaping of the bracelets. At that moment, Zhang Heng transformed into a master sculptor, with each stroke depleting both his spiritual energy and mental fortitude. The bracelets he crafted were smoother and more rounded than typical pieces, even exuding a subtle aura of spiritual energy. After approximately half an hour of meticulous work, he completed the pair of bracelets, a true testament to craftsmanship, surpassing even the finest pieces created by renowned masters. Finally finished, Zhang Heng held a pair of lustrous red jade bracelets in his hands, his eyes shimmering with delight. This was the first gift he had crafted for Lu Qingqing, and the fact that he had made it with his own hands filled him with joy. It seemed that the art of carving could also enhance one's spiritual energy. Zhang Heng quickly sensed a pure essence of spiritual energy flowing into his body. more than double what he had previously expended. The myriad of mystical arts truly was wondrous. Even the mental energy consumed could transform into spiritual energy, replenishing his own reserves. After reflecting on this marvel, Zhang Heng suddenly realized that his internal spiritual energy was overflowing, nearing the threshold of breaking through to the third level of qi refinement. Perhaps he should carve another small trinket. It might just lead to his breakthrough. He could then auction it off at next week's sale. With this thought, Zhang Heng casually sliced off a piece of fist-sized red agate and, wielding his carving knife in conjunction with his spiritual energy, soon sculpted a lifelike eagle, poised for flight with fierce elegance. A truly magnificent creature. Excellent indeed. This art of carving consistently produced masterpieces, with the infusion of red agate and his spiritual energy. Its value should be considerable. Zhang Heng placed the eagle he had carved on his bedside table, intending to craft a few more items for the auction. After completing the eagle, Zhang Heng felt an additional surge of pure strength within him, propelling his cultivation to the third level of qi refinement, much to his delight. Now that he had reached this level, it was time to refine the massive stone. Without hesitation, he grasped the stone and began to fervently absorb the spiritual energy from the red agate raw stone into his body. The energy entering him was not entirely pure, thus requiring refinement to transform it into his own spiritual essence, fully integrating it within himself. As Zhang Heng absorbed the energy, the red agate raw stone began to dull and wither, resembling parched soil devoid of moisture, ultimately becoming a worthless rock. Following the absorption and refinement, the energy had doubled and accumulated within Zhang Heng's dantian. When the first rays of morning sunlight streamed into the room, Zhang Heng abruptly opened his eyes, a faint glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. Indeed, after absorbing the spiritual energy from the stone, he had ascended 2 levels. He was now at the 5th level of qi refinement, capable of single-handedly taking on 100 ordinary individuals without issue. Zhang Heng was exceedingly pleased with his accomplishments from the night, having earned a fortune of 100 million and having advanced 3 levels in his cultivation. Chapter 17. I can create even better works. Zhang Heng was relatively satisfied with the speed of his progress and strength. However, he knew that to exact true revenge, this level of power was still insufficient. Zhao Rui's family possessed an ancient martial arts background, supported by formidable experts, so with his current capabilities, he could not hope to eliminate Zhao Rui, let alone overturn the Zhao family and reclaim his authority within the Zhang family. Upon waking, the first thing Zhang Heng intended to do was present the meticulously crafted jade bracelet to Lu Qinsheng, as it was his first gift to his beloved wife. As he picked up the red jade bracelet and opened the door, he beheld Lu Qinsheng gracefully descending the staircase, clad in a flowing white silk dress. The fair and exquisite visage, the alluringly curvaceous figure, along with those bright, enchanting eyes and a pair of long, graceful legs, all shimmered with captivating brilliance. Qinsheng, I have a gift for you, Zhang Heng declared, producing a red jade bracelet from his hand. Yet, before it could reach her, he heard Lu Qinsheng furrow her brows and respond, What gift? Have you saved up your monthly allowance of 10,000 yet? You should refrain from wasting money. Do you like it? Zhang Heng inquired. Lu Qinsheng instinctively glanced down at the jade bracelet forcibly placed in her hand. Initially, she felt a twinge of annoyance at Zhang Heng's insistence, but upon seeing the lustrous red jade, she found herself enamored. The bracelet, with its exquisite craftsmanship and delicate texture, possessed an ethereal charm, resembling a treasure from celestial realms. It was simply stunning. However, she maintained a cool demeanor, stating, The bracelet is rather ordinary. Zhang Heng, unfazed by her attitude, was merely grateful that Lu Qinsheng accepted his gift. At that moment, Lu Xiaoya descended the stairs and witnessed the scene, her eyes flashing with disdain. What kind of splendid gift could a spineless fool offer? It's likely a counterfeit or a cheap trinket. Let me see. As she approached, she forcibly snatched the bracelet from her sister Lu Qingqing's hand. Expecting it to be mundane or false, Lu Xiaoya was taken aback by the radiant color and smooth luster of the jade. It was anything but a fake, resembling a masterpiece of a true artisan. Yet, having already spoken, she could not retract her words. Indeed, it's a worthless bracelet. How could such a piece befit my sister's beauty? With that, Lu Qinsheng hastily adorned her delicate wrist with the bracelet, fearful of it being taken again. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she admired the adornment. This bracelet marked the first gift Zhang Heng had bestowed upon her in 3 years. Although she feigned indifference, internally she felt a surge of joy. Enough with the chatter. I'm hungry. Zhang Heng, go make me breakfast, Lu Xiaoya pouted, a look of complaint on her face. I'll prepare breakfast right away. Zhang Heng replied, swiftly heading to the kitchen. During the day, Zhang Heng continued his routine of caring for the elderly Chun in the hospital. While conversing with him, he administered acupuncture to stabilize his condition. Although Chun's health was now quite stable, a complete recovery necessitated comprehensive herbal treatment. For now, they could only await Chun Dowling to gather the necessary herbs. Zhang Heng, too, awaited the materials, eager to concoct elixirs before the upcoming auction, hoping to secure a favorable price. Initially, Lu Qingcheng intended to accompany him, but a last-minute night shift prevented her from doing so, leaving Zhang Heng to drive Lu Xiaoya instead. All right, I'll pick her up, Zhang Heng affirmed. After ending the call, he drove directly to Shangyang Academy of Arts, a prestigious institution ranked among the top 5 art schools in the nation. Winning first place in a painting competition there attested to Lu Xiaoya's considerable talent in the arts. Lu Xiaoya had long been waiting at the school gate. Upon seeing Zhang Heng, who appeared rather disheveled, approaching to pick her up, she felt a twinge of disdain, concerned about the judgment of her peers. Where's my sister? Why isn't she here to fetch me? Your sister had to work the night shift, so she asked me to take you to the Golden Crown Club for the celebration. Zhang Heng explained succinctly. Then let us hurry. I do not wish for my classmates to see, Lu Xiaoya replied as she entered the car. Zhang Heng was accustomed to her demeanor and promptly accelerated the vehicle. The Golden Crown Club was a well-known entertainment venue near the school, combining KTV and leisure activities, popular among the youth. Upon their arrival, Wang Zhengqiao was already waiting at the entrance, accompanied by several close friends who had come to celebrate Lu Xiaoya. Xiaoya, where's your sister? And why is this useless waste accompanying you? Wang Zhengqiao had been eagerly anticipating Lu Qingqing's arrival, only to be disappointed when the one stepping out of the car was the ineffectual Zhang Heng, which irked him greatly. She had to take a night shift, so she sent this person to bring me, Lu Xiaoya said, deliberately avoiding the mention of Zhang Heng being her brother-in-law. What a pity, Wang Zhengqiao sighed inwardly. He had organized this gathering specifically to draw closer to Lu Qingcheng, but his plans had evidently gone awry. However, since this good-for-nothing had arrived, he decided to take the opportunity to humiliate him. With that thought, he beckoned everyone inside. Let's go in. I have reserved a VIP room. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone flocked around Lu Xiaoya, while Zhang Heng was entirely overlooked, left to linger at the back, though he paid it no mind. Upon entering the private room, Wang Zhengqiao ordered an abundance of fruits, drinks, and alcohol for everyone. Lu Xiaoya was familiar with the people Wang Zhengqiao had brought, creating a harmonious atmosphere for singing and revelry, while Zhang Heng sat alone in a corner. Wang Zhengqiao cast a glance at Zhang Heng, who was not favored by the group, and smirked coldly before presenting a carefully prepared painting to Lu Xiaoya. Xiaoya, I heard that you have loved painting since childhood. This piece, Hometown Scenery by Master Lu Baichuan, is a special gift for you. What do you think? It must be noted that Wang Zhengqiao was quite calculating. Having failed to capture Lu Qingqing's attention at the old gentleman's birthday banquet, he now sought to win over her younger sister, Lu Xiaoya, as a means to indirectly pursue Lu Qingqing. He had also learned that Lu Xiaoya adored painting, particularly the recently renowned artist Lu Baichuan, whom she greatly admired, thus prompting his generous gift. Hometown Scenery? Lu Xiaoya's eyes lit up at the mention of the famous recent work by Lu Baichuan, a painter she cherished. She eagerly accepted the painting and slowly unveiled it, instantly filled with delight. Indeed, it is Master Lu Baichuan's Hometown Scenery. This painting is not inexpensive. Thank you, Zhengqiao. I must say, you would be more fitting as my brother-in-law. Wang Zhengqiao felt a surge of pleasure upon hearing this. The hefty price of Hometown Scenery had evidently borne fruit. He then turned his gaze toward Zhang Heng, his eyes filled with derision. Zhang Heng, did you hear what Xiaoya just said? The meaning of this conversation is quite evident. Only he is suitable to be Lu Qingqing's husband, while he is unworthy of blatant provocation. However, Zhang Heng chose to disregard Wang Zhengqiao, casting a glance at the painting titled Mountain Water Hometown, and remarked indifferently. Upon hearing this, the people in the private room erupted into laughter. The notion that you could create a painting superior to that of Master Lu Baichuan is simply ludicrous. Wang Zhengqiao indulged in mocking Zhang Heng, joined by the laughter of others. Who is Lu Baichuan? He is a renowned master in the art world, and the idea that Zhang Heng, a mere son-in-law, could produce a painting of greater merit is nothing but boastful folly. Lu Xiaoya couldn't help but shake her head, finding it unbearable to deal with a brother-in-law who possessed no talent yet was full of bluster. You worthless fool, if you cannot paint, then refrained from boasting. You think I am unaware of your limitations? Spare me the embarrassment. Lu Xiaoya could no longer hold her tongue. Having such a useless brother-in-law was truly a source of shame for her. I can indeed paint better than him. It's just that I currently lack the brushes and paints. Otherwise, I could demonstrate right here and now, Zhang Heng asserted sincerely. Oh, spare us your boasting. Do you think I am unaware of your inability to paint? Lu Xiaoya retorted, having seen Zhang Heng refrain from touching a brush throughout the 3 years he had been with her family, thus naturally assuming he had no skill in art. Wait, let him paint. Since he claims he can, let us provide him with the materials. I'll have someone fetch brushes and paints so he can create a masterpiece right here, and we shall see what he produces. Wang Zhengqiao smirked coldly, seizing the opportunity to embarrass Zhang Heng. He was pleased that this fool had unwittingly stepped forward to invite ridicule, and now he would procure the materials for a live demonstration. Chapter 18. The Sister-in-law's Amazement. Among the myriad of paths in the arts lies the path of painting. If one can enter the way through art, their skill must surely surpass that of an ordinary master. Zhang Heng had merely spoken the truth. Yet he was met with a torrent of ridicule from Wang Zhengqiao and Lu Xiaoya, who even sent someone out to acquire brushes and paints, eager to witness Zhang Heng's humiliation. Clearly, they were impatient to see him falter, and thus Zhang Heng had no choice but to showcase his abilities. After Wang Zhengqiao nodded, he turned to Zhang Heng with a mocking tone. Zhang Heng, you worthless fellow, everything is set before you now. Surely you have no excuses left. Hurry and paint, so we may all witness what you are capable of. Wang Zhengqiao tossed the brushes and paints before Zhang Heng, wearing an expression of anticipation for the impending spectacle, eager to see him fail. The others in the private room also regarded Zhang Heng with expressions of derision. He had brought this upon himself by stepping forward for ridicule. Lu Xiaoya shook her head in disdain once more. This brother-in-law had the audacity to boast about his abilities in the presence of her esteemed idol, Master Lu Baichuan, further fueling her contempt for him. Turn on all the lights. If this fool botches the painting, it would be our fault for not providing adequate illumination, Wang Zhengqiao quipped, prompting a hearty round of laughter from everyone present. Soon, the lights in the private room were brightened, illuminating the space as if it were midday. The lights are now fully illuminated. It should be sufficiently clear. Wang Zhengqiao, brimming with impatience, yearned to confront Zhang Heng. Now observe closely. Zhang Heng picked up a freshly acquired brush, moistening its bristles with saliva while infusing it with spiritual energy. He had deftly mixed various pigments, demonstrating a commendable proficiency, even with the more challenging hues. It seemed this so-called waste had a modicum of understanding regarding color mixing. Yet, that realization was fleeting. To compare himself to a master of Lu Baichuan's caliber would be an exercise in self-embarrassment. Once the colors were prepared, Zhang Heng placed a sheet of pristine Xian paper upon the easel. After taking a deep breath, he dipped the brush into black ink and began to paint with unwavering focus. Wang Zhengqiao and his companions observed, akin to spectators at a performance, eagerly awaiting the final act. However, Master Lu Baichuan, though a skilled mortal, had yet to attain the transcendental realm of infusing his art with the essence of the Tao, leading to a lack of spiritual resonance in his creations. Zhang Heng's assertion that he could produce superior artwork was indeed the truth, not mere boastfulness. As he continued to paint, each stroke consumed his spiritual energy and mental fortitude, yet each line appeared vividly alive. After half an hour, Zhang Heng finally completed his work, exhaling in relief as he casually tossed the brush aside and turned the easel to face Wang Zhengqiao and the others. Behold the finished piece, he stated with a hint of confidence in his gaze. Wang Zhengqiao and his companions leaned in, and what they beheld was a masterpiece, exquisite and strikingly akin to Lu Baichuan's landscapes, yet imbued with a sense of vitality and spirit. It was as if the trees within the painting danced, the children played, and they could almost feel the breeze wafting through. The terms vivid and immersive fit this painting perfectly, and it was Lu Xiaoya who first expressed her astonishment. How is this possible? He has truly created a work more impressive than that of Master Lu Baichuan. Lu Xiaoya, well versed in the art, recognized that this painting surpassed Lu Baichuan's mastery. Upon hearing Lu Xiaoya's words, disbelief washed over Wang Zhengqiao and his companions. The room fell into a profound silence, each face reflecting shock. They had never anticipated that this so-called worthless son-in-law could produce art of a higher caliber than that of Master Lu Baichuan. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have found it utterly implausible. Wang Zhengqiao's expression darkened. He had intended to humiliate Zhang Heng, but found himself providing him an opportunity for ostentation instead, which left him deeply dissatisfied. Noticing their astonishment, Zhang Heng's lips curved into a subtle smile. Suddenly, he sensed a surge of dense spiritual energy flooding into him, exceeding the energy he had expended while painting. Xiaoya, before I congratulate you on winning first prize in the competition, consider this painting as my gift to you. I hope you find it to your liking, Zhang Heng declared, presenting the artwork before Lu Xiaoya. The latter had long been astounded by Zhang Heng's exquisite painting skills. This artwork, whether showcased online or auctioned in reality, would undoubtedly fetch a significant price. Yet, Zhang Heng nonchalantly gifted it to her. Thank you. I truly adore this painting, Lu Xiaoya said as she carefully stored it away, her heart brimming with affection, even secretly contemplating seeking his guidance on painting techniques. Wang Zhengqiao, however, was far from pleased and forcefully mocked. I don't think this painting is that impressive. I purchased my own for 200,000. Can yours possibly be worth such a sum? Thus, your painting is merely trash. Much like you. Indeed, Wang Ge is right. This painting is just as worthless as him. The others echoed in agreement. Zhang Heng remained unfazed, letting their disparagement wash over him like water off a duck's back. Yet, Lu Xiaoya suddenly found herself unable to endure the vitriol. While she harbored disdain for her inept brother-in-law, having witnessed his artistic prowess moments earlier, she realized he was not entirely devoid of merit. Everyone, let us not quarrel. We are here to celebrate me. Let us keep the atmosphere pleasant. I'll step out to the restroom. Please enjoy yourselves, Lu Xiaoya interjected, striving to mediate without favoring anyone. Once Lu Xiaoya departed the private room, Zhang Heng remained solitary in the corner, while Wang Zhengqiao and his companions continued to boast and drink. You worthless wench, accompanying our esteemed Decheng for a drink is a privilege. Yet you refuse and even dare to slap me. I see you're asking for punishment rather than a toast. Chapter 19. Who dares to bully her? I will ruin them. At that moment, a bald man approached, causing Lu Xiaoya's complexion to pale and her eyes to widen in terror, clearly frightened. Zhengqiao, save me. In Lu Xiaoya's view, only Wang Zhengqiao could rescue her in this private room. As a scion of a second-tier family in Shanyang City, he held a degree of influence, making his words potentially valuable. Wang Zhengqiao, feeling the weight of the situation, stepped forward. This brother, she is still a student. For my sake, could you let her go? Were you? Why should I, Luo Yong, give you face? Luo Yong retorted, pointing arrogantly at Wang Zhengqiao. My father is Wang Mo, the chairman of Tianhui Group. If you let her go, I'll compensate you with 100,000 for the slap she dealt you. What do you say? Wang Zhengqiao lowered his stance, hoping to de-escalate the situation. However, Luo Yong showed no signs of acquiescence. 100,000? Do you think that will appease me? And your father Wang Mo is nothing but a pile of dog dung in our esteemed Decheng's eyes. The bald man dismissed Wang Zhengqiao's offer entirely, prompting the latter to realize the identity of his adversary. Lu Desheng, a formidable figure in the underbelly of Shanyang City, was known for his ruthlessness. Offending him typically led to dire consequences. Moreover, it was rumored that Lu Desheng had powerful backing, making even first-tier aristocrats wary of provoking him. With this realization, Wang Zhengqiao suddenly recoiled, not daring to stand up for Lu Xiaoya any longer. Seeing Wang Zhengqiao's retreat, Luo Yong chuckled, at least you know your place. With that, he advanced toward Lu Xiaoya. Come on, darling, join our brother Desheng for a drink. Otherwise, this matter of you slapping me won't come to an end. I hesitated to seek assistance from Jinqiao and Lu Xiaoya, casting another glance at Wang Zhengqiao. Heaven knows whether these underworld figures would resort to violence. Yet Wang Zhengqiao, instead of offering help, urged her, Xiaoya, why not accompany brother Desheng for a drink? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoya was momentarily taken aback, only to be met with profound disappointment. She never expected that in such a critical moment, Wang Zhengqiao would reveal himself to be a coward, intent on self-preservation. Hey, let go, darling. No one here would dare offend our brother Desheng because of you. Luo Yong chuckled, extending his greasy hand to grasp Lu Xiaoya. However, just as his hand was halfway there, it was firmly seized by another, leaving him unable to advance even a fraction. Who do you think you are? Daring to ruin my plans? Do you believe I won't have you dealt with? Luo Yong shouted menacingly. She is my sister-in-law. Anyone who dares to bully her shall face my wrath. With that, Zhang Heng applied force, rendering Luo Yong's arm incapacitated. A sharp crack echoed, followed by Luo Yong's anguished cries. This scene astounded everyone present. They could hardly believe that Zhang Heng would act so decisively and brutally disable Luo Yong's arm. After a brief moment of shock, Wang Zhengqiao, felt an unexpected thrill. Zhang Heng, having offended brother Shang, would surely face dire consequences and might even be killed, leaving him a chance to pursue Lu Qingsheng. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoya, amidst her astonishment, felt a surge of gratitude, fully aware of the formidable opponent that was Lu Deshang. Zhang Heng had nonetheless stepped forward without hesitation to protect her. "What are you two standing there for? Go and take it down, beat him to a pulp." Luo Yong, cradling his injured arm, roared at his two accompanying lackeys. "All right, Brother Luo, you're asking for it." The two lackeys finally sprang into action, fists raised and charging at Zhang Heng. However, Zhang Heng merely curled the corner of his mouth, remaining motionless, dismissive of their approach. As they drew near, he executed a swift kick, sending both lackeys flying like kites severed from their strings. They soared through the air for several meters before crashing into the wall of the private room, leaving a considerable dent, a testament to the force behind his strike. This astonishing display left everyone in utter disbelief. To kick two men away with such ease was nothing short of extraordinary. How did this young man accomplish such a feat? Could it be that he possesses martial arts skills? Wang Jinchao's eyes flickered with incredulity. On the other hand, Lu Xiaoya found this once inept brother-in-law suddenly transformed, starkly contrasting with the timid figure she had known at home. Luo Yong was equally stunned. However, he quickly regained his composure. "You're finished, kid. I'm going to fetch Brother Deshang. Don't even think of escaping." He clutched his injured arm and dashed out of the private room, intent on summoning his brother Lu Deshang to exact vengeance on Zhang Heng. Upon hearing Luo Yong's intention to seek Lu Deshang, Wang Jinchao's face paled in fear. He quickly urged Lu Xiaoya, before Lu Deshang arrives with his men, "We must flee." Lu Xiaoya also wished to seize this opportunity to leave. But upon glancing at Zhang Heng, she said, "Zhang Heng, let us depart swiftly. Otherwise, we may find ourselves cornered by Lu Deshang and his men, unable to escape." Zhang Heng, at such a critical moment, still attempted to play the hero, questioning whether Lu Deshang was someone he could provoke. "Forget it. I shall not concern myself any longer. I am leaving now." Wang Jinchao was unwilling to accompany Zhang Heng to his doom. Once Lu Deshang and his men surrounded the private room, it would be too late for him to flee. After uttering these words, Wang Jinchao, lacking in loyalty, hastily departed, prompting the others in the room to follow suit. Witnessing Wang Jinchao's betrayal, Lu Xiaoya's regard for him plummeted to zero. A man devoid of responsibility was unworthy of her sister's beauty and grace. "If you do not leave soon, Lu Deshang will be upon us," Zhang Heng reminded Lu Xiaoya. "How could I possibly abandon you? If anything were to happen, I would have no explanation for my sister." Though fear gripped her heart, Lu Xiaoya held firmly to her sense of loyalty. "Very well, then you should hide behind me." Zhang Heng was taken aback by Lu Xiaoya's sense of honor, yet he felt confident in his ability to protect her. Soon, chaotic and hurried footsteps echoed from outside the room, evidently signaling Lu Deshang's approach. Chapter 20. No matter who you are, I shall not hold back. Suddenly, the door to the private room was forcefully thrust open, and a dark-skinned man with piercing eyes strode in, followed by a dozen henchmen wielding iron rods. Among them was Luo Yong. Upon entering the room, Luo Yong gritted his teeth and pointed at Zhang Heng, shouting, "Brother Deshang, this is the little brat who crippled my arm and knocked out two of my subordinates. How dare you lay a hand on my men? Do you even know who I am?" Lu Deshang's gaze shifted to Zhang Heng, his tone laced with menace. "I care not who you are. Dare to bully my sister-in-law, and I shall retaliate regardless." Zhang Heng smirked, displaying no hint of fear. "Your sister-in-law?" Lu Deshang's gaze instinctively moved to the beautiful Lu Xiaoya hidden behind Zhang Heng. With her fair skin, striking beauty, and long legs, she radiated youthful innocence, unmistakably a student. Lu Deshang frequented the Golden Crown Club precisely because of its proximity to the Art Academy, where many young female students came to socialize, and he had a penchant for youthful company. Luo Yong, aware of his brother's inclinations, seized the opportunity upon seeing Lu Xiaoya's beauty, intending to flatter Lu Deshang by offering her a drink. "Your sister-in-law is indeed lovely. If you allow her to accompany me tonight and provide an additional 100,000 yuan for medical expenses, I shall wipe the slate clean regarding the debt for your assault on my men." Lu Deshang's tone was brazen, as if he had Zhang Heng at his mercy. Upon hearing Lu Deshang's words, Lu Xiaoya's face turned pale with fear, retreating further behind Zhang Heng. "Are you overly confident?" Zhang Heng remarked calmly, bemused by Lu Deshang's audacity. "Very well, I will have my men beat you half to death, and then right before your eyes, I shall take your sister-in-law. Let's see if your bravado remains intact." Lu Deshang smirked coldly, then waved his hand, prompting over a dozen subordinates to emerge from behind him, each wielding iron rods. Go ahead, but do not kill him. I still need him to witness the splendid performance between me and his little sister-in-law. Lu Dasheng casually pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and settled comfortably on the sofa, watching with keen interest. Upon receiving their boss's command, the thugs tightened their grips on the iron rods and charged at Zhang Heng. Seeing this scene, Lu Xiaoya's heart raced in terror, her face turning pale, while Zhang Heng maintained an air of nonchalance, entirely dismissive of their approach. You lot are hardly a match for me. With a disdainful snort, Zhang Heng advanced, rather than retreating, fists clenched as he plunged into the throng, effortlessly sending 2 or 3 of them flying with a single punch, followed by a kick that dispatched another 2. In the midst of the fray against more than a dozen assailants, Zhang Heng displayed remarkable composure, whereas Lu Xiaoya watched in anguish, her hands tightly clasped together, her eyes betraying her anxiety, fervently wishing her seemingly inept brother-in-law would not falter. Meanwhile, Lu Dasheng, who had been leisurely enjoying his cigarette and anticipating a spectacle, was taken aback to see that his subordinates could not even lay a finger on Zhang Heng, failing to touch a single piece of his clothing. After a few breaths, the gang members scattered like petals in the wind, crashing against walls and furniture, with some even colliding with the electronic screen. All fell to the ground, wailing in agony, while Zhang Heng remained unfazed, his appearance unchanged, as if defeating them was merely a trivial task. Lu Dasheng was now thoroughly astounded, having forgotten about his cigarette. How terrifying must this individual's strength be, given that more than a dozen men could not even graze him? My friend, which faction do you belong to? Dare you reveal your name? Lu Dasheng stammered, finally regaining his composure. I belong to no faction, but I warn you, should you dare provoke me again, I guarantee you will spend the rest of your life in bed. Zhang Heng coldly admonished him before leading Lu Xiaoya out of the private room. However, as she walked alongside Zhang Heng, a profound sense of safety enveloped her. It seemed that as long as he was by her side, she had nothing to fear from anyone. Once seated in the car, Lu Xiaoya found herself wanting to ask Zhang Heng several times, yet she hesitated. Do not speak of tonight's events to anyone. Otherwise, we will both attract serious trouble. Zhang Heng cautioned softly. Rest assured, I promise I will not tell a soul. Lu Xiaoya replied firmly from the back seat, her gaze fixed intently on Zhang Heng's driving silhouette. The events of that night had far surpassed her expectations. She had always regarded her brother-in-law as a worthless individual. Yet he was not only skilled in painting, but also possessed remarkable martial prowess. What touched her most was that, in the face of Lu Dasheng's bullying, while Wang Zhanchao and the others fled, only Zhang Heng stood up to protect her. With her heart swelling with gratitude, Lu Xiaoya parted her lips to express her thanks. Brother-in-law, thank you. What did you call me? Zhang Heng felt a mix of surprise and delight. In his recollection, since his marriage into the Lu family, his sister-in-law had never once shown him a kind expression, nor had she ever addressed him as brother-in-law. Yet at this moment, it was Lu Xiaoya's first time referring to him as such, which genuinely astonished Zhang Heng. A smile crept upon his lips. While he had yet to earn Lu Xiaoya's true recognition, at least there had been some improvement in their relationship. The following morning, Zhang Heng received a phone call from Chen Daolin, informing him that the medicinal herbs had been gathered and inquiring when he would come to collect them. After hanging up, Zhang Heng began to prepare for the alchemical process. While a Dan furnace was not strictly necessary, given his current cultivation level of the 5th stage of qi refining, he could concoct elixirs using merely the fire in his palm. He knew the location for this endeavor was of utmost importance. After careful consideration, Zhang Heng concluded that he could not conduct alchemy at home. Firstly, the potent aroma of traditional Chinese medicine would undoubtedly alert his family, particularly his mother-in-law, Wang Fun. If she caught a whiff of something unusual, it would likely lead to another round of reprimands. Secondly, the process of alchemy consumed a considerable amount of spiritual energy, necessitating a location rich in spiritual essence to ensure the efficacy of the elixirs produced. Taking these factors into account, Zhang Heng resolved to purchase a property outside, ideally situated in an area abundant in spiritual energy, which would also facilitate his cultivation endeavors. With over 100 million in his bank account, he believed he could afford a suitable residence. With this thought in mind, he set off immediately, guided by his sensitivity to spiritual energy. Zhang Heng drove directly to Yinyang Mountain. This location was the most spiritually vibrant place he could sense, and conveniently located halfway up the mountain was the Yinshan Villa complex, reputedly developed by the Chun family's Pinnacle Group. Zhang Heng possessed a black gold card gifted by Elder Chun, which might prove advantageous in his property acquisition. Upon arriving at the sales office of Yinshan Villas at the foot of Yunyang Mountain, Zhang Heng noted that this villa complex was among the most prestigious in Shenyang City, and the sales office was built with considerable opulence. The clientele here were either wealthy or influential, adorned in international luxury brands, and individuals like Zhang Heng, dressed in modest attire, were a rarity. Even the sales staff were clad in attire of higher quality than his. Though no one rushed to shoo Zhang Heng away, neither did any salesperson approach to assist him. "Is anyone here? I wish to purchase a Yinshan villa," Zhang Heng inquired, somewhat bemused by the apparent snobbery of the sales staff, who had ignored him based on his appearance. His question prompted one of the more haughty-looking saleswomen to step forward. "Good day, sir. Here. The villas start at a minimum of 10 million. Do you believe you can afford one?" she said, introducing herself as Lily, immediately stating the lowest price in an attempt to dissuade Zhang Heng, whom she perceived as a pauper, from lingering further. 10 million? "I wish to buy the highest villa on the mountain," Zhang Heng replied, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, taken aback by her condescension. As for his choice of the highest villa on the mountain, it was primarily due to the spiritual energy of Yunyang Mountain. The higher the elevation, the more potent the aura. Thus, Zhang Heng aspired to acquire the villa perched at the pinnacle. "The highest villa? Sir, our most elevated villa is priced at 100 million. Can you afford it? You wouldn't even be able to purchase a restroom after a lifetime of hard work. You should leave at once," Lily remarked, a hint of impatience in her tone, accompanied by a flicker of disdain in her eyes. "What do you mean? Can I afford it? I am quite dissatisfied with your service. Call your sales manager," Zhang Heng replied, his annoyance evident. He contemplated that if he were to make a purchase, it would not be through her. He was well aware of the commission involved in real estate transactions and did not wish for her to benefit from it. "I said to call them, so do it without further ado. Be careful, or I shall file a complaint," Zhang Heng asserted, his irritation growing. "Fine, I will fetch the manager," Lily conceded, realizing Zhang Heng was not leaving, and turned to summon their sales manager. Before long, a strikingly beautiful woman in high heels approached Zhang Heng, clad in a sleek black office uniform that accentuated her curves, her long, fair legs drawing attention. She was Zhang Na, the sales manager at the office. Upon seeing Zhang Heng, she expressed surprise, quickly replaced by a smirk on her face. "I thought it was some wealthy heir. Turns out it is the son-in-law of the Liu family." Recognizing Zhang Na as a former university classmate, Zhang Heng thought she would assist him with the purchase of the highest villa in Yinshan. However, to his astonishment, she coldly derided him instead. "I'm afraid the highest villa is a symbol of status. No matter how much money you offer, ordinary individuals cannot acquire it," Zhang Na bluntly stated, effectively quashing Zhang Heng's aspirations, implying that as a son-in-law with no status, he should promptly leave. What constitutes status?" Zhang Heng inquired coolly, not anticipating that Zhang Na would disregard their former camaraderie and openly humiliate him. "You were once the wealthy heir of the Zhang family, which afforded you status and dignity. But now you are destitute, merely the son-in-law of the Liu family. Do you truly believe you hold any status? Spare yourself the humiliation. You are no longer the affluent young master you once were," Zhang Na cruelly mocked him. "I've heard that the Yinshan villa is owned by the Chun family SP group. Is that true?" Zhang Heng remained unfazed by her derision and maintained his composure. "Yes, it is indeed owned by the Peak Group." "Why do you ask?" Zhang Na crossed her arms, curious to see how long Zhang Heng would persist in his futile endeavor. "Then I wonder if this black gold card from the Peak Group will suffice? Does it count as a symbol of status?" Zhang Heng declared, producing the black gold card that Elder Chun had given him. Upon seeing the card, Zhang Na's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Chapter 22. 100 million villa delivered to your door. As the sales manager, Zhang Na had undoubtedly heard of the prestigious black card from the Pinnacle Group. It was common knowledge that such a card was reserved solely for the upper echelons of the Chun family or for exceptionally esteemed clients. How could Zhang Heng, a scion cast aside by his family, possibly possess such a coveted black card? Furthermore, given his current status as a son-in-law to the Liu family, a man without a legitimate job, how could he ever be in possession of this emblem of the Chun family's supreme status? How could a mere son-in-law like you ever hold the Chun family's black card? Surely, it must be a counterfeit. Zhang Na, skeptical, was convinced that this was all a fabrication. If it's fake, why not verify it? Zhang Heng replied, a hint of amusement gracing his lips. Very well, let's verify. Lily, take this card and check if it truly belongs to the Chun family, Zhang Na commanded, summoning Lily, who had been present moments before. instructing her to make a call to validate the authenticity of the black card. After handing the card to Lily, Zhang Heng maintained an air of calmness. Zhang Heng, I advise you to leave now. If it turns out that this black card is indeed a forgery, I shall have the security escort you out. We were once classmates, and I would prefer not to witness your disgrace, Zhang Na warned. Why should I leave? I haven't purchased the villa yet, Zhang Heng replied nonchalantly. Are you still pretending? A black card symbolizing the Chun family's unparalleled status is not something a mere son-in-law like you could obtain, Zhang Na insisted, clinging to her beliefs. Do you still think you are the esteemed young master of the past? Remember, you are merely a son-in-law now, a figure of ridicule to all. Zhang Na derided him again, showing no mercy. At this point, Zhang Heng's expression grew slightly colder. Even the most patient individual could not endure her incessant insults. Zhang Na, fortunes fluctuate over time. My past misfortunes do not dictate my future. Upon seeing the middle-aged man approach, Zhang Na's demeanor transformed to one of respect. Emir Yang, what brings you here personally? She inquired, immediately bowing in deference. Whose black card is this? Yang Tianxiong asked solemnly, holding the card in his hand. Zhang Na, assuming Mr. Yang had come to confront her about the card's authenticity, hastily interjected. Mr. Yang, I will promptly have this troublemaker removed. It will not hinder our proceedings. However, before she could finish, Mr. Yang interrupted her with an angry tone. Mr. Zhang, I sincerely apologize for the oversight. Chairman Chun has stated that the finest villa at the summit is a gift for you. This revelation stunned everyone present, particularly Zhang Na and Lily, who gaped in disbelief. A son-in-law clad in such humble attire was receiving personal attention from the general manager, who was presenting him with the most luxurious Yanshan villa. This was beyond their wildest imaginations. As Yang Tianxiong spoke, he produced a contract and a key card, offering them to Zhang Heng with utmost respect. Mr. Zhang, once you sign here, this villa will be yours. Additionally, this key card will be necessary for security when you ascend the mountain. Zhang Heng was taken aback by the kindness of Elder Chun, who generously gifted him a villa in Yunshan valued at over 100 million. This gesture truly exceeded his expectations. Without hesitation, Zhang Heng affixed his signature to the contract. But just as he turned to leave, he overheard Yang Tianxiong sharply reprimanding Zhang Na and Lily from behind. You have neglected Mr. Zhang. Starting today, you're no longer welcome to work here. Instantly, both Zhang Na and Lily turned pale, begging for mercy, nearly on the verge of kneeling. Particularly Zhang Na, who had painstakingly ascended to the position of sales manager, found the prospect of dismissal unbearable and nearly broke down. Zhang Heng, moved by their plight, turned back and addressed Yang Tianxiong. Since Mr. Zhang has spoken personally, let Zhang Na remain here, but do not expect any bonuses this month. Learn to be more discerning in the future. After this pronouncement, Yang Tianxiong returned to his tasks. With lingering trepidation, Zhang Na turned to Zhang Heng, feeling both gratitude and shame. Zhang Heng's act of kindness left her feeling utterly humiliated, prompting her to speculate about his true identity. After all, we were once classmates. I do not wish for you to lose your job. With that, Zhang Heng departed. Chapter 23. A strategic move after exiting the sales office of the Yinshan Villa. Zhang Heng pondered and ultimately decided to visit the hospital to personally express his gratitude to Elder Chun, especially after accepting such a lavish gift. He also called Chen Daoling, instructing him to bring the collected medicinal herbs to the hospital, so that after visiting Elder Chun, he could directly prepare for alchemy. Upon arriving at the 8th floor of the inpatient department of Xia Hospital, Zhang Heng found Elder Chun and his granddaughter engaged in a game of Go. Grandpa, you lost again, Chun Mengshi proclaimed as she placed a white stone on the board, a touch of pride evident in her smile. Elder Chun, seated on the hospital bed, watched as the white stones formed a formidable formation, feeling a pang of regret. Had I known, I wouldn't have made that move. I fell into your trap. He lamented, childishly attempting to retract his last move. However, Chen Mengqi was unyielding. Grandpa, that's not fair. Just one move. Let me take it back. I've lost 5 times in a row. Elder Chun felt his pride wounded, lacking the authority of a chairman in front of his beloved granddaughter. No, losing means losing. Zhang Heng, amused by their playful banter, could not help but chuckle. What you two up to? As he approached, the pair finally noticed his presence. Dr. Zhang, you've arrived. Elder Chun greeted him warmly. I came specifically to thank you, Elder Chun, for the villa worth 100 million. Zhang Heng began, but Elder Chun interrupted. There is no need for thanks. You have saved my life, which is worth far more than a mere 100 million. At this point, Elder Chun quickly shifted the conversation. By the way, Dr. Zhang, do you play Go? Just a little, Zhang Heng replied, his gaze falling on the board. Though he was a master of the game, he remained modest in his speech. "That is splendid. Why don't you play with my granddaughter? I cannot keep up with her." Old Chen contemplated introducing Zhang Heng to Chun Mengqi, hoping to extricate himself from his granddaughter's persistent entanglements. "Please, Mengqi, show some mercy," Zhang Heng humbly requested. "Dr. Zhang, I must take my leave now. Do not regret your moves like my grandfather." Chun Mengqi giggled, perceiving Zhang Heng's gentlemanly demeanor as mere pretense, while secretly vowing to utterly vanquish him and demonstrate the prowess of a woman. "Be cautious, Dr. Zhang. My granddaughter is quite formidable in the art of Go." Old Chun chuckled, inwardly convinced that Zhang Heng would not stand a chance against his granddaughter. Soon, they engaged in a fierce battle on the Go board, with Chun Mengqi playing black and making the first move. With each stone she placed, Zhang Heng responded almost instinctively, his swift actions leading both Chun Mengqi and Old Chun to suspect that he was merely playing for amusement. "I shall capture these 3 stones," Chun Mengqi declared, encircling Zhang Heng's 3 white stones, yet he merely smiled, seemingly unfazed. "I will surround you once more and see how you escape," she continued, placing another black stone and confining 5 of Zhang Heng's white stones to a precarious position. If Zhang Heng did not intervene, she would capture them on her next turn. "Are you truly going to abandon those 5 stones?" Chun Mengqi inquired, puzzled, as Old Chun cast her a look of confusion. "You may capture my 3 and 5 stones, but I intend to annihilate your entire formation," Zhang Heng proclaimed, placing a white stone at a crucial position, which suddenly transformed the board, allowing his formidable dragon formation to encircle her black stones entirely. As realization dawned on Chun Mengqi, her face paled in shock. How is this possible? How did that dragon come to be?" At that moment, Old Chun discerned the strategy behind Zhang Heng's earlier moves. Realizing he had deliberately allowed her to capture stones to buy time for his own tactical setup, and he was filled with admiration. "Remarkable. Truly remarkable. I had no idea Dr. Zhang was not only skilled in medicine, but also possessed such exceptional prowess in Go. I am in awe." "Mengqi, I concede," Zhang Heng said with a slight smile. He felt a surge of pure spiritual energy flowing into him, bringing him joy at the realization that the art of Go could also cultivate such energy. Although he had not employed any spiritual energy during the match, relying solely on mental acuity, the myriad of strategies had transformed his expended mental energy back into spiritual energy, replenishing his reserves. Indeed, a marvel. "Let us continue," Chun Mengqi insisted, feeling indignant. She had intended to showcase a woman's strength, yet found herself defeated. Old Chun was amused to witness his granddaughter's rare display of dissatisfaction. "This time, I will allow you 3 stones. Otherwise, your defeat will be quite embarrassing," Zhang Heng retorted, echoing her previous words, which irritated Chun Mengqi. "No need for leniency. My earlier loss was due to my oversight. I will play seriously this time, and you shall certainly lose," she asserted, convinced that her earlier defeat stemmed from carelessness. "Then let us proceed," Zhang Heng replied with a calm smile. In no time, they resumed their back-and-forth contest, and within 10 minutes, Zhang Heng executed a decisive move that left Chun Mengqi's pieces in disarray. "I concede, Zhang Heng has emerged victorious once again, a pure essence of spiritual energy surging into his body, subsequently circulating through a complete cycle before settling in his dantian." However, in the following rounds of chess, Chun Mengqi suffered a series of humiliating defeats, leaving her utterly exasperated. "I am weary. I shall cease this game. Tomorrow, I will summon assistance. Are you bold enough to accept the challenge?" Although Chun Mengqi felt a tinge of reluctance, without winning a single match, she truly found it difficult to regain her composure. "I await your challenge with anticipation," Zhang Heng nodded in response. While the group engaged in casual conversation, Chun Daoling entered the ward, carrying a sack full of medicinal herbs. Upon noticing Zhang Heng's presence, he hurried over. "Dr. Zhang, I have brought the herbs you requested." After exiting the ward, Zhang Heng made his way directly to the parking lot. However, as he passed by the emergency room, he was met with a cacophony of noise, as if someone was vociferously berating another. Such scenes were not uncommon in hospitals. Zhang Heng had witnessed similar occurrences during his previous tenure as a temporary caregiver. With the intention of hastening to refine medicine, he cast a glance and spotted Lu Qingsheng amidst the commotion, seemingly surrounded by individuals who appeared ready to strike her. Qingsheng is in trouble. Zhang Heng could no longer remain passive and swiftly rushed towards the scene. Chapter 24. Only I can save them. Inside the emergency room, the atmosphere was chaotic and crowded, filled with the clamor of voices, while the doctors and nurses were frantically attending to the patients. The issue arose when a large number of patients exhibiting symptoms of vomiting and diarrhea arrived simultaneously, all seemingly part of the same group. The doctors suspected food poisoning. However, the examination results revealed everything to be normal, with only varying degrees of anemia observed among the patients. This perplexing situation left the medical staff in a state of disarray, prompting the emergency department to urgently convene various internal medicine specialists on duty that day, including Lu Qingqing. Nevertheless, the conclusions drawn by these specialists were uniformly inconclusive, failing to diagnose the underlying cause of the patient's conditions. This incited fury among the accompanying relatives, who began to rage against the physicians, even raising their hands to strike them. "What are you doctors doing? Can't you see our leader and his brothers are bleeding from their mouths? Hurry and treat them. If you fail to save them today, this hospital will face dire consequences." A stout man named Meng Hu, accompanied by several subordinates, cornered the doctors, including Lu Qingsheng, his words laced with threats. "We are doing our utmost to provide treatment. Please be patient for a moment longer," Lu Qingsheng replied, her face marked by tension. In truth, she felt uncertain, as this was her first encounter with such an enigmatic ailment. As the two conversed, the patients began to expel blood in varying degrees, sending shockwaves through the doctors and nurses. "Damn it, is this the result of your waiting?" Meng Hu's fury peaked, his muscles taut as he rolled up his sleeves, preparing to unleash violence. Just as he raised his fist, a figure suddenly appeared, positioning himself protectively in front of Lu Qingqing. "I can save them." Zhang Heng fixed his gaze upon Meng Hu, speaking in a calm yet assertive tone. His unexpected arrival astonished everyone present, including Lu Qingqing. "Zhang Heng, what brings you here?" Lu Qingqing exclaimed, her face reflecting a mix of surprise and disbelief, as she had never anticipated Zhang Heng's appearance in this tumultuous situation. Upon witnessing the turmoil, "I rushed over to offer assistance. I can treat these patients. Leave it to me," Zhang Heng stated with an air of calmness, though internally he contemplated that successfully saving all these individuals would elevate his standing. "I can cure this ailment. Who is your leader? Take me to him," he urged. "Are you certain you possess the ability? If not, you might want to safeguard your own life," Meng Hu retorted with a stern expression, clearly not one to be easily deceived. "If you continue to chatter, your leader may truly perish," Zhang Heng replied, a frown creasing his brow. "Very well, follow me." Meng Hu temporarily acquiesced to Zhang Heng's assertion, then proceeded to part the crowd, guiding him to the VIP treatment area. There, a middle-aged man in his 40s lay on a bed, possessing an undeniably striking appearance, yet his pallor was alarming. His eyes were tightly shut, and blood stained the corners of his mouth, his clothing, and the sheets, indicating a substantial amount of blood loss. Lu Qingqing and a cadre of medical experts followed Zhang Heng, curious about the intentions of this young man. Among them, Lu Qingqing was particularly anxious, fearing he might complicate matters further or inadvertently embroil himself in trouble. She realized that these patients were all affiliated with the underworld. Should a medical mishap occur, the consequences could be devastating. "Zhang Heng, do not act recklessly. You cannot bear the weight of a medical incident," Lu Qingqing cautioned. Ignoring her concerns, Zhang Heng glanced at the bleeding leader and turned to her. "Qingsheng, please fetch me a scalpel." "A scalpel? What on earth do you intend to do?" she queried, alarmed, realizing he was indeed serious about proceeding with surgery, which was no trivial matter. "Hurry, bring me a scalpel. Time is of the essence," he implored. "Trust me." Just as he finished speaking, the leader expelled another mouthful of blood, causing Lu Qingsheng's complexion to drain of color as she instinctively retrieved a surgical knife and handed it to Zhang Heng. Following this, he pressed a few points on the man's limbs, channeling his energy through the acupoints, and to everyone's astonishment, a creature could be seen writhing beneath the man's skin. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, their minds racing with the implication of parasites lurking beneath the surface. The attending physicians pondered how such parasites could evade X-ray detection. If one patient was an anomaly, why had no parasites been visible in the 10 other patients examined? The gathered doctors and experts were baffled, while Lu Qingsheng was left in awe of Zhang Heng's technique. With mere touches on the acupoints, he had compelled the parasite to flee. Witnessing the creature's escape, Zhang Heng forced it toward the patient's abdomen with his energy, and in an instant, with a swift and precise motion, he created a minuscule incision on the man's belly. Shortly thereafter, he extracted the black parasite from the wound. The entirety of the assembly stood transfixed, their expressions a tapestry of astonishment. Chapter 25. Master, I owe you my life. A black worm was extracted by Zhang Heng from the abdomen of a middle-aged man, resembling a dark earthworm, wriggling in his hand, much to the astonishment and unease of the onlookers. What kind of parasite is this? I've never encountered anything like it before. Among the physicians present were several internal medicine specialists who had seen numerous parasites, yet none had ever laid eyes upon this black, earthworm-like creature. Indeed, I have also never seen it, and it was undetectable even by X-ray examination. This parasite scurries about within the human body, likely sensitive to X-rays, thus evading detection. The gathered experts began to speculate fervently, and one particularly intrigued physician approached Zhang Heng, inquiring, "Sir, may I have this parasite for research at our institution? This is not something you can study. It is lethal," Zhang Heng replied curtly, crushing the black, earthworm-like parasite in his grasp. This was no ordinary parasite but a goo poison worm. Thus, the ailments afflicting these patients were not mere toxins, but rather goo poison. Handing it over to regular doctors for study could pose a risk of contamination. The young physician, irked by Zhang Heng's refusal, was about to voice his frustration when he witnessed the creature transform into a pool of black pus upon death, eliciting a wave of nausea. At this sight, the doctors collectively gasped in horror. What is happening? How could this be? They were once again taken aback. Typically, parasites decompose into remains upon death. Yet this black worm disintegrated into a vile puddle of pus, a phenomenon they had never encountered. Lu Qingcheng, too, was left astonished. How could a parasite turn into pus? This surpassed her understanding. The middle-aged man, having had the black worm removed, immediately ceased vomiting blood, his complexion improving slightly, indicating that his condition had stabilized. Meng Hu, witnessing Zhang Heng's remarkable medical prowess, felt a surge of excitement and implored him, "Master, please help save the others. Have someone stitch his wounds and provide him with some nutritional fluids, preferably blood supplements, as he is likely in a state of anemia. I must attend to the other patients and extract more worms," Zhang Heng stated calmly before turning to assist the next patient. The assembled doctors exchanged glances, uncertain of how to react, as they had never encountered Zhang Heng before and were unsure whether to heed his instructions. It was Lu Qingcheng who stepped forward, declaring, "Let us proceed as he suggests." With Lu Qingcheng's endorsement, the doctors began to disperse and carry out their tasks. As Lu Qingcheng observed Zhang Heng's figure, she felt a sense of unfamiliarity. Was this truly her once timid husband? Could he genuinely possess medical skills? She instinctively recalled the events from just a few days prior in the hospital. Could it be that the nurses were indeed telling the truth? Was it Zhang Heng who had treated Elder Chen? Yet, she had never heard of his medical abilities in the 3 years since he had joined their family. Despite the multitude of doubts swirling in her mind, she suppressed them for the moment and followed Zhang Heng to attend to the other patients, as she needed to consider the greater good. A total of 12 individuals had been afflicted by the venom of the goo, and it took Zhang Heng nearly an hour to extract the black insect from them all. By the time he completed this arduous task, his spiritual energy was nearly exhausted. To compel the black insects within the patient's bodies to converge in one location, Zhang Heng had to expend a certain amount of his spiritual energy, channeling it through acupoints into the patients, thereby forcing the insects to escape to a specific area for precise extraction. After finishing this, Zhang Heng's complexion appeared somewhat pale. "Thank you for your hard work, Zhang Heng. Have some water." Lu Qingcheng arrived by his side at an opportune moment, noticing his pallor, and kindly offered him a cup of water. However, she had many questions brewing in her heart. "Thank you." Zhang Heng understood that this state of weakness was merely temporary. Indeed, as soon as he finished drinking, a surge of spiritual energy replenished within him, nearly doubling his reserves. Not only did his complexion regain its color, but his strength also significantly increased, propelling him directly to the 6th level of qi refinement. He felt a profound satisfaction, realizing that his efforts had not been in vain. "Master, my elder brother has awakened and wishes to see you," Meng Hu suddenly approached, respectfully inviting Zhang Heng. In the world of martial arts, loyalty was paramount, and given that Zhang Heng had saved their elder brother along with the other 11, Meng Hu treated him with the utmost respect. Zhang Heng nodded, returning the cup to Lu Qingcheng before following Meng Hu to the elder brother's bedside. Lu Qingcheng opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained, deciding to wait a little longer for her questions. There lay the elder brother on the sickbed. Having received nourishment through intravenous fluids, his complexion had greatly improved, and he was conscious once more. "Elder brother, this is the benefactor who saved our 12 brothers. What was your name again?" Meng Hu stumbled over Zhang Heng's name. "Speak freely, my brother," the elder brother said, mustering his strength. You were afflicted by goo poison, which had been lurking within you for over a month, only to erupt today. Zhang Heng paused, knowing they were astute enough to comprehend the gravity of his words without further elaboration. Thank you for your warning, master. I, Zhao Qiusheng, owe you my life. Should you ever require my assistance, I shall follow you into the depths of fire and mountains. Zhao Qiusheng suddenly declared with a serious gaze, meaning every word. The mere fact that Zhang Heng had saved the lives of 12 brothers warranted such gratitude. Moreover, upon awakening, he discovered a new surge of energy within him that remarkably opened several acupoints, shattering the bottleneck that had hindered his strength for years. This demonstrated that Zhang Heng's abilities extended far beyond mere healing. He was a true master. Zhao Qiusheng had a discerning eye. I feel the same. Meng Hu interjected, stepping forward. First, focus on your recovery. Zhang Heng replied with a gentle smile, pleasantly surprised by the loyalty exhibited by these martial artists. Zhang Heng, may we have a moment to converse? Chapter 26. The $1 Million Elixir is refined. On this day, Lu Qingsheng could never have anticipated the events that unfolded. This man, whom she only regarded as one who performed household chores, had miraculously saved 12 lives in a mere moment. The doctors present were utterly baffled, unable to diagnose the affliction. Yet Zhang Heng discerned the issue at a glance and promptly administered aid. Such remarkable medical prowess was unheard of to Lu Qingsheng, leading her to conclude that Zhang Heng possessed extraordinary skills in healing. Perhaps just a smattering of knowledge. He modestly claimed, I have dabbled in traditional Chinese medicine through self-study online, and who would have thought it would come in handy today? Although Lu Qingsheng was his wife, he felt it was not the appropriate time to reveal the truth. You learned traditional Chinese medicine online? Lu Qingsheng's mouth fell slightly agape in disbelief. How could one possibly attain such a high level of proficiency through self-directed learning alone? Perhaps I possess a natural aptitude for it. Zhang Heng replied with a sheepish smile. Very well, Lu Qingsheng conceded, observing the earnestness etched on Zhang Heng's face. She tentatively accepted his words. Nodding, she gazed at the receding silhouette of her husband, lost in thought, sensing a transformation in him that was markedly different from the man she once knew. The journey from Xia Hospital to Yunyang Mountain took less than 30 minutes by car. Zhang Heng swiftly navigated to the mountain, and, as he stepped out of the vehicle, he was immediately struck by the abundance of spiritual energy in the air, far more potent than in other locations, which filled him with delight. Indeed, the spiritual essence here was significantly richer. Closing his eyes, he attuned himself to the surroundings, confirming his suspicions. The elevation of Yunyang Mountain correlated with the intensity of the energy. From the base to the summit, there were 24 villas, with a spiraling mountain road winding its way upward for vehicles. Additionally, there were stone steps ascending from both the north and south. The mountain was adorned with bamboo groves, flowers, and streams, even boasting waterfalls, creating a picturesque landscape. Zhang Heng, carrying a sack brimming with medicinal herbs, ascended the steps with a buoyant spirit, moving as swiftly as the wind. Soon, he encountered the security checkpoint of the Yunyang Villa complex, strategically positioned at the intersection of the winding road and stone staircase. Stop! Where do you come from? A tall, imposing young security guard with piercing eyes emerged from the security booth. His demeanor was calm, and his gaze sharp, indicating he was no ordinary guard. He undoubtedly possessed martial skills. It stood to reason that someone entrusted with security in such a prestigious villa community could not be just any guard. I am the homeowner of the highest villa here, Zhang Heng asserted, producing his access card and presenting it to the young guard. Upon inspecting the card, the guard's expression shifted to one of respect. Mr. Zhang, we received notification from the sales service this morning. You may proceed. With that, the guard respectfully returned the access card to Zhang Heng. Once past the security checkpoint, the path ahead was unobstructed, and Zhang Heng quickly arrived at the mountaintop villa. There stood a luxurious residence, as grand as a palace, sprawling nearly 1,000 square meters. Facing south, the villa was complemented by a private garden of several hundred square meters, surrounded by trees, among which were planted a variety of esteemed plants and flowers. Standing atop this place, one cannot help but feel a sense of grandeur, as if surveying the world from the peak of existence. It truly resembles a celestial paradise. Zhang Heng felt a surge of emotion, soon realizing the abundant spiritual energy that enveloped him. Such rich spiritual essence is perfectly suited for alchemical endeavors. I wonder if this path of alchemy will enhance my own spiritual energy. With this thought in mind, he quickly retrieved his room card and opened the villa door, revealing an opulence that left him in awe. However, he held little interest in such extravagance. Instead, he promptly settled into a meditative position on the floor at the center of the hall, pouring out a sack of medicinal herbs before him. He intended to concoct a potion known as the Essence Pill, which possesses the miraculous ability to restore life to the lifeless for ordinary individuals. In simpler terms, as long as there is breath, this potion can swiftly revive an ordinary person. Yet, despite its remarkable properties, this elixir is considered the most rudimentary among potions, primarily effective for common folk, offering negligible benefits to cultivators. Nevertheless, given Zhang Heng's current prowess, he could only refine potions that cater to the needs of ordinary people. Extending his left hand with his palm upward, he summoned the heart fire, a pale blue flame that flickered into existence. This flame, though the lowest grade among spiritual fires, posed a considerable challenge for him to control, especially as he was merely at the 6th level of chi refinement. Fortunately, the rich spiritual energy in this location replenished his reserves swiftly with each expenditure. He could now gradually begin to add the herbs. With his left hand stabilizing the heart fire, he commenced the delicate task of selecting the herbs before him. As each herb made contact with the flame, it quickly transformed into a viscous potion. Observing the successful refinement of a herb instilled him with newfound confidence, prompting him to add the remaining herbs in a specific order. Each addition required a proportional expenditure of his controlling energy. After half an hour, the potion within the heart fire had accumulated significantly, while beads of sweat adorned Zhang Heng's brow. Nevertheless, his breath remained steady, and he was grateful to be concocting elixirs at this mountain summit, where spiritual energy abounds. Otherwise, if he were to attempt this at home, his 6th level chi refinement would hardly sustain the heart fire for long. Now, only one herb remained, and after placing it into the heart fire, he gritted his teeth and stoked the flames further. Suddenly, the fire blazed brightly, and countless droplets of potion began to merge, forming distinct pills. Zhang Heng's heart soared with joy. He knew that with a little more patience, the essence pill would soon be complete. After more than half an hour, the potion had entirely transformed into pills, yielding a total of 8. At last, success. Each pill held a value of at least 10 million, and at an auction, they would surely incite frenzied bidding. Although Zhang Heng's complexion was somewhat pale, he could not contain the exhilaration that welled within him. He carefully stored the 8 pills in small porcelain vials, and just as he finished, an inexplicable surge of powerful spiritual energy flooded into him, instantly replenishing his previously expended energy and even doubling it. Overwhelmed with joy, he reveled in this unexpected boon. The path of alchemy indeed has the power to enhance one's abilities. Quite remarkable. Chapter 27. A pill that cures all ills? Who are you trying to deceive? The following morning, on the 8th floor of the hospital, Zhang Heng brought 2 essence pills to present to Elder Chen. One was intended to treat Elder Chen's ailment, while the other served as a token of gratitude for the many generous gifts he had received from him. Upon entering, he noticed 3 individuals in the ward. One was Chun Mingqi, a quintessential affluent beauty, strikingly attractive with long, alluring legs, draped in high-end fashion. The second was Chun Daolin, Chun Mingqi's father, the president of the prestigious Chun family conglomerate. The last was a slender old man, clad in an oversized black Taoist robe, his gray-white hair elegantly coiled atop his head, with a goatee adorning his chin. Despite his lean physique, his eyes sparkled with vitality. Zhang Heng found himself drawn to this Taoist, sensing a faint aura emanating from him. Distinct yet unlike spiritual energy, subtle and rare. He appeared to be a practitioner of the arts. Zhang Shini, you have arrived. Elder Chun promptly noticed Zhang Heng and gestured for him to take a seat, while the old Taoist and Chun Mingqi turned their attention as well. Allow me to introduce you. This is Ma Yuanqing, the head of the Qingshan Dao Academy, an exceptional Go player whom Mengqi specifically invited. Elder Chun introduced him with a smile, indicating familiarity and a cordial relationship with Ma Yuanqing. Zhang Heng nodded in understanding, recognizing that Chun Mengqi had sought assistance in Go, evidently still unsettled by her 5 consecutive defeats the previous day. Zhang Shini, Ma Dao Zhang is indeed a Go master I have invited. You mentioned yesterday that you would be available for a match at any time, Chun Mengqi proclaimed, her head held high, eager to avenge her prior losses. Very well, I shall be at your service. Zhang Heng responded nonchalantly. Beware of arrogance, young man. Ma Yuanqing, perceiving Zhang Heng's disregard, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He had heard of Zhang Heng's treatment of Elder Chun through both Chun Mengqi and Elder Chun. but believed it to be merely a stroke of luck, like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. How could such a young individual possess the extraordinary medical skills to cure Elder Chen's terminal illness? Arrogance or not, the outcome will reveal the truth. Zhang Heng replied coolly. Very well, let us proceed to the go board. Ma Yuanqing retorted with a scoff. Soon, Chun Mingqi brought out the go board, and Elder Chun Daolin, and Chun Mingqi gathered with keen interest to observe. Ma Yuanqing played as black, taking the initiative, while Zhang Heng played with white. Each of Ma Yuanqing's moves was deliberate and measured, employing a strategy aimed at exhausting Zhang Heng. Conversely, Zhang Heng made his moves with remarkable speed, often placing his stones immediately after Ma Yuanqing, seemingly without reflection. Do you think you can outpace me, old man? You are still too inexperienced, Ma Yuanqing boasted. Confident in his standing among the top 5 Go players in Shangyang City, having even triumphed over national champions, thus justifying his pride. You are mistaken. I'm not merely playing fast to outmaneuver you, but rather seeking to swiftly conclude this tedious game, Zhang Heng replied with an air of indifference. Upon hearing these words, Ma Yuanqing's anger intensified, and he huffed and puffed in indignation. Truly, the audacity of youth knows no bounds. Today, I shall demonstrate to Zhang Heng the prowess of my dragon-laying technique. Ma Yuanqing hastened his moves, intending to impart a lesson to this arrogant youth. However, Zhang Heng remained unfazed, continuing to play with an air of nonchalance. 5 minutes later, Ma Yuanqing's pace slowed considerably, beads of sweat forming on his brow, revealing that his grand strategy had begun to crumble. In contrast, Zhang Heng's dragon-slaying technique was nearing completion. A white piece was placed at the pivotal position, connecting the pieces into a formidable formation. Even if Ma Yuanqing unleashed his dragon, he could only await annihilation. Master Ma, I concede, Zhang Heng remarked with a slight smirk. The onlookers, including Chun Mingqi and Elder Chun, gasped in astonishment. The seemingly invincible Ma Yuanqing could not withstand Zhang Heng's prowess for more than 10 minutes. Such strength was truly terrifying. Ma Yuanqing felt a surge of indignation, but as he gazed upon the board, recognizing the inevitable defeat, he reluctantly surrendered, though his spirit remained unyielding. Best 2 out of 3. Let us continue, he proposed. Yet, Zhang Heng paid him no heed. Playing more matches would yield the same result. But I have something of great importance to convey to Elder Chun. What is it? Ma Yuanqing and Chun Daolin inquired, their gazes fixed upon him. Under their scrutiny, Zhang Heng produced a small porcelain vial from his possession and handed it to Elder Chun, stating calmly, Elder Chun, within this vial are 2 essence pills I have refined. Consuming one will restore your health, and may even extend your lifespan. Is that true? Elder Chun took the vial with a hint of disbelief, while Chun Mingqi and her father exchanged glances filled with both joy and skepticism. Ma Yuanqing, however, could not resist mocking. You, a mere child, capable of alchemy? Curing cancer and prolonging life. Who do you think you are fooling? The efficacy will be evident once Elder Chun tries it, Zhang Heng replied, wishing to avoid further discourse. What if Elder Chun takes your pill and his condition worsens instead? Ma Yuanqing scoffed. Resentment lingered in his heart from his recent defeat, and now Zhang Heng claimed to possess a miraculous remedy, providing him with an opportunity to strike back. If the pill proves ineffective, you are free to handle the consequences. Zhang Heng replied coolly. Fine, you have my word. Ma Yuanqing retorted with a sardonic smile, adding, should this pill fail to cure Elder Chen's cancer, it will signify your concoction is a sham, and you shall be banished from Shangyang City. Harboring lingering resentment from his recent defeat, Ma Yuanqing contemplated expelling Zhang Heng from Shangyang City, thereby eliminating a rival in the Go community. And if it does cure him? Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow slightly. Then I shall submit to your judgment, Ma Yuanqing asserted defiantly. There exists no cure for cancer. How could a mere pill possibly accomplish such a feat? That would be the height of folly. Standing quietly at the side, Chun Mingqi and Chun Daolin shared the sentiment that Zhang Heng might be somewhat exaggerating the efficacy of the elixir. They were acutely aware that no potion in existence could cure cancer, and the notion that a single pill could achieve such a feat seemed rather implausible. However, they refrained from voicing their skepticism, lest they offend Zhang Heng. Please, do not speak further. Dr. Zhang has extended his kindness towards me, and regardless of the elixir's effectiveness, I willingly accept the consequences, declared old Chun. In truth, he himself harbored little belief that this solitary pill could vanquish his cancer. Yet in his current predicament, he felt compelled to try. With that, he retrieved a pill from the small porcelain vial and, without hesitation, swallowed it. Chapter 28. The Impossible Cure. After consuming the pill provided by Zhang Heng, the others in the ward observed old Chun intently, curious for any sign of reaction. They pondered how such a diminutive pill could possibly remedy a monumental affliction like cancer. Zhang Heng, however, remained remarkably composed, even pouring himself a glass of water to sip. Yet, he too was eager to discover the potency of the elixir he had crafted. "How do you feel, father? Are you experiencing any discomfort?" Chen Daolin inquired with genuine concern. "Grandfather, did the pill have any effect?" Chen Mengqi asked, her expression tinged with anxiety and anticipation. "Huh, you truly expect that pill to work? It would be a blessing if it does not exacerbate the illness," the old practitioner retorted. "I have delved into the art of alchemy, and I have yet to witness any elixir capable of curing cancer. I have encountered my fair share of charlatans who prey on the desperate under the guise of healing cancer." Ma Yuanqing could not suppress a scoff, branding Zhang Heng as a fraud. Just as his words faded, old Chen suddenly felt a wave of warmth envelop him, an unusual sense of comfort washing over him. Almost immediately, a sharp pain struck his abdomen, signaling an urgent need to relieve himself. He hurriedly descended from the bed, clutching his belly, and dashed towards the restroom. Witnessing this, Chen Daolin and his daughter exchanged worried glances, fearing that the old man's condition might deteriorate. Meanwhile, Ma Yuanqing wore a smug expression, convinced that his predictions were accurate. "I told you, how could a mere pill cure cancer? Now, it seems that old Chen's condition has worsened." As he spoke, Ma Yuanqing turned to Zhang Heng, berating him. "Mr. Zhang, look at what you've done. If old Chen's condition worsens, you shall bear the responsibility. Why the haste? Let us await old Chen's emergence from the restroom. The outcome will speak for itself," Zhang Heng replied, his demeanor calm and unruffled. "Very well. We shall wait for old Chen to return, so you may be disillusioned," Ma Yuanqing retorted, his expression darkening. Moments later, old Chen emerged from the restroom, his countenance transformed, exuding a refreshing vitality. Astonishingly, he appeared several years younger. His once gray hair had taken on a darker hue, and the wrinkles on his face had significantly diminished, leaving onlookers astounded. "Father, you look remarkable," Chen Daolin exclaimed, his face a portrait of shock. As the CEO of a publicly listed company, he had weathered countless storms, yet this spectacle rendered him speechless. "Grandfather, you seem to have rejuvenated considerably," Chen Mengqi gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment, her wide eyes glistening with disbelief. At present, Mr. Chen's complexion radiated with a vibrant glow, his eyes sparkling with vitality, entirely devoid of any semblance of illness. Upon witnessing Mr. Chen emerge from the restroom, Ma Yuanqing was struck with disbelief. At that moment, Mr. Chen appeared as if he had undergone a remarkable transformation. Not only was his face aglow, but he also seemed to have regained several years of youth, which truly astonished him. A thought flickered through his mind, one he scarcely dared to entertain. Could that elixir truly possess such miraculous properties? The notion sent a chill down his spine, as he felt a bead of cold sweat begin to trickle down his back. Seeing such a remarkable change in Mr. Chen, Zhang Heng was equally taken aback. "Mr. Chen, how do you feel at this moment?" he inquired casually. "Thanks to the divine medicine bestowed by Dr. Zhang, I now feel invigorated and full of vitality," Mr. Chen replied, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle in a display of utmost respect, his demeanor exceedingly reverent. If outsiders were to witness such a spectacle, they would undoubtedly be left astounded. The venerable patriarch of the Peak Group, who had navigated the world for decades, was showing such deference to a younger peer. "I provided you with 2 elixirs. Consuming merely one suffices, for any excess would yield no further benefit," Zhang Heng gently reminded him. "Thank you for your guidance, Dr. Zhang," Mr. Chen expressed, his admiration for Zhang Heng reaching new heights. Associating with such an extraordinary individual was undoubtedly a tremendous opportunity for the Chen family. Chen Daolin, not one to be outdone, recognized the significance of an individual capable of crafting such life-prolonging and cancer-curing elixirs. Undoubtedly a person of exceptional caliber, a rare find for their family. Observing his father's profound respect for Zhang Heng, he stepped forward with enthusiasm, extending an invitation. "Dr. Zhang, this evening I shall host a banquet at the Gold Leaf Hotel to celebrate my father's renewed life. I sincerely hope you will join us for a drink. Regrettably, I have other engagements this evening." Zhang Heng politely declined, as he was not accustomed to large gatherings. He then turned his gaze toward Ma Yuanqing. The latter trembled slightly, but mustered the courage to interject. "We must ascertain whether this elixir can truly eradicate Mr. Chen's cancer. Expressing gratitude at this juncture may be premature." His words serve as a caution to Chen Daoling and the others, suggesting they might be celebrating too soon, as Mr. Chen's newfound youthfulness had led them to mistakenly believe that his cancer had been cured. Is that so difficult? A comprehensive examination will clarify everything, and perhaps dissuade your hopes. Zhang Heng replied nonchalantly. Then I shall speak with the physician to arrange an immediate full-body examination for my father, Chen Daoling said, feeling a twinge of concern, and promptly descended to seek out Dean Ma for the necessary arrangements. He refrained from mentioning the elixir's existence to Dean Ma, instead requesting a full-body examination for his father. Dean Ma swiftly took charge of the arrangements. With Dean Ma's personal intervention, within half a day, all of Mr. Chen's examination reports were completed, revealing that everything was normal, signifying that the cancer had been entirely cured. This outcome left Ma Yuanqing utterly astonished. As he gazed at the reports, disbelief filled his eyes. The miraculous elixir truly cured cancer. How could this be possible? At this moment, Ma Yuanqing's mind was overwhelmed, as the events unfolding before him surpassed all comprehension. Meanwhile, Chen Daolin and his daughter were utterly in awe of Zhang Heng. Chapter 29. Selling at an astronomical price. Ma Yuanqing was deeply regretting his earlier foolishness and ignorance, realizing that such an extraordinary figure could not possibly be an ordinary individual. Even the esteemed Chun family, prominent figures in Yang City, bowed in deference. How could he, a mere director of a Taoist temple, persist in his doubts? With this realization, Ma Yuanqing quickly bowed and apologized to Zhang Heng. Master Zhang, I sincerely apologize for my earlier words and actions. Please forgive my ignorance and folly. Furthermore, I am willing to accept my losses and submit to your judgment. Chun Lao and the others were momentarily taken aback. It was astonishing to see such a proud man as Ma Yuanqing admit his mistakes. However, upon reflection, they understood that offending someone capable of concocting a remedy for cancer was not something a mere Taoist could afford to do. I heard you mention that you also practice alchemy? Zhang Heng inquired thoughtfully, harboring no ill will towards the old Taoist, and thus not intending to retaliate harshly. Yes, to a minor extent, but compared to Master Zhang, my concoctions are rather trivial, Ma Yuanqing replied, humbled. You must have gathered quite an assortment of medicinal herbs. Then, Zhang Heng probed. He needed to formulate additional elixirs, particularly foundational pills, which required a substantial quantity of herbs. Relying solely on his own efforts would be inefficient, and given Ma Yuanqing's experience, he might have access to specialized sources. My temple possesses a considerable stock of medicinal herbs. Master Zhang, should you require any, you are welcome to come and collect them at any time. If additional supplies are needed, I can procure them through the alchemy department of the Taoist Association. Ma Yuanqing stated earnestly, a stark contrast to his previous provocations. Upon hearing about the alchemy department of the Taoist Association, Zhang Heng felt both surprised and delighted. This channel for acquiring herbs would greatly facilitate his future alchemical endeavors. All right, I will provide you with a list of herbs shortly. Once you gather them and deliver them to the villa atop Yinyang Mountain, we shall consider our previous wager settled. Zhang Heng contemplated, hoping to utilize Ma Yuanqing for sourcing herbs. At your service, Master Zhang, Ma Yuanqing expressed, eager to rectify his earlier foolishness. Zhang Heng nodded and quickly drafted a list of nearly 100 herbs, some of which were virtually unknown in the market, understood only by skilled alchemists, such as moon tears, solar eclipse flowers, and fire rock clay. These items held no medicinal value, hence no one would seek to harvest or trade them. However, they were essential for crafting specialized elixirs, making Ma Yuanqing the ideal candidate for procuring them. Whenever you have gathered them, please deliver them, Zhang Heng instructed, handing the herb list to Ma Yuanqing. Understood, Master Zhang. Upon receiving the list, Ma Yuanqing could not help but glance over it. However, after just a couple of looks, a troubled expression emerged on his face, for some of the alchemical materials listed were indeed quite rare and exorbitantly priced, making acquisition a formidable challenge. Are you feeling some difficulty? Zhang Heng inquired tentatively. Not at all. I shall promptly assist Master Zhang in procuring these materials. Ma Yuanqing replied before departing to attend to the matter. Zhang Heng nodded in approval, satisfied with Ma Yuanqing's attitude. After Ma Yuanqing left, Chen Daoling suddenly turned to Zhang Heng and said, Dr. Zhang, our Chen family is also willing to assist you in sourcing the materials at no charge. No, let the professionals handle professional matters, Zhang Heng replied, believing it more appropriate to entrust the procurement of alchemical materials to Ma Yuanqing, who possessed expertise in alchemy and specialized channels for acquiring such materials, ensuring greater efficiency. Conversely, The Chun family had little understanding of alchemy, unable even to recognize some of the materials, let alone procure them. As for the Chun family, Zhang Heng had other uses for them. "Mr. Chun, I have a matter that may require your assistance," he stated. "What is it?" Chun Dowling responded eagerly, relieved that Zhang Heng sought their help, as he feared being sidelined. "I would like to request Elder Chun to visit the convention center tomorrow. There will be an auction, and the Essence Yuan Dan will be part of the bidding. I would appreciate your help in witnessing its effects." Zhang Heng hoped to fetch a substantial prize for the Essence Yuan Dan, and Elder Chun, with his stature and having personally experienced the effects of the Dan, would lend credibility to its exceptional qualities. Otherwise, without tangible evidence, no one would believe in the miraculous effects Zhang Heng described, as claims of curing all ailments and extending life seemed merely fanciful. With Elder Chin's endorsement, however, the audience would undoubtedly be convinced. "Consider it a trifling matter, Dr. Zhang. I shall certainly be present at the auction tomorrow to witness the remarkable effects of the Essence Yuan Dan," Elder Chin replied, unable to refuse such a minor request, which would also place Zhang Heng in his debt, a mutually beneficial arrangement for the Chin family. After returning to his room, Zhang Heng immediately locked the door. "I wonder if there will be anything at the auction tomorrow that will truly captivate me," he mused with anticipation as he prepared 2 items for the bidding. One was an eagle intricately carved from red agate, lifelike and translucent, exuding a faint aura of spirit. The other was an Essence Yuan Dan, which he intended to present for auction. The Dan alone, with its claim to cure all ailments, could command a staggering price, coupled with its property of prolonging life. It was bound to attract significant attention. However, in comparison to the Essence Yuan Dan, the red agate eagle lacked some allure and practical value. Without such attributes, its price would undoubtedly falter. While the red agate eagle was indeed aesthetically pleasing, it seemed to lack practical significance or a captivating feature. Zhang Heng toyed with the red agate eagle, pondering for a moment before devising a plan. Upon the Crimson Hawk, Zhang Heng conceived an intricate array designed to ward off serpents and insects, as well as to dispel malevolent ailments. He envisioned that such an enhancement would significantly elevate its value. With a spark of inspiration, he swiftly commenced the arrangement of this protective formation on the Crimson Hawk. The art of array formation varies in complexity. However, the protective formation he was about to establish was one of the most fundamental. Yet, given Zhang Heng's current capabilities, he was limited to crafting only the most elementary of arrays. A faint white luminescence emanated from his fingertips as he began to inscribe the formation upon the palm-sized Crimson Hawk. Though diminutive, the process proved to be quite challenging, and as it was Zhang Heng's inaugural attempt at this particular array, he devoted over 2 hours to its completion. At last, the formation was meticulously arranged, transforming the Crimson Hawk from a mere object of admiration into something far more significant. Zhang Heng's complexion was somewhat pallid, yet he could not conceal the excitement swelling within him. Soon after, a surge of pure spiritual energy replenished the essence he had expended, even doubling his spiritual capacity. The pathway of formation arrays also allowed for cultivation. Indeed, a delightful revelation. Zhang Heng was on the brink of yet another breakthrough. Chapter 30. An astonishing appraisal result at the break of dawn. Zhang Heng rose early to prepare breakfast in the kitchen. Today was the day of the auction, and he needed to arrive promptly to meet Lin Manny, ensuring that he could present the essence pills and the Crimson Hawk for bidding. Zhang Heng planned to concoct other medicinal pills, particularly the Foundation Establishment pill, which would necessitate a considerable amount of herbs. Acquiring these herbs would require substantial financial resources. Thus, he aimed to earn additional funds to gather the necessary materials. While Zhang Heng busied himself in the kitchen, Lu Qingsheng unexpectedly entered, parting her delicate lips to speak. "Zhang Heng, I heard that old Chun was discharged from the hospital yesterday. Is that true? Such a pity. Securing a caregiver position at 1,000 yuan a day is no easy feat." Lu Qingsheng sighed, expressing her sympathy for Zhang Heng, especially since her mother, Wang Fun, was pressuring him to contribute 10,000 yuan monthly for living expenses. Without such a lucrative income, it would be challenging for Zhang Heng to meet these demands. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Qingsheng had a brilliant idea and promptly turned to him. "Don't you possess some medical knowledge? Why not temporarily serve as my assistant? When a high-paying caregiver position becomes available in the hospital, I will find a way to help you secure it." Being your assistant? Zhang Heng pondered this and found it quite appealing. While he wasn't in dire need of extra money, the prospect of spending each day alongside his wife delighted him. He nodded in agreement. "Not a problem. When do I start?" "Tomorrow. Today, I will handle the paperwork at the hospital, and we can begin working together from then on." Lu Qingsheng considered the advantages of Zhang Heng learning directly from her, as online education paled in comparison to personal instruction. Moreover, pursuing a medical career was certainly more promising than being a temporary caregiver. All right, Zhang Heng nodded, indicating his acceptance. After the family enjoyed breakfast together, they dispersed to attend to their individual tasks. Following the drop-off of Lu Xiaoya at school, Zhang Heng turned the vehicle towards the exhibition center, which was located near Nanyuan Ancient Street. He soon parked in the facility's parking lot. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Zhang Heng beheld an array of luxurious automobiles, Ferraris, Mercedes, Rolls-Royces, and more, indicating that a plethora of affluent magnates had gathered for today's auction. The more esteemed guests in attendance, the better. A smirk graced Zhang Heng's lips, for the presence of wealthy patrons would undoubtedly elevate the auction prices of his two prized possessions. Without delay, he placed a call to Lin Manny to convey his intentions. The latter, filled with delight, hurriedly came to greet him. Today, Lin Manny remained as captivatingly alluring as ever, adorned in a deep crimson qipao that accentuated her voluptuous figure flawlessly. Her long, alabaster legs peeked enticingly from the dress's slit, drawing the gaze of onlookers. Cascading waves of fiery red hair framed her face, complemented by her sultry crimson lips and mesmerizing, soulful eyes that, upon a mere glance, could ensnare one's very essence. Mr. Zhang, it has been quite a while since we last met. You remain as handsome as ever, Lin Manny greeted him with a smile, leading him to the second floor of the exhibition center, where expert appraisers awaited to evaluate the treasures he had brought. Once the evaluation was complete, the starting prices would be established. What splendid treasures have you brought this time? Lin Manny inquired, her curiosity piqued, naturally more interested in Zhang Heng's offerings. Being a businesswoman herself, certainly items you have never encountered, Zhang Heng replied with a playful air of mystery. Upon reaching the appraisal room on the second floor, Zhang Heng observed 4 seasoned experts diligently examining various antiques. Now, you may present your treasures, Lin Manny said, her anticipation palpable. Zhang Heng instinctively surveyed the 4 experts. 2 of them emanated a faint aura, reminiscent of the ethereal energy surrounding the old Taoist Ma Yuanqing, suggesting they possessed a modicum of skill in their field. I possess a miraculous elixir, capable of curing all ailments and prolonging life. Additionally, I have an intricately carved eagle made of red jade, renowned for its craftsmanship, which can ward off serpents and ailments, Zhang Heng proclaimed as he retrieved a small porcelain vial and a delicate box from his belongings. Mr. Zhang, your claims seem rather exaggerated. Lin Manny laughed lightly, dismissing his assertions as mere self-promotion. Surely, an elixir capable of curing every malady and extending life was too fantastical to be true. And the notion of a jade eagle that could repel snakes and disease seemed equally implausible. There is no exaggeration, if you doubt my words. I encourage you to have them appraised. Furthermore, the chairman of the Chun family, Chun Huifeng, has personally consumed this elixir, not only curing his cancer, but rejuvenating him by several years, Zhang Heng stated earnestly. Are you suggesting that Elder Chun has personally tried this elixir? Lin Manny, initially skeptical of Zhang Heng's self-aggrandizement, was taken aback by the mention of a verifiable case involving Chun Huifeng, one of the leaders of one of the 5 prominent families in Shangyang City. Nonetheless, a part of her remained doubtful, as the claim seemed far-fetched, surpassing her conventional understanding. However, should Zhang Heng's assertions hold true, the elixir would warrant an opening bid of at least 100 million. As Lin Manny lingered in her uncertainty, one of the elderly experts, He Sheng Hong, turned to them, scoffing derisively. I have yet to encounter a miraculous elixir capable of curing all ailments and bestowing longevity. Fortuitously, I possess considerable knowledge in the realm of pharmaceuticals. Please, present it to me for examination. The esteemed elder, He Sheng Hong, exuded a subtle aura, suggesting he possessed remarkable abilities. Zhang Heng, undeterred, promptly extended the small porcelain vial to him. Upon receiving the vial, He Sheng Hong deftly poured out the elixir, scrutinizing it closely. He observed its color and inhaled its fragrance, and soon, the venerable expert was utterly astonished, for he sensed an intense spiritual energy emanating from the elixir. The richness of its ethereal essence was indeed unprecedented. At that moment, the other seasoned experts turned their attention, equally incredulous that such a small pill could possess such extraordinary properties. However, He Sheng Hong's subsequent declaration left them utterly astounded. The starting bid for this elixir shall be no less than 100 million. What? Even Lin Manny and the 3 other experts were struck with disbelief, A starting bid of 100 million had never been witnessed at this exhibition center. Zhang Heng himself was taken aback, as he had initially contemplated a starting bid of around 10 million, only to have the esteemed elder elevate it tenfold. Mr. He, are you certain that the starting bid for this elixir is 100 million? Despite her usual composure, Lin Manny's voice trembled slightly. If the starting bid was indeed 100 million, then the efficacy might truly be, as Zhang Heng had asserted, capable of curing all ailments and granting longevity, which was utterly astonishing. She could envision that if its effects were validated, it would undoubtedly create a sensational uproar. Might I inquire as to the origin of this elixir? Sir, this elixir has a source known only to me. Zhang Heng refrained from disclosing the truth, and instead presented another exquisite red jade eagle. Esteemed experts, could you please appraise this red jade eagle as well and determine a suitable starting bid? Upon beholding the vividly crafted red jade eagle, the experts were instantly captivated, and one elder, radiating a unique aura, displayed an expression of sheer astonishment. Chapter 31. It is you who must leave. The first floor of the exhibition center was the venue for the auction. After descending from the second floor, Zhang Heng made his way directly to the first floor, where the alluring and glamorous Lin Manny personally accompanied him, her demeanor exceedingly cordial and flattering, hinting at a desire to forge a deeper connection. Mr. Zhang, shall we dine together after the auction concludes? As she spoke, she playfully tousled her hair, enhancing her allure. The ability to produce two exceptionally high-quality treasures indicated that Zhang Heng's background was undoubtedly remarkable, which piqued Lin Manny's curiosity and eagerness to befriend him. We shall see. For now, I must explore the auction for any intriguing items. Zhang Heng excused himself, seeking to distance from the conversation. Lin Manny reluctantly acquiesced, her interest in Zhang Heng intensifying. Upon arriving at the auction on the first floor, Zhang Heng found a considerable crowd gathered, many of whom were affluent individuals, with net worths exceeding millions. Just as he was about to find a seat, a familiar voice emerged from behind, laced with mockery. Isn't that the son-in-law of the Liu family? The speaker was none other than Wang Zhanchao, whom I had not seen for several days. Beside him stood a tall, affluent young man, whose attire unmistakably indicated his privileged background. How could a mere temporary caregiver gain entry to this auction? Surely he must have slipped in clandestinely. A look of disdain filled Wang Zhanchao's eyes. One must understand that to attend this auction, one's worth must exceed millions. It is not an event for just anyone. In stark contrast, Zhang Heng's entire outfit barely amounted to 1,000 yuan. So, this is the so-called waste of space you mentioned, Wang Zhanchao mused. The handsome young man beside him, Zhao Chong, scrutinized Zhang Heng from head to toe, his expression betraying a hint of contempt upon observing the cheapness of his attire. You, of all people, possess an invitation? Show it to me. Wang Zhanchao doubted Zhang Heng could produce such a document. After all, a mere hospital worker with assets under 1,000 yuan could not possibly have an invitation. Zhang Heng, disinterested in engaging in a war of words, casually retrieved the invitation that Lin Manny had given him and tossed it over. Open your eyes and see for yourself whether I am entitled to be here. Upon receiving the invitation, Wang Zhanchao examined it closely, his surprise evident. For it was indeed an official document issued by the organizers. Zhao Chong glanced at the invitation and could not resist a derisive laugh. This is a general invitation. It does not specify the invitee. Perhaps you pilfered from somewhere? At this, Wang Zhanchao eagerly chimed in. Exactly. What qualification does a pauper like you have to possess an invitation? It must surely be stolen. Their conversation swiftly attracted the attention of those nearby, and upon hearing the suggestion of theft, more eyes were drawn to them. Observing Zhang Heng's shabby attire, many began to lend credence to Wang Zhanchao and Zhao Chong's words. This young man clearly lacked funds. How could he possibly have gained entry? Didn't young Master Wang mention that this fellow is merely a live-in son-in-law, scraping by as a manual laborer? If he can have an invitation, wouldn't that diminish our own status? As whispers circulated among the crowd regarding Zhang Heng, Wang Zhanchao felt a surge of excitement. Previously, at the elder's birthday banquet, he had been humiliated by Zhang Heng, leaving him quite displeased. Zhang Heng, you worthless fool, quickly confess where you stole this invitation from, or I shall have security escort you out. Wang Zhanchao pressed aggressively, intent on cornering him. Do you truly believe that General Lin would know someone like you? You are not even worthy to carry her shoes. Do you think she would bestow an invitation upon you? Dream on. Wang Zhanchao openly humiliated him, aiming to expel him and further disgrace him. Whether I know her or not can be easily verified by asking her directly, Zhang Heng replied coolly, though he felt a growing annoyance at Wang Zhanchao's incessant provocations. How presumptuous of you, a worthless individual like you. Do you truly believe General Lin has the time to meet with you? Wang Zhanchao was acutely aware that Lin Manny was one of the organizers of this auction, and at that moment, she was preoccupied with attending to other esteemed guests, leaving no room for concern regarding a wastrel like Zhang Heng. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Manny's voice emerged from the crowd, questioning who wished to dismiss Mr. Zhang. As she spoke, Lin Manny, adorned in a resplendent crimson Chong Sam, gracefully entered the scene. Wang Zhanchao and Zhao Chong were taken aback. They had not anticipated that Zhang Heng was indeed invited by Lin Manny. How could someone deemed a failure be extended such an invitation? Wang Zhanchao found it perplexing. Yet, given that Lin Manny had personally intervened to clarify matters for Zhang Heng, he could not insist on expelling him any further. Since the esteemed Lin had stepped forth to address the misunderstanding, Wang Zhanchao merely remarked dismissively before attempting to exit, not even offering an apology. Yet, before he could leave, Zhang Heng called out to him, "Wait, you haven't presented your invitation yet." Having been troubled by Wang Zhanchao multiple times, Zhang Heng resolved to teach him a lesson. "My invitation? Do you think I lack one?" Wang Zhanchao scoffed, unable to contain his derision, while Zhao Chong beside him merely shook his head, amused. After all, Wang Zhanchao was a man of considerable wealth, a standout among the younger generation. It was absurd to think he would be without an invitation. Without further ado, Wang Zhanchao pulled out a golden invitation and tossed it to Zhang Heng with an air of arrogance, declaring, "Open your eyes and take a good look. Mine is a VIP invitation, explicitly requested by the organizers of Nanyuan Ancient Street." Zhang Heng effortlessly caught the invitation and, with a subtle use of his spiritual energy, erased the text inscribed upon it. Upon unfolding the invitation, it revealed nothing but a blank sheet of golden paper. "Is this your VIP invitation? It's entirely blank," Zhang Heng stated, holding the empty invitation aloft for all to see. The onlookers were left in stunned silence at the sight of the blank document, while Wang Zhanchao's expression morphed into one of disbelief. How is this possible? It clearly had text, he thought, panic rising as cold sweat trickled down his back. Chapter 32. A Bargain and an Uproar. Wang Zhanchao could scarcely fathom that his VIP invitation was void of any text, and he felt an overwhelming sense of dread with so many distinguished figures observing. "This cannot be. It's impossible. I was invited by the organizers of Nanyuan Ancient Street. You can verify with Manager Ma," he stammered, still maintaining some composure as he sought to corroborate his claim with Manager Ma, the one who had issued the invitation. Zhao Chong, standing beside him, echoed, "Yes, let us ask Manager Ma. He will clarify." However, Manager Ma was too preoccupied to attend to them, as he was currently entertaining Mr. Chun from the Pinnacle Group. "Someone, remove this individual without an invitation." Lin Manny commanded 2 security guards to escort Wang Zhanchao out, aiming to curry favor with Zhang Heng and leave a positive impression. Soon, 2 security guards lifted Wang Zhanchao and began to escort him out. In a state of panic, he shouted, "You cannot expel me. I possess a VIP invitation. Please summon Manager Ma for clarification." However, no one came forth to champion his cause. Even Zhao Chong refrained from speaking, as it was evident that Lin Manny was resolute in her intent to oust Wang Zhanchao. Even if Manager Ma were to arrive, it was likely he would concoct another excuse to remove him. Wang Zhanchao, utterly humiliated, was unceremoniously thrust out, his heart brimming with resentment towards Zhang Heng. He feared his reputation would soon plummet. After Wang Zhanchao's expulsion, the auction commenced swiftly, with nearly 50 dignitaries in attendance, including numerous affluent individuals worth billions. The arrival of Chairman Chen Huifeng from Pinnacle Group, however, stirred considerable excitement among the crowd. "Isn't he the leader of one of our city's 5 prominent families? What brings him here? Just a few days ago, I heard he was gravely ill in the hospital, yet now he appears radiant and even seems to have regained youth. I too heard he was on the brink of death, yet he looks nothing like a sick man. In fact, he seems rejuvenated." The attendees buzzed with speculation, having heard whispers of Chairman Chen's gastric cancer hospitalization, yet witnessing his remarkable health left them in disbelief. Lin Manny, observing the apparent youthfulness of Chairman Chen, was secretly astonished, further convinced of the elixir's authenticity, and found herself increasingly intrigued by Zhang Heng. Noticing the crowd's reaction, a slight smile graced Zhang Heng's lips. He had invited Chairman Chen precisely to elicit such an effect. Once the piece de resistance, the essence pill, made its entrance, it would undoubtedly ignite the entire auction. Ladies and gentlemen, please settle down. The auction is about to commence. A dapper host in a black tailcoat, Zhang Tianhua, stepped onto the stage, microphone in hand. Today, we are honored to welcome Chairman Chun Huifeng of Pinnacle Group. Many of you may be curious, as just days ago, he was gravely ill. Yet today he appears vibrant and rejuvenated. Zhang Tianhua's words instantly piqued the curiosity of everyone present, for indeed, they were contemplating this very matter. All answers would be revealed by the conclusion of this auction, with the final item promising to astonish the world. His remarks tantalized the audience, inciting a flurry of speculation regarding Chairman Chen's condition. Meanwhile, Zhang Heng glanced at Zhang Tianhua on stage. The host's eloquence had skillfully whetted the audience's appetite with just a few words. Now, let's officially commence today's auction. The first item is a necklace of aurora pearls from the South China Sea, starting at 50,000. Zhang Heng felt no interest in such commonplace items and refrained from bidding, instead watching the titans of industry compete amongst themselves. One item followed another, the second, third, and fourth, none of which captured Zhang Heng's attention. It was not until the fifth item that Zhang Heng's eyes suddenly brightened. The fifth item at this auction is an ancient jade unearthed from the ruins of the southern dynasties. It is said to be a royal ornament, once belonging to the imperial family of that era, with a starting bid set at 100,000. As the host, Zhang Tianhua, concluded his introduction of the jade, bids began to emerge from the audience. However, few possessed the discerning eye to truly appreciate its value, resulting in limited bidding. With increments of merely 10,000, it was not until the figure reached 160,000 that the crowd fell silent, unwilling to raise their bids further. 160,000, first call. 160,000, second call. 170,000, as Zhang Heng observed no further bids. He raised his hand to offer a higher amount. His attraction to the jade stemmed from the profound aura it exuded, complemented by an additional, pure energy that he found momentarily inscrutable. After 3 calls from Zhang Tianhua, the gavel fell, and Zhang Heng effortlessly secured the ancient jade for 170,000. While surprised by the ease of his acquisition, he had anticipated this outcome, recognizing that the attendees were primarily laypersons lacking in expertise. The auction proceeded with Zhang Tianhua passionately guiding the proceedings. Ladies and gentlemen, our next item is a magnificent eagle carved from ice red jadeite, a masterpiece of exquisite craftsmanship that rivals that of the most esteemed artisans. Moreover, it serves as a talisman, capable of warding off snakes and insects, as well as dispelling illness. His words elicited a wave of incredulity from the audience. Could such a marvel truly exist? Many expressed skepticism. Yet when Zhang Tianhua unveiled the palm-sized, translucent red jade eagle, it instantly captivated everyone present. The lifelike carving was breathtaking. Never had they encountered such a realistic representation of an eagle, demonstrating masterful artistry. The crowd's interest intensified as Zhang Tianhua announced the demonstration to showcase the eagle's unique capabilities. We have gathered a variety of insects for a live demonstration, he proclaimed, instructing attendants to bring forth a transparent glass box. The audience instinctively leaned closer, curious about his intentions, soon to be enlightened. Zhang Tianhua gently placed the ice-red jade eagle into the glass enclosure, and upon its introduction, the insects scattered in a frenzy. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Incredible! This jade eagle can indeed repel insects. The attendees were left in utter disbelief, and even Zhang Tianhua was taken aback. He had worried about potential failure during the demonstration, yet the jade performed as promised. Now, this remarkable item has a starting bid of 30 million. Let the bidding commence. As he announced this astonishing starting price, the audience erupted in astonishment. This was the highest starting bid of the event. Nonetheless, several participants eagerly began to place their bids. I bid 31 million. I bid 32 million. In just a few minutes, the price soared dramatically, escalating in increments of 1 million. With a wave of his hand, Master Chun, a prominent figure among the 5 great clans, astounded the entire assembly with a bid of 40 million. In a corner, Zhang Heng could not help but smile wryly at Chen's extravagant display. 40 million going once. 40 million going twice. Many of the distinguished guests were reluctant to compete with Chun, wishing to show him respect and conserve their funds for the final auction item. Zhang Tianhua's earlier remarks had piqued their interest, prompting them to save their resources for the ultimate prize. 40 million sold. Congratulations to Master Chun for acquiring this ice-red jade eagle. After the gavel fell, Zhang Tianhua's tone shifted dramatically, rising in excitement as he announced. The next item up for bid will be the piece de resistance of this auction. As he spoke, Lin Manny personally delivered a small porcelain vial containing the essence pill, further igniting the curiosity of those present. Upon receiving the vial, Zhang Tianhua solemnly introduced the item. This is a pill known as the essence pill. It is said to cure all ailments and prolong life. Previously, Master Chun was gravely ill with cancer, but after consuming this pill, he was miraculously cured and even appeared several years younger. This declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. A remedy that could cure all ills and extend life seemed almost mythical. However, skepticism lingered in their hearts. How could such a miraculous pill possibly be real? It sounded like the fabrications of a charlatan. Such elixirs belonged solely to the realm of legend. Belief would require the personal testimony of Master Chun himself. To their astonishment, Master Chun did indeed step forward, vowing, "Ladies and gentlemen, I, Chun Huifeng, guarantee with the legacy of the Chun family that this pill saved my life and cured my gastric cancer, even restoring my youth by several years. Should anyone find this pill ineffective, I am willing to offer 1 billion in compensation." His words left the audience in stunned silence. Even Zhang Heng was taken aback by Chin's bold assertion. With such a reputable figure endorsing the pill and offering 1 billion as a guarantee, doubts about its efficacy dissipated. Excitement surged among the attendees, who were now eager to possess the pill. Yet, Zhang Tianhua's next announcement sent ripples of astonishment through the room. The starting price for the essence pill is 100 million. This unprecedented opening bid shattered auction history, leaving everyone in the room awestruck. 100 million as the starting price. Gasps echoed throughout the hall, eliminating 99% of the bidders. A pill that could cure all ailments and extend life was undoubtedly worth such a price. This trip had proven invaluable. I must inform others, possessing this pill is akin to gaining a new lease on life. Amidst the gathering, many individuals became frenzied, covertly seeking funds and even notifying influential figures in need of the elixir. After all, this miraculous potion, capable of curing all ailments and prolonging life, is a rare treasure. Akin to gaining an additional lease on life, surely its value would be realized someday. As the auction for the essence pill commenced, the host, Zhang Tianhua, had scarcely uttered his opening bid when the crowd erupted with offers. 100 million, 120 million, 125 million. The bidding for the essence pill soared, igniting envy among many, yet the exorbitant price left most merely as spectators. 200 million. A resounding voice emerged from the throng, instantly shocking all present, prompting them to turn their gazes towards the bidder. It was a robust man with thick brows and large eyes, his square face revealing a pallid complexion yet an animated expression. This man was Song Mingyang, the chairman of the esteemed Song family of Shangyang City. Recently diagnosed with liver cancer and having undergone several rounds of chemotherapy that merely kept his condition at bay. Upon seeing the essence pill, he felt a flicker of hope for survival. 210 million. Another voice, belonging to a middle-aged man, followed suit, causing the audience to collectively gasp. This time, their attention turned to a balding, round-faced man, appearing to be in his 50s. He was Wu Guqing, the president of the illustrious Wu family of Shangyang City, who had recently fathered a son, merely 6 years of age, afflicted with amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. Once resigned to his son's fate, he now saw a glimmer of hope through the essence pill and was willing to wager everything in pursuit of it. 250 million. Song Mingyang raised his bid again, for the essence pill represented his sole hope for survival, and he was resolute in acquiring it, regardless of the cost. 300 million. Wu Guqing, undeterred, countered, having invested immeasurable effort into his son's well-being. He could not bear to see the essence pill slip away. 350 million. Song Mingyang persisted, for his very life hinged on this precious elixir. 400 million. Wu Guqing, unwilling to concede, announced yet another staggering figure. However, this was the utmost limit of his financial maneuverability. Further bidding would necessitate liquidating assets. This price shattered the historical record for the auction, leaving even Lin Manny astonished by the unexpectedly high valuation of this seemingly modest pill. Her interest and regard for Zhang Heng intensified profoundly. 500 million. Song Mingyang rose, his voice reverberating with excitement, as he raised the bid by a full 100 million. The Song family's wealth far surpassed that of the Wu family. Yet this 500 million was the peak of his capacity. Fortunately, Wu Guqing refrained from countering. To continue would risk his family's enterprise collapsing due to a ruptured financial chain, endangering not only his son's life, but the welfare of his entire lineage. In despair, Wu Guoqing closed his eyes and relinquished the fight. 500 million. The host, Zhang Tianhua, noticing the absence of further bids, commenced the countdown. 500 million, going once. 500 million, going twice. Congratulations to Song Mingyang on acquiring this essence pill, Zhang Tianhua proclaimed as he struck the gavel. The crowd erupted in astonishment, their expressions a blend of envy and admiration as they witnessed Zhang Tianhua present the essence pill to Song Mingyang. After signing a 500 million agreement, Song Mingyang, trembling with anticipation, held the precious pill in his hand. At last I can live, he exclaimed, eagerly consuming the essence pill before the eyes of over 50 distinguished guests present. All eyes were fixed on Song Mingyang, many having heard the whispers of his liver cancer diagnosis, eager to witness whether this miraculous pill could indeed cure his ailment and restore his youth. As the anticipation grew, Song Mingyang suddenly grimaced, clutching his abdomen in pain before dashing to the restroom of the auction venue. The audience erupted in speculation. What happened? Why is Song Mingyang in pain after taking the pill? Could it be a fraud? Murmured the crowd. If it's a counterfeit, Old Chin will owe a hefty sum of 10 billion. Next craned toward the restroom door, awaiting his return. Even Lin Manny found herself anxiously gazing at the men's restroom, curious to discern the pill's true efficacy. After a tense half hour, Song Mingyang emerged, revitalized and buoyant, his complexion radiating vitality, a stark contrast to his previous pallor. To everyone's astonishment, his hair had visibly darkened, and the wrinkles on his face had diminished significantly. He appeared at least 5 years younger. The spectators were utterly astounded, for witnessing this transformation firsthand was far more impactful than mere hearsay. Goodness, Song Mingyang has indeed regained his youth, looking at least 5 years younger. This pill truly works. How incredible. They marveled. At that moment, Song Mingyang had never felt so liberated. Though his liver had ached moments before, he now felt no discomfort, breathing with newfound ease. The 500 million he spent was a worthy investment, not only alleviating his physical suffering, but also restoring his youth, an invaluable trade. His face was alight with joy, embodying the ecstasy of rebirth. Just as the crowd was captivated by the miracle, a throng of influential figures arrived outside the auction. Most had come upon hearing of the Essence Pills auction, yet they arrived too late. The precious item had already been claimed and consumed. Who is in charge here? Is there any Essence Pill left? They clamored at the entrance. These latecomers, driven by an insatiable desire for the miraculous pill, had been alerted by others present at the auction. Is there any left? I would pay 10 billion for it. One shouted, and another echoed. I too am willing to offer a high price. In a moment of unexpected commotion, the prominent figures of Shanyang City found themselves crowding at the entrance, their excitement palpable as they raised their voices in fervent exclamations. Lin Manny, witnessing the scene, hastily stepped out to offer her reassurances. Yet, these individuals were of considerable stature, and she dared not offend them. Ultimately, she recalled Zhang Heng. She wondered if Mr. Zhang still possessed the precious Jinyuan Dan. With this thought in mind, she hurriedly made her way to Zhang Heng, who was currently in the transaction room on the first floor, completing the payment for the ancient jade he had won at auction. Upon turning around, he unexpectedly encountered Lin Manny. Mr. Zhang, I'm so relieved to find you. Do you still have that Jinyuan Dan? Many influential figures have arrived, all seeking the elixir. Lin Manny gasped, breathless from her haste. I have one left. You may tell them to return next month for the auction, Zhang Heng replied with a slight smile. In truth, he possessed 5 Jinyuan Dan, but to enhance the aura of rarity surrounding the elixir, he deliberately mentioned only one remaining. This strategy would ensure a higher bidding price at the next auction. Is it true that you have one more? Lin Manny could hardly believe it. The fact that Zhang Heng still held such a miraculous potion filled her with astonishment and joy. Indeed, I will hand over the Jinyuan Dan to you when the auction commences next month, Zhang Heng stated casually. Thank you so much, Mr. Zhang, Lin Manny exclaimed, her excitement evident. She found Zhang Heng increasingly enigmatic. After this auction, the Jinyuan Dan would surely gain widespread acclaim, while Zhang Heng had suddenly accrued over 500 million, becoming extraordinarily wealthy overnight. A slight smile graced Zhang Heng's lips. He no longer had to worry about financial constraints. Chapter 34. I am not someone you can provoke. During dinner that evening, Lin Manny's mother, Wang Fun, seemingly informed by some source, suddenly probed Zhang Heng curiously. Zhang Heng, I heard that your nursing job at the hospital, paying 1,000 a day, is no more? Yes, Zhang Heng nodded in acknowledgement. Upon hearing that Zhang Heng had indeed lost a job that paid 1,000 a day, Wang Fun's expression darkened. What a useless wastrel. Other sons-in-law earn 6 figures annually, driving luxury cars and residing in villas, while you can't even hold onto a nursing position. I don't care. You must still provide me with the promised monthly allowance of 10,000. Rest assured, the agreed allowance will remain intact, Zhang Heng replied calmly. With over 600 million at his disposal, he found a sum of 10,000 insignificant. Meanwhile, Lu Qingsheng, concerned for Zhang Heng, approached him and said, Zhang Heng, I have taken care of the paperwork for your position as my assistant at the hospital. Join me there tomorrow. It's 500 a day. 500 a day? Is the pay for a medical assistant really that high? Zhang Heng expressed his surprise, astonished that such a minor role could command a salary exceeding that of many doctors. Your performance in the emergency room, where you saved 12 lives, was exceptional. Dean Ma approved a special rate of 500 a day for you, Lu Qingsheng replied, her demeanor slightly awkward. In truth, this compensation was personally funded by Lu Qingsheng. Otherwise, without a medical qualification, Zhang Heng would have been limited to a mere 100 a day. In her efforts to ensure Zhang Heng could afford his monthly allowance without compromising his pride, Lu Qingsheng had indeed gone to great lengths. Is that so? Zhang Heng remained skeptical. Although Zhang Heng felt a hint of confusion, he found Lu Qingsheng's explanation to be reasonable, thus he did not dwell on it further. Upon returning to his room, Zhang Heng promptly locked the door and retrieved the ancient jade from the southern dynasties that he had purchased at the auction. This jade was indeed peculiar. In addition to its spiritual energy, it emanated a force that eluded his comprehension. Zhang Heng examined the ancient jade closely for a while, yet remained unable to discern its secrets, ultimately deciding to set aside his inquiries. No matter, he would first refine it. Firmly grasping the jade, he absorbed all of its spiritual energy into his body and refined it, soon receiving a nearly doubled infusion of pure spiritual energy, which pleased him greatly. He then turned his attention to the other mysterious energy contained within the jade. He wondered if this unique golden energy could be refined. With that thought in mind, Zhang Heng attempted to draw the golden energy into his body, and to his surprise, it went smoothly. Once the golden energy was absorbed, he set about refining it. However, at the very onset of the process, Zhang Heng felt the golden energy surge violently, and he could faintly hear the sound of a dragon's roar. In that instant, he understood the nature of this golden energy. The jade was a relic of the Southern Dynasty's royal family, and it was reasonable that it had absorbed some imperial aura. Zhang Heng had indeed stumbled upon a remarkable treasure. After a prolonged refinement, the golden imperial energy was finally assimilated, transforming into nearly tenfold the amount of spiritual energy, which Zhang Heng absorbed eagerly, causing a significant surge in his Dantian energy and propelling his strength to the 7th level of Qi refinement. When Zhang Heng opened his eyes, it was already the following morning. The imperial energy was truly extraordinary. Its refinement yielded tenfold spiritual energy. It seemed that this process could refine energies beyond mere spiritual essence, thus diversifying his future cultivation methods. Zhang Heng felt a quiet joy. After all, the demand for spiritual energy increased as one progressed. And given the scarcity of spiritual energy on Earth, unique energies like the imperial aura would undoubtedly become prime candidates for refinement in the future. As he stepped out of his room, Lu Qingsheng descended the stairs. Dressed in a beige chiffon short dress, she showcased her alluring figure, especially her long, smooth legs, which were undeniably eye-catching. Zhang Heng, we need to hurry. We're going to the hospital, Lu Qingsheng urged, her lips parting delicately. While speaking, she casually swept her hair back over her shoulder, an unintentional yet captivating gesture. All right, I'll make breakfast quickly, Zhang Heng replied, forcibly diverting his gaze from Lu Qingsheng as he entered the kitchen and efficiently prepared the meal. After a simple breakfast, Zhang Heng drove to the hospital. It was just past 7 in the morning, and the hospital was sparsely populated with doctors, aside from the patients. Following Lu Qingsheng to her doctor's office, he was taken aback to find a tall, muscular man waiting at the door, holding a bouquet of flowers. Qingsheng, you're here. These flowers are for you, the man exclaimed, immediately extending the roses toward her with an eager expression. Isn't it possible to divorce even after marriage? Moreover, I have heard whispers that your husband is a mere burden, a man of no worth. Are you truly willing to squander your life alongside such a wretch? Ding Haodong smirked with a wicked grin. He had specifically researched Lu Qingsheng's background before pursuing her. It is not your place to judge whether he is worthless. Now, kindly step aside. Lu Qingsheng, irked by his obstruction of her office door, retorted with indignation. If you refuse to accept my offering of flowers, I shall not permit you to enter. Moreover, Should you fail to comply, I could easily ensure you never practice medicine again. Ding Haodong's smile turned cold. As the heir of the Ding Group, a major stakeholder in this hospital, with an uncle serving as the vice chairman of the Xiangyang City Medical Association, it would take but a word from him to expel and silence Lu Qingqing. The dean and the hospital stakeholders would never agree. And the Lu family holds shares in this establishment as well, Lu Qingqing asserted stubbornly, unwilling to yield. Very well, from this day forth. Do not expect to enter through this door. We shall see if you end up begging me. Ding Haodong, not one to be trifled with, sought to impose his will and compel Lu Qingqing to submit. Lu Qingqing glared at him defiantly, yet felt powerless against his formidable background. Just then, Zhang Heng stepped forward, his voice laced with cold authority. I advise you to vacate this place swiftly, lest you come to regret it. Who do you think you are to tell me to leave? Ding Haodong's gaze swept over Zhang Heng, taking in his plain attire with disdain. I am someone you cannot afford to provoke. Zhang Heng replied calmly. Chapter 35. It's you I'm after. Ding Haodong, unable to contain his laughter at Zhang Heng's audacity, mocked him. Look at you, a pathetic little pauper. Today, I shall demonstrate just how foolish you are to challenge me. With that, Ding Haodong raised his hand and struck Zhang Heng with a powerful slap, his sharp eyes gleaming with confidence, clearly someone accustomed to physical training. The slap left Ding Haodong momentarily stunned, while Lu Qingqing, standing nearby, covered her mouth in shock. With that meager strength, you think you can strike me? Zhang Heng remarked coolly. He then hurled the flowers he held toward Ding Haodong, using their cover to launch a direct punch at him. Seeing Ding Haodong advance again, Zhang Heng shook his head and retaliated with a punch of his own. The flowers scattered chaotically in the air as their fists collided, the tremendous force sending Ding Haodong crashing to the ground 5 meters away, utterly disheveled. This was merely a fraction of Zhang Heng's strength. Had he exerted more, Ding Haodong would have been left lifeless. Is you I am targeting. Should you dare to harass Qingqing again, I will ensure you remain bettered for life, Zhang Heng warned coldly. After all, Lu Qingqing is his nominal wife, and he would not allow anyone to humiliate her so. You wretched little brat, you will pay for this, Ding Haodong exclaimed, struggling to rise and stumbling away. Meanwhile, Lu Qingqing watched his retreating figure, her face etched with concern. Fear not, he cannot harm me. Zhang Heng smiled faintly, then shifted the conversation. Moreover, if I were to flee, what would you do? Ding Haodong would surely vent his anger on you. You are my wife. How could I allow you to suffer indignities? Upon hearing this, Lu Qingqing felt a slight warmth in her heart, yet an undercurrent of concern lingered. Once they entered the consultation office, Lu Qingqing's mood began to ease somewhat. When I conduct my consultations later, you may sit opposite me. As patients come in for their ailments, listen attentively. Should anything be unclear, jot it down, and I shall elucidate each point to you after the session concludes. Lu Qingqing wished for Zhang Heng to experience the systematic process of medical consultations, hoping he would glean some knowledge from it. All right, I understand. Zhang Heng nodded. In truth, he did not require Lu Qingqing to instruct him in medicine, as he possessed the healing arts among the myriad of skills he inherited. His medical prowess was nearly unparalleled. The reason he sat there obediently was simply to spend more time with his wife, Lu Qingqing, while simultaneously addressing troubles like Ding Haodong. After 8 in the morning, patients began to arrive in a steady stream. Lu Qingqing, as the deputy director of internal medicine, held a commendable level of medical expertise, drawing many to seek her care. Zhang Heng sat across from Lu Qingqing, occasionally glancing at the patients who came for consultations. With just a glance, he could ascertain the nature of their ailments. However, these were mostly minor afflictions, well within Lu Qingqing's capability to manage. Meanwhile, after being beaten by Zhang Heng, Ding Haodong felt a surge of resentment. He summoned Lin Zhendong, the deputy director of the hospital, a trusted associate from the Ding Group. Young Master Ding, you summoned me. Is there something you require? Lin Zhendong, although the deputy director of Xia Hospital, remained exceedingly respectful before Ding Haodong, almost servile, for the Ding Group was the hospital's largest shareholder, and Lin's position was bolstered by their support. Arranged for a particularly troublesome and difficult case to be referred to Lu Qingqing, Ding Haodong instructed coolly. If Lu Qingqing wishes to avoid dismissal, she will have no choice but to plead with me. One could not deny the deviousness of his plan. Understood, young Master Ding. I shall arrange it immediately. Lin Zhendong grasped the implications quickly, having witnessed similar situations unfold before. Previously, several attractive female doctors had been coerced into submission through this very tactic. After acknowledging Ding Haodong's command, he departed to execute the plan, while Ding Haodong wore a smug smile, reveling in his cunning. In Lu Qingqing's consultation office, she had just finished examining a patient when a nurse hurriedly burst in. Doctor, Lu, there's a patient needing an urgent add-on consultation. She seems to have fainted. Could you see her first? An add-on consultation? Why was I not informed? Lu Qingqing furrowed her brows. Typically, such matters would be communicated to the physician in advance, with few cases being inserted without notice. I'm not sure about that. The nurse replied, shaking her head. Lu Qingqing was reluctant to take on such a challenging patient, yet dismissing the case seemed akin to turning a blind eye to suffering. Moreover, the patient had already fainted, and her compassionate nature compelled her to acquiesce. Please bring her in, she instructed. Once Lu Qingqing consented, the nurse guided the patient's family to carry her inside. The patient was a young woman, approximately 30 years of age, dressed in a rather fashionable manner, and her eyes were closed, clearly having lost consciousness. A well-dressed young man, presumably her husband, was cradling her. Zhang Heng cast a fleeting glance at the unconscious woman and furrowed his brow. She had a tumor in her brain, and the rupture of a blood vessel had led to her fainting. If immediate medical intervention was not administered, it was certain that within half an hour, this young woman would meet her demise. What made the situation even more precarious was the fact that she was pregnant. Thus, her death would result in the loss of 2 lives. Clearly, this unexpected patient posed a significant challenge, one that even Lu Qingqing might struggle to manage. It seemed that no one in the entire hospital could possibly save her. Zhang Heng frowned, pondering who could be so malicious as to assign such a formidable case to Lu Qingqing. It appeared that someone was intentionally targeting her. Zhang Heng's thoughts quickly turned to Ding Haodong, the man he had just confronted. Only he possessed the motive and capability for such a scheme. However, a slight smile crept onto Zhang Heng's lips. You may have plotted meticulously, but you could never anticipate that I would be capable of saving her. Chapter 36. Only I can save her. Upon seeing the patient being carried in, Lu Qingqing immediately addressed the woman's husband. Please lay her on the hospital bed behind the curtain. I need to examine her. What symptoms did she exhibit prior to her arrival? She mentioned experiencing a headache and nausea. Lu Ming replied, his complexion pale, not daring to conceal any information from Lu Qingqing. For how long? Lu Qingqing inquired, picking up a miniature flashlight to inspect the patient's eyes. As she lifted the eyelid, she was taken aback. The patient's pupils were dilating, an ominous sign of a critical condition. About a week, Lu Ming began to respond, but before he could finish, he noticed Lu Qingqing's expression shift dramatically. Your wife requires immediate resuscitation. Her pupils are dilating, and she is in imminent danger, she declared urgently. What? How could it be so severe? Lu Ming's heart raced in terror. How could the situation have escalated so quickly? We need to get her to the emergency room right away. Lu Qingqing felt a pang of regret for having softened her stance and accepted this patient. With such a grave condition, any mishap could place her in a position of liability. There is no time to lose. Zhang Heng rose solemnly from his seat and approached the patient. This woman is suffering from a brain tumor, and the rupture of a blood vessel has caused her to faint. The complication is that she is pregnant, he stated, furrowing his brow as he detailed the situation. How do you know she has a brain tumor and is pregnant? Lu Qingqing asked, astonished, unable to fathom how he possessed such information. This case is exceedingly complicated, and we have a maximum of 30 minutes to treat her. Qingqing, please bring me a set of silver needles quickly. I must provide immediate treatment on site, or else we may face a tragic outcome of 2 lives lost. As Zhang Heng spoke, he pointed to the Baihui acupoint on the patient's head, channeling a surge of qi to temporarily stabilize the cerebral blood flow. However, to extract the blood from the cranium, silver needles were essential. Given the presence of a tumor in the brain, it would be prudent to entrust this matter to a neurosurgery specialist, for I am not well versed in this field, Lu Qingqing anxiously remarked. The urgency of addressing such cerebral hemorrhages left no room for delay, which was why she was eager to transfer the case. Do you believe this patient can still be transferred? She was added to the list without prior notice, and you are still unaware of the reasons behind this? Zhang Heng's nonchalant words struck Lu Qingqing like a revelation. It must be Ding Haodong. Only he possesses the power to facilitate a last-minute diagnosis. I regret having agreed so easily at that moment, she thought. Regardless of your agreement, the outcome remains unchanged. Zhang Heng elucidated. Lu Qingqing understood that with Ding Haodong's influence in the hospital, it would be all too simple for him to orchestrate her downfall. Faced with such a complicated situation, she felt somewhat at a loss. Meanwhile, Lu Ming suddenly knelt down, pleading with tears streaming down his face. Please, doctor, save my wife. I am willing to pay any amount. She is only a month pregnant. Stand up. I am unable to save your wife. Lu Qingsheng replied helplessly. She wished to help, especially since the patient's survival was intertwined with her professional future. Currently, only I can save her, and if anything were to go awry, the responsibility could fall upon you. Quickly, fetch me a set of silver needles. Time is of the essence, Zhang Heng urged Lu Qingsheng once more. After a moment's hesitation, recalling Zhang Heng's performance in the emergency department days prior, she bit her delicate lip, seemingly resolute. Wait for me here. I will return shortly. With that, Lu Qingsheng dashed out, placing her hopes entirely upon Zhang Heng, resigned to the worst outcome being her dismissal from the hospital. A few minutes later, she returned breathless, holding a set of silver needles. Zhang Heng, I have brought the silver needles, she panted, handing them over. Upon receiving them, he instructed, I will treat her behind the curtain. You may continue attending to patients in front, ensuring that no one suspects anything unusual. Zhang Heng sought to avoid drawing attention, yet he was determined to find an opportunity to teach Ding Haodong a lesson. Otherwise, Lu Qingqing's position here might soon be jeopardized. Very well, Lu Qingqing nodded, though a sense of unease lingered within her. Such a significant illness and a convoluted situation rendered her feeling powerless, leaving her no choice but to trust Zhang Heng. As Zhang Heng drew the curtain, he transformed the space into a makeshift treatment room, while Lu Qingsheng resumed her duties in front of the curtain, attending to patients as if everything were normal. Lu Ming trailed behind Zhang Heng, visibly anxious and apprehensive, his heart racing. He wished to inquire, but feared interrupting Zhang Heng's treatment. Zhang Heng, having secured the silver needles, swiftly executed a set of 18 returning yang needles, inserting all 18 silver needles into the acupoints of the patient's brain. With each needle, a surge of qi flowed forth. After the execution of the 18 resurrection needles, Zhang Heng expended a considerable amount of his spiritual energy. Fortunately, being at the 7th level of qi refinement, he did not experience any deficiency in spiritual energy. Soon, the accumulated blood in the patient's brain began to flow out gradually through several silver needles. Zhang Heng caught the blood dripping from the needles in his palm, contemplating using his palm fire to incinerate it thoroughly, leaving no trace behind. As time passed, the blood seeping from the patient's brain was gradually guided out, and finally, the young woman opened her eyes and awakened. My dear, you are awake? Lu Ming rushed to her side, his eyes filled with concern. Where am I? The patient, Wang Xiaoye, weakly inquired. You are in Dr. Lu Qingqing's office. You were manipulated and brought here by someone, and fortunately, you encountered me. Otherwise, both you and your unborn child would have perished, Zhang Heng stated while he incinerated the extracted blood with his palm fire. Witnessing such a miraculous scene, Lu Ming was utterly astonished, completely convinced that Zhang Heng was a divine healer, and he promptly knelt down in gratitude. Thank you, Master, for saving our lives. Thank you for saving both mother and child. Wang Xiaoye expressed her heartfelt gratitude towards Zhang Heng. We will follow your lead, Master, Lu Ming quickly replied. Meanwhile, Ding Haodong sat leisurely in the hospital's administrative meeting room, sipping red wine, seemingly in high spirits. Lu Qingsheng, after today, you will be begging me. Ding Haodong envisioned the thrill of overpowering Lu Qingsheng and felt a surge of excitement. Suddenly, the glass door of the meeting room was pushed open, and Vice President Lin Zhendong hurriedly entered. Upon seeing him, Ding Haodong smiled and inquired, How did it go? Did it work out? It did not go as we expected. When I transferred the pregnant woman with a brain tumor to Dr. Lu, she had already fainted. The tasks you assigned were seemingly set in stone. Considering the complexity of her condition, our hospital's capabilities could not possibly save her. However, to our astonishment, after being taken into Dr. Lu's office, she emerged shortly thereafter, fully conscious and appearing as though she were a normal person. Lin Zhendong recounted, his expression one of disbelief. What did you say? She didn't die and walked out on her own, conscious? Ding Haodong exclaimed, incredulity etched across his face. Despite his limited understanding of pathology, he knew that a ruptured blood vessel in the brain would result in death within half an hour without intervention, especially considering she was pregnant, which heightened the difficulty of rescue. Once fainted, it was inconceivable for her to regain consciousness on her own. Yet, the patient had entered Lu Qingqing's office and emerged able to walk normally. This was utterly bizarre. Leave? Ding Haodong was unwilling to accept that he could not manipulate Lu Qingqing. Since a gentle approach had failed, he resolved to take a more forceful route. He promptly pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Brother Meng Hu, I find myself in a bit of trouble and would like to ask for your assistance with a small favor. Chapter 37. Provoking me is the beginning of your demise. After successfully treating the pregnant woman with a brain tumor, Zhang Heng immediately received a substantial influx of spiritual energy from his medical practice, nearly doubling his previous amount, which left him quite satisfied. Lu Qingcheng was both astonished and curious about Zhang Heng's ability to treat such a challenging case with apparent ease. Though separated by a curtain, she did not witness the treatment process firsthand, yet she did see the patient walk out on her own. It is worth noting that after a ruptured blood vessel in the brain, regaining the ability to stand and walk independently is nothing short of miraculous. However, Zhang Heng accomplished this feat effortlessly, which rendered her incredulous. After the morning consultations, Lu Qingcheng closed the office door and inquired, "Zhang Heng, how did you manage to treat that patient? Given the circumstances of a ruptured brain vessel, coupled with pregnancy, even the world's foremost neurosurgeons would struggle to awaken a patient and enable them to move in such a brief span of time. You are thinking from a Western medical perspective. From the viewpoint of traditional Chinese medicine, this procedure is rather straightforward," Zhang Heng replied nonchalantly, having already prepared his explanation in his mind. Traditional Chinese medicine? Is it truly that remarkable? Lu Qingcheng expressed her skepticism. Indeed, I previously came across a technique online where an expert stimulated scalp acupuncture points with silver needles to expel the accumulated blood. After practicing it a few times, I managed to master it. Zhang Heng fabricated an excuse, leaving Lu Qingcheng momentarily stunned, as she was not well versed in traditional Chinese medicine. Very well, Lu Qingcheng conceded, temporarily accepting Zhang Heng's words, unable to fathom how he had become so proficient so suddenly. During lunch at the hospital, shortly after they finished eating, a nurse approached Lu Qingcheng with a message. "Dr. Lu, Vice President Lin requests your presence in his office." "Vice President Lin? What did he want with me?" Lu Qingcheng furrowed her brow, puzzled. She had little to do with Lin Jindong, the vice president, and typically communicated directly with President Ma for any matters, leading to her confusion. "I'm not sure. I was just instructed to inform you," the nurse replied before hastily returning to the cafeteria. "What is the matter, Qingcheng?" Zhang Heng inquired with genuine concern. "Why would Vice President Lin suddenly seek me out?" Lu Qingcheng pondered, tilting her head in contemplation, her mind racing with uncertainty. Who does Vice President Lin usually associate with? Zhang Heng's thoughts shifted as he seemed to deduce something. It must be Ding Haodong looking for me. He is likely using Vice President Lin's authority to summon me, fearing that I would refuse him directly. "Don't worry, I'll accompany you. With me by your side, you will be safe," Zhang Heng reassured her lightly, as he intended to confront Ding Haodong himself. Resolving this predicament was crucial for Lu Qingcheng's future at the hospital. "Okay," Lu Qingcheng nodded, feeling a newfound sense of security in Zhang Heng's presence. On the fourth floor of the hospital's administrative building, Lu Qingcheng, accompanied by Zhang Heng, made her way to room 405, which was Lin Jindong's office. After knocking on the door, they heard a voice inviting her to enter. Without hesitation, Zhang Heng followed Lu Qingcheng into the office. Upon entering the office, I indeed encountered Ding Haodong, who was seated in a grand executive chair, bearing an expression of triumph, as if he had successfully executed a nefarious plot. Beside him stood Lin Jindong, the vice dean, who appeared subserviently, akin to a loyal hound. This scene confirmed the suspicions of Lu Qingcheng and Zhang Heng. It was Ding Haodong who had summoned them, rather than Lin Jindong seeking Lu Qingcheng. "Qingcheng, we meet again. And you scoundrel," Ding Haodong declared, casting a cold gaze upon Zhang Heng, a glimmer of malice flickering in his eyes. "Indeed, it was you who called me here, Ding Haodong. Was that pregnant woman with a brain tumor added to my roster at your behest?" Lu Qingcheng retorted, her lovely face flushed with indignation. Had it not been for Zhang Heng's fortuitous intervention that morning, the outcome could have been dire. "And so what? My intention was to coerce you into submission. However, it seems that the fate of that pregnant woman was not yet sealed. I'm quite curious as to how you managed to restore her mobility in such a brief span," Ding Haodong inquired with keen interest. "Ding Haodong, do you recall what I told you this morning? Should you dare to provoke me and Qingcheng again, I shall ensure you are confined to a bed for life." Zhang Heng remarked coldly, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "Huh, such arrogance. You presume to threaten me with a lifetime of paralysis? That depends on whether you possess the capability," Ding Haodong scoffed, clapping his hands, which summoned 5 or 6 burly men from a small room within the office. Additionally, over a dozen ruffians armed with clubs stormed in from outside, led by a formidable figure clad in tight black attire, radiating an aura of menace. Lu Qingcheng's face turned pale in terror, instinctively leaning towards Zhang Heng for support. Observing Zhang Heng and Lu Qingcheng encircled, Ding Haodong's confidence surged. What now? Do you still dare to speak boldly? He taunted, an expression of assured victory etched upon his face. You remain oblivious to the caliber of the individual you have provoked. Zhang Heng replied indifferently, dismissing the ruffians with a wave of his hand. Impudent wretch, keep your insolence in check. Meng Hu, teach this brat a lesson. Ding Haodong seethed, desperate to incapacitate Zhang Heng and alleviate his pent-up resentment. However, upon confronting Zhang Heng directly, Meng Hu's expression shifted dramatically. Master Zhang, is that truly you? His words stunned everyone present, prompting Zhang Heng to turn and recall that Meng, who was the loyal assistant who had previously sought his aid for his elder brother's treatment. His brother had mentioned owing Zhang Heng a life. It has been a while. How is your brother's health? Zhang Heng inquired warmly. He is fully recovered. Thanks to your timely intervention. Meng Hu expressed his gratitude, but then swiftly altered his demeanor, rallying his associates to declare, surround Ding Haodong. As soon as he spoke, Meng Hu's men redirected their aggression, encircling Ding Haodong instead, and the tide of the confrontation shifted dramatically, leaving Ding Haodong speechless in shock. Chapter 38. Kneel and bow before me. The scene before Ding Haodong left him utterly astonished. Even Lu Qingqiang could hardly conceal her surprise. How had the fierce and ruthless Meng Hu suddenly encircled Ding Haodong instead? Meng Hu, what are you doing? I instructed you to beat this kid to a pulp, yet you've turned against me instead. Ding Haodong exclaimed anxiously. His words sent another shockwave through him. He could not fathom that Meng Hu would betray him at such a critical moment, and his unwavering stance only deepened Ding's sense of panic. Lin Zhendong, standing beside Ding, was equally taken aback, his expression shifting slightly as he sensed impending doom. Zhang Heng, observing the unfolding drama, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips before stepping forward. Ding Haodong, what do you have to say now? Well, this is all a misunderstanding. How about I treat everyone to a meal and apologize? What do you think? Ding Haodong, sensing the precariousness of his situation, immediately softened his tone. However, Zhang Heng was not one to let him off so easily. Very well, kneel and bow to me 3 times, then slap yourself 10 times, and we shall pretend this incident never occurred. Do not push your luck. What do you take me for? I am of a distinguished status. Why should I bow to a penniless wretch like you? Ding Haodong refused to kneel, for that would be a tremendous blow to his pride. Yet, scarcely had he finished speaking when Meng Hu stepped forward and struck Ding Haodong across the face with a resounding slap, barking, "Who do you think you are? Kneeling before Master Zhang is a privilege, and here you are, chattering away. Do you dare challenge me?" Ding Haodong was stunned into silence. Meng Hu, whom he had summoned to deal with Zhang Heng, was now delivering blows to him instead, truly a case of shooting oneself in the foot. Fine, y concede. Ding Haodong declared as he knelt before Zhang Heng, beginning to slap his own face. However, his strikes were feeble, prompting Meng Hu to intervene with another forceful slap. Strike with conviction, like this. With gritted teeth and a heart full of resentment, Ding Haodong increased the force of his slaps against his own face, the sound echoing throughout the office. Zhang Heng observed with a glint of coldness in his eyes, having harbored grievances against Ding Haodong. He was not inclined to let him off easily. He summoned a surge of spiritual energy between his fingers and stealthily directed it towards Ding Haodong's head. Once this energy entered his brain, it would swiftly damage his cerebral cortex, ultimately rendering Ding Haodong a vegetable, and no anomalies would be detectable. In other words, Ding Haodong was destined to spend the rest of his life confined to a bed. With Ding Haodong dealt with, Zhang Heng exited Lin Zhendong's office alongside Lu Qingqiang, whose delicate face bore an expression of lingering trepidation. Thank goodness you saved Meng Hu's brother last time. Otherwise, we would have been in dire straits today. Lu Qingqiang thought to herself, feeling a sense of relief, as if saving others equated to saving oneself. Zhang Heng chuckled lightly. In truth, it mattered little whether it was Meng Hu or others he faced. He would not have feared any unfamiliar ruffian, merely a matter of stretching his limbs. The outcome would remain unchanged. Nodding in agreement, Zhang Heng watched Lu Qingqiang depart, after which Meng Hu followed suit. Master Zhang, I did not have the opportunity to express my gratitude during your last visit, and our leader has been quite regretful about it. Now that we have encountered you again, why not join us for a meal at our Donghu Chamber of Commerce? Meng Hu paused momentarily before continuing. This evening, the individual who previously inflicted poison upon us will come to offer an apology. I fear that the situation may escalate, and it would be prudent to have Master Zhang present to assist us should any conflict arise. The one who administered the poison is coming to apologize? Zhang Heng was taken aback. Given that this person possesses the ability to manipulate poison, They must be no ordinary individual. Would such a person truly extend an apology to Zhao Qiuxing and Meng Hu, who are merely common folk? Indeed, the one responsible for the poison is from the Beihai Chamber of Commerce, whose strength pales in comparison to ours. We have taken down several of their venues, prompting them to seek our mercy. Meng Hu replied with a sense of pride. Will that individual truly attend? Zhang Heng inquired, turning his head. They will indeed be present. Meng Hu nodded in affirmation. Then I shall accompany you to witness this event. Zhang Heng's interest was piqued. The myriad paths of cultivation include the art of witchcraft, and I wonder if I might seize an opportunity to test my mettle. Moreover, the greater the variety of techniques I attempt to master, the more swiftly I shall progress in my training. If Master Zhang attends, our elder brother will undoubtedly be pleased, Meng Hu exclaimed excitedly. Soon, the group arrived at the parking garage, and Zhang Heng boarded Meng Hu's business vehicle as they made their way to the headquarters of the Donghu Chamber of Commerce. Inside the car, Meng Hu could not restrain himself from calling their elder brother, Zhao Qiuxing, in advance. At a manor on the outskirts, Zhao Qiuxing stood at the entrance, accompanied by several individuals ready to welcome Zhang Heng. Beside him stood not only two bodyguards, but also an elderly man whose demeanor was calm and whose gaze was piercing. This was Gao Duong, a seasoned expert invited by Zhao Qiuxing from the Martial Alliance. His body was as tough as iron, and his strength was remarkable, having once felled a tiger with a single punch, instilling fear in those who knew of his prowess. Zhao Qiuxing had brought him along as a precaution against any sudden aggression from the Beihai Chamber of Commerce. Chairman Zhao, who is it that requires your personal greeting? Gao Duong expressed his displeasure, feeling that it was beneath him, a seasoned fighter, to be summoned for such a task. Master Zhang is a renowned healer. He was the one who cured me of the poison I suffered from last time, Zhao Qiuxing replied, a hint of respect in his tone. Is that so? Then I am curious to witness this for myself, Gao Duong remarked, though internally, he remained skeptical, believing that true strength was paramount, and no matter how skilled a healer, they could be easily subdued with a single blow. Meng Hu's vehicle came to a steady halt outside the manor, and Zhang Heng, guided by Meng Hu, approached slowly. Zhao Qiuxing personally advanced to greet him, while Gao Duong reluctantly followed. After a round of introductions, it became clear to Gao Duong that this so-called master healer was merely a young man in his early 20s from the countryside, prompting a flicker of disdain in his eyes. So young, how proficient can one be in healing arts? A master healer turned out to be just a rural lad. Although Gao Duong's words were spoken softly, they were overheard by those present, leading to a palpable awkwardness in the atmosphere. Chairman Zhao invited him here. Isn't that just asking for trouble? Gao Duong continued his derision. In the event of a confrontation, having a doctor present would facilitate timely medical assistance. Zhao Qiuxing felt compelled to mediate, for Gao Duong was a master of martial arts, and it would be unwise to offend him. Should a conflict arise, his presence would be essential for maintaining order. Indeed, it was a valid point, yet the youth of the doctor suggested limited medical expertise. One could only hope he would not flee in fear should a skirmish occur. Gao Duong regarded Zhang Heng with disdain, confident in his own prowess. Fear not, Master Gao. Even if you flee, I shall remain, Zhang Heng replied with a faint smile, seemingly unfazed. However, he observed a significant distribution of spiritual energy within Gao's muscles, revealing the source of the elder's arrogance. It was indeed commendable to achieve such proficiency in a realm where spiritual energy was scarce. Nevertheless, compared to Zhang Heng, he appeared utterly insignificant. A mere finger could extinguish him. It would be best this way, Gao Duong thought, perturbed by Zhang Heng's audacity to retort against a master of his caliber. Such insolence was foolish. He silently harbored a feeling of contempt, questioning the rationale behind involving a mere physician in their martial disputes. Chapter 39. This gift cannot be accepted. The estate of the East Lake Commerce Association was designated for receiving esteemed guests. Upon entering, Zhang Heng was struck by the spaciousness of the manor, which boasted several rooms and a central pavilion. Zhao Qiuxing guided Zhang Heng and Gao Duong to this pavilion. Just as they settled in, a subordinate reported the arrival of the Beihai Commerce Association. Please show them in, Zhao Qiuxing commanded, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Soon, 4 individuals from the Beihai Commerce Association entered the manor, led by their president, Ma Qinghai. He possessed a square face, thick eyebrows, and sharp eyes, exuding an air of authority as he walked. Following him were 3 companions, 2 men and a woman, each bearing an expensive gift, suggesting a genuine intent to apologize. Zhang Heng's gaze swept over them, his surprise evident. It appeared that all four possessed internal energy. He sensed a faint spiritual aura emanating from them, albeit unevenly distributed, indicating their understanding of spiritual energy was rudimentary, limited to muscle training and enhancing internal strength. Zhang Heng's scrutiny lingered on one of the middle-aged men in a black trench coat, whose gaunt face and piercing hawk-like eyes were unsettling. The darkness of his aura suggested the use of poison, an intriguing prospect for Zhang Heng. Upon reaching the central pavilion, Zhang Qinghai approached Zhao Qiuxing with a smile and exchanged pleasantries. Following the cordial exchange, he took a seat and addressed Zhao. President Zhao, I have come specifically to present gifts as an apology, hoping you will kindly return our 2 entertainment venues. When you inflicted the poison upon us, you should have anticipated today's outcome. Consider these venues as compensation for the medical expenses of my brothers and me. Zhao Qiuxing let out a cold snort. How could he possibly regurgitate what he had consumed? Moreover, the 2 entertainment venues he had seized from the Beihai Chamber of Commerce were quite lucrative, making it inconceivable for him to return them. President Zhao, I am not well-versed in matters of poison and curses. I have been unjustly framed. Fortunately, President Zhao emerged unscathed. Zhang Qinghai feigned a look of grievance, ostensibly projecting weakness. Do not waste my time with such trivialities. If you wish to operate in Shangyang City, the Beihai Chamber of Commerce must adhere to the rules of our Donghu Chamber of Commerce. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Zhao Qiuxing spoke with an air of authority, seizing this opportunity to subordinate the Beihai Chamber of Commerce to their own, thereby significantly enhancing their power. However, Zhang Qinghai could not willingly submit to subjugation. A flicker of steely resolve passed through his eyes, quickly replaced by a facade of cordiality. Naturally, who would dare to disregard President Zhao's prestige in Shangyang City? To demonstrate the sincerity of the Beihai Chamber of Commerce, I have brought 3 gifts. I hope President Zhao will not find them lacking. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Qinghai signaled the 3 individuals he had brought along to step forward, placing their gifts delicately upon the stone table in the pavilion. Instantly, the gazes of those present converged upon the offerings. They were none other than a millennium-old ginseng, a jade guanyin, and a solid gold dragon. Each gift was precious beyond measure, instantly astonishing the onlookers. President Zhao, are these 3 gifts to your satisfaction? From now on, we shall rely on the Donghu Chamber of Commerce for protection. Zhang Qinghai spoke with a tone of submission, as if he had already acknowledged Zhao Qiuxing's supremacy. The act of presenting gifts as an homage brought Zhao Qiuxing immense delight. Well said, he exclaimed, picking up the golden dragon to admire it. Clearly enamored by the exquisite piece, Zhang Qinghai cast a glance at Zhao Qiuxing, who was captivated by the golden dragon, a subtle smirk of malice gracing his lips. Zhang Heng, keenly observant, noted that these gifts were far from ordinary when they were placed upon the stone table. The millennium-old ginseng was obviously tainted with a rare poison. While it would not affect the consumer immediately, it would inevitably lead to a fatal outbreak over time. The jade guanyin was shrouded in ominous energy, and prolonged exposure would bring misfortune and death. The solid gold dragon contained highly radioactive materials. Extended contact would undoubtedly result in severe illness and death. Although these gifts were increasingly valuable, they were also progressively lethal. Ordinary individuals like Zhao Qiuxing and Meng who would never detect this, and even skilled martial artists like Gao Duong would find it difficult to perceive. Thus, Zhang Qinghai's visit, ostensibly an act of submission, was in reality a sinister plot to take Zhao Qiuxing's life. What a treacherous scheme! Zhang Heng silently pondered as he saw through the ruse. After presenting the gifts, Zhang Qinghai chatted amicably with Zhao Qiuxing for a while before excusing himself. President Zhao, I have matters to attend to at my chamber. I must take my leave. Next time, I shall treat you to a meal. Allow me to see you off. Zhao Qiuxing replied. Zhao Qiuxing stood up, intending to see Ma Qinghai off, while Gao Duong, observing the scene, seemed to conclude that no significant events would unfold that evening. However, he was interrupted by a voice from behind. Wait a moment. The crowd turned in the direction of the sound, only to discover that it was Zhang Heng who had called out, confusion evident in their expressions. Master Zhang, is there something else? Zhao Qiuxing instinctively inquired. President Zhao, you cannot accept these 3 gifts. Zhang Heng replied calmly. Cannot accept? Zhao Qiuxing and Gao Duong were taken aback, regarding Zhang Heng with surprise. Ma Qinghai's expression shifted slightly as he spoke. Young brother, these are gifts from our Beihai Chamber of Commerce to President Zhao as a gesture of goodwill. Are you attempting to sabotage the alliance we have just forged? You, a mere doctor, know nothing of the affairs of the world. Step aside and do not create chaos here. Zhao Qiuxing and Meng Hu felt a wave of confusion. Yet Zhang Heng offered no explanation. Instead, he advanced and smashed the jade guanyin statue with a single strike, revealing a pitch-black orb within. Before anyone could intervene, Zhang Heng crushed the millennium-old ginseng, which unveiled a black insect egg, and finally, he shattered the pure gold dragon, exposing a stone the size of a soybean. Grievous soul stone, goo worm, and highly radioactive material, each more perilous than the last. President Zhao, will you still accept these gifts? Zhang Heng stated with an unperturbed demeanor. The onlookers were left in shock upon witnessing the hidden contents of the gifts, and Ma Qinghai's complexion darkened to an extreme degree. Chapter 40. They're no match for me. Zhao Qiuxing quickly grasped the situation. Ma Qinghai was not there to present gifts and seek surrender, but rather to plot against him. He became infuriated at once. As his words fell, Zhao Qiuxing's followers, led by Meng Hu, swiftly surrounded Ma Qinghai and his three companions, wielding long poles and exuding murderous intent. Seeing his scheme exposed, Ma Qinghai's expression altered, though he did not show fear. Rather, he appeared resolute. Zhao Qiuxing, I did not anticipate you to have such a formidable ally by your side. Today, I underestimated you, but I still have a trick up my sleeve. Let's see if you can withstand it. As he spoke, a man clad in a black trench coat leaped into action, clawing directly at Zhao Qiuxing. He resembled a dark cloud rushing toward Zhao Qiuxing, and anyone who dared to obstruct him was swiftly knocked down. Gao Duong, witnessing this, bellowed, I am here. Cease your insolence. Given his confidence in his strength, he leapt forward to stand before Zhao Qiuxing. At this moment, Zhao Qiuxing's face paled with fear, and he called out to Meng Hu and the others, eliminate them. No sooner had he spoken than Meng Hu led the charge toward Ma Qinghai and his companions, while the man in the black trench coat engaged Gao Duong in combat. The battlefield erupted into chaos, filled with cries of battle. As the president of the Beihai Chamber of Commerce, Ma Qinghai was no ordinary opponent. With a swift motion, he produced several darts from his sleeve, launching them instantaneously at the assailants charging toward him. The darts found their mark, piercing the throats of his attackers, who collapsed without a sound. The two companions he had brought along swiftly drew short blades from their sleeves, engaging in fierce combat with Meng Hu and his men. Both were formidable fighters, skilled in martial arts, though slightly less proficient than Gao Duong. Zhao Qiuxing, witnessing the unfolding scene, was struck with profound shock, never anticipating that Ma Qinghai's companions would possess such formidable strength. Determined to ensure they did not leave, Zhao Qiuxing quickly dispatched a subordinate to summon additional reinforcements from within the estate. Within mere minutes, over 50 more fighters joined the fray. Seeing his forces arrive, Zhao Qiuxing's confidence surged, and he shouted at Ma Qinghai within the encirclement, Today, you shall leave your life here. Haha, Zhao Qiuxing, you are overly confident. The best is yet to come, Ma Qinghai retorted, just as a cacophony of battle cries erupted from outside the estate, followed by a flood of individuals armed with heavy iron rods rushing in. Zhao Qiuxing's expression darkened as he realized the gravity of the situation. This is bad. Ma Qinghai has laid a trap outside. Did you not expect this, Zhao Qiuxing? Our brothers from the Beihai Chamber of Commerce have arrived as well. Next year on this day will mark your demise. Ma Qinghai laughed boisterously. For the success of this operation, he had devised a dual strategy. The first was to covertly eliminate Zhao Qiuxing using the gifts as a guise, allowing the two factions to avoid direct confrontation and ensuring a victory without battle. The second was a strong offensive, having previously stationed dozens of men outside the estate. Now that their plan was compromised, they were compelled to charge in aggressively. Additionally, to guarantee the success of this mission, Ma Qinghai had enlisted several martial arts experts. Zhao Qiuxing's face turned ashen. Ma Qinghai was indeed unwilling to be subjugated by him. The battlefield descended into chaos, with combatants locked in fierce duels. Yet, it was evident that Ma Qinghai's two martial arts experts dominated the scene, effortlessly overcoming opponents, leaving none to stand against them. Several wounds marred their bodies, bleeding profusely, and the blood quickly darkened, taking on a sinister hue. With such meager strength, you dare to challenge me? The man in the black windbreaker, with hawk-like eyes, regarded him coldly, a hint of disdain evident in his gaze. Impossible. My flesh is impervious to blades, yet you have drawn blood. Gao Diwang's countenance shifted dramatically, the arrogance he once exuded dissipating. You shall perish here today. With that, the man in the black windbreaker advanced once more. Gao Duong attempted to defend himself with a punch, but was met with overwhelming force, sending him crashing several meters away. where he collapsed, spitting out dark blood. Zhao Qiusheng, witnessing the prowess of the man in the black windbreaker, was left astounded. The tide of battle had unmistakably turned in favor of Ma Qinghai, with Zhao Qiusheng's forces suffering heavy casualties. It was unforeseen that Ma Qinghai had summoned so many skilled fighters. Today, defeat seemed inevitable. Zhao Qiusheng was consumed by a deep-seated resentment. But as his gaze fell upon Zhang Heng, who remained seated in the pavilion, a wave of guilt washed over him, compelling him to rush towards him. Master Zhang, our people are in dire straits. Allow me to escort you away. I truly apologize for this predicament I have caused you, Zhao Qiusheng expressed with profound self-reproach. Fear not. These insignificant foes do not pose a challenge for me, Zhang Heng replied, rising with the intention of confronting the man clad in the black trench coat. However, Zhao Qiusheng, seeing this, swiftly grasped Zhang Heng's arm, urgency evident in his tone. Master Zhang, that area is a battlefield where blades do not discern their targets. Follow me. My estate harbors a secret passage that will ensure your safe departure. Do you not wish to emerge victorious in this conflict? Zhang Heng offered a faint smile. Master Zhang, do you truly wish to engage them in battle? Zhao Qiusheng exclaimed, aghast. While he acknowledged Zhang Heng's remarkable medical expertise, he doubted Zhang Heng's ability to contend with the formidable figure in black. He quickly implored, Master Zhang, that man in the black trench coat possesses immense strength. Even Master Gao is no match for him. To confront him would be tantamount to courting death. Let me escort you away. At that moment, Gao Duong approached unsteadily, clutching his chest where he had been wounded. You reckless young doctor, heed my words. That man in black has reached the pinnacle of inner strength. Even I cannot withstand him. You would be seeking your own demise by confronting him. It is imperative to listen to President Zhao and escape through the secret passage. As Zhao Qiusheng and Gao Duong fervently urged Zhang Heng to flee, the man in the black trench coat charged towards them. Zhao Qiusheng, prepare to meet your end. He bellowed, his fist transforming into a claw as he leaped forward. Master Zhang, you must escape. I will hold him off for a moment, Zhao Qiusheng resolutely declared, determined to buy Zhang Heng time to flee, for Zhang Heng had once saved his life, and he could not bear to implicate him in danger. Yet, Zhang Heng firmly pulled him back. You're no match for him, he said, his gaze turning icy as he stepped forward, his fist clenched, striking directly at the man in black. The clash of claw and fist erupted in a tremendous force, sending the black-clad adversary hurtling backward, blood spewing from his mouth. While Zhang Heng remained steadfast, his demeanor unperturbed. Gao Duong and Zhao Qiusheng, witnessing this scene, were left utterly astonished, unable to comprehend the gravity of what had just transpired. Chapter 41. Let us confront them together with a single strike. Zhang Heng had sent the overwhelmingly powerful figure in black flying, landing several meters away. Accompanied by a substantial spurt of blood, Zhao Qiusheng and Gao Duong stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom the sheer magnitude of Zhang Heng's strength, which had effortlessly dispatched the man in black with a single blow. At that moment, Gao Duong felt a profound sense of regret for his earlier reckless remarks. He had underestimated Master Zhang, who had kept his true prowess concealed, while he had foolishly resorted to mockery, bringing shame upon himself. Ma Qinghai, witnessing the black-clad man being struck down, was equally astounded. How is this possible? Even Master Wu has been defeated. Turning his head abruptly, he beheld the young man who had thwarted Master Wu, a fierce glint of murderous intent flashing across his face. Eliminate him. Rod Makingai. This boy must be dealt with to quell my hatred. Zhang Heng, however, stepped forward, casting a calm glance over the assembly, and coolly declared, Let you all come me together. Arrogant brat, watch as I handle you. As his words faded, one of Ma Qinghai's seasoned fighters lunged at Zhang Heng with formidable force. The punch was powerful, promising grievous injury if it connected. Yet, Zhang Heng merely extended a single finger towards him. Upon the collision of fingertip and fist, an immense force erupted from that point, sending the seasoned fighter hurtling backward, crashing to the ground, blood erupting from his mouth. I can't lift my hand. The fighter, after spitting blood, realized that his right hand had been rendered utterly useless by Zhang Heng's mere touch. Witnessing this spectacle, Ma Qinghai and his companions were once again astounded. The existence of such a formidable individual was beyond their wildest imagination. In stark contrast, Zhao Qiusheng, after the initial shock, felt a surge of elation. He had never anticipated that the Master Zhang he had fortuitously summoned for aid possessed such terrifying prowess. His admiration for Zhang Heng soared to new heights. At the same time, Gao Duong stood speechless, overwhelmed by Zhang Heng's extraordinary strength. This lad, no, Master Zhang has transcended the realm of internal strength experts. He has likely reached the level of a grandmaster. Even within our martial alliance, only the leader could rival him, Gao Duong mused, feeling an immediate reverence towards Zhang Heng. In their martial alliance, strength was paramount, and Zhang Heng's astonishing abilities merited their veneration. How can this boy be so powerful? Ma Qinghai's expression soured dramatically, his schemes thwarted by this youth, igniting a profound fury within him. Everyone, converge on him. Let's see if he can truly withstand our numbers, he shouted, rallying over 30 individuals who brandished iron rods, encircling Zhang Heng. Yet, with a slight smirk, Zhang Heng advanced rather than retreating. Diving into the fray, he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, effortlessly sending them sprawling. In less than a minute, those 30-odd individuals had failed to even graze Zhang Heng's clothing, all of them now lying on the ground, moaning in pain. The remaining onlookers were paralyzed with fear at Zhang Heng's terrifying prowess, and the few bodyguards left beside Ma Qinghai were pale, trembling in terror, hesitant to approach. Now it is just you left. Zhang Heng slowly advanced towards Ma Qinghai, who, terrified, stumbled backward, too frightened to resist, his face devoid of color, visibly shaken by Zhang Heng's formidable presence. My brother, with your strength, why align yourself with Zhao Qiushan? I can offer you double the pay to assist me in eliminating him. No, I will give you 10 times the amount. Whatever you desire, I shall provide. I will hand over the entire Beihai Chamber of Commerce to you. Just spare my life. Ma Qinghai had never felt death so close before. I harbor no interest in you, Zhang Heng remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he seized Ma Qinghai and hurled him before Zhao Qiushan. He is now in your hands. Ma Qinghai, having been cast aside with considerable force, found himself nearly incapacitated, utterly unable to resist in the face of Zhao Qiushan, who was filled with fervor. After all, Ma Qinghai had twice plotted against him with lethal intent, and Zhao Qiushan was determined to exact retribution. Meanwhile, Zhang Heng's gaze shifted to a man clad in a black trench coat, who lay crumpled on the ground, clearly injured. Yes, I am the one who employed the poison. You may do with me as you wish, the man in black declared defiantly, recognizing the futility of resistance. You possess quite the bravado, Zhang Heng retorted, grasping the black stone that hung from the man's chest and beginning to toy with it, eliciting a sense of urgency from the black-clad figure. That is the heirloom of the Wu family. I must take it to my grave, return it to me at once, he exclaimed. No wonder your spiritual energy is feeble, yet you can wield poison with such ease. It is due to this stone imbued with the power of the goose spirit. Zhang Heng discerned the origin of the black stone at a glance, his heart swelling with anticipation. For the goose spirit's energy within it was quite potent, and he wondered how much spiritual power he might acquire upon refining it. This is our Wu family's treasure. Even if I perish, I shall not allow you to take it, the man in black declared, summoning all his strength to strike at Zhang Heng. In response, Zhang Heng merely scoffed, conjuring a wisp of pale blue flame in his palm. He then struck the chest of the black-clad man, igniting him in a blaze of blue fire. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, marveling at the spectacle of conjuring fire with bare hands. What extraordinary prowess! It was akin to that of a celestial being. The depth of Master Zhang's abilities was unfathomable, and one must cultivate a favorable relationship with him, lest they offend Zhao Qiushan. This thought solidified in their minds. Amidst the astonishment, Gao Duong lamented his prior lack of discernment, resolutely dragging his wounded form toward Zhang Heng. Master Zhang, I beseech your forgiveness for my previous folly. I spoke out of turn and failed to recognize your worth. I humbly request your pardon with a bow. As Gao Duong inclined himself to kneel, Zhang Heng timely supported him. How could I hold you accountable for mere words? Moreover, you are my elder, and I cannot accept such an act of contrition. Zhang Heng replied, lifting Gao Duong up. His gaze then fell upon the blackened wounds upon Gao Duong's body, indicative of the goo poison he had endured, coupled with the darkening of his lips, a sign of deepening toxicity. You have succumbed to a profound level of goo poison. Others would have perished by now. Yet only someone of your caliber could endure such affliction, Zhang Heng noted, as Gao Duong collapsed, his body weak and breath faint, resigned to his fate. Yet, Zhang Heng's voice rang out with assurance. Do not worry. You shall not perish while I am here. The poison that plagued Gao Duong could be addressed through medical silver needles, albeit slowly. However, Zhang Heng intended to employ the path of witchcraft to cleanse Gao Duong of the poison. The old man, overwhelmed by the venom coursing through his veins, lamented that the poison afflicting him was of a cursed nature. He believed that even Master Zhang, no matter how skilled in the healing arts, would find it futile to intervene, thus sparing him the trouble. Gao Duong, pallid and resigned, had prepared himself for the inevitable. In his estimation, no conventional medicine could counteract such a curse, especially given the current state of his affliction. With the Gu Spirit Stone resting in the palm of his left hand, Zhang Heng channeled his spiritual energy into it. Simultaneously, he formed a series of intricate hand seals with his right hand. To his delight, wisps of black energy began to emanate from the dark wounds on Gao Diwang's body, only to be swiftly absorbed by the Gu Spirit Stone. Witnessing this, Zhang Heng felt a surge of hope. Indeed, the path of shamanic sorcery could dispel the cursed poison. As Gao Duong observed his blackened wounds transforming to a vibrant red and subsequently healing, he was struck speechless by amazement. He could also sense the cursed poison rapidly dissipating from his being, a sensation that filled him with both shock and joy. After approximately 10 minutes, all traces of the poison were eradicated, and his wounds had healed, leaving him only slightly weakened. Otherwise, he felt entirely restored. "Thank you, Master Zhang, for saving my life. This life of mine belongs to you from now on," Gao Duong proclaimed as he stood and bowed deeply to Zhang Heng, a gesture that conveyed his heartfelt gratitude. Just as he finished speaking, Zhao Qiusheng, who had witnessed the entire ordeal, approached Zhang Heng with utmost respect. "Master Zhang, you have saved our East Lake Commercial Association twice. Henceforth, all members of our association will look to you as our guiding star." This expression of gratitude also served as a strategic alliance. With such a formidable figure as Zhang Heng supporting them, the East Lake Commercial Association could foresee rapid ascendance and expansion in Shenyang City. Moreover, Zhang Heng was pleasantly surprised to discover that his invocation of shamanic sorcery yielded nearly double the spiritual energy in return. It was evident that the more one practiced the art, the greater the spiritual rewards, and Zhang Heng felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Chapter 42. Booking the most expensive restaurant in the stillness of the night, Zhang Heng sat on his bed, diligently refining the Gu Spirit Stone. The stone was saturated with the power of the Gu Spirit. While it could not rival the Imperial Aura, it was nevertheless a rare and special energy. Upon refining it, he received a threefold return of spiritual energy, which filled him with joy. It appeared that refining special energy stones yielded far greater rewards than merely refining antiquities imbued with spiritual energy. However, such extraordinary stones were elusive, only to be sought after in the future. With this thought in mind, Zhang Heng glanced at his phone. It was already 2 a.m. Beyond noting the time, he registered the date, June 14th. He nearly forgot that in 2 days, it would be Lu Qingqing's birthday. This time, he was determined to surprise her in a meaningful way. Over the past 3 years, he had not properly celebrated her birthday, and now that he possessed both wealth and capability, he wished to orchestrate a splendid birthday for Lu Qingqing as a gesture of recompense. The following day was a weekend, allowing Lu Qingqing to forego her duties at the hospital, and thus Zhang Heng would not accompany her. However, early in the morning, after preparing breakfast, he ventured out. The Jinwang Crystal Restaurant is renowned as the most luxurious and romantic dining establishment in Shenyang City, frequently chosen by couples for their wedding ceremonies. A testament to its esteemed reputation, Zhang Heng drove his car to the Jinwang Building, which locals affectionately refer to as the Romantic Building. The pinnacle of this structure houses the Jinwang Crystal Restaurant, resembling a resplendent oval diamond, a shining beacon within the city. It stands as a landmark of Shenyang, offering breathtaking views of the urban landscape from its heights. Dining here necessitates a reservation at least 2 days in advance, underscoring its popularity among the local populace. Upon entering the elevator, Zhang Heng ascended directly to the top floor. Once there, he was immediately struck by the opulence of the restaurant, which exuded an air of distinction. The patrons were dressed in exquisite attire, leaving Zhang Heng, clad in modest clothing, feeling somewhat out of place. As he approached the entrance, a male attendant barred his way, casting a dismissive glance at his attire, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain. "Apologies, sir, but all our tables are fully booked today," the attendant stated. "I wish to reserve the entire venue for the 16th of this month. Please take me to your manager," Zhang Heng replied, undeterred by the attendant's condescension. "Do you truly believe you can book our Jinwang Crystal Restaurant? Dream on. Do you have any idea how much it costs to reserve our venue? Even if you were sold by the pound, it wouldn't be enough." "Now, please leave," the attendant retorted, attempting to shoo him away. Other staff members gathered, observing Zhang Heng's humble appearance, and couldn't help but chuckle derisively. "His attire is even cheaper than ours. Yet he dares to think he can reserve the Jin Wang Crystal Restaurant. Is he sleepwalking? One whispered, while another remarked, in broad daylight, no less. With that look, he couldn't even afford a reservation, let alone a full booking. It's laughable. As several employees blocked the entrance, mocking Zhang Heng, the restaurant manager, Wang Mingyang noticed the commotion and quickly approached, his displeasure evident. Manager Wang, this pauper thinks he can book our venue. Isn't it ridiculous? The staff exclaimed, gesturing toward Zhang Heng. Upon hearing of the reservation request, Wang Mingyang turned to see Zhang Heng's disheveled appearance, his entire outfit worth scarcely 1,000 yuan. He frowned and dismissively waved Zhang Heng away, as though wanting to rid himself of a beggar. If you have no money, then leave. This is not a place for you. Don't disrupt our business, he declared. I truly wish to reserve the venue. Zhang Heng insisted, producing a bank card. If you doubt me, feel free to swipe this card. If it declines, you can throw me out then. Oh, Wang Mingyang raised an eyebrow, realizing that the individual had produced a bank card, making it inappropriate to dismiss him outright. Do you know that reserving our venue costs at least 20 million a day? Can you afford that? This card has more than enough to cover an entire month of your services, Zhang Heng replied confidently. Zhang Heng smiled gently and remarked that he had 600 million in his bank account, with 20 million available daily. More than enough to reserve an entire venue for a month. All right, someone, take this card and swipe it. If there isn't 20 million in the account, be sure to leave immediately. Wang Mingyang handed the bank card from Zhang Heng to a young cashier. The other attendants present were skeptical, unable to believe that such a card could contain 20 million, an enormous sum indeed. Given Zhang Heng's attire, which consisted solely of inexpensive clothing, it seemed utterly implausible. The attendants were eager to witness the unfolding drama. Soon, the cashier returned with a POS machine and began swiping the card in front of Zhang Heng. Please enter your password, sir, she requested, extending the POS machine towards him. All eyes were fixed on him, anticipating an embarrassing moment from this seemingly impoverished individual. However, after swiftly inputting the password, the screen displayed a successful transaction, 20 million. The announcement of the successful swipe caused the attendants to gasp in disbelief, their expressions a mixture of shock and astonishment. Even Wang Mingyang was momentarily stunned. They had never expected this man, clad in such cheap garments, could indeed afford 20 million, shattering their preconceived notions. As the manager, Wang Mingyang's demeanor shifted dramatically, and he addressed Zhang Heng with utmost respect. My apologies, sir. We misjudged your status. Please do not hold our ignorance against us. I will arrange for the reservation of Hall 16 immediately. Furthermore, as a gesture of our sincere apology, our Golden Crystal Restaurant will present you with a complimentary 8-tier crystal cake for your celebration. Yes, that day is my wife's birthday. Please make it extravagant. The more lavish, the better. Money is no object, Zhang Heng replied coolly, taking back his bank card. Rest assured, sir, we will ensure your satisfaction, Wang Mingyang responded, bowing deeply. His attitude transformed from condescension to reverence. The attendants regarded Zhang Heng with newfound respect, their previous mockery replaced by a sense of awe. A person capable of producing 20 million at a moment's notice was undoubtedly not an ordinary individual, far beyond the reach of their humble lives. Zhang Heng nodded and turned to leave, leaving the attendants in a state of shock, taking a while to regain their composure. Indeed, one should not judge by appearances. This young man, who seemed impoverished, was in fact a wealthy individual. The incident had left the attendants quite shaken. The news of a 20 million reservation would surely create a stir throughout the city of Shenyang. After just a day, the tale of the affluent patron reserving a venue for his wife's birthday had spread rapidly among the staff. Given the popularity of the Golden Crystal Restaurant, the story circulated widely, reaching the ears of the young members of the Liu family. That evening, during dinner, Zhang Heng's sister-in-law, Liu Xiaoya, was the first to mention this astonishing event. Sister, have you heard? A wealthy individual reserved the entire Golden Crystal Restaurant to celebrate his wife's birthday, which truly evokes envy. If someone were to reserve the Golden Crystal Restaurant for my birthday, I would unhesitatingly agree to marry him. As Liu Xiaoya expressed this, her eyes shimmered with envy and longing. Xiaoya, when your birthday comes around next time, your brother-in-law will surely book the Golden Crystal Restaurant for you, Zhang Heng remarked. Noticing the envy in Liu Xiaoya's expression, little did he know that his words would infuriate his mother-in-law, Wang Fun. You useless fool. You can't even keep a caregiver job. Yet you dare to dream of booking the Golden Crystal Restaurant? Where do you find the audacity? You can't earn a dime, but your ability to boast has certainly increased. Truly pathetic. Mom, let's not discuss this during dinner, Lu Qingchang interjected, keen to shield Zhang Heng from any further distress. However, Wang Fan only grew more agitated. Qingcheng, isn't the 16th your birthday as well? That person's husband spent 20 million to reserve the Golden Crystal restaurant for his wife's birthday, while this useless Zhang Heng hasn't even managed to give you a decent gift in 3 years. Truly, comparing ourselves to others is infuriating. I'm done. I'm so full from this frustration, Wang Fan exclaimed, tossing down her chopsticks and storming off to her room. Chapter 43. What kind of birthday celebration can you, a pauper, possibly arrange? The story of the wealthy individual reserving the Golden Crystal restaurant gained momentum, becoming a topic of conversation among many young people. However, Zhang Heng, the central figure in this narrative, remained unfazed. To celebrate Lu Qingcheng's birthday, Zhang Heng not only reserved the Golden Crystal restaurant, but also sought out Lin Manny to purchase a diamond ring, Eternal Love, valued at 10 million, intending to present it to her as a gift on her special day. Remarkably, Lin Manny did not accept any payment, gifting it to him freely, which left Zhang Heng immensely grateful. When they married, Zhang Heng had nothing to offer Lu Qingcheng, hence he could not present her with a fitting ring. Now that he was financially secure, he naturally wished to provide her with the very best. As the day of Lu Qingcheng's birthday arrived, early in the morning, Wang Jingchao drove his BMW X Series to Lu Qingcheng's residence, with a singular purpose in mind, to invite Lu Qingcheng to celebrate her birthday. This was an excellent opportunity for him to shine, and he had prepared a substantial gift, one that Lu Qingcheng could not refuse for the occasion. At that moment, Wang Fun and Lu Guodong were still having breakfast when they spotted Wang Zhengchao entering, their excitement palpable as they rushed to welcome him. "Zhengchao, what brings you here?" Wang Fun greeted him with a smile, while Lu Guodong was equally enthusiastic. "Uncle, Annie, I have come to organize a splendid birthday celebration for Qingcheng, along with a significant gift for her. Everything is prepared. We just need Qingcheng's approval." Wang Zhengchao responded with a smile, exchanging pleasantries with Wang Fun and Lu Guodong. Upon hearing that Wang Zhengchao intended to celebrate their daughter's birthday and present her with a grand gift, Wang Fun and Lu Guodong beamed even brighter. "Zhengchao, I have high hopes for you. Today, your uncle and I will be working overtime and cannot accompany Qingcheng for her birthday celebration. This important task is entrusted to you. As long as you make her happy, I will wholeheartedly approve of your relationship." Wang Fun completely disregarded Zhang Heng's feelings and readily agreed. "Thank you, Auntie. I am confident that Qingcheng will be utterly captivated upon witnessing the extravagant birthday celebration and this magnificent gift I have prepared for her." Wang Zhengchao brimmed with confidence regarding his lavish present, valued at 1 million. "That is splendid." Wang Fun nodded in agreement, then cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Heng, who was washing dishes in the kitchen. This useless man, it's his wife's birthday today, yet he shows no sign of appreciation and merely busies himself with chores. What a pitiful wretch. After a while, Lu Qingcheng descended the stairs. It was her birthday, and she had made a slight effort to enhance her appearance, adding a touch of vibrancy to the occasion. With a hint of delicate makeup, her breathtaking visage radiated charm and allure, while her cascading waves of hair draped casually over her shoulders, imbuing her with an air of sensuality. Her enchanting features, accentuated by every smile and frown, left men utterly entranced. Were there a ranking of beauties in Shenyang City, Lu Qingcheng would undoubtedly secure a place among the top 3, a testament to her captivating beauty and figure. As Wang Zhengchao beheld Lu Qingcheng gracefully descending the staircase, his eyes nearly bulged with desire. He yearned to sweep her off her feet. "Qingcheng, today I have arranged a lavish birthday celebration for you, along with a splendid gift. Come, let us celebrate together." Wang Zhengchao eagerly invited. "Not today. I have matters at the hospital to attend to," Lu Qingcheng gently declined, furrowing her brows. In truth, she had no appointments at the hospital. It was merely an excuse to refuse Wang Zhengchao. "It is Wednesday. What business do you have at the hospital?" "You must not disregard Zhengchao's kind intentions." Wang Fun quickly interjected in support of her son. After a brief pause, she continued, "And look at your useless husband, merely washing dishes and showing no concern for your birthday. What good is he? You will be better off with Zhengchao as your husband. Look how attentively he cares for you, coming all the way here early just for your birthday. Indeed, Qingcheng, why not spend the day with Zhengchao and enjoy yourself? Consider it a well-deserved break," Lu Guodong chimed in, urging her. Hearing her parents advocate for him, Wang Zhengchao felt a swell of pride, believing his chances of winning Lu Qingcheng's heart were promising. However, Lu Qingcheng's countenance darkened with displeasure, just as she was about to decline once more. Zhang Heng emerged from the kitchen, having finished washing the dishes. Wiping his hands on his apron, he calmly stated, "Qing Cheng, I have also prepared a birthday celebration and a gift for you. Let us celebrate together later." As Zhang Heng removed his apron, Wang Fan could no longer contain her scorn. "What kind of birthday celebration can a penniless man like you provide for my daughter? Huh? Are you merely planning to buy a cake and celebrate at a roadside stall?" Wang Zhenchao added his mockery from his side, and Wang Fan nodded in agreement. "Qing Cheng, perhaps you should celebrate with Zhenchao. As for your useless husband, I can only imagine a roadside eatery with a cake to appease you. And the gifts must certainly be nothing of worth, mere trifles. If a birthday celebration is in order, I would prefer to spend it with Zhang Heng. Even in simplicity, I would find joy." This sentiment stirred a slight emotion within Zhang Heng, revealing that Lu Qingsheng still harbored feelings for him. However, this statement displeased Wang Zhenchao and Wang Fan greatly. "Well, I am eager to see what kind of birthday gathering this so-called useless man can organize for Qingsheng." Wang Zhenchao, feeling reluctant, turned to see Lu Xiaoya descending the stairs and immediately seized the opportunity. "Xiaoya, why not join us? Witness how your ineffectual brother-in-law celebrates your sister's birthday with his meager arrangements. Then, observe the lavish celebration and gifts I have prepared for her. Additionally, I have a present for you as well." Seeing Lu Qingqing's disinterest, Wang Zhenchao sought to exploit Lu Xiaoya as a means to regain favor, hoping to showcase that only he could orchestrate an extravagant birthday celebration for her sister, while Zhang Heng could merely purchase a cake for a casual commemoration, compelling Lu Qingsheng to recognize the stark reality. Wang Fan, catching wind of this, chimed in, urging Lu Xiaoya, "Xiaoya, take a leave of absence from school today and accompany us. Keep a keen eye on who can truly bring happiness to your sister." Wang Fan intended to sway Lu Xiaoya to their side, hoping she would persuade Lu Qingsheng to part ways with Zhang Heng. "Absolutely. I have been wishing to celebrate my sister's birthday as well," Lu Xiaoya responded cheerfully, relishing the prospect of a day free from school, indulging in food and drink with her sister. "Then let us proceed. I have conveniently ordered your favorite crystal cake." Zhang Heng nodded. Yet, he contemplated how to keep Wang Zhenchao from entering the Golden Splendor Crystal Restaurant, ensuring that only he and his wife would celebrate the occasion, while Lu Xiaoya, being his sister-in-law, was welcome. Upon hearing Zhang Heng mention the cake, Wang Zhenchao's suspicions solidified. A pauper purchasing a cake hardly constituted a birthday gathering. How laughable. Chapter 44. It turns out this impoverished fellow is footing the bill. Soon, the group departed by car, with Wang Fan and Lu Guodong opting not to follow, as they had to attend to work obligations. Zhang Heng drove Lu Qingsheng and Lu Xiaoya, while Wang Zhenchao stubbornly trailed behind, the two vehicles moving in tandem. "I am not competing with him. I merely wish to host a grand birthday celebration for you," Zhang Heng remarked lightly. "Brother-in-law, where are you taking us?" Lu Xiaoya inquired, her gaze curious as she peered out at the passing buildings. Since Zhang Heng had stood up for Lu Xiaoya against a group of ruffians intent on harassing her, her perception of him had shifted significantly, occasionally referring to him as brother-in-law, albeit infrequently. "We are almost there," Zhang Heng said, a smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, Wang Zhenchao, observing Zhang Heng steering towards the Golden Splendor building, furrowed his brow. What could this useless man possibly be doing at Golden Splendor? Surely he isn't heading to the modest eatery beside it. As Wang Zhenchao contemplated, he drove his car inside, harboring no belief that Zhang Heng, this impoverished fellow, could afford to indulge in the extravagant Gold Bright building. It is well known that expenses here are exorbitant. Even he, Wang Zhenchao, would seldom dare to visit such a place. Soon, Zhang Heng parked his vehicle in the building's garage, and upon disembarking, both Lu Qingsheng and Lu Xiaoya wore expressions of astonishment. "Zhang Heng, are you truly taking us to the Gold Bright building to celebrate my birthday?" They were aware that the costs here were steep, and they had never set foot in such a lavish establishment. "Indeed, just follow me. Everything has already been arranged," Zhang Heng replied, making his way toward the elevator. Wang Zhenchao, who had just exited his vehicle, noticed Zhang Heng and the others enter the lift, and he followed suit, increasingly perplexed by Zhang Heng's motives for being there. However, he could never have imagined that Zhang Heng was hosting Lu Qingqing's birthday celebration at the opulent Crystal Restaurant on the top floor. Even if he were told, he would refuse to believe it. In the elevator, Zhang Heng pressed the button for the top floor, causing Lu Qingsheng to panic. "Brother-in-law, are you mistaken? The top floor's restaurant has been reserved by a wealthy patron. Even if you spent extravagantly, you couldn't secure a table today," Lu Xiaoya exclaimed in disbelief. Wang Zhenchao scoffed at this scenario. "Huh, A country bumpkin is still just a country bumpkin. The top floor is the most expensive restaurant in Shenyang City. Even if you sold yourself, you couldn't gain entry, especially with a tycoon having booked the venue today. You may not be able to enter, but we might. Zhang Heng stated calmly. Wang Zhenchao felt a surge of frustration, but thought to himself that he would relish the moment when Zhang Heng was inevitably thrown out. Before long, the elevator reached the top floor. As the doors opened, manager Wang Mingyang and a host of waitstaff were waiting. Upon seeing Zhang Heng and his companions, they immediately greeted him with utmost respect. Welcome, Mr. Zhang. In that instant, Lu Qingcheng, Lu Xiaoya, and Wang Zhenchao were left dumbfounded, their hearts racing in astonishment. Could it be that Zhang Heng was the tycoon who had reserved the entire venue for his wife's birthday celebration at a cost of 20 million? The very thought rendered Wang Zhenchao utterly incredulous. How could this impoverished man possibly afford such a lavish restaurant? It was inconceivable. His face turned a shade of deep crimson, disbelief filling his eyes. Meanwhile, Lu Qingcheng was equally stunned by the unfolding scene. As for Lu Xiaoya, her astonishment was eclipsed by excitement and elation. She had longed to dine at the Gold Bright Crystal Restaurant. We'll discuss this later. For now, let us head inside. Zhang Heng smiled faintly, then whispered a few words to manager Wang before ushering Lu Qingcheng and Lu Xiaoya through the entrance. Wang Zhenchao attempted to follow them in order to ascertain the truth, but was blocked by manager Wang. Apologies, sir, but we do not serve outsiders here. What did you say? This pauper can enter, but I cannot? Wang Zhenchao exclaimed, his frustration boiling over. I'm sorry, but if you do not leave, we will have to remove you forcibly. With that, manager Wang gestured for 2 security guards to approach, ready to escort him out. Fine, you win this time. Wang Zhenchao observed the security personnel had arrived and felt compelled to leave, yet deep within, he remained skeptical that Zhang Heng, whom he deemed a pauper, could truly afford such an opulent crystal restaurant. In Wang's heart, he believed that if he could not achieve it, then Zhang Heng, a mere impoverished soul, certainly could not. After Wang Zhenchao's departure, Zhang Heng and his companions, under the guidance of a charming waitress, were led to the very center of the crystal restaurant, where the floor was adorned with an abundance of blue roses, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled luxury and romance. Oh my goodness, so many blue roses, exclaimed Lu Xiaoya, her voice brimming with astonishment, while Lu Qingcheng felt her heart race, as if her once fanciful expectations were gradually materializing into reality. A magnificent 8-tiered crystal cake was wheeled over by the waitress, and upon seeing the grand cake, Lu Xiaoya was once again left speechless. What a colossal crystal cake. Brother-in-law, did you truly arrange all of this? She inquired incredulously, while Lu Qingcheng's beautiful eyes instinctively turned toward Zhang Heng, equally filled with curiosity. Yes, all of this is prepared for Qingcheng, Zhang Heng replied with a smile, promptly retrieving the exquisite crystal of love ring worth 10 million from his pocket. And this, it is said that this ring symbolizes eternal love. Upon catching sight of the ring, Lu Qingcheng's eyes instantly glistened with tears, her gaze softening as emotions welled within her. She felt as though she were in a dream. The reality of the man once labeled as a worthless fool now rendered utterly captivating. If this were indeed a dream, she wished never to awaken. Qingcheng, from this day forth, no one shall ever bully you again, Zhang Heng declared, gently placing the crystal of love ring onto Lu Qingcheng's delicate, jade-like finger. Overcome with emotion, she wept freely, the culmination of 3 years' worth of feelings erupting forth. Instinctively, she threw herself into Zhang Heng's embrace, which he reciprocated with a warm, protective hold. In the next moment, a cascade of crimson rose petals descended from above, enveloping the restaurant in a romantic ambience that reached its zenith. Lu Xiaoya, savoring the crystal cake, glanced at Zhang Heng and Lu Qingcheng in their embrace, unable to suppress a twinge of envy. This brother-in-law is becoming increasingly enigmatic. However, it seems he promised to reserve this splendid crystal restaurant for my birthday. Just then, a blush crept across Lu Xiaoya's cheeks as she recalled her earlier proclamation that she would marry whoever treated her to a birthday celebration here. He is my brother-in-law. What am I thinking? Lu Xiaoya shook her head, dispelling the fanciful notion from her mind. Chapter 45. There is more to this painting than meets the eye. After this enchanting day, Lu Qingcheng found herself increasingly intrigued by her seemingly meek husband, Zhang Heng. Yet, she was also curious about how he had suddenly acquired such wealth. After all, renting the Golden Crystal restaurant would require no less than 20 million, and that ring was certainly not inexpensive. Later that evening, As Zhang Heng sat atop the bed preparing to meditate, a knock at the door interrupted him, prompting him to rise and open it. Lu Qingcheng stood at the doorway, clad in a seductive pink silk camisole nightgown, holding a few books in her hands. Her delicate shoulders revealed a patch of alabaster skin, and the nightgown was cut short, barely reaching her thighs, exposing her enticingly fair legs. The prominent curves at her chest added an extra layer of allure. Qingcheng, what brings you to me at this late hour? Zhang Heng couldn't resist stealing a few more glances at her flawless figure. About what happened during the day. Don't you think you owe me an explanation? Where did you acquire such a substantial sum of money? Lu Qingcheng inquired with her captivating eyes. It was rather suspicious for someone who seldom worked to suddenly have enough funds to reserve the Golden Crystal Restaurant. It was Chun Lao's assistance. Last time, I treated his illness, and as a gesture of gratitude, he arranged the reservation for me at the Golden Crystal Restaurant. The ring was also a gift from him. Zhang Heng had already prepared his explanation, as he could not divulge the truth to Lu Qingcheng just yet. I see. Lu Qingcheng exclaimed, her understanding blossoming. If Chun Lao was indeed the one who made the reservation, then everything fell into place, especially since he was a prominent figure among the 5 great families in Shenyang City. By the way, Chun Lao heard that I was unemployed and arranged a security job for me, paying 800 a day, so I wouldn't be coming to work with you anymore. Zhang Heng casually fabricated an excuse, hoping to dedicate more time to his cultivation. Moreover, he had learned that the 500 a day salary Lu Qingcheng had offered him was actually coming from her own pocket, which was a significant reason he wished to decline the offer. After all, wouldn't that be akin to relying on her generosity? Hence, considering the 2 aforementioned points, Zhang Heng decided against being Lu Qingcheng's assistant. All right, Lu Qingcheng replied, a hint of disappointment in her voice. She should have been happy for Zhang Heng finding employment, but the thought of not commuting together dulled her spirits. The 2 of them lapsed into silence for a moment before Lu Qingcheng suddenly remembered another matter she wished to discuss with Zhang Heng. She handed him the books she was holding and said, Zhang Heng, here are a few books on traditional Chinese medicine that I borrowed from the hospital library. You can study them when you have the time, and perhaps consider obtaining a medical license. You can't spend your whole life as a security guard. Lu Qingcheng thought that since Zhang Heng had an interest in traditional medicine, it would be beneficial for him to learn more, and acquiring a medical license would elevate his status. All right, I'll take a look when I have some free time. Zhang Heng felt a warm sensation in his heart. It was evident that Lu Qingcheng cared for him. However, after delivering the books, Lu Qingcheng lingered, seemingly hesitant to leave. After a moment, her cheeks flushed slightly as she whispered, Zhang Heng, I have another book on Tui Na, Chinese therapeutic massage, in my room. Would you like to come see it with me? No, that is all right. I can't manage to read all these books, Zhang Heng thought to himself, considering that his knowledge of medical arts far exceeded the ordinary practices of Tui Na. Yet, as Lu Qingcheng turned to depart, Zhang Heng suddenly sensed something amiss. This was her first invitation to his room. He called out to her, Qingcheng, I believe learning a bit of Tui Na is indeed necessary. I will accompany you to your room. It was rather late today. Let us discuss it after you finish those books in your hands. With that parting remark, Lu Qingcheng blushed and hurried upstairs. Observing her enchanting figure retreating, Zhang Heng couldn't help but berate himself. How foolish of him to let such a splendid opportunity slip away. Early the next morning, after his companions had departed for work, Zhang Heng summoned a taxi via his mobile device, directing it towards Nanyuan Ancient Street. The refinement of the Guling stone and Nanyuan Ancient jade had bestowed upon him a considerable increase in spiritual energy, prompting him to venture to Nanyuan Ancient Street in hopes of encountering some extraordinary energies. He also contemplated purchasing more spiritually infused raw stones for his cultivation. During the day, Nanyuan Ancient Street was bustling with activity. Having visited once before, Zhang Heng felt quite familiar with the area, navigating the street with ease. The calls of street vendors filled the air. However, despite his search, he found no antique items imbued with substantial spiritual energy. While there were several pieces exuding a slight essence, Zhang Heng deemed their energy too insignificant to warrant a purchase. Feeling a twinge of disappointment, he neared the end of the street, where he noticed a crowd gathered in an antique shop. To his surprise, he spotted a familiar figure, Lin Manny. Filled with curiosity, he approached the store. As he drew closer, he realized that this particular shop specialized in ancient paintings, where several elderly gentlemen were meticulously examining a piece, while Lin Manny stood nearby observing. Instinctively, Zhang Heng's gaze fell upon the painting, and he was taken aback. It radiated a profound spiritual energy. This discovery thrilled him. Yet upon closer inspection, He noted that the energy seemed to be veiled by a layer of paper. This indicated that the energy emanated from within the painting itself, rather than from its surface, which puzzled him. How could a painting with such rich spiritual energy appear so ordinary? After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Heng pondered a possibility and stepped forward. Just then, Lin Manny turned to him, her face lighting up with delight upon recognizing him. Zhang Heng, what a surprise to see you here. I came hoping for a stroke of luck, but I didn't expect to run into you. By the way, I haven't had the chance to properly thank you for the ring Mr. Lin gifted me. Zhang Heng expressed his gratitude. It was merely a trifling matter. I must admit, I am quite astonished to learn that you are already married at such a young age. Lin Manny, now aware of Zhang Heng's status as a son-in-law, was also intrigued by how someone so capable could assume such a role. Are you here to admire the painting? He inquired, shifting the topic. Indeed, I heard early this morning that a painting by Tang Vo, titled Dongting Huang Mao Zhu, had surfaced, so I brought some people along for authentication. Lin Manny replied, pausing briefly before asking, are you interested in ancient paintings as well? Just a little. Zhang Heng responded casually, though in truth, his interest lay solely in the spiritual energy they contained. As two individuals reminisced, the elderly gentlemen who were gathered around the Dongting Huang Mao Zhu 2 painting suddenly set down their magnifying glasses, shaking their heads with a sigh. What a pity for this artwork. It is a mere imitation. Though the craftsmanship is remarkably high, it is still discernible to an experienced eye like mine. The speaker was Yin Tianlu, an esteemed expert in ancient painting appraisal invited by Lin Manny. He was quite renowned in the field. The other two appraisers, after lowering their magnifying glasses, reached the same conclusion. Alas, we thought we might behold a masterpiece, only to discover it is a high-quality forgery. The two men shook their heads in disappointment as they exited the antique shop. The shopkeeper, alarmed, had hoped to profit from the rare find by inviting esteemed collectors for a live auction, unaware that the experts he had engaged were highly skilled. Please, don't leave. I can sell this painting to you at a reduced price. How about 50,000? 50,000 for a mere imitation? Have you lost your mind? The prominent collectors retorted as they departed in dismay. Zhang Heng, let us leave as well, Lin Manny said, preparing to exit. Observing that Lin Manny was his last potential buyer, the antique shopkeeper hurried out to her. Ms. Lin, what about 30,000? You can take it for 30. Not even for 10,000 would I consider it. Lin Manny was resolute. She had no desire to acquire a counterfeit painting that would tarnish her reputation. Are you out of your mind? This piece is fake. 8,000 for a forgery? Lin Manny turned back, her eyes filled with skepticism. Yin Tianlu shook his head in agreement, remarking on Zhang Heng's foolishness for spending so freely. I find this painting quite appealing. It could serve as a decorative piece in my home. Zhang Heng remarked nonchalantly, refraining from expressing the truth. He then produced a card and handed it to the shopkeeper. Swipe the card, 8,000. I will take this painting. This young man possesses discernment. No one will suspect it's a forgery when displayed at home, the shopkeeper exclaimed, thrilled to have found a willing buyer, and hurried to complete the transaction. Shortly thereafter, the shopkeeper returned, having processed the payment, rolled up the Dongting Huang Mao Zhu 2, and presented it to Zhang Heng. Young man, this painting is now yours. Please take good care of it. Thank you, Zhang Heng replied, tucking the painting away as he made his way outside, with Lin Manny following closely behind, her mind swirling with questions. She mused that Zhang Heng did not seem like the type to fall for such tricks, leading her to consider a possibility. Zhang Heng, did you perceive some hidden secret within this painting? Lin Manny inquired, curiosity evident in her tone. Hearing this, Yin Tianlu interjected confidently, there could be no secrets. I, along with the other three appraisers, have examined it thoroughly, and it is indeed a forgery. It is indeed a forgery, yet holds a secret. Zhang Heng replied with a subtle smile. What secret? Lin Manny's curiosity was piqued, while Yin Tianlu couldn't help but scoff, believing Zhang Heng was merely pretending to be knowledgeable. Zhang Heng guided them quickly to a secluded corner, where he retrieved the painting once more, unfurling it before them. What you see is indeed a fake, but within this painting lies another artwork. Another artwork? Lin Manny and Yin Tianlu were both taken aback, puzzled as to how another painting could exist within the first. Mr. Lin, do you have any water? Zhang Heng inquired nonchalantly. Yes, I happen to have a half-finished bottle of mineral water, Lin Manny replied, retrieving it from her bag and handing it to Zhang Heng. After receiving the water, he took a sip and then forcefully sprayed it upon the ancient painting. The surface of the artwork was immediately moistened, prompting Zhang Heng to spray a few more times to ensure an even dampness. The amount of water was just right, leaving the surface glistening. He then gently nudged the corner of the painting with his fingers, and a thin layer of paper was lifted. As this layer was carefully peeled back, another painting was indeed revealed within the layers. Lin Manny and Yin Tianlu were left utterly astonished. Chapter 46. The aura of malevolence surrounds you. The painting hidden within the layers was nearly identical to the first, and an untrained I would never discern the difference. However, Yin Tianlu, a master of ancient paintings, was struck with alarm upon glancing at it. He immediately lunged forward, producing a magnifying glass to scrutinize the artwork, his hands trembling with excitement. While Lin Manny could not discern the authenticity of the painting, the sight of Yin Tianlu's fervent reaction led her to suspect something significant. She too was filled with astonishment, never having anticipated that a true masterpiece, the Dongting Huang Maozhu too, would lie hidden within. Zhang Heng, how did you perceive that there was another painting embedded within? This inquiry was not solely on Lin Manny's mind, but also on Yin Tianlu's. Just moments ago, several masters of ancient painting had failed to uncover this secret, yet Zhang Heng had seen it at a glance, indicating his expertise far surpassed theirs. Perhaps it was instinct. At first glance, the painting seemed extraordinary, yet upon closer inspection, it appeared rather ordinary. I had encountered a similar ancient painting before, which led me to conjecture that this Dongting Huang Maozhu too might also be a painting within a painting. Zhang Heng casually fabricated an explanation. I didn't expect you to have such knowledge of ancient paintings. Lin Manny regarded Zhang Heng with newfound respect. Yin Tianlu also held Zhang Heng in high esteem. To discern a painting within a painting was not merely a stroke of luck. Zhang Heng, would you consider selling this painting to me? I can offer you 800,000. I assure you will not suffer any loss. Lin Manny contemplated acquiring this authentic work of Tang Bohu, only to be gently declined by Zhang Heng. I have other plans for this painting and cannot sell it to you at present. However, I can assist you in appraising an antique. Zhang Heng replied coolly, doing so as a gesture of gratitude for Lin Manny's previous gift of the eternal love ring. Very well, it is settled then. This afternoon, there will be a large raw stone trading event at the Huanglong Guild Hall, featuring numerous rough stones imported from abroad. Accompany me, Lin Manny suggested, her lips parting in an inviting smile. With Zhang Heng's discerning eye, she was confident they would make a fruitful acquisition at the trading event. Let us go together. Zhang Heng nodded in agreement. There was little to be found in Nanyuan Ancient Street with its lack of potent spiritual artifacts. Rather than squander time there, it would be far more beneficial to accompany Lin Manny to the Huanglong Guild Hall in hopes of encountering richly imbued raw stones. Should one encounter a stone imbued with extraordinary energy, it would undoubtedly be a remarkable fortune. Master Yin, do join us. Lin Manny turned to extend the invitation. I have no interest in gambling stones, nor is it my forte, so I shall refrain from attending. Yin Tianlu replied, shifting his gaze to Zhang Heng, hesitating briefly before extending an invitation. Brother Zhang, next week, our Jiangnan Pavilion will receive several items from overseas, including a rumored magical artifact. Would you care to join us in appraising them? Zhang Heng's eyes sparkled with interest. Naturally, I wish to witness any fine collection. Such treasures are invariably infused with spiritual energy, and a magical artifact of that caliber is an opportunity one cannot afford to miss. Coincidentally, I share a keen interest as well. I shall accompany Zhang Heng then. I hope Master Yin will welcome my presence. Lin Manny, though the president of a jewelry company, harbored a profound passion for antique collecting, particularly for these overseas acquisitions, which undoubtedly held exceptional value. After agreeing on a time, Yin Tianlu took his leave. Upon entering Lin Manny's Maserati, the two made their way to the Huanglong Pavilion. This establishment is the most prominent venue for raw stone trading in Shangyang City, far surpassing the gambling stone halls of Nanyuan Ancient Street, boasting a diverse array of stones from all corners of the globe, far exceeding what Zhang Heng had seen previously. As Lin Manny drove, she shared insights about the Huanglong Pavilion, pausing momentarily before continuing. I shall introduce you to a notable individual shortly. He is renowned as the Stone King within the gambling circle, with over a 50% chance of yielding jade from his stones. He is indeed a remarkable talent. Is that so? I am eager to meet him. Zhang Heng expressed his newfound curiosity. Before long, they arrived at the Huanglong Pavilion, where Zhang Heng alighted from the car and was struck by the grandeur of the establishment. The parking lot was filled with luxury vehicles, indicating that its visitors were of considerable means. Upon entering, Zhang Heng was overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the Huanglong Pavilion, which had been artificially partitioned into numerous small rooms, at least 100 in total. Each chamber was bustling with individuals engaged in the trade of raw stones. Some booths even marked with the stone's origins. Many people were meticulously selecting their stones. Zhang Heng closed his eyes momentarily, allowing himself to attune to the energies present, and soon discerned numerous stones imbued with spiritual essence, some exhibiting particularly potent energy. Ah, could it be that there exists a stone of unique energy? It appears to be moving towards us, Zhang Heng exclaimed in astonishment, opening his eyes to see two men approaching. One was a robust giant, bald-headed, his arms adorned with tattoos, exuding a somewhat intimidating aura, yet his gaze was keen and discerning. The other was clad in a suit, with a square face and thick brows, exuding a sense of earnestness, though the luxury watch on his wrist suggested a man of significant status. The stone imbued with special energy, Zhang Heng sensed appeared to be hanging around the neck of the suited gentleman, seemingly cursed and accompanied by a malevolent aura, indicating that someone intended to harm this man. Zhang Heng furrowed his brow and, upon directing his gaze, indeed discerned that the middle-aged man before him bore a pallid complexion, indicative of impending calamity. As the two men approached, Lin Manny greeted them with a smile, suggesting a prior acquaintance. Zhang Heng, this bald and robust gentleman is Shi Wang, whom I previously mentioned, and Yin Liang Shou, whereas this is Feng Wenyuan, the chairman of Heng Yuan Group in our city. Their establishment, Heng Yuan Hotel, undoubtedly dominates half of Shenyang City's hotel market, Lin Manny introduced, her voice light and cheerful as she also presented Zhang Heng to them. However, their reaction towards Zhang Heng, an unremarkable young man, was rather tepid, while their enthusiasm was reserved for Lin Manny, who donned a form-fitting red qipao. Zhang Heng was not particularly concerned, as he had grown accustomed to such feelings of being overlooked. Lin, what is your connection with this fellow? I rarely see you with anyone else, Feng Wenyuan inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. He is my friend, quite skilled in the art of stone gambling and appraisal, Lin Manny replied, her lips parting with charm. Oh, is this lad truly capable? Perhaps he is a charlatan? Feng Wenyuan cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Heng, his skepticism palpable. Just as Lin Manny was about to provide clarification, Zhang Heng interjected. Whether I am charlatan can be determined easily. Take for instance the black jade adorning your chest. While it is indeed precious, it is shrouded in malevolent energy, Zhang Heng remarked nonchalantly, choosing to speak of the special energy stone. His unexpected comment drew the attention of those present, their eyes glimmering with astonishment. Am I truly beset by malevolent energy? You should refrain from making baseless accusations. Feng Wenyuan's displeasure was evident, perceiving Zhang Heng as a provocateur, which irked him greatly. The black jade you wear is no ordinary stone. It harbors malevolent energy and has been cursed. You are now entangled in this malevolence, and within 2 days, you shall face a calamity, Zhang Heng asserted with solemn gravity. What nonsense are you spouting? You are indeed a fraud, trying to deceive me. This black jade was a gift from my dearest friend. He would never wish me harm. Feng Wenyuan's expression darkened, and his tone shifted to one of hostility as he turned to Lin Manny, expressing his discontent. Lin, your friend is nothing but a swindler. Allowing him to assist you in stone appraisal might lead to your ruin. Have you been misled by him? Feng, this might be a misunderstanding. Lin Manny, feeling anxious, was perplexed by Zhang Heng's sudden invocation of superstitious notions. She then leaned closer to Zhang Heng, whispering, Zhang Heng, what are you doing? Do not utter such superstitions. Quickly apologize to Mr. Feng. Zhang Heng, however, did not offer an apology, but instead smirked. Mr. Feng, have you recently been plagued by dizziness? Do you feel as though you are being pressed down by a ghost while sleeping, only to awaken with aches throughout your body? Has your health considerably declined, accompanied by unexpected incidents? Pray tell, is what I say not true? Zhang Heng's words struck a chord within Feng Wenyuan, causing him to startle, for they accurately reflected his condition over the past few days. However, he remained skeptical of such ghostly tales, considering them mere superstitions. Moreover, he had just labeled Zhang Heng a fraud. How could he believe him now without feeling hypocritical? None of what you say holds any truth. There is no way you could deceive us, Feng Wenyuan stated with evident displeasure. Zhang Heng shook his head, surprised at Feng Wenyuan's stubbornness. Nonetheless, in pursuit of the black jade, he resolved to take action. He requested a tissue from Lin Manny, and under the puzzled gazes of the onlookers, he bit his finger to draw blood and inscribed a symbol on the tissue using his spiritual energy mixed with the blood. Keep this talisman safe. It may save your life in a critical moment. If you choose not to accept it, that is entirely your decision, he said, placing the symbol-etched tissue in Feng Wenyuan's hand before striding away, disregarding him entirely. Pretending to be mystical, let us see how long you can maintain this charade. Fong Wenyuan thought of discarding the tissue, but recalling Zhang Heng's eerily precise words, he instinctively tucked it away. Standing nearby, the bald stone king, Yin Liangqiao, observed the entire exchange with a look of disdain as Zhang Heng walked away. Lin, your friend lacks integrity. He speaks of the supernatural as if it were fact. Be cautious, lest you fall victim to this charlatan's deceit, he warned. Yin, Fong, there may be a misunderstanding. I must take my leave, Lin Manny said, pursuing Zhang Heng, her mind filled with considerable doubt. However, based on her understanding of Zhang Heng, she felt he would not lie frivolously. Yet, if what he claimed were true, it was indeed too bizarre to contemplate. Meanwhile, the bald stone king Yin Liangqiao watched Lin Manny, adorned in a stunning red qipao, chase after Zhang Heng, his eyes ablaze with envy and desire. After Zhang Heng departed, he soon felt a surge of spiritual energy returning to his body. How delightful it is that drawing talismans can also yield spiritual energy, he mused, quickly deducing the source of this sudden influx. Lin Manny caught up and couldn't he help but inquire, Zhang Heng, were your earlier claims genuine? Does Mr. Fong truly face a calamity? What do you think? Zhang Heng replied with a smirk. Believers will naturally believe. Skeptics will remain unconvinced, regardless of the explanations. Were it not for the black jade, I would not have wasted my time drawing a talisman for the obstinate Mr. Fong. As they spoke, Zhang Heng approached a vendor, briefly sensed the aura of a raw stone, and casually seized a 2-kilogram piece, handing it to Lin Manny. I promised to assist you with an appraisal. Now I shall fulfill my promise. How much for this raw stone? He asked the vendor. 1 million. No bargaining. The vendor replied with unwavering conviction, clearly confident in the stone's value. 1 million? Lin Manny expressed her astonishment, as this price far exceeded her expectations, given the stone's seemingly poor quality. Just as she was taken aback, the stone king, Yin Liangqiao, approached. Mr. Lin, I have scrutinized this raw stone material previously, and I must assert that both its quality and patterns are subpar. Even if it were to yield jadeite, it would certainly not warrant a valuation of 1 million. I advise you not to place your trust in this charlatan. When it comes to raw stone materials, you would do well to heed my counsel, urged Stone King Yin, unable to contain his concern. When Yin Liangqiao glanced at Zhang Heng, a glimmer of animosity flickered in his eyes. In the past, whenever Lin Manny visited the Huanglong Club, she would often seek his expertise in stone gambling. The fact that she now believed this con artist truly incensed Yin Liangqiao. This was tantamount to encroaching upon his business and clientele, for after each appraisal, Lin Manny would generously compensate him. Moreover, he harbored other intentions towards her. This raw stone is undoubtedly worth 1 million, Mr. Lin. Do not let this opportunity slip through your fingers, or you will live to regret it. Zhang Heng sensed a dense aura within the stone, and based on his prior experiences in stone gambling, he was confident it would yield at least imperial green jadeite. Were it not for his gratitude towards Lin Manny for gifting him a $10 million ring, he would have preferred to keep it for his own refinement. When I was appraising raw stones, you were still in diapers. Who do you think you are? A mere charlatan, deceiving Director Fong, and now Mr. Lin. What are your true intentions? Get out. Yin Liangqiao berated Zhang Heng, pointing an accusatory finger at him. You are quite audacious, but do you dare to gamble with me? Yin Liangqiao said with a hint of provocation. What are the terms of the wager? Zhang Heng felt a spark of intrigue within him. Let us stake this raw stone in Mr. Lin's possession. If it yields jade worth over 1 million, I shall concede defeat. However, if it fails to produce green or the value does not exceed 1 million, you shall be the loser. Yin Liangqiao declared confidently, pausing momentarily before adding in a chilling tone, if you lose, you must admit you are a fraud and promptly leave the Huanglong Club. I shall not be defeated. I, Stone King Yin Liangqiao, have never lost to anyone in this Huanglong Club. His pride was palpable, completely dismissing Zhang Heng. Just because you have never lost before does not guarantee victory now. Should you falter, I desire that string of blood-red beads adorning your left wrist, Zhang Heng asserted, pointing to the striking beads Yin Liangqiao wore. From those beads, Zhang Heng sensed a profound aura, faintly intertwined with a unique energy. Though weak, it was evidently not ordinary. If refined, it could yield a substantial amount of spiritual energy. Thus, it was clear that Yin Liangqiao truly deserved the title of Stone King. This exceptional blood jade was exceedingly rare, and wearing it could ward off ailments. Certainly a treasure that was priceless and scarce. You possess remarkable insight, young man. This string of blood jade beads is my proudest creation in my stone gambling pursuits. It is valued at no less than 100 million. However, today I wager with you. Should I lose, the beads will be yours. But if you lose, you must confess to being a fraud, bow in apology, and never set foot in Shanyang City again. Yin Liang, with a resolute heart, decided to escalate the stakes, determined to expose Zhang Heng, the charlatan, and drive him away, all while winning Lin Manni's favor. Their confrontation drew the attention of many others in the gathering hall, who quietly began to speculate upon witnessing Yin Liang's audacity in challenging the Stone King. It was evident that the rough stone in Lin's possession bore poor quality. How could such a stone possibly yield jade worth over $1 million? To gamble against Yin Liang in the Huanglong Hall seemed a fool's errand. Many onlookers had little faith in Zhang Heng, as Yin Liang was renowned for his impeccable judgment, having never lost a bet. Let us proceed to the stone unveiling. Yin Liang relished the whispers of the spectators, confident that he would finally rid himself of Zhang Heng. However, Lin Manni felt a pang of guilt toward Zhang Heng. I sincerely apologize for involving you in this dispute. Perhaps we should forego this today and return when Yin Liang is absent, she suggested, reluctant to witness Zhang Heng's humiliation, especially since she had brought him along. Do not worry. I assure you, there shall be no loss, Zhang Heng replied, a smirk gracing his lips, unwilling to back down. Very well, I shall purchase this rough stone. Now it is your turn to deliver. Lin Manni harbored little faith in Zhang Heng. The rough stone's texture and appearance were coarse, and anyone with a modicum of knowledge about jade could ascertain its lack of value. Nonetheless, she invested $1 million to acquire the stone, motivated by her desire to befriend Zhang Heng. Upon purchasing the rough stone, Lin Manni approached the stone unveiling machine, drawing the crowd along, eager to witness Yin Liang's abilities once more. I examined this stone thoroughly 3 days ago. It is certainly not worth $1 million, Yin Liang declared confidently. Please unveil this stone, but do so cautiously. Lin Manni handed the rough stone to the robust man designated for the unveiling. He took a glance at the stone and subtly shook his head. The material was subpar, devoid of any discernible patterns. Yet, as per the customer's request, he proceeded. The harsh sound of the saw soon filled the air, and as the blade spun rapidly, a wisp of green emerged from the stone's surface. The presence of green left the spectators momentarily stunned, while Yin Liang, though surprised, remained unperturbed, convinced that the stone held little value. That is all the green this stone possesses, he thought, certain it could not justify the hefty price tag. Continue unveiling. Ensure every side is examined. Lin Manni suddenly felt a flicker of anticipation. The man resumed his work, and as the saw's relentless sound persisted, more and more green revealed itself, with its intensity now reaching the level of imperial green. The onlookers around were increasingly astonished, while Yin Liang's expression grew ever more grim. As the outer stone skin of the raw material was entirely stripped away, it revealed a lustrous jade green, leaving the entire audience in awe. Goodness! It was a full green, and not just any green, but imperial green. Chapter 48, A Profitable Venture Awaits. This seemingly unremarkable piece of raw stone had astonishingly yielded a full imperial green, weighing 2 kilograms, which was worth at least $10 million, far exceeding the mere $1 million it had been priced at. Thus, in this stone gambling endeavor, Zhang Heng emerged victorious. The scene before them utterly shocked everyone present, including Lin Manni, who was equally stunned. When she glanced back at Zhang Heng, she found his gaze as tranquil as ever, as if the emergence of this imperial green had been entirely within his expectations. Conversely, Yin Liang's face had turned an alarming shade of displeasure. He had never anticipated that this piece of raw stone, which he had dismissed, would indeed yield an imperial green valued at over $1 million. Mr. Yin, do you now believe my words? I would never lead you into a losing venture, Zhang Heng remarked with a subtle smile. Zhang Heng, your insight is remarkable. You were able to win with such a quality of raw stone. Lin Manni thought to herself, relieved to have purchased this raw stone for $1 million earlier, for otherwise she would be filled with regret. Her admiration for Zhang Heng grew even stronger. To each their own, but that string of jade beads you possess is now mine. Although Yin Liangqiu felt a deep sense of injustice, the outcome was indisputable, with so many witnesses present that he could not deny it. He was left to swallow his pride in silence. Rest assured, I shall play fair, but I wish to challenge you again. As he spoke, Yin Liangqiu removed the string of blood jade beads from his hand and tossed them toward Zhang Heng, his expression clearly showing his reluctance to concede. Yin Liangqiu believed that Zhang Heng's victory was merely a stroke of luck. Confident in his superior skills and insight in stone gambling, he was determined to wager once more. Upon receiving the blood jade beads, a glint of satisfaction flickered in Zhang Heng's eyes. As long as you present me with treasures that catch my interest, I shall gladly accompany you in this challenge. Zhang Heng was eager for Yin Lianqiu to bring him more treasures. I have plenty of treasures to show you. I will fetch them immediately, ensuring that you are thoroughly impressed. But do not think of escaping, Yin Lianqiu exclaimed, resembling a gambler who had become overly invested in the game. This gamble had become a matter of his reputation as the Stone King. Do hurry, for I eagerly await the treasures you will present, Zhang Heng said, provoking further frustration in Yin Lianqiu, who could only snort dismissively before rushing off to retrieve the treasures for another wager. The crowd, initially stunned, gradually shifted to envy Zhang Heng's fortune. After all, the Stone King was well-versed in the art of stone gambling, his prowess validated by time, while Zhang Heng was merely a newcomer, and they instinctively considered his success to be a mere fluke. Zhang Heng, are you truly going to gamble stones with Yin Lianqiu again? Lin Manny inquired, her curiosity piqued. How could one pass up the opportunity presented by treasures delivered to one's doorstep? Zhang Heng replied, his lips curling into a smile. Seemingly eager for the challenge posed by Yin Lianqiu. You continue to fascinate me. You excel in stone gambling, alchemy, and treasure appraisal. I cannot fathom how you have mastered it all. Lin Manny's beautiful eyes were filled with interest as she gazed at Zhang Heng, her red lips slightly pursed, exuding an enchanting allure. I possess many talents. For instance, I know that you suffer from menstrual cramps every time your period arrives, Zhang Heng casually remarked, unaware that a hint of blush and surprise flitted across Lin Manny's charming face. How do you know that? Although it was a private matter, he had indeed hit the nail on the head. Your singular focus on your career has led to significant mental stress, making menstrual pain quite normal. However, I can prescribe a remedy for you. If you follow it, you won't experience menstrual cramps in the future, and it will also have a calming effect, which will be greatly beneficial for you. Zhang Heng spoke nonchalantly, yet his words stirred up a tempest within Lin Manny. You can actually treat ailments? Lin Manny's red lips parted in astonishment, her eyes shimmering with disbelief. Yes, I can indeed treat ailments, but my expertise lies in traditional Chinese medicine. If you ever have any health issues, feel free to seek me out. Zhang Heng nodded affirmatively. You truly can treat ailments? Lin Manny remained skeptical, marveling at the multitude of skills this young man seemed to possess. Have I ever deceived you? Zhang Heng winked at her. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Manny realized that Zhang Heng had never lied to her, suggesting that he might genuinely know traditional Chinese medicine. She then proposed, since you are knowledgeable in traditional medicine, why not accompany me to my home? My grandfather is quite ill, and I would appreciate your assistance. Sure, no problem, Zhang Heng replied with a nod. Soon, Yin Lianqiu hurried over, clutching a treasured item. Upon seeing Zhang Heng and Lin Manny engaged in cheerful conversation, jealousy ignited within him. Did you bring the treasure? Let me see if it's worth my while to gamble on stones with you, Zhang Heng said nonchalantly. Rest assured, this treasure is my prized possession, Yin Lianqiu stated as he unveiled a yellow, lustrous, spherical jade ball, about the size of a tennis ball. Zhang Heng's eyes sparkled upon seeing the yellow, translucent jade ball. The earth spirit energy is so rich, this could lead to fortune. As the name suggests, this earth spirit energy is a rare manifestation of the earth's essence, concentrated into a powerful energy source. Not only can it be refined to yield multiple times the spiritual energy, but it can also be used to create earth elemental formations, artifacts. And even certain medicinal pills require this pure and concentrated earth spirit energy, making it an invaluable treasure. Yin Lianqiu, satisfied with Zhang Heng's astonished expression, continued. This is the legendary golden jade. Once someone offered 200 million for it, but I refused. This time, I will use it to gamble with you. Do you dare? The onlookers gasped in unison at Yin Lianqiu's audacity to present the golden jade as a wager. My heavens! Yin Lianqiu is truly risking it all by offering the golden jade as a stake. He seems intent on betting his title as the Stone King. Excitement filled the air as they anticipated the unfolding drama, wondering if the young man would still possess such good fortune. What is there to fear? Just tell me the terms of the wager, Zhang Heng replied with a calm smile. Good lad, you have guts. However, this time, your luck may not be on your side, and I won't be granting you any opportunities. After a brief pause, Yin Lianqiu continued, this time, we shall each select 5 pieces of raw stone at the Huanglong Guild Hall, wagering on each piece one-on-one. The victor will be determined by the greater number of wins. Are you clear on the rules? He wore an expression of unwavering confidence. Yin Lianqiu likely believed that Zhang Heng's previous victory was merely a stroke of luck, and with the best-of-5 format, the role of chance would be diminished. Even if fortune favored Zhang Heng in one round, it was inevitable that he would falter in the others. However, Yin Liangqiu chose not to expose this notion, as regardless of his machinations, the outcome would remain unchanged. He would simply bestow treasures upon Zhang Heng. The onlookers understood the implications of such a wager. With a best-of-5 format, it appeared that Yin Liangqiu was staking the honor of the Stone King. Indeed, this format would lessen the element of luck, and that young man was bound to suffer a crushing defeat. A crowd of spectators began to murmur among themselves. If I lose, this golden jadeite will be yours. However, should I prevail, I expect the return of my bracelet, along with your bowing and apology and acknowledgement of your deceit, prohibiting you from ever setting foot in Shanyang City again. Yin Liangqiu remained intent on driving Zhang Heng away and reclaiming his honor. No problem. But there is an addition. The loser must also relinquish the 5 purchased pieces of raw stone to the winner. Zhang Heng nodded, suggesting an amendment to heighten the stakes, thus alleviating the need for him to procure more raw stones later. Very well, as you wish. However, this time, even if luck is on your side, it will do you no good. Prepare to bow before me. With this cold retort, Yin Liangqiu proceeded to select his raw stones at the Huanglong Guild Hall. Having mingled in this establishment for over a decade, he was well acquainted with the promising stones, granting him a distinct advantage. In contrast, Zhang Heng remained unhurried. Zhang Heng, Yin Liangqiu is quite familiar with the stones here. You should hurry and choose, lest he select all the good ones. If you find yourself short on funds, I can assist, Lin Manny urged anxiously. No rush, I will wait until he has made his selections, Zhang Heng responded, intending to strategically counter him in this stone gambling endeavor. The onlookers shook their heads in disapproval of Zhang Heng's approach. It seemed certain that Yin Liangqiu would emerge victorious. He knew the stones here intimately. Their value was clear to him, while this young man appeared to be a novice in the Huanglong Guild Hall, faced with an overwhelming number of stones to choose from. Many shared this sentiment, and indeed, Yin Liangqiu was acting accordingly. He swiftly moved towards several highly coveted raw stones in the guild hall, each priced at no less than 1 million, with 2 pieces reaching 10 million. One stone, the guild's prized possession, had been purchased by Yin Liangqiu for 50 million, demonstrating his determination to win. My goodness, Yin Liangqiu has actually bought the guild's treasure. Impressive. Zhang Heng, you should hurry and select, for Yin Liangqiu has acquired the guild's premier stone, Lin Manny observed, her concern growing. Gambling on stones does not imply that a high purchase price guarantees a correspondingly high value in jade. Zhang Heng observed that Yin Liangqiu had already procured 5 pieces of raw stone. After briefly sensing the spiritual energy emanating from his acquired stones, he leisurely strolled towards a nearby stall. Casually picking up a piece of raw stone, he inquired of the stall owner, "How much for this one?" 100,000. The stall owner replied, raising a finger. Zhang Heng nodded, made the payment via his mobile phone, and acquired his first piece. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he subsequently purchased a football-sized raw stone for 200,000. Following that, he spent 500,000 on a stone the size of a cooking pot, and then acquired another piece for 80,000. The final stone commanded a higher price, a staggering 800,000, yet Zhang Heng chose to buy it nonetheless. All done, Zhang Heng announced, gathering the 5 pieces, which totaled 888,000. Onlookers shook their heads in disbelief. They believed that 5 pieces could not possibly outweigh the single high price of 1 piece, and thus concluded that this young man was destined to lose. The crowd's skepticism was palpable, and even Lin Manny could not help but feel a sense of concern regarding Zhang Heng's gamble. Yet recalling his previous remarkable feats, she found herself unexpectedly eager for the outcome. "Youth, let us see how you falter this time," she murmured to herself before producing a fist-sized raw stone, addressing Zhang Heng. "For my first piece, I offer this one, purchased for 1 million. This is the lowest price I have here. Let us commence with it to secure the first round. You two should present a piece for the duel. Then I shall offer a piece at the lowest price as well. This one cost me only 80,000. Zhang Heng replied, casually presenting a raw stone. An 800,000 stone dares to compete with my 1 million piece? How laughable. Yin Liangqiu thought to himself, smirking as he handed the stone to the burly man responsible for stone analysis. The man began to work on the stone under the scrutiny of the crowd. As the sound of the saw echoed, a glimmer of jade emerged, its intensity increasing by the moment. Yin Liangqiu's heart soared with joy, and the spectators were captivated. Heavens! It's actually purple water jade. This must be worth at least 2 million. They marveled, envious of his fortune. Now it's your turn, Yin Liangqiu said with a hint of provocation, casting a glance at Zhang Heng, who remained composed as he handed over the stone he had purchased for 80,000 to the analyzer. instructing him to make a careful incision. The quality and pattern are lacking, and the weight is insufficient, the analyzer remarked, unimpressed as he weighed the stone in his hand. However, when the stone was finally revealed, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Goodness, it's actually crystal clear jade, more transparent and pure than Yin Lianqiu's purple water jade. This must be worth at least 5 million. The spectators gazed at Zhang Heng, utterly dumbfounded, while Yin Lianqiu's expression shifted slightly before he bellowed. Let us move on to the second round. In no time, both competitors presented another piece of raw stone, and the analyzer resumed his work, yet the final outcome remained the same. Zhang Heng emerged victorious once more. The value of the icy transparent jadeite stands at 8 million, far surpassing the 6 million valuation of the icy blue water jadeite. The onlookers were left utterly astounded once again. Both instances involve comparisons of the same type of jadeite, with purity and transparency emerging victorious. This was no mere coincidence. Zhang Heng had intentionally orchestrated these comparisons to win over the crowd's admiration. With a best-of-5 format, Zhang Heng had already claimed victory in 2 rounds, leaving Yin Lianqiu's complexion resembling that of liver. He had not anticipated Zhang Heng's exceptional prowess. When a 50 million yuan museum-grade rough stone was unveiled, a wave of astonishment rippled through the spectators. I will bid 50,000 for this piece, Zhang Heng remarked with a subtle smile. The crowd could not suppress their laughter. Pitting a 50 million yuan rough stone against one worth 50,000 was a contest even a fool could predict. Let us begin, Yin Lianqiu proclaimed with unyielding confidence, placing high hopes on this museum-grade rough stone from the Huanglong Club. The burly man tasked with unearthing the stone also seemed eager, and the audience watched with rapt attention. As the saw blade word, more than 10 minutes passed before a blood-red jadeite was revealed, prompting an audible gasp from the crowd. My heavens! It's blood-colored glass jadeite, the finest of the finest. A piece of such size is worth at least 200 million. Everyone present was astounded, including Lin Manny, who was equally taken aback. In contrast, Zhang Heng's rough stone, purchased for 50,000, weighed only 5 kilograms and exhibited mediocre quality. Well, it seems this round is destined for Yin Lianqiu. Nearly everyone in attendance thought, including Yin Lianqiu himself, who was convinced that no rough stone from the Huanglong Club could rival that blood-colored glass jadeite. However, just as they believed there was no stone in the Huanglong Club that could compete with the first rough stone, Zhang Heng's 50,000 yuan rough stone was rapidly being revealed by the burly man. Soon, a hint of transparent red emerged from the stone, causing everyone to widen their eyes in astonishment, with Yin Lianqiu's heart racing. As more of the outer stone was removed, the amount of transparent blood red increased until it was fully displayed before the crowd. A wave of astonishment swept through the audience, plunging the venue into a hushed silence. And cold sweat began to bead on Yin Lianqiu's back as his hands and feet turned icy. Chapter 49. Only I can save him upon cutting open Zhang Heng's rough stone. The result was also blood-red jadeite. Yet both its transparency and purity far exceeded that of Yin Lianqiu's specimen. This was the true source of astonishment. Generally, the higher the transparency and purity of blood-red jadeite, the greater its value. Thus, Zhang Heng triumphed once more in this third round. The exquisite blood-red jadeite rough stone that Yin Lianqiu had purchased for 50 million was outdone by Zhang Heng's rough material bought for merely 50,000, causing the crowd to regard Zhang Heng with newfound respect. Good heavens! This young man seemed not merely lucky, but possessed genuine skill, his discerning eye for stones, capable of such a significant return on a modest investment, undoubtedly outshone Yin Lianqiu. Remarkable, truly remarkable. After today, the title of Stone King would likely change hands. This stone gambling event was extraordinary, and this young man's insight was indeed keen. Listening to the discussions of those around him, Yin Lianqiu's expression grew increasingly grim. He understood that he had utterly lost this round of stone gambling, yet he wished to retain a shred of dignity, prompting him to allow the stone-extracting brute to continue with the remaining 2 stones. However, after Zhang Heng revealed his 2 original stones, the jade's value firmly overshadowed Yan's, signifying that he had not won a single stone out of the 5. He had lost them all. Yan's countenance darkened to an extreme, realizing that he had suffered a tremendous loss of face. After today's stone gambling, it seemed his title as the King of Stones would soon be usurped. How could this be? This kid is clearly relying on luck. How could he possibly defeat me 5 times in a row? Yan was profoundly astonished, having never experienced such a complete and utter defeat in his decades of gambling. Zhang Heng, unfazed by Yan's turmoil, approached him to claim the Earth Spirit Jade Ball. I have triumphed. That golden jade you possess is now mine. Rest assured, I will not default on my debt, he asserted. Yan gritted his teeth, feeling an immense reluctance, yet being utterly helpless. This venture had certainly proven to be a significant gain for Zhang Heng. Thank you, my brother. Should you wish to present me with treasures again, or if you desire to gamble once more, feel free to contact me. I am at your service. Zhang Heng remarked with a smile. However, these words pierced Yan's heart as he realized he had lost nearly several hundred million today, instantly regretting his decision to gamble against him. In this round, aside from winning the Earth Spirit Jade Ball, Zhang Heng had also claimed Yan's 5 original stones, thereby sparing himself the trouble of purchasing them. Zhang Heng, you are remarkable. I will definitely seek you out for the next large-scale stone transaction. Do not refuse me. Lin Manny expressed her admiration for Zhang Heng, marveling at his flawless gambling skills, which could only be described as extraordinary. If other jewel merchants were to learn of this, they would surely be clamoring for his services. Not a problem, but I fear that this bag of original stones might damage your luxury vehicle, Ms. Lin, Zhang Heng joked. A luxury car pales in comparison to your worth. By the way, please refrain from calling me Ms. Lin. It feels too distant. Just call me Manny, Lin Manny said, her captivating gaze fixed on Zhang Heng as she playfully tossed her hair, her demeanor undeniably alluring. Manny? Very well, Zhang Heng replied, somewhat resigned. Nodding, Zhang Heng considered that treating others could also enhance his spiritual energy, while simultaneously creating a personal favor with Lin Manny, truly a double benefit. In a villa situated in the Golden Fragrance District, an elderly man lay weak and pallid on an opulent mink sofa in a luxurious living room, his eyes closed. Lips darkened. He was Lin Manny's grandfather, Lin Jintian, once a renowned jeweler in Shanyang City, rising from humble beginnings to a massive fortune of over 10 billion. He was undoubtedly a figure of great repute in his time. Accompanying him were 2 individuals, Lin Manny's second uncle, Lin Xiaodong, and an elderly man clad in a blue long robe, who was presently focused on administering acupuncture treatment to Lin Jintian. His technique was adept and unique, indicating he was no ordinary practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. He is none other than Zhuang Yuanxian, renowned as the Saint of Medicine, a distinguished master of traditional Chinese medicine in the country, enjoying a special state allowance. Previously, he served as the personal physician to military leaders before retiring due to age. Yet he remains highly esteemed in the field of traditional medicine. Master Zhuang, how is my father's condition? Lin Xiaodong inquired, unable to contain his anxiety after observing Zhuang Yuanxian complete his acupuncture treatment. Did Lin Lao ever suffer from poisoning in his youth? Zhuang Yuanxian furrowed his brow and asked. It seems he did experience poisoning once, Lin Xiaodong recalled, adding this detail after a moment's thought. Alas, that instance of poisoning likely left behind residual toxins, which have remained in Lin Lao's body. In his youth, he was robust enough to endure, but now, with age, these toxins have permeated his internal organs, rendering him beyond the reach of medicinal remedies. Zhuang Yuanxian continued after a brief pause. I have administered the 9-palace life-extending needle to Lin Lao, but it merely prolongs his life. It cannot cure his ailment. Is there truly no hope? Lin Xiaodong's voice was tinged with despair. If he had sought treatment several years ago, there might have been a chance for recovery. Now, however, the residual toxins have infiltrated his vital organs. Even the most divine of healers could do nothing to save him, Zhuang Yuanxian lamented, shaking his head in dismay. As the two conversed, several vehicles suddenly arrived outside the villa, among them Lin Manny's Maserati. Through the car window, Zhang Heng noticed numerous doctors clad in white coats, hastily entering the villa under the guidance of a graceful woman. They carried various specialized mobile medical instruments. Father, I have summoned the finest experts from Shanyang City. There is hope for your recovery this time, the elegant woman proclaimed, Lin Manny's aunt, Lin Jinjin. Though in her 40s, she was remarkably well-preserved. Her husband belonged to one of Shanyang City's 5 prominent families, which enabled her to gather these esteemed experts for various hospitals. No sooner had she spoken than the doctors surged forward, pushing Lin Xiaodong and Zhuang Yuanxian aside. Just as they were about to commence treatment for Lin Jintian, a voice suddenly thundered from the entrance. If you wish for Lin Lao to survive, you would do well to keep your distance. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd as they turned to the door, where a seemingly ordinary young man entered, led by Lin Manny. Who is this country bumpkin to make such noise? Lin Zhenjin scolded, her brows furrowing in displeasure. Only I possess the ability to save Lin Lao, Zhang Heng replied calmly. At this declaration, the assembled doctors and experts erupted in derision, their disdain palpable. Even the esteemed Zhuang Yuanxian shook his head in mockery. Chapter 50. Retrieve the Divine Doctor at once. Zhang Heng's audacious statement incited anger among the crowd. It was well understood that, in addition to the leading Western medical experts present, Zhuang Yuanxian, the saint of medicine, was among them. All were proud individuals, unwilling to be belittled by a mere country lad. Should news of this incident spread, their reputations would be tarnished. Were you to dare bark in our presence? The first to step forward was Professor Wang Tao from the Hematology Department of the First People's Hospital of Shenyang City. In his 50s, he had successfully treated numerous complex ailments, and his medical skills ranked among the finest nationwide. Indeed, how audacious for a mere novice to speak so boldly in this setting. Another physician emerged from the crowd, his hair a shade of gray, his face lined with wrinkles, and his eyebrows surprisingly white. He was the renowned white-browed divine doctor, Qian Suanli. An esteemed veteran from the same hospital, his medical expertise was formidable. The other doctors shared the sentiment, deeming the young Zhang Heng excessively arrogant. Have today's youth become so presumptuous? Without even examining the patient, he boldly proclaimed that only he could save old Lin. Does he consider himself a deity, able to divine the ailment merely by thought? The revered physician Zhuang Yuanxian could not restrain himself any longer and stood up, expressing his disdain for Zhang Heng's arrogance. Upon entering the villa, Zhang Heng immediately observed old Lin's complexion. He noted the bluish tint of his lips, the pallor of his face, and sensed that his life force was waning. It was evident to him that old Lin was suffering from a toxic invasion of his internal organs, a condition beyond the reach of traditional Chinese medicine. If Western medical intervention were to be attempted, it might involve blood transfusion, a process that could hasten old Lin's demise, hence Zhang Heng's insistence that they cease their actions. Oh, you seem quite adept, diagnosing old Lin's ailment with just a glance. Pray, enlighten me on what afflicts him, Zhuang Yuanxian remarked with a hint of contempt, dismissing Zhang Heng's audacious claims. If my conjecture is correct, old Lin is afflicted by a toxic invasion of his internal organs, and he can only endure a few more days, Zhang Heng replied candidly. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhuang Yuanxian's expression shifted slightly. He was taken aback that Zhang Heng had indeed discerned old Lin's condition at a glance. Yet he quickly regained his composure. You possess a modicum of insight, but the signs of old Lin's condition, bluish lips, pale complexion, and shortness of breath, are evident to anyone with even a rudimentary understanding of medicine. It is hardly a remarkable feat. Zhuang Yuanxian continued to look down upon Zhang Heng. A toxic invasion of the internal organs is a grave matter. Even a deity would find it challenging to provide salvation. If you can indeed save old Lin, I, Zhuang Yuanxian, shall kneel before you and take you as my master. He scoffed. If you can wield the 9 Palaces life-sustaining needle, then you may barely qualify as my disciple, Zhang Heng casually remarked, casting a glance at the 9 silver needles embedded in old Lin. Seeing Zhang Heng perceive his 9 Palaces life-sustaining needle so effortlessly, Zhuang Yuanxian's expression fluctuated once more. Yet he still attributed it to coincidence. Zhang Heng chose not to engage further, but stepped closer to the sofa where old Lin lay. Retrieving a silver needle he always carried, preparing to administer treatment, only to be obstructed by several professors and experts. What are you doing? Do you possess a medical license? Can you bear the responsibility if something goes awry? Wang Tao bellowed in anger. What? You lack a medical license, and yet dare to boast that you can save old Lin? Qian Sunli approached, mocking him. Lin Mani's aunt, Lin Jinjin, along with her uncle, Lin Xiangdong, upon hearing that Zhang Heng did not even possess a medical license, regarded him as nothing more than a charlatan. Manny, who have you brought with you? How could someone without a medical license possibly treat your grandfather? Foolishness. Take him away at once, Lin Xiangdong said, turning to Lin Manny. Manny, why are you still standing there? Hurry and escort this arrogant country bumpkin out, lest he disrupt the expert's efforts to save your grandfather. Lin Manny's aunt, Lin Jinjin, wore a similarly distrustful expression. Caught in a dilemma, Lin Manny had not anticipated such a situation, yet she instinctively believed that Zhang Heng could heal her grandfather. Aunt, uncle, I believe Zhang Heng can save grandpa. Why not let him try? Lin Manny bravely stepped forward. Without a medical license, how can we trust him with treatment? He must leave immediately. We do not welcome charlatans like him. Lin Jinjin furrowed her brows, adamant that she would never allow someone without credentials to treat her father. Just as Lin Manny was about to argue further, Zhang Heng interjected, somewhat irked. If I am unwelcome here, then I shall take my leave. However, I must caution you that the poison afflicting Lin Lao is not ordinary. You will not be able to eliminate it. If Western medicine is applied forcefully, It will only hasten Lin Lao's demise. He then approached Zhuang Yuanxian, advising him, should Lin Lao's life be in jeopardy, you can insert 3 silver needles into the Bai Wei, Yongquan, and Neiguan acupoints. This method may grant him an additional day of life. Given Zhuang Yuanxian's knowledge of the 9 palaces' life extension needles, administering these 3 should pose no challenge. After imparting this advice, Zhang Heng turned and strode toward the exit. Since they did not trust him, why should he persist in seeking their approval? Seeing Zhang Heng leave abruptly, Lin Manny hurried after him. Arrogant boy. Who does he think he is? Without him, we can focus on treating Lin Lao, Wang Tao observed coldly as Zhang Heng departed. The others paid no mind to his exit, feeling rather relieved instead. Soon, a group of experts conducted various tests on Lin Lao, concluding that he was indeed suffering from toxic infiltration of the internal organs, causing them all to furrow their brows in concern. In this dire situation, the only means to save Lin Lao was through extracorporeal blood exchange. Fortunately, the necessary machinery and fresh plasma had been prepared in advance. Let us proceed with the blood exchange, Lin Jinjin urged from the side. Very well, let us begin, Wang Tao responded, joining the other experts in their preparations. Before long, Lin Lao was connected to numerous monitoring devices, his heart rate and blood pressure being closely observed. Heart rate, 62, blood pressure, 138, still within normal limits. Let us commence the blood exchange, Wang Tao declared confidently, pressing the switch on the mobile blood exchange device. As the toxic blood was drawn from Lin Lao and transferred into the machine, fresh plasma was simultaneously infused through another arm. Observing the seamless operation of the blood exchange, Wang Tao could not resist mocking the already departed Zhang Heng. Indeed, that young man, lacking even a medical license, dares to save lives. How utterly ignorant he is of the gravity of the situation. A cadre of esteemed experts and professors derided Zhang Heng as a charlatan. However, just as they believed the blood transfusion had succeeded, the comatose elder Lin unexpectedly expelled a copious amount of black blood, triggering alarms on the monitors as vital signs plummeted alarmingly. Allow me. In this critical moment, the esteemed healer Zhuang Yuanxian stepped forward. Yet, upon first examining the black blood with his keen sense of smell, he immediately furrowed his brow in concern. What is it, Master Zhuang? Lin Xiangdong inquired anxiously. The toxins within this blood are not ordinary poisons. No wonder you were unable to cleanse them at the hospital. It is not a failure of the doctor's efforts, but rather the inherent nature of this toxin. Zhuang Yuanxian's revelation shocked everyone present. Just before that arrogant young man had departed, he had warned them that the toxins within Elder Lin were far from typical. What shall we do now, Master Zhuang? Lin Xiangdong asked, his face etched with urgency. Initially, I could have employed the 9 Palaces life-extending needle to prolong Elder Lin's life for a few more days. However, with the blood now replaced, the 9 Palaces technique is rendered ineffective, and the transfusion has only served to spread the toxins further. If nothing unexpected occurs, Elder Lin will pass within 10 minutes. What? Lin Xiangdong and Lin Jinjin were visibly shaken. The doctors and experts, pale and sweating, realized that their self-assured blood cleansing had inadvertently hastened Elder Lin's demise. Suddenly, they recalled Zhang Heng's earlier warning. If they wish for Elder Lin to survive, they ought to keep their distance. Could it be that this young man foresaw our decision to perform the transfusion, hence his admonition to stay away from Elder Lin? Wang Tao's remark caused everyone to gasp, recognizing the uncanny prescience in the rural youth's words. In short order, they remembered his final piece of advice before leaving and immediately reminded Zhuang Yuanxian. Master Zhuang, did that young man not instruct you on 3 acupuncture points before he departed? Perhaps you should give it a try. All eyes turned toward Zhuang Yuanxian. Very well. I shall attempt it. Deep down, Zhuang Yuanxian was equally astonished. Could such a young individual truly possess the skills of a divine healer? He then retrieved 3 silver needles and, following Zhang Heng's instructions, inserted them into the Bai Wei, Yongquan, and Neiguan points. As the 3 needles punctured Elder Lin's body, the data on the monitoring equipment stabilized and returned to normal levels. The entire assembly was left in utter astonishment, enveloped in an eerie silence, until someone finally exclaimed. Chapter 51. Unparalleled medical skills astonish all. A Maserati sped down the road, ultimately halting at the entrance of a certain residential complex. Zhang Heng, I truly apologize for the undue distress you've endured. My uncle and aunt are simply anxious. I hope you can forgive them. At that moment, Lin Manny's phone suddenly rang, and she instinctively answered. Uncle, what is the matter? Manny, it seems that your grandfather's ailment was accurately predicted by your friend. After those incompetent doctors performed a blood transfusion on him, he nearly succumbed to his condition. Fortunately, just before your friend departed, he guided Master Zhuang on 3 crucial acupuncture points, which managed to stabilize your grandfather's health. But now only he holds the key to saving him. On the phone, not only did Lin Xiangdong's voice resonate, but Lin Jinjin's as well, conveying a sense of urgency that only Zhang Heng could rescue old Lin at this moment. After hanging up, Lin Manny was overwhelmed with emotions. She never anticipated that Zhang Heng's medical prowess was so formidable. Was it your second uncle and aunt who called for me to come? Zhang Heng remarked nonchalantly, having already surmised the identity of the caller. How did you know? Lin Manny queried, her delicate face reflecting surprise. Previously, they dismissed me with disdain, and now they expect me to come and heal. Who do they think they are? I refuse. Zhang Heng, too, possessed his own pride and owed them nothing. Zhang Heng, I beseech you to assist me this once. I am aware that my uncle and aunt have been quite rude to you in the past, and I apologize on their behalf. Lin Manny felt tears welling up. Their misdeeds had led her to this moment, where she, as their niece, was being implored to remedy the situation. Please, Zhang Heng, save my grandfather. I lost both my parents at a young age, and it was my grandfather who raised and nurtured me. I cannot bear to watch him perish. As she spoke, her eyes glistened with tears, and she knelt before him, an act of desperation from the esteemed president of a jewelry company, a stark contrast to her usual lofty demeanor, revealing the depth of her affection for her grandfather. Zhang Heng sighed, his heart softening at her plea. As Lin Manny trembled slightly, his warm hand brushed against the corner of her eye, causing her cheeks to flush, and she expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Zhang Heng, I owe you a personal favor. Meanwhile, in the Tianxiang Garden Villa, Lin Jinjin and her brother Lin Xiangdong were filled with regret over their foolish decision to dismiss the divine physician, wishing they could strike themselves for their actions. You two should cease your bickering and calm down. Wang Tao attempted to mediate, only to be met with a chorus of reproach from the siblings. This is all your fault, and you lot are utterly useless. Not only did you fail to save him, but you also drove away the miracle worker. I shouldn't have summoned you. Otherwise, the physician wouldn't have been expelled. Wang Tao, along with the other experts, fell silent, accepting their scorn. Fortunately, at that moment, Lin Jinjin received a message on her phone from Lin Manny, indicating that Zhang Heng would be arriving shortly. Upon reading the message, Lin Jinjin became instantly animated. When Zhang Heng arrived, Lin Jinjin and Lin Qiangdong rushed over, eager to apologize. Divine Physician, we sincerely apologize. We were blind to your greatness. Please don't hold it against us. They forced smiles as they entered, followed by the other doctors offering their apologies, but Zhang Heng didn't spare them a glance. At that moment, the blood transfusion apparatus had already been removed from old Lin, who was now adorned with 3 silver needles placed by Zhuang Yuanxian, corresponding to the acupuncture points Zhang Heng had previously indicated. Zhang Heng delicately dipped his finger into the dark blood expelled by old Lin, then brought it to his nose for a gentle whiff before speaking softly. The poison afflicting old Lin is a rare venom from the Miao region, concocted from 7 insects and 7 herbs. Although you acted swiftly to save him, this toxin, in the absence of an antidote, is nearly impossible for an ordinary person to eradicate completely. What then? Is there truly no remedy, even for a divine physician? Lin Xiangdong inquired anxiously, stepping forward. Your incessant chatter is tiresome. Is a divine physician merely an ordinary individual? Kindly remain silent. Lin Jinjin interjected hastily, fearful that her brother might unwittingly offend the esteemed healer, thereby extinguishing their last glimmer of hope. Lin Xiangdong swallowed hard and fell silent. Zhang Heng, without uttering a word, retrieved a set of silver needles he always carried, producing a total of 15 with deft precision. He skillfully inserted these needles into various acupoints on old Lin's body, combining them with the 3 previously inserted by Zhuang Yuanxian, totaling 18. Is this the legendary 18 Tai purification needles? Zhuang Yuanxian gasped, his face a canvas of astonishment as he observed the meticulous insertion of the needles. This technique, long thought to be lost, he had only glimpsed in an ancient medical text but had never practiced. 18 Tai purification needles? The onlookers were puzzled, particularly the Western medical experts who could not comprehend the significance. You possess some discernment, Zhang Heng remarked coolly. Then, with his palm facing downward, he glided over each silver needle. With each pass, vital energy began to permeate old Lin's body through the needles. As the 18 needles were infused with this energy, wisps of black mist erupted from old Lin's body, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. What is happening? Old Lin is actually emitting smoke, exclaimed Wang Tao and Qian Suanli, their astonishment palpable. Here was the master directly purging the residual poison from Old Lin's body. Such a method was indeed the only way to achieve complete detoxification. I am in awe. Today has truly broadened my horizons, Zhuang Yuanxian expressed, looking at Zhang Heng with profound admiration. Gradually, the darkness on Old Lin's lips faded. His complexion improved, and even his eyelids fluttered slightly before he slowly opened his eyes. The spectators were left in awe of Zhang Heng's miraculous medical prowess. As the residual poison continued to dissipate, Old Lin's color improved significantly, and he regained consciousness. At this moment, all present were thoroughly humbled by Zhang Heng's skills. Once the detoxification process neared completion, Zhang Heng withdrew his hands. The application of the 18 Tai purification needles had drained a considerable amount of his vital energy. However, the rewards were substantial. A surge of pure energy swiftly flowed into Zhang Heng's body, precisely double the amount he had expended, a testament to the healing art's reciprocal nature. He nodded inwardly, satisfied with the outcome. Master Zhang, your medical expertise is truly remarkable. I, Zhuang Yuanxian, concede defeat and humbly wish to become your disciple. Zhuang Yuanxian, although renowned as a master of medicine in the country, often exudes an air of arrogance. However, he holds Zhang Heng's medical skills in high regard, which leads him to willingly take Zhang Heng as his mentor. Zhang Heng stood and accepted this bow. Zhuang Yuanxian's ability to perform the 9 Palaces life-continuing needle and the 18 Tai purification needles indicates a certain level of skill, just enough to qualify as his disciple. You shall henceforth be my registered disciple. Shortly, I will transcribe the essentials of the 18 Tai purification needles for you. How much you grasp will depend upon your own efforts, Zhang Heng stated casually, yet it left Zhuang Yuanxian utterly exhilarated. Thank you, Master, for your guidance, Zhuang Yuanxian. In his 60s or 70s, bowed deeply with utmost respect. Though merely a registered disciple, he felt a surge of excitement. He had believed his medical skills would remain stagnant until death, and never anticipated meeting Zhang Heng. With the guidance of this legendary healer, he was confident that his skills would soon advance once more. The experts present watched with envy, but regrettably, they lacked an understanding of traditional Chinese medicine. Meanwhile, Lin Mani, Lin Xiangdong, and Lin Jinjin rushed to the bedside of the awakened Lin Lao. Grandfather, you're awake. How are you feeling? Lin Mani asked with deep concern. Much better. I feel significantly more at ease, Lin Jintian weakly nodded. That's wonderful. It's truly a relief to see you well, Lin Mani exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face. Lin Jinjin and Lin Xiangdong also displayed their excitement. Zhang Heng quietly stepped aside, requesting Lin Mani to bring him paper and pen to write out several prescriptions. Your grandfather has just expelled the remaining toxins. His body is still quite weak. Follow this prescription to prepare the medicine. Zhang Heng handed one of the prescriptions to Lin Mani, then presented her with another. This one is for your menstrual pain. Just follow it to prepare the medicine. Lin Mani's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she accepted the 2 prescriptions. Zhang Heng, thank you. I owe you a debt of gratitude, no, a debt of life, Lin Mani declared resolutely, as she had been raised by her grandfather, fostering a profound emotional bond. Dr. Zhang, we are immensely grateful. Here is a check for 10 million as a token of our appreciation. Please do not refuse it, Lin Xiaodong said, producing a 10 million check from his pocket and offering it to Zhang Heng as a gesture of thanks. Zhang Heng did not refuse. After all, one should not decline a generous gift. Chapter 52. The Useless Husband with an Annual Income of Several Billion? Soft sunlight streamed through the window as Zhang Heng, seated cross-legged on the bed, slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a plume of condensed white spiritual energy. After refining throughout the night, he had finally ascended to the 9th level of Qi refinement. Zhang Heng was quite pleased with the speed of his cultivation. His recent acquisitions included 10 pieces of spiritually infused raw stone, a painting, a string of prayer beads, and a soil spirit jade ball, marking his most significant gains in recent days. The refinement of these items had unfolded flawlessly. In just one night, he had leaped 2 levels, from the 7th to the 9th level of Qi refinement. Now, at the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, any further breakthroughs would necessitate the use of a foundation establishment pill. Upon reflecting on this, Zhang Heng couldn't help but furrow his brow. The foundation establishment pill will be relatively easy to concoct in the realm of cultivation. However, on Earth, where spiritual energy is scarce, many precious medicinal herbs may not even exist thus complicating the process of crafting the foundation establishment pill. It seems I must find time to visit the Qingshan Taoist Academy. I wonder if the herbs I asked my Yuanqing to gather have been collected. Zhang Heng murmured to himself. The herbs he had previously tasked my Yuanqing to collect were indeed for the preparation of the foundation establishment pill. With this thought in mind, Zhang Heng stepped out of his room. Just then, Lu Qingsheng descended from the second floor, looking exceptionally beautiful today, adorned with a touch of light makeup, which piqued Zhang Heng's curiosity, prompting him to inquire. Qingsheng, are you attending a gathering today? Sort of. One of my close friends from high school is getting married today and has invited me to the banquet. If you're free, why don't you change your clothes and accompany me? Lu Qingsheng replied, her lips parting slightly. Ever since Zhang Heng hosted an extravagant birthday banquet for her at the Jinhuang Crystal Restaurant, Lu Qingsheng's demeanor towards him had notably softened. She was no longer as aloof as before. Otherwise, she wouldn't have invited him to such an occasion. All right, should I prepare a wedding gift for your friend? Zhang Heng instinctively asked. I've prepared it long ago. You should hurry and change your clothes. Lu Qingsheng urged. Zhang Heng nodded. Attending her friend's wedding banquet certainly required him to uphold her dignity. Pengyuan Hotel, a renowned chain of luxury hotels in Shenyang City, is typically the venue for weddings, birthday parties, and various celebrations, keeping the hotel bustling throughout the year. Zhang Heng swiftly drove Lu Qingsheng to Pengyuan Hotel. Upon alighting from the car, he beheld the opulent decor of the hotel, with patrons dressed impeccably. Let us head inside. Several of my classmates have already arrived. The wedding banquet is on the third floor, Lu Qingsheng said as she led Zhang Heng further in. Once they reached the third floor, Lu Qingsheng realized her friend had invited quite a number of high school classmates, filling an entire table, many of whom had brought guests along. Qingsheng, you finally made it. You're looking more beautiful than ever. Some female classmates greeted her with a hint of envy as Lu Qingsheng approached. Meanwhile, the male classmates stared intently at Lu Qingsheng, who had once been the belle of their class, a goddess in the eyes of many. Lu Qingsheng smiled and greeted each of them, engaging in light conversation, but soon, everyone's attention shifted to Zhang Heng beside her. Qingsheng, is he your useless husband? One short-haired female classmate suddenly asked, her tone laced with a hint of provocation. As high school classmates, they had heard whispers about Lu Qingsheng marrying a so-called useless husband, but today they were witnessing it firsthand. Seeing Lu Qingsheng stand up for his dignity warmed Zhang Heng's heart slightly. A useless person is a useless person. No amount of defense can change that. What does he even do? What is his annual salary? Han Qianqian's barrage of questions was piercingly sharp, as if she were intent on devouring Lu Qingsheng. The classmates and friends present were equally curious, eager to discern whether the high school belle had truly wed a man of no merit. Lu Qingsheng found herself at a loss for words. She couldn't very well admit that Zhang Heng was merely a temporary worker, as that would imply she acknowledged her husband as a failure. Observing Lu Qingsheng's silence, Zhang Heng couldn't resist interjecting. I am in the antique business, with an annual income in the billions. His assertion was not mere bravado. Were he to truly pursue wealth, he could amass not just billions, but potentially hundreds of billions in a year. However, the expressions of shock on the faces of their peers were unmistakable, including Lu Qingsheng, whose mouth fell agape in astonishment. She had never anticipated that Zhang Heng would boast so grandly, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed to acknowledge him. Haha, lacking in ability, yet adept at boasting. I've inquired about your background prior to my arrival. You claim to be engaged in the antique trade with an income in the billions. Who do you think you are deceiving? Han Qianqian quickly connected the dots. Having previously gathered information about Lu Qingsheng's husband, branding him a worthless temporary worker. Thus, she found it implausible that Zhang Heng could generate such wealth, and she was determined to expose him, seeking to humiliate Lu Qingsheng, the once revered belle. Other classmates turned their attention to Lu Qingsheng, noticing a pair of red jade bangles adorning her wrists. Instinctively, she shrank them towards her sleeves, reluctant to reveal them. Although they were a gift from Zhang Heng, she recalled his words about the bangles being self-crafted and of little value. The sight of her reticence only solidified Han Qianqian's suspicions that the bangles were indeed worthless fakes. Lu Qingsheng, what are you hiding? Show us. Let everyone take a look. Han Qianqian pressed. I happen to know an antique appraisal expert who is also at this wedding. We can have him assess their worth. Her tone was aggressive. Yes, Qingsheng, if you possess something valuable, do not conceal it. Let's all gain some insight. Zhang Xiaoye chimed in, eager to witness how the former belle would face such humiliation. Perhaps it would be best not to look. The wedding ceremony is about to commence. Lu Qingsheng said, feeling both flustered and anxious, attempting to shift the topic. Yet, Han Qianqian and her cohorts were intent on unmasking Zhang Heng's deceit and stripping Lu Qingsheng of her dignity. Qingsheng, if they're so eager to see, then let them. Zhang Heng remarked with a faint smile. Lu Qingsheng felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, but with so many eyes upon her, she had no choice but to remove the jade bangles from her wrists. Moments later, an elderly man with graying hair entered, following Han Qianqian. Mr. Sun, this pair of bangles belongs to my classmate. Could you kindly appraise their value? Han Qianqian handed the red jade bangles to Mr. Sun, her expression one of anticipation, eagerly awaiting Lu Qingsheng's impending embarrassment. Meanwhile, Lu Qingsheng felt a surge of regret as she glanced at Zhang Heng, who remained composed, wishing she had never brought him to this gathering. As Old Sun beheld the exquisite pair of jade bracelets, his murky eyes suddenly sparkled with life. He promptly retrieved a magnifying glass he always carried with him and scrutinized the crimson jade bracelets with increasing astonishment. Chapter 53. Apologies, I have never been one to boast. What do you think, Old Sun? Are these bracelets counterfeit? Han Qianqian inquired, eager to expose Zhang Heng's true identity, while the gazes of others converged upon Old Sunday. At that moment, Lu Qingsheng felt a pang of anxiety, secretly regretting having brought Zhang Heng along, as it left her feeling quite vulnerable. However, Sun Dui, holding the vibrant red bracelets, was visibly exhilarated. These are not fakes. They are premium red agate bracelets, exquisitely crafted, comparable to the work of a master artisan. When the two bracelets clink together, they produce a clear, melodious sound, brimming with spirit. It is evident that these bracelets are of remarkable value, conservatively estimated to be worth at least 10 million. His words sent shockwaves through everyone present, particularly Han Qianqian, whose eyes were filled with disbelief. How is that possible? Old Sun, could you have made a mistake? How could these bracelets possibly be worth 10 million? She questioned incredulously. There is no error. These bracelets are infused with spirit. Wearing them for an extended period can ward off illness and evil, thus qualifying them as semi-artifacts. If placed in an auction, they could fetch even more than 10 million. Sun Dui reiterated with certainty. What? More than 10 million? Gasps of astonishment filled the air as Han Qianqian and the others turned their gazes toward Zhang Heng, their perception shifting. Meanwhile, Lu Qingsheng, upon learning that the red bracelets were valued at over 10 million, wore an expression of shock. Unable to fathom that a pair of bracelets casually polished by Zhang Heng could command such a price. Now that we have examined the bracelets, shall we have them returned? Zhang Heng remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he spoke with an air of nonchalance. Han Qianqian, deprived of the opportunity to mock Zhang Heng and Lu Qingsheng, could only awkwardly return the bracelets to Lu Qingsheng, though she remained skeptical about Zhang Heng's identity. Qingsheng, I had no idea your husband possessed such remarkable skills. It nearly led to a misunderstanding, Han Qianqian said with a feigned smile. We're all classmates. There's no need to discuss this, Lu Qingsheng replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed and eager to shift the topic, although she remained curious about how Zhang Heng's seemingly casual craftsmanship could yield such high value. This brief interlude soon passed, and as the banquet commenced, a handsome man clad in a black suit strode over with an air of elegance. I apologize for my tardiness, Ma Yinghao said, pulling out a chair and taking a seat, impeccably groomed, adorned with a luxury watch that hinted at his affluence. The attendees were visibly excited at Ma Yinghao's arrival, especially the female classmates. Class monitor, you are late. You must drink 3 cups as penance, Zhang Xiaoya said, her eyes fixated on Ma Yinghao with palpable enthusiasm. Class monitor, you finally made it. I heard you've begun taking over the family business. Is that true? Han Qianqian couldn't help but interject. Indeed. My grandfather's business has grown quite large, and my father has been urging me to return home to assist. I have begun the gradual process of taking over the family enterprise, he responded. Ma Yinghao seemed to revel in the feeling of being adored by many. Yet his gaze inadvertently drifted towards Lu Qingsheng. In the past, he too was among the multitude vying for her affection, but he had been turned down by her countless times. His return this time was largely motivated by her. Han Qianqian noticed Ma Yinghao's occasional glances at Lu Qingsheng and raised an eyebrow, stating, Class monitor, you should refrain from looking at Qingsheng. She is now a married woman. While this was ostensibly a reminder, it carried a deeper undertone of provocation. Is that so? I have indeed heard whispers about it. Apparently, she has married a good-for-nothing. Ma Yinghao replied, his gaze shifting to Zhang Heng, who sat beside Lu Qingsheng, scrutinizing him with keen interest. Her husband is far from inept. He operates in the antique business, earning billions annually. A pair of jade bracelet alone is valued at 10 million, far surpassing your achievements. Han Qianqian continued her taunt. Antique business, you say? Coincidentally, my family is also involved in that sector. The Golden Rose Jewelry, one of the 4 major jewelers in Shangyang City, is a family enterprise. As far as I'm aware, our company only manages to earn about $1 billion a year. How could it be that you alone generate tens of billions? I have not heard of any company in Shangyang City surpassing the top 4 jewelers. Ma Yinghao's words instantly awakened the crowd. Indeed, if one can earn tens of billions a year, the revenue must be in the hundreds of billions. Is there truly such a formidable jewelry company in Shangyang City? Many began to realize the absurdity. Thank goodness for young Master Ma. Otherwise, one might have been easily swayed, someone remarked. Mr. Zhang, which company do you represent? Han Qianqian couldn't help but ask again, a question echoed by others present. Ma Yinghao, with a subtle smile, looked at Zhang Heng, eagerly anticipating a blunder. Before arriving, he had conducted background checks on Zhang Heng, a mere temporary worker with no prospects. How could he possibly be a billionaire? Such boasts seemed ludicrous, especially considering that even the top 4 jewelers in Shangyang City could not achieve such heights. I do not own a company. I engage in personal reselling. Zhang Heng replied nonchalantly. Huh, you claim to earn tens of billions from mere reselling? What an outrageous boast. Ma Yinghao scoffed without reservation. Lu Qingcheng felt a surge of anxiety, silently chastising Zhang Heng for his grandiose claims, while Zhang Heng remained unfazed, evaluating treasures and betting on stones. Earning tens of billions is trivial. If I were to truly focus on making money, I could easily amass hundreds of billions in a year, Zhang Heng stated, his words ringing true, yet eliciting laughter from the others. Huh, your exaggerations have reached new heights. Do you fear straining your back from such overzealous claims? Evaluating treasures and betting on stones relies on skill and luck. Are you suggesting that your luck is perpetually exceptional, or that your discernment is extraordinary? Ma Yinghao continued his mocking. Others could not suppress their disdain, incredulous that someone would dare claim to earn hundreds of billions in a year. I possess both. Zhang Heng replied calmly. Then enlighten me. What is the origin of this jade pendant? From which era does it hail, and where was it produced? Han Qianqian and the others were expressions of intrigue, while Zhang Heng's brow furrowed slightly. He truly could not discern the origins or era of this jade pendant. He only knew that it emanated a formidable spiritual energy, clearly not an ordinary item. However, this did not faze him. In fact, Zhang Heng felt a clandestine delight. Was this not a fortuitous gift of spiritual essence? With that thought, Zhang Heng seized the pendant and directly absorbed its energy into his own being, causing the pendant to lose its luster, resembling an unremarkable stone. What provenance could a counterfeit jade pendant possess? As he spoke, Zhang Heng tossed the pendant back to Ma Yinghao. A counterfeit jade pendant? Huh, with such limited discernment. You dare to claim expertise in the antique trade? It would be fortunate for you if you didn't incur a loss. I must inform you that this pendant is actually a piece of Hetian jade unearthed from the Han Dynasty, valued at 10 million. Wearing it consistently can ward off illness and evil spirits. Ma Yinghao retorted with a mocking expression. Han Qianqian and others similarly believed that someone of Ma Yinghao's esteemed lineage could never adorn a fake jade pendant. Thus, they instinctively concluded that Zhang Heng's words revealed his lack of discernment, indirectly proving that his claims of earning billions in the antique business were mere bluster. I thought you were a genuine antique mogul. Yet, a single test reveals your flaws. Indeed, a wastrel is a wastrel, incapable even of boasting convincingly, Han Qianqian scoffed, her earlier despondency dissipating. If it's genuine or not, we could simply summon an expert in antique jade appraisal. Zhang Heng replied with serene composure, entirely unfazed by their derision. Very well, I shall go fetch Master Sun once more. Let us see how you maintain your facade. Han Qianqian eagerly rose to summon Sun Dui again. Chapter 54. The Broken Jade Pendant's Inestimable Value. Whom are you deceiving? Han Qianqian hastily brought Sun Dui back once more. Master Sun, could you kindly assess the era of this jade pendant? She inquired, placing the pendant before him. Ma Yinghao wore a mocking expression as he observed Zhang Heng, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. I purchased this pendant for $1 million. Master Sun must examine it closely. He cautioned Sun Dui, fearing he might misjudge its worth. The others present also believed Zhang Heng lacked discernment. After all, how could a young master from a prominent family wear a counterfeit pendant? Even Lu Qingcheng thought Zhang Heng's pretension was excessively grandiose this time. However, after a mere glance at the pendant, Sun Dui shook his head and declared, This pendant is clearly a fake. It is worth not even 1,000, let alone 1,000,000. Sun Dewey's words left everyone at the table utterly astounded. What was happening? The pendant worn by the scion of a major conglomerate was indeed a counterfeit? This was simply unbelievable. How could this pendant possibly be fake? Zhang Xiaoya and Han Qianqian were both bewildered, having anticipated that this would definitively expose Zhang Heng's deceit, yet their repeated doubts seemed to only corroborate Zhang Heng's bluster. At that moment, even Lu Qingsheng was rendered speechless, astonished that a pendant worn by someone of Ma Yinghao's stature could truly be a counterfeit. Following the initial shock, Ma Yinghao erupted in fury at Sun Dewey. "Old man, are you capable of authenticating? This jade pendant cost me a staggering 10 million. How can you claim it as a counterfeit? Surely, you are not colluding with this worthless individual to deceive us." As these words were uttered, Sun Dewey was immediately incensed. "I came to authenticate this out of respect for Ms. Han. Since you refuse to acknowledge my appraisal, I shall take my leave." With that, Sun Dewey angrily waved his sleeve and departed. Han Qianqian was left feeling utterly embarrassed, as this outcome was truly unexpected. This jade pendant was indeed purchased for 10 million and has been certified by international experts. How could it possibly be fake? It must be that this good-for-nothing has conspired with that old man to swindle us, Ma Yinghao insisted, his confidence in the jade unwavering. "Yes, indeed. That must be the case," Zhang Xiaoya echoed, though this time Han Qianqian remained silent, acutely aware that Sun Dewey was a renowned master in the antiques world, respected for both his character and his skills. Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng shook his head and remarked, "If you do not trust Master Sun's appraisal, then by all means, summon an appraiser you do believe in." "Fine, you think I wouldn't dare? I shall call in a master appraiser right now," Ma Yinghao declared, pulling out his phone to arrange for a professional to come. As everyone waited while enjoying their meal, the bride and groom approached to toast. "Congratulations, Yunqi. Wishing you a lifetime of happiness and early blessings." Everyone at the table, all high school classmates, stood up to congratulate the bride. "Thank you. I'm so delighted to reunite with my high school friends and besties," Yunqi beamed. During the toasts, classmates began presenting red envelopes or gifts. "Yunqi, this is my wedding gift for you. I hope you'll like it." Han Qianqian was the first to present her gift, a platinum Cartier bracelet, clearly of considerable value, at least worth 100,000. "Thank you, Qianqian. How can I accept such an extravagant gift?" Yunqi exclaimed, recognizing the bracelet as an international luxury brand. Although she feigned modesty, her body betrayed her eagerness. Soon, others also presented red envelopes or gifts, and Ma Yinghao, being the scion of a wealthy family, presented a beautifully crafted high-end gift box to Yunqi. As he spoke, Ma Yinghao opened the gift box, revealing a dazzling 6-piece jewelry set that captivated everyone's attention. "Goodness, this jewelry set must be worth at least 1,000,000. Zhang Xiaoya gasped, her eyes filled with envy. The others were equally astonished, realizing the generosity of Ma Yinghao's gift. However, considering his background and status, they were not entirely surprised. "This jewelry set is over 2 million, but such an amount is merely a trifle to me." Ma Yinghao relished the admiration he received. "Master Ma, I want tea hold back then. Will my husband and I propose a toast to you?" Yunqi, filled with excitement, poured another drink for Ma Yinghao, and even the groom raised a glass in his honor. Indeed, the wealthy received adulation, while the less fortunate were often overlooked. "Indeed, Qingcheng, what gift have you prepared? Given that your husband earns billions annually, it must be quite a sumptuous offering." Han Qianqian seemed to recall something and turned her gaze towards Lu Qingsheng and Zhang Heng. "How could I forget the gift for Yunqi? In high school, she was my dearest confidant." Although Lu Qingsheng spoke these words, a sense of insecurity loomed within her, for the only gift she had prepared was a modest jade pendant, worth just over 1,000 yuan. There was nothing inherently wrong with giving this pendant, but with her husband Zhang Heng's boastful claims of earning billions, such an ordinary gift felt rather inadequate. "Since you prepared it, let us see it," Zhang Xiaoya urged. Lu Qingcheng bit her lip gently, and then handed over a plain gift box. "Yunqi, I remember you once mentioned wanting a jade pendant in high school, so I specifically chose this one for you. Please let me know if you like it." As she spoke, Lu Qingcheng felt the weight of everyone's gaze upon her, making her uncomfortable. "Thank you, Qingcheng. I didn't expect you to remember my words." Yunqi smiled gently. "Yunqi, why don't you show everyone the jade pendant from Qingcheng? After all, her husband casually makes billions. We are all curious to see what a gift from such a prominent figure looks like." Zhang Xiaoya suggested loudly. "Yes, indeed. Open it for everyone to see." Han Qianqian chimed in, while Ma Yinghao observed quietly, waiting for the unfolding drama. "Qingcheng, may I open it?" "Yunqi, showing respect for Lu Qingcheng, asked before proceeding. Lu Qingcheng was reluctant to reveal the gift for fear of being mocked, yet under the current circumstances, refusing would be even more awkward. Qingcheng, let them see it. Zhang Heng suddenly interjected. Then let us show it. Lu Qingcheng silently chided Zhang Heng, blaming him for his grandiose claims that had now left her in a tight spot. With Lu Qingcheng's reluctant nod, Yunqi opened the gift box, revealing a white jade pendant strung on a red cord, which appeared rather ordinary. I've seen this pendant before. It's available at the Fulin jewelry store for just over 1,000 yuan, identical. Zhang Xiaoya exclaimed unexpectedly. Surely that cannot be. Her husband is a renowned antique dealer. How could he possibly present such a cheap item? Han Qianqian retorted mockingly, ostensibly defending Lu Qingcheng while subtly deriding the modesty of the gift. The others present began to catch on to this veiled mockery and regarded Lu Qingcheng with curious eyes, seemingly questioning why her illustrious husband would present such a modest gift to his wife's closest friend. The value of a gift is not in its price, but in the sentiment behind it. Yunqi interjected, attempting to diffuse the tension, not wishing to see Lu Qingcheng in distress. Lu Qingcheng felt utterly mortified, wishing for a way to disappear, and regretted bringing Zhang Heng to this gathering. A glimmer of joy appeared on Ma Yinghao's face. Indeed, Zhang Heng was a worthless individual. The jade pendant was unremarkable and clearly lacked significant value, indicating that his bravado was about to falter. Just as everyone believed Zhang Heng's arrogance was nearing its end, he subtly lifted the corners of his mouth and declared, "This jade pendant is not an ordinary item." As he spoke, Zhang Heng retrieved the pendant from its gift box and, holding it in his hand, infused it with his internal energy. Instantly, the previously mundane jade transformed into a lustrous gem. He also refined the impurities within it using his energy, rendering the piece pure and transparent. Furthermore, he etched a rune upon it with his fingernail, transforming the pendant into a magical artifact, capable not only of warding off illness and evil, but also of prolonging life. Oh, is this jade pendant not an ordinary item, but rather a treasure of great worth? Ma Yinghao scoffed. You are indeed correct. It truly holds immense value. Zhang Heng replied with a slight smile, placing the jade pendant back into the gift box. The crowd merely scoffed, convinced that Zhang Heng was still boasting. At that moment, an elderly man with graying hair and a stooped posture entered. Lu Qiang, an esteemed antiques appraiser summoned by Ma Yinghao, held a significant position within the antique appraisal circle of Shanyang City. Master Ma, what business do you have that summoned me here? Lu Qiang addressed Ma Yinghao with respect, due to the latter's father's reputation. Lu Lao, you arrived just in time. Please assess the value of this jade pendant, Ma Yinghao said, his spirits lifted upon Lu Qiang's arrival. Very well. I happen to have my professional tools with me, Lu Qiang replied, producing a magnifying glass and a light source. Essential tools for examining jade. You see, this is the mark of a true appraisal master. That previous appraiser was clearly lacking in expertise, Ma Yinghao proclaimed loudly. Lu Qingcheng felt a pang of anxiety. Zhang Heng's claim of the pendant's immense value was nothing but a boast. She was fully aware of how much she had paid for the pendant. Once Lu Qiang conducted his appraisal, the truth would inevitably be revealed, leaving Zhang Heng no room for exaggeration. Uncertain of how the situation would unfold, Lu Qingcheng felt her heart race with apprehension. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoya smirked, having seen identical jade pendants priced at over 1,000 each. Zhang Heng, the fool, continued to boast of its unparalleled worth. Now, with the professional appraiser on hand, it would be interesting to see how long he could maintain his facade. Everyone anticipated the moment when Zhang Heng's delusions would be exposed. However, as Lu Qiang examined the jade pendant, he suddenly inhaled sharply, his expression shifting to one of shock. This jade pendant, Chapter 55. If this fool can be of assistance, I shall share his surname. Lu Qiang, upon seeing the transparent and pure jade pendant, was visibly shaken. This pendant, lustrous and clear, was of the highest quality, and the rune etched upon it, unlike any he had encountered, emanated a faint flow of energy. It was an extraordinary magical artifact, capable of not only dispelling illness and evil, but also extending life. Conservatively, it was valued at 50 million. As soon as the words fell, the entire venue erupted into an uproar, enveloped in a silence so profound that even the sound of breathing was discernible. After a prolonged moment, Zhang Xiaoya was the first to voice her skepticism. An exquisite jade pendant? How is that conceivable? I have seen an identical piece at the Fulin jewelry store, which is priced at merely over $1,000. How could it possibly be worth over 50 million? Han Qianqian, Ma Yinghao, and others were expressions of disbelief. Even Lu Qingqing herself found it hard to comprehend that the jade pendant she purchased could be a magical artifact valued at 50 million. Old Lu, could you possibly have misjudged? Is this jade truly worth that much? Ma Yinghao inquired, incredulity etched on his face. This is a conservative estimate. If placed at auction, it could very well fetch 100 million, considering it is a magical artifact. Furthermore, there exists a rune inscribed upon it that even I cannot decipher, and spiritual energy flows within. Such craftsmanship is not typical. Even the most skilled artisans would find it challenging to achieve this level of detail, Lu Chaiyang stated, directing Ma Yinghao's gaze towards the jade pendant. Instinctively, Ma Yinghao leaned in closer, and indeed, a complex and obscure rune was etched onto its surface, causing his countenance to darken significantly. Zhang Xiaoye and Han Qianqian, unwilling to be left out, approached to examine the pendant, all witnessing the intricate rune. A collective gasp echoed through the room, and doubts regarding Lu Chaiyang's appraisal dissipated entirely. I told you it was invaluable, yet you refused to believe. Now that old Lu is here, why not have him authenticate your so-called fake jade pendant? Observing their astonished expressions, Zhang Heng's lips curled into a subtle smile, satisfaction swelling within him. If it is genuine or not, let old Lu authenticate it, and the truth shall become evident, Zhang Heng suggested, his grin barely contained. Authentication it is. I am not afraid of your assertions, Ma Yinghao responded, handing the pendant to Lu Chaiyang with a respectful tone. Old Lu, please assist me in authenticating this pendant. Lu Chaiyang nodded, accepting the pendant, and the audience once again braced themselves in anticipation. Soon enough, Lu Chaiyang delivered his verdict. Young Master Ma, this pendant is indeed a counterfeit. You have not been deceived, have you? Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped once more, and Ma Yinghao felt a chill run through him. While he had previously suspected that Sun Dui and Zhang Heng had conspired to trick him, Lu Chaoyang was someone he had personally invited, making collusion impossible. The only conclusion remained: the pendant was genuinely a fake. Could it truly be that this pendant is a forgery? Ma Yinghao was utterly taken aback. Losing 10 million was trivial, but the humiliation in front of everyone, especially Lu Qingcheng, was monumental. See, I told you this pendant was fake, yet you refused to believe. Now the truth has emerged, Zhang Heng remarked nonchalantly. The entire assembly fell silent at Zhang Heng's words, as if their burgeoning doubts only served to validate his exceptional insight and unparalleled expertise in the appraisal of antiques. Seeing the awkwardness among the guests, the bride, Yunxi, promptly interjected to ease the tension. Qingcheng, thank you for your gift. I never anticipated that you would marry such an extraordinary husband. Back in high school, you were the belle of our class, and it appears that you still are. I truly envy you for having such a wonderful partner. Where? I find myself envious of you as well. Although receiving compliments is indeed delightful, Lu Qingcheng is acutely aware that her husband's boasts are merely grandiose, coincidentally aligned with a series of events that have led Zhang Heng to be regarded as a master of antiques. As she dined, Lu Qingcheng's emotions oscillated like a roller coaster. Fortunately, she managed to conceal the exaggerations of Zhang Heng, or else she would have found herself in an awkward predicament. Zhang Heng, please refrain from such grandiose claims in the future. We nearly found ourselves in a difficult situation just now. All right, next time I shall temper my boasting to make it more believable, Zhang Heng replied humorously while driving. However, I am quite curious. How did you discern that Ma Yinghao's jade pendant was a counterfeit? And how could the bracelet you gifted me be valued at 10 million? Was it truly crafted by you? Lu Qingcheng inquired with an inquisitive gaze directed at Zhang Heng. To this, Zhang Heng had already devised a response. The material I used to carve the jade bracelet was picked up by the riverbank. I had no inkling it would turn out to be exquisite red jade. As for Ma Yinghao's jade pendant, I couldn't ascertain its origin, so I casually declared it as fake, only to discover that it was genuine. At this juncture, Zhang Heng suddenly shifted the conversation and playfully asked, but I am rather astonished by the value of your jade pendant, which is worth 50 million. I had no idea it was worth so much. The runes on the pendant were absent when I purchased it, and I am perplexed as to why they appeared after I gifted it, Lu Qingqing admitted, her brow furrowed in confusion. Zhang Heng could not help but smirk slightly at her ignorance of the fact that he had inscribed the rune himself. However, engraving a single rune had also yielded a response of spiritual energy for Zhang Heng. This is a rather lengthy tale, Lu Guodong remarked with frustration. The contract with the original pharmaceutical supplier for the First People's Hospital of Shanyang City, under the Wu Group, is nearing expiration. Upon learning this news, the elder has made it known in the family group chat that whoever secures this contract will be rewarded with 2 million in personal funds and additionally 1% of family group equity. The Liu family primarily engages in the pharmaceutical business, and the First People's Hospital of Shenyang City is the largest hospital in the area. Thus, securing a procurement contract with this hospital could yield annual profits starting from several million. This is indeed a favorable opportunity, Liu Qingsheng instinctively remarked. It's not that simple to negotiate, Liu Guodong responded, disheartened. The competition is fierce. Not only do we have to contend with our own family members, but we also face other pharmaceutical enterprises in Shenyang City. Your mother and I recently visited the hospital's director, but we were met with a closed door. Liu Guodong expressed his disappointment. Now I understand, Liu Qingsheng replied, her expression one of realization. By the way, Qingsheng, your Concord Hospital frequently engages in medical exchanges with the First People's Hospital. Are you aware of what their director enjoys? Liu Guodong suddenly contemplated approaching the director's preferences, believing it might serve as a valuable breakthrough. Let me think. Liu Qingsheng tilted her head in contemplation before speaking. I recall that the director of the First People's Hospital, Yuan Zhongzhen, has a fondness for antiques and jade. Antiques and jade? How did I overlook that? Come on, Lao Lu, let's head to Danyang Antique City. Don't you also have a penchant for antiques? We can select a fine piece and then visit Director Yuan tomorrow. Wang Fun's eyes gleamed with the prospect of a breakthrough and hope. What are we waiting for? Let us hurry. Liu Guodong also felt that approaching Director Yuan's interests might lead to securing the contract. I'll accompany you. Zhang Heng thought about how he had yet to visit Danyang Antique City, hoping to uncover unexpected treasures while assisting them in authenticating the antiques. However, to his dismay, his mother-in-law, Wang Fun, disdainfully remarked, "What use is it for you to tag along? Do you know anything about appraising treasures or stone gambling? You're utterly clueless and would only bring us shame if recognized. Mom, let Zhang Heng come along. He said good luck today. Perhaps he can be of assistance." Liu Qingsheng suggested. What could this good-for-nothing possibly contribute? If he were of any help, I'd share his surname. A good-for-nothing is still a good-for-nothing. Even with a stroke of luck, Wang Fun scolded, disparaging Zhang Heng's worth. Nevertheless, she reluctantly consented to Zhang Heng accompanying them. Chapter 56. This stone is not worth keeping. Danyang Antique City is another renowned venue for antique transactions in Shenyang City, holding equal fame to Nanyuan Ancient Street, attracting numerous individuals engaged in the trade of antiques and raw stones. Liu Guodong seemed quite familiar with the area, leading Zhang Heng and the others down the street. As Zhang Heng walked along the cobbled path, he utilized his spiritual perception to sense the surroundings, quickly gaining a general understanding of the place. To his surprise, there were indeed quite a few antiques imbued with spiritual energy. Zhang Heng's lips curled into a subtle smile, expressing his satisfaction with Danyang Antique City. Before long, Liu Guodong arrived at a shop specializing in raw stone gambling. The approximately 60-square-meter shop was filled with stones, while shelves around the perimeter displayed several raw stones that had yielded green results, each clearly marked with prices, showcasing a professional setup. Numerous individuals were examining the raw materials within the shop. Old Chen, you're here too. Have you had any luck today? Liu Guodong approached an old friend to greet him. This old Chen, named Chen Yuanhua, was an acquaintance Liu Guodong had made during his stone gambling days. It's old Liu. Today my son-in-law has invited a master of stone gambling, and we've already uncovered 3 pieces of green, making a tidy profit of several $100,000. Chen Yuanhua replied joyfully, introducing 2 individuals to Liu Guodong. This is my son-in-law, Yang Chengjin, the sales manager of Hongmei Jewelry Group, earning a 6-figure salary. Chen Yuanhua proudly pointed to a young man. He then gestured towards another middle-aged man clad in a gray robe, continuing his introduction. This gentleman is Pang Mu, a senior raw stone appraiser. Thanks to Master Pang, I managed to make a small fortune today. Is that so? In just half a day, fortunes of hundreds of thousands were amassed. Truly impressive, thought Liu Guodong with a face full of envy. Simultaneously, he and Wang Fun cast disdainful glances at Zhang Heng, who had followed them. Both were sons-in-law, yet one commanded a 6-figure salary, wielding extensive connections, able to engage a senior appraiser to assist his father-in-law in profiting from stone gambling. In stark contrast, their own son-in-law was utterly useless. Old Liu, is this your daughter? She is truly beautiful. And is this your son-in-law? Chen Yuanhua's gaze fell upon Liu Guodong's daughter, Liu Qingsheng, and Zhang Heng, prompting his instinctive question. Yes, this is my daughter. Liu Guodong acknowledged only Liu Qingsheng as his daughter, completely disregarding the inquiry regarding Zhang Heng, perhaps wishing to avoid mentioning him as his son-in-law in front of others. Zhang Heng, however, was indifferent, having grown accustomed to their various forms of neglect. By the way, old Chun, could this Master Pang assist me in appraising a few pieces of rough stone? I have significant use for it. And of course, the commission will be generous. Lu Guodong approached with a somewhat obsequious request. That depends entirely on Master Pang's own opinion. I am powerless in this matter, replied Chen Yuanhua, casting a glance at Master Pang. Could Master Pang kindly take a look at my rough stone? A generous reward shall await once it is appraised. Lu Guodong turned with a face full of earnestness, hoping this master would lend his expertise. I am sorry, but I am only assisting Old Chun at the behest of Manager Yang. I cannot assist unrelated individuals, Master Pang replied, rather haughtily. Lu Guodong felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, unable to suppress another disparaging glance at Zhang Heng. A useless waste, he thought. While the other son-in-law could summon Master Pang's assistance, he was left to cower in the background, utterly ineffectual. Old Chun, your son-in-law certainly has clout, attracting an expert like Master Pang. I am truly envious. Lu Guodong could only harbor silent admiration. Not at all, it is merely my daughter's good fortune. Chen Yuanhua felt a surge of pride, and as if recalling something, he added, by the way, old Lu, I have a piece of rough stone with a corner already opened, personally selected by Master Pang. Would you be interested? The exposed corner has revealed green, and according to Master Pang's estimate, it is worth at least 200,000. Oh, what stone is this? May I see it first? Lu Guodong perked up, realizing that since it was selected by Master Pang and had revealed green, it likely held substantial value. Let me show it to you, Chen Yuanhua said, retrieving a stone roughly the size of 2 adult fists, weighing around 3 kilograms, from a leather bag. Indeed, one corner exhibited a hint of green, resembling jade. In truth, Master Pang did not hold this rough stone in high regard, believing it possessed only this minimal green, worth at most 20,000 and no more. Originally, Chen Yuanhua intended to sell this stone for 20,000, but upon seeing Lu Guodong, he was inclined to deceive him for a greater profit. Take a look at this stone. The corner has revealed green, and it weighs a solid 3 kilograms. Chen Yuanhua enthusiastically presented, like a merchant showcasing his wares. Gazing at the verdant corner of the stone, Lu Guodong felt an unexpected surge of excitement. He took the raw stone from Chen Yuanhua and examined it meticulously. Even procuring professional tools, he scrutinized the stone closely. Illuminated by a focused beam of light, the stone revealed a commendable degree of translucence. Lu Guodong weighed it in his hands. Such a sizable stone with excellent transparency undoubtedly held a significant chance of yielding exquisite jade, igniting his fervor. Old Chun, how much are you asking for this raw stone? Lu Guodong inquired instinctively. 40,000, flat rate. If I weren't in a rush to purchase another raw stone, I wouldn't part with it at such a low price, Chen Yuanhua replied, extending 4 fingers, clearly aiming to profit an additional 20,000 from Lu Guodong. 40,000? Lu Guodong hesitated, for that amount was not insignificant to him. Do not hesitate. Master Pang has already stated that this raw stone has a high probability of yielding exquisite jade, Chen Yuanhua urged. Lu Guodong's gaze shifted towards Master Pang. Seeking his verbal affirmation, Chen Yuanhua subtly gestured to Master Pang, who promptly understood and nodded, stating, this raw stone indeed has a considerable chance of producing imperial green jade, valued at a minimum of 200,000. Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng, who had been standing at the back, could not help but shake his head. It was evident that Chen Yuanhua and Master Pang had conspired to deceive his father-in-law, Lu Guodong. Only one corner of the stone was green, while the rest was merely waste rock, implying that the stone was genuinely worth only 20,000. Yet, Lu Guodong remained oblivious, still hesitating to part with 40,000. Noticing this, Chen Yuanhua furrowed his brow and provoked, Old Lu, do you want it or not? If not, I'll sell it to someone else. I've already had a potential buyer inquiring. I thought of giving you a discount due to our friendship. Indeed, hearing that someone else was interested in purchasing the raw stone, Lu Guodong grew anxious. Yes. How could I possibly refuse? He resolved, determined to acquire the exquisite jade. Should it yield the desired outcome, he could also fulfill the contractual obligations. Excellent. Let us expedite the transaction. Transfer via mobile. Chen Yuanhua felt a surge of triumph, having finally sold the stone for 2,000 more than anticipated. However, Lu Guodong remained unaware of the manipulation he had fallen victim to. Just as he was about to transfer the funds to Chen Yuanhua, Zhang Heng suddenly interjected. Dad, we cannot purchase this stone. Zhang Heng's unexpected proclamation left everyone in the room momentarily stunned, particularly Chun Yuanhua and his associates, who furrowed their brows, shadows of concern crossing their faces. What nonsense are you spouting, you good-for-nothing? Why can't we buy this stone? Lu Guodong's expression darkened. It was bad enough that this useless son-in-law was of no assistance, but now he dared to obstruct him from purchasing the raw material, only complicating matters further. Lu Qingxing and Wang Fan also looked at Zhang Heng in confusion. Dad, I believe this raw stone is worth, at most 20,000. Spending 40,000 on it would be a loss. The green hue of the stone had nearly been revealed, and delving any deeper would prove futile. As it was filled with worthless rock, Zhang Heng advised with a serious demeanor. He had discerned the truth of this raw stone long ago. The only valuable aspect was the little green that had already emerged, and further cutting would yield nothing but useless debris. What do you know about gambling with stones? You fool. You think a mere glance can determine whether this stone will yield green? What a farce. Do you believe yourself to possess the gift of foresight? Lu Guodong scoffed coldly, his displeasure palpable. Had it not been for the presence of so many onlookers, he would have slapped Zhang Heng across the face without hesitation. Dad, I'm telling the truth. This stone is not worth it. Spending 40,000 on it would be a loss, as it's filled with worthless rock. Zhang Heng attempted to reason further, but was abruptly interrupted by Wang Fan. Be quiet. You clearly do not understand, so don't pretend to know anything here, you embarrassment. Lacking both skill and connections, yet still spouting nonsense. Are you genuinely trying to sabotage us? Wang Fan scolded him harshly in front of the crowd. Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng sighed. With both of them speaking against him, he felt it was futile to continue his persuasion. Chun Yuanhua and Master Pang, observing the scene, were secretly astonished. They had not anticipated that Lu Guodong's inept son-in-law could actually be correct. However, they were convinced that Zhang Heng could not have deduced this through skill. In an effort to hasten Lu Guodong's payment, Chun Yuanhua stepped forward and said, Old Lu, perhaps you should reconsider. Your son-in-law seems quite knowledgeable about stone gambling. If he proves to be right, you would incur a loss. Perhaps I should sell this stone to someone else to avoid any blame. This tactic of feigned reluctance only served to agitate Lu Guodong further. No, I will take this stone. Even if I lose, I shall not blame you. Perhaps it would be best not to buy it. Your son-in-law has already stated that there is only this little green, and further cutting will yield nothing but waste. I might as well sell it to someone else. As he spoke, Chun Yuanhua deliberately began to walk away, prompting Lu Guodong to hastily grasp his arm. He knows nothing. It's all nonsense. Don't listen to him. I want this stone, and I'll transfer the money to you right now. Do not sell it to anyone else. Lu Guodong insisted, urgently pulling out his phone to transfer 40,000 yuan to Chun Yuanhua. Upon receiving the notification of the transaction, Chun Yuanhua felt a surge of joy but maintained a facade of calmness as he replied, Since you desire this stone so much, I shall sell it to you. Were it not for our years of friendship, I would not have allowed you such a bargain. As he spoke, Chun Yuanhua handed the stone to Lu Guodong, who accepted it with an expression of elation. Thank you, old Chun. No need for thanks. That's what friends are for. Just remember to treat me to a meal when you profit. Chun Yuanhua's words were charming, though in his heart, he had already deemed Lu Guodong a fool. Zhang Heng, witnessing this exchange, could not help but shake his head in disbelief. It was truly foolish to be deceived and yet express gratitude. Lu Guodong, however, remained blissfully unaware, cradling the stone in his hands while dreaming of uncovering a magnificent jade. Wang Fan, seeing the stone finally in hand, quickly approached to urge him on. Guodong, the stone is in hand. Let us swiftly cut it open. If we truly uncover exquisite jade, we need not worry about presenting a lackluster gift to the director, and our contractual matters may yet hold promise. Very well, I shall have someone commence the task. Lu Guodong's face radiated excitement, as though he could already envision the splendid jade he would extract. Zhang Heng shook his head in disapproval, perceiving the folly of his companions. This gambling stone shop was remarkably professional, equipped with specialized stone-cutting machines. Lu Guodong, cradling the stone, soon arrived before the stone-cutting apparatus, where a skilled artisan was diligently assisting others in their endeavors. Master, please help me with this stone. Lu Guodong cautiously handed the stone to the burly cutter. The latter waited in his hands before earnestly commencing the cutting process. A crowd gathered, drawn by curiosity whenever a stone was being worked on. Master Pang, Chun Yuanhua, and his son-in-law also approached, eager to see what this stone might yield. The saw blade whirred to life, swiftly removing the stone's outer layer and revealing faint traces of green. Lu Guodong's excitement surged. It's showing green. There is indeed jade inside, he exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in delight, while Wang Fan shared in the exhilaration. They both shot a glance at Zhang Heng, relieved that they had not heeded his foolishness, lest they miss out on such a remarkable stone. However, the good fortune was short-lived. As the cutting progressed, the greens ceased to appear, giving way to dull gray waste stone. Continue cutting. I refuse to believe there isn't any green left, Lu Guodong insisted stubbornly, recalling how he had previously examined the stone with a light beam, noting its promising translucence. Wang Fan, witnessing the unfolding drama, felt her anxiety rise. After all, they had spent 40,000 on this stone, and should it yield nothing of value, it would indeed be a significant loss. The saw resumed its rotation, delving deeper into the stone. The crowd watched with bated breath, while Lu Guodong's heart raced. If no green emerged soon, this stone would be deemed worthless. As the stone was progressively cut open, disappointment loomed as it revealed only more gray waste. The onlookers shook their heads and sighed. It's a lost cause. That meager hint of green is all there is. Hearing the murmurs, Lu Guodong's expression darkened further. That scant green, at most, would fetch 2,000. Having purchased it for 40,000, he faced a substantial loss. Chun Yuanhua discreetly glanced at Master Pang, filled with admiration for his discernment. He had previously warned that the stone only held that little green, valued at no more than 2,000, and remarkably, he had been proven correct. Grateful to have brought Master Pang along, Chun Yuanhua silently rejoiced at avoiding a costly mistake. Meanwhile, Lu Guodong's spirits were dampened. Unwilling to concede, he implored the stone cutter. Cut another 3 centimeters. There must be green within. The cutter frowned, responding, it's nearly been halved. There's no need to continue. The master stone cutter seemed accustomed to such scenarios, continuing to delve 3 centimeters deeper into the stone as per Lu Guodong's instructions. However, he still failed to uncover any jade. At this juncture, Lu Guodong's countenance darkened considerably, his eyes reflecting disbelief. How could this be? The transparency was so promising. How could it be a worthless stone? His mother-in-law, Wang Fan, also appeared pallid, as the loss of 20,000 was a blow she could hardly bear. Chapter 58. What good jade can a useless son-in-law extract? The raw stone did not yield the exquisite jade Lu Guodong had anticipated. It merely revealed the initial hint of green, completely validating Zhang Heng's earlier assertion. This meager jade was worth at most 20,000, while Lu Guodong had spent 40,000 on this stone, resulting in an unceremonious loss of 20,000 in mere moments. How could he accept such a fate? Old Chen, what do you mean by this? Didn't you say this stone could yield jade worth 200,000? How is it that only this little bit of green emerged? Lu Guodong turned to question Chen Yuanhua, his expression tinged with reproach. Old Lu, what do you mean? Are you blaming me? Gambling on stones is inherently a game of chance. There are wins and losses, no guarantees. If you cannot afford to lose, then just say so. Chen Yuanhua retorted without a hint of shame, turning the tables on Lu Guodong. Lu Guodong felt his face flush with indignation at Chen Yuanhua's words, yet found himself incapable of rebuttal. Such was the nature of gambling on stones. Fortunes could fluctuate with a single cut. Moreover, Chen Yuanhua had not coerced him. It was his own greed that had led him to persuade Chen to purchase the stone. In a foul mood, Lu Guodong glanced back at Zhang Heng, who stood behind him, as if seeking an outlet for his frustration. You worthless fool. What nonsense were you spouting? And now look, you've jinxed me into losing 20,000. Lu Guodong snapped, attributing the entire misfortune to Zhang Heng, the inept son-in-law. Zhang Heng was left speechless. How could Lu Guodong blame him for his own lack of discernment? Lu Qingcheng, who had witnessed the entire exchange, could no longer remain silent. Father, what are you saying? How can you blame Zhang Heng? He warned you against purchasing this stone. It was your own choice to ignore his advice. Now that you've lost in this gamble, you can't just point fingers at him. That is utterly unreasonable. Lu Qingcheng expressed her discontent. Wang Fan, overhearing this, chastised Lu Qingcheng with displeasure. Your father is simply upset over his loss. What is wrong with him venting a little? Besides, that useless fool hasn't said a word. Lu Qingcheng felt a surge of frustration, taken aback by her parents' unreasonable stance. Lu Guodong refrained from speaking further, acknowledging that his complaints against Zhang Heng lacked justification. Yet, he felt unsatisfied unless he voiced some grievances. Observing this, Chen Yuanhua stepped forward with feigned consolation. Old Lu, do not lose heart. I have heard that a large shipment of stones from Yunjiang is arriving today. They should be here shortly. Let's head to the Danyang showroom, and perhaps we might encounter some exquisite jade. The Danyang showroom, situated at the heart of the Danyang antique city, presented a different atmosphere from other gambling establishments. The showroom was filled exclusively with stones, devoid of traders, with fees collected uniformly by the showroom staff. It bears a resemblance to a jade gambling market, where each stone is affixed with a label detailing its weight, origin, and price. These three attributes. Today, several trucks laden with stones from Yunjiang have arrived, and the news has drawn a throng of jade enthusiasts who are already selecting their pieces within the Danyang exhibition hall. By the time Zhang Heng and Lu Guodong arrived, the hall was teeming with people, numbering in the hundreds, creating a vibrant and bustling atmosphere. Lu Guodong, taken aback by the sheer volume of attendees, remarked on the unusual liveliness of the Danyang exhibition hall, noting, "It seems quite a significant number of stones have been transported from Yunjiang. I've heard that several individuals have already uncovered exquisite jade, turning a profit of several million in mere transactions." Chen Yuanhua expressed both excitement and anticipation, confident in the expertise of Master Pang, whom he had brought along. Those who partake in jade gambling are generally aware that the probability of unearthing premium jade from stones sourced from Yunjiang far surpasses that of stones from other locales, which explains the overwhelming crowd today. Zhang Heng, too, was slightly astonished by the situation as he observed a plethora of spiritually vibrant stones, far exceeding those he had encountered in previous jade venues. Clearly, the quality of stones transported from Yunjiang is markedly superior to those from other regions. He mused to himself that he should seize the opportunity to acquire some jade rough in the future. Walking alongside Zhang Heng, Lu Qingcheng could not suppress her curiosity and whispered, "How did you discern that the stone was worth merely 20,000? While I also sensed something amiss about him. You should refrain from speaking too much during the gambling session to avoid incurring our parents' ire." As the two conversed, Lu Guodong and Chen Yuanhua had already begun their selection of stones in the hall. "Master Pang, I would be grateful for your assistance in examining these stones," Chen Yuanhua respectfully requested. At this moment, his only reliance was on Master Pang. "Not a problem," Pang Mu nodded, exuding an air of superiority. Observing this, Zhang Heng could not help but smirk, eager to gauge the true prowess of this esteemed master. Lu Guodong gazed enviously at Pang Mu as he assisted Chen Yuanhua in his selection, contemplating how fortunate it would be to have such a master guiding his choices. Surely, he would not struggle to amass wealth. After an hour of meticulous selection, Master Pang had identified 5 stones for Chen Yuanhua to purchase, 2 of which were priced at 30,000 each. The total expenditure for these 5 stones amounted to 100,000. Typically, Chen Yuanhua engaged in light-hearted gambling, and it was rare for him to gamble such a hefty sum at once. However, his confidence today stemmed entirely from the presence of Master Pang. Among these 5 stones, at least 2 will yield jade, Pang Mu declared, brimming with self-assurance. "Very well, I shall acquire them." Chen Yuanhua gritted his teeth and responded. After paying, he eagerly and nervously handed over 5 stones to a master stone cutter in the exhibition hall, intending to have them cut on the spot. "Master, please help me with these 5 stones." Lu Guodong and others followed, curious to see if these stones would yield quality jade. Numerous enthusiasts of stone gambling also gathered around. As the cutting saw whirled, each of the 5 stones was unveiled, revealing 2 with a vibrant green hue, both in remarkable purity and transparency. It seemed that Master Pang indeed possessed a discerning eye. Among the crowd of stone enthusiasts, many had purchased more stones, yet few had struck green. With 2 stones revealing jade, Chen Yuanhua was overjoyed. The 2 high-purity jade stones were valued at no less than 400,000, eliciting envy from those around, including Lu Guodong, whose eyes sparkled with admiration. "Indeed, Master Pang is impressive. 2 green stones from 5. I applaud your expertise." Lu Guodong could not help but flatter, secretly envying the presence of such an expert to assist in stone selection. Master Pang, with a proud demeanor, found himself the center of attention, as many stone dealers eagerly offered money, hoping to enlist his services. However, he politely declined each request, apologizing to everyone. "I sincerely apologize, but I am here at Mr. Yang's invitation, only to assist his father-in-law today. Perhaps another time I could offer my expertise to you all." Upon hearing this, the crowd cast envious glances at Chen Yuanhua, admiring his fortunate position as a son-in-law. Chen Yuanhua basked in the admiration, his face beaming with joy. Lu Guodong, witnessing the scene, shot a resentful glance at Zhang Heng, who stood idly in the back. "Look at you, both being sons-in-law, yet one is in the heavens while the other in the depths of the earth. Having such a useless son-in-law is indeed unfortunate," Lu Guodong scolded Zhang Heng vehemently. Were it not for the numerous onlookers, he would have been tempted to slap him for relief. Nearby, Wang Fan also wore a displeased expression. No one would feel jovial with a son-in-law such as him. Observing Lu Guodong's frustration, Qin Yuanhua pretended to offer kind advice. Guodong, how can you speak so of your son-in-law? Just a moment ago, he valued that stone at 20,000. Perhaps he possesses some aptitude for stone gambling. Though ostensibly advising Lu Guodong, Qin Yuanhua subtly ridiculed Zhang Heng, who had nearly led to the sale of a stone. What capability could he possibly have? That was mere bluster, Lu Guodong retorted irritably. Don't be like that, uncle. Perhaps he genuinely has a knack for it. Why not let him select a stone? What if he finds an exceptional jade? Yang Chun, Qin Yuanhua's son-in-law, could not resist chiming in with a veiled jest. Better not. Letting him choose a stone would be a waste of money. I could do it myself. Lu Guodong feared further embarrassment in front of so many, fully aware of his son-in-law's limitations. He appeared quite confident earlier. Let him choose one. Master Peng interjected in agreement. Faced with the insistence of the crowd, Lu Guodong, unable to maintain his stance, reluctantly acquiesced. Very well, let's treat this as a casual endeavor. Zhang Heng, choose a stone that does not exceed 100 yuan. Lu Guodong thought that since he couldn't possibly select a jadeite, it would be prudent to let him pick a less expensive piece. This way, even if it turned out not to be jadeite, they wouldn't waste much money. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and choose a stone, and remember not to exceed 100 yuan. This money will come out of your own pocket. He added, not wishing to spend unnecessarily. However, even if Zhang Heng was footing the bill, Wang Fan felt a pang of sympathy for her mind. Zhang Heng's money belonged to their family. Zhang Heng nodded in silence, and then wandered into a heap of stones, casually sensing the spiritual energy before selecting a stone priced at 99 yuan. It was only the size of a fist but weighed a kilogram. You really just picked a stone at random. Lu Guodong's face darkened with anger. Those around them shook their heads in disapproval. Selecting a stone was not something to be rushed. It was evident that he had merely grabbed a random stone. Qin Yuanhua and others exchanged knowing glances, stifling their laughter. The stone he carelessly selected was unlikely to yield anything of value, yet they feigned encouragement. Old Lu, do not be too upset. Perhaps your son-in-law has good fortune, and this stone might indeed reveal exquisite jade. Lu Guodong's expression soured further. He had no faith that his inept son-in-law could unearth anything remarkable. Master, please assist in unearthing this stone, Zhang Heng instructed, ignoring the naysayers and handing the stone to the burly stonecutter. Initially reluctant to expend energy on such a small piece, the cutter reconsidered upon seeing Zhang Heng's respectful demeanor and agreed to assist. However, when the saw blade peeled away the rough stone surface to reveal its true form, a collective gasp echoed throughout the crowd, shock gripping everyone present. Chapter 59, astonishingly, it unveiled exquisite jadeite. Beneath the rough exterior lay a translucent, icy red jadeite of such purity and clarity that it could only be deemed exceptional. Valued at no less than 1 million yuan. The onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, displayed expressions of astonishment and envy, erupting into excited murmurs. Heavens, it's indeed exceptional icy red jadeite. This lad has struck it rich. Just this single piece is worth at least 1 million. Spending 100 yuan to uncover 1 million in jadeite is truly a remarkable fortune. This fellow is incredibly lucky. Qin Yuanhua rubbed his eyes vigorously. Disbelief etched across his face. How is this possible? He truly selected a piece of premium jade. His astonishment was palpable. He had spent 100,000 yuan to procure a jade worth 400,000, while Zhang Heng, this worthless son-in-law, had spent merely 100 yuan to unveil a jadeite worth 1 million. It was utterly incomprehensible. His son-in-law, Yang Chun, mirrored this incredulity. This lad is exceedingly fortunate. A randomly chosen stone actually turned out to be premium jadeite. Standing aside, Peng Mu remained silent, but his displeasure was evident in his countenance. Just moments ago, the three of them had urged Lu Guodong to send his son-in-law to select a stone, intending to humiliate Zhang Heng and Lu Guodong. Little did they expect to be met with Zhang Heng's resounding triumph. Even Lu Guodong himself could scarcely believe that his inept son-in-law had randomly chosen a stone that truly yielded exquisite jade. What astonishing luck this good-for-nothing possessed. He had actually managed to select a piece of premium jade. However, Lu Guodong soon became exhilarated, shamelessly addressing Zhang Heng. Son-in-law, is this truly exquisite jade? May I have a look? Lu Guodong gazed at the red jade in Zhang Heng's hand, his eyes nearly bulging with desire, swallowing hard in anticipation. A faint smile graced Zhang Heng's lips. For 3 years as a son-in-law, Lu Guodong had never acknowledged him, Yet now, for the sake of a piece of red jade, he was shamelessly calling him son-in-law. It was truly amusing to contemplate. If you wish to see it, take it. Zhang Heng tossed the small piece of jade to him, utterly indifferent to its value, while Lu Guodong treated it like a treasure. Struggling to contain his excitement, his hands trembled slightly as he caressed the exquisite jade, nearly brought to tears. Exquisite jade, this is truly exquisite jade. Others around him gazed on with envy and jealousy, eager to rush forward and scrutinize it, particularly Chun Yuanhua and Peng Mu, who were nearly driven mad with envy. Wang Fan approached as well. Guodong, this is the first time I've seen exquisite jade. It must be worth quite a fortune. Wang Fan asked, her voice tinged with excitement. Of course, this piece of red jade is worth at least 1 million. Presenting this exquisite jade to Dean Yuan will surely secure the contract. Lu Guodong mused, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes as he fondled the jade. He couldn't help but flaunt the exquisite jade before Chun Yuanhua, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief in front of him. Old Chun, what do you think of this jade? It's merely luck. What is there to gloat about? With Master Pang by my side, I can earn more than you in no time. Can your son-in-law select another exquisite stone? Though Chun Yuanhua was envious of the jade, he refused to concede verbally. Noticing Lu Guodong's silence, he swiftly turned to Peng Mu, seeking his assistance. Master Pang, could you kindly help me select a few stones? Ideally, they should yield exquisite jade. Price is no object. Chun Yuanhua was unwilling to let Lu Guodong's arrogance go unchecked. Not a problem, I've got this. Ban Mu, feeling somewhat competitive, thought it unacceptable for a distinguished master to be outdone by a worthless son-in-law. As he resumed examining stones in the Dongyang showroom, he scoffed disdainfully at Zhang Heng, showing clear contempt. In truth, Lu Guodong envied Chun Yuanhua for having such a master to assist him. Although Zhang Heng, the worthless son-in-law, had helped him uncover a piece of exquisite jade, he understood that it was merely luck. If he were to select another stone, he doubted he would enjoy the same fortune. Soon, Peng Mu had meticulously selected 5 stones for Chun Yuanhua to purchase. Without hesitation, Chun Yuanhua spent 600,000 on these 5 stones, hoping for a significant gamble. Or perhaps he desired to uncover exquisite jade himself. Old Lu, mark my words, relying on luck may yield results once or twice, but through skill, one can reap substantial profits every time. Chun Yuanhua, with a hint of provocation, handed 5 stones to the master stonecutter, casting a challenging glance at Lu Guodong. The latter's expression slightly darkened, yet he maintained his composure. Peng Mu approached Zhang Heng, smugly proclaiming, "Young man, observe closely what true strength entails. Relying on luck is ultimately inferior. Is that so?" Zhang Heng replied with a slight smirk, surveying the 5 stones. 3 of them emanated a rich aura of spiritual energy, indeed promising the potential of yielding jade. Seizing the moment, Zhang Heng attempted to channel the myriad methods of his cultivation technique to absorb the spiritual energy from the 3 stones. Having reached the 9th level of qi refinement, his ability to absorb spiritual energy had significantly expanded, enabling him to draw it from the stones from a distance. In under a minute, he had successfully absorbed all the spiritual energy into his body, filling him with quiet delight. Very good indeed. My capacity to absorb spiritual energy has indeed broadened after reaching the 9th level. By absorbing the energy from those 3 stones, Zhang Heng also intended to teach Chun Yuanhua and Peng Mu a lesson, as they had conspired to deceive Lu Guodong earlier. It was time for them to experience the bitter taste of failure in their stone gambling endeavor. The master stone cutter skillfully began his work, and as the sound of the saw echoed, the first stone was fully revealed, showing not a hint of green. Patience, patience, Chun Yuanhua reassured himself, maintaining his composure. Peng Mu, too, remained unperturbed. After all, they had 5 stones, and it was normal for the first to yield nothing. Soon the second stone was unveiled, revealing yet again no trace of green. Chun Yuanhua continued to suppress his growing impatience as he awaited the next few stones. However, when the 3rd and 4th stones also failed to yield green, Chun Yuanhua began to feel anxious. "Show me some green, come on." As the last stone was being processed, Chun Yuanhua's shouts grew more frantic. Even Peng Mu was beginning to feel the pressure. If no green appeared, his esteemed reputation would be tarnished. Finally, the 5th stone was uncovered, and once more, no green was found. Chun Yuanhua's 60,000 had evaporated. Not only had he not found exquisite jade, but even ordinary jade eluded him. 5 stones, and not a single one yielded green. Chun Yuanhua's face fell, a chill creeping into his heart. He had intended to play big and suppress Lu Guodong's arrogance, but it seemed he had miscalculated. Lu Guodong, however, was reveling in his triumph. Old Chun, it appears your master Pang has lost his touch. Looks like your luck has run out. Even my son-in-law had better fortune and found an exquisite jade. You've lost everything this time. Faced with Lu Guodong's mockery, Chen Yuanhua's countenance darkened, and he couldn't help but blame Pang Mu. Pang Mu, what is going on? Not a single stone yielded green? I'm not sure. When I chose them, I was certain that 2 or 3 would yield green, Pang Mu replied, equally perplexed as to why none had. Could it be that he had truly misjudged? Hearing this, Lu Guodong leaned in, patting his shoulder in a feigned show of comfort. Old Chun, do not be disheartened. Such is the nature of stone gambling. There are no guarantees of victory. Wasn't that what you just told me? At this moment, Lu Guodong was in an exceptionally jubilant mood, returning Chen Yuanhua's previous insults to him verbatim, which left Chen Yuanhua's face shifting from green to white with rage. Yet unable to utter a rebuttal, he inwardly berated his son-in-law, Yang Qingjian, for choosing such a worthless master, lamenting the embarrassment he had suffered throughout the day. With that remark, Chen Yuanhua swirled his sleeve and departed. Chapter 60. What qualifications does the son-in-law possess to be here? After acquiring the exquisite jade, Lu Guodong treasured it dearly. The following morning, he promptly drove with Wang Fun to the First People's Hospital of Shanyang City, eager to discuss the herbal contract with Director Yuan. Meanwhile, Zhang Heng had initially planned to visit the Qingshan dojo, but Lin Manny's sudden call reminded him to join her at Jiangnan Pavilion, where a piece of overseas mystical artifact had arrived for inspection. Recalling his prior promise to Yin Tianlu and his own intrigue regarding the artifact, he agreed to her invitation. A red Maserati arrived to pick up Zhang Heng, and Lin Manny, as alluring as ever, was not clad in her usual qipao, but instead wore a fashionable and seductive red fitted dress. Her figure was accentuated by the plunging neckline, hinting at her curves, while her long, fair legs were undeniably captivating. Seated in the passenger seat, Zhang Heng caught the faint fragrance of roses, intoxicating in its allure. Zhang Heng, thank you for saving my grandfather last time. Lin Manny expressed her gratitude as soon as she spoke. No need to thank me. It was merely a trivial matter, Zhang Heng replied nonchalantly. In the future, if you encounter any troubles, feel free to call me. I still have some connections in Shanyang City, Lin Manny remarked confidently, casting a glance at Zhang Heng before recalling something. By the way, my aunt had a question she didn't get to ask you last time we parted in haste. What is it? Zhang Heng inquired casually, remembering that Lin Manny's aunt was Lin Jinjin, the esteemed wife of the Wu family, a woman of significant stature. My aunt has been married for nearly 8 years without having child. After a hospital examination, it was revealed that my uncle is infertile. Despite numerous treatments, nothing has worked. My aunt asked me to inquire if this is something you could help with. Lin Manny's enchanting face bore a hint of hope. Is your uncle a member of the Wu family? Zhang Heng pondered before asking. Yes, my uncle is the eldest son of the Wu family, named Wu Xiong. Are you familiar with the Wu family? They are one of the 5 prominent families in Shanyang City, with vast enterprises, including the First People's Hospital, of which my uncle is the chairman. If you aspire to be a physician, I could recommend you there as a specialist. Lin Manny jested lightly. It's no wonder your aunt could summon so many experts from the First People's Hospital. It turns out it's part of her in-laws' enterprises. However, being the eldest son of the Wu family and facing infertility is indeed quite a predicament, Zhang Heng observed calmly. You seem quite aware of the complexities involved. Lin Manny regarded Zhang Heng with newfound respect. Rest assured, with my presence, no ailment is insurmountable. Zhang Heng's lips curled slightly as he contemplated the potential benefits of befriending the Wu family. Half an hour later, Lin Manny parked her Maserati outside a manor near a lake on the outskirts of Shanyang City. They had arrived at Jiangnan Pavilion, a renowned place where many overseas antiques are appraised, frequented by numerous masters of the antique appraisal community. As Lin Manny exited the vehicle, she gestured toward the quaint manor, providing an introduction. Zhang Heng turned to see the entrance adorned with the gilded characters Jiangnan Pavilion, and numerous luxury cars were parked outside, suggesting that the patrons here were indeed affluent individuals. The treasures brought for appraisal must be extraordinary. Suddenly, Zhang Heng felt a wave of anticipation. Inside the grand hall, there were several rows of redwood chairs, each occupied by a group of distinguished individuals. Among them, besides the masters of appraisal, were many wealthy magnates, the true buyers of the artifacts. As Zhang Heng and Lin Manny entered, the gazes of the assembled guests turned toward them, and a certain gentleman seated to the left, Yin Tianlu, stood up to greet them. Master Zhang, Ms. Lin, welcome. After surveying the crowd, Zhang Heng sensed a subtle aura emanating from one of the attendees, which took him by surprise. Oh, there is someone with spiritual energy here, albeit faint. It barely qualifies as second-tier chi refinement. Following the sensation, he focused on an elderly man with gray hair and beard, clad in a brownish long coat, his face etched with wrinkles. The man sat with an air of profound stability, exuding an air of arrogance, seemingly dismissive of those around him. Brother Yin, could this young man be the Master Zhang you mentioned, who perceives the hidden layers within a painting? The speaker was an elder named Zhu Yihai, who had a cordial relationship with Yin Tianlu. Initially, he held some expectation regarding the renowned Master Zhang, but upon realizing that this master was merely in his early 20s, a glimmer of disdain flickered in his eyes. After all, the field of antique appraisal typically requires years of experience and accumulation of knowledge. It is not a skill that can be mastered overnight. Indeed, this is Master Zhang Heng. He is the one who discerned the hidden painting. Yin Tianlu introduced him to the assembly. What Master Zhang? He is merely a son-in-law, a feckless laborer relying on odd jobs for a living. Someone scoffed. His ability to see the hidden layers was merely a stroke of luck. This remark caused an uproar among the attendees, and Zhang Heng instinctively turned to see that Pang Mu was also present. However, the look Pang Mu cast upon Zhang Heng was decidedly unfriendly. It was Zhang Heng's actions that had indirectly tarnished Pang Mu's reputation just the day before, leading to a severed connection with Yang Chun, thus cutting off a financial avenue for him. This ignited a flame of resentment within him. Master Yin, how could you invite such a person here? Another appraisal master stood up, clearly harboring prejudice and disdain. What qualifications does a son-in-law possess to be here? The crowd shook their heads in disapproval, murmuring about Zhang Heng. A useless son-in-law, so young. What genuine skill could he possibly have? The masters of appraisal voiced their discontent, and Pang Mu couldn't help but smirk at the unfolding scene. Well, since he is here, let us allow this brother to take a seat, someone finally said. The speaker, a middle-aged man seated in the prominent tie-shirt chair on the right, exuded an air of solemnity and authority. Lin Manny whispered an explanation to Zhang Heng, revealing that this individual was Guo Changquan, a prominent figure from Donghai City, who wielded control over a maritime trade conglomerate, engaging in overseas business for years. In Donghai City, he was a force to be reckoned with, rivaling even the wealthiest magnates of Shenyang City. Furthermore, many overseas treasures found their way here through him. Zhang Heng nodded, recognizing the stature of this man. As the gathering reached its full complement, the well-to-do figure seated opposite Guo rose to address him. Since everyone has arrived, Mr. Guo, might we now view the goods? He inquired. No sooner had he spoken than Guo Changquan clapped his hands, prompting a lovely young lady to emerge, pushing a small cart draped with a red cloth, concealing the treasures within. The audience craned their necks in anticipation. Zhang Heng cast a discreet glance, instantly perceiving a unique and extraordinary energy emanating from within, igniting his anticipation. Indeed, when the young lady lifted the red cloth, gasps of astonishment filled the room. Chapter 61. Let this son-in-law appraise the treasures. As the red cloth was unveiled, a white jade pagoda, approximately 10 centimeters tall and exquisitely carved, emerged. Its translucence and flawless roundness rendered it remarkably beautiful. Remarkably, the appearance of this white jade pagoda altered the ambience of the entire hall, making it feel remarkably comfortable. The crowd of masters collectively inhaled sharply. Such an occurrence was nearly unprecedented for them. Even Yin Tianlu was rendered momentarily speechless in awe. Indeed, it is a magical artifact. I must examine it closely, Yin Tianlu exclaimed, excitedly retrieving a magnifying glass as he approached. Other antique connoisseurs scrambled forward, eager to catch a glimpse, with even Pang Mu managing to squeeze in. Zhang Heng, aren't you going up to take a look? Lin Manny turned to inquire. The remark drew derisive chuckles from several wealthy magnates present. What insight could a mere son-in-law possess? He probably doesn't even comprehend what a magical artifact is. Lin, asking him is akin to playing the lute to a cow. Another scoffed. Just keeping him here is a feat. What could he possibly discern? Zhang Heng merely smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. He had already grasped the essence of the white jade pagoda without needing to scrutinize it further. The reason for the temperature shift in the room was due to a rudimentary spirit-concentrating rune etched upon its surface. Moreover, the material of the pagoda was ill-equipped to withstand the rune's power, revealing numerous invisible cracks, suggesting that it would soon shatter and become worthless. Casting a glance at the frenzied masters, he shook his head subtly. A low-grade magical artifact was hardly worth his attention. Yet, amidst the gathering of appraisers and affluent elites. None discerned the flaws of the white jade pagoda, which they regarded as a treasure. Gentlemen, having examined this magical artifact, let us share our thoughts, Guo Changquan proclaimed, rising to address the assembly. As soon as the words were spoken, an elderly man in his 50s rose with his hands clasped behind his back, bowed to the assembly, and remarked, "Let me first share my thoughts, as a humble offering to inspire the esteemed masters present." Upon hearing this, the audience's attention turned towards him, their ears perked with interest. The white jade pagoda before them, crystalline and translucent, felt warm to the touch, a testament to its superior quality. Moreover, it bore intricate inscriptions of talismans, suggesting at first glance its potential to provide warmth in winter and coolness in summer, to dispel ailments and evil, and to prolong life, a creation likely crafted by an extraordinary master. The insights of this esteemed figure appeared to resonate with the gathering, for another antiquities expert interjected, "Indeed, my perception aligns closely with Master Wen's. However, I sense this artifact possesses additional capabilities that elude my limited comprehension." The crowd nodded in agreement, all believing that aside from its apparent benefits, there were undoubtedly further uses of the artifact that remained hidden from their understanding. Master Zhuo possesses profound knowledge. Perhaps he could enlighten us on the additional properties of this white jade pagoda, suggested Guo Changquan, prompting the collective gaze of the assembly to shift towards the elderly man with white hair, who had remained with his eyes closed. Responding to the calls, Masters was slowly opened his eyes, casting a glance over the gathered masters, a hint of disdain flickering in his gaze. "You mere mortals, discerning even a fraction of this white jade pagoda's capabilities is commendable," he declared, diminishing the stature of those present. Zhang Heng could not resist taking a look, eager to assess Master Zhuo's true abilities. Under the scrutiny of the audience, Master Zhuo gradually stood and approached the white jade pagoda, cradling it delicately in his palm. With his other hand, he swiftly formed a series of intricate gestures, causing the pagoda to emit a faint white light. "Is it truly glowing?" Yin Tianlu gasped, his expression shifting to one of incredulity as he regarded Master Zhuo. The others were equally dumbfounded, having never witnessed such an extraordinary phenomenon. Master Zhuo commanded the white jade pagoda with a firm voice, and the emitted light intensified dramatically. As the observers watched in awe, the pagoda began to rotate autonomously, each revolution seemingly stirring the surrounding air. They could even faintly feel a refreshing breeze wafting through, a sensation both invigorating and pleasant. "How is this possible? This is utterly astonishing," they murmured in disbelief. Not only did the white jade pagoda radiate light, but it also spun with remarkable ease. The assembly was left in utter amazement, for Master Zhuo had indeed demonstrated formidable prowess, opening their eyes to the extraordinary. "My heavens, this is a genuine artifact." The gathered luminaries and appraisers were left in shock by Master Zhuo's display. Even Lin Manny found herself rendered speechless by the astounding display of skill. The ability to manipulate such an artifact surpassed their wildest imaginations. Soon, however, the cool breeze in the hall subsided, and the temperature returned to its usual state. The esteemed individuals present were taken aback by the words spoken, for most of them adhered to the principles of feng shui. With the possession of this artifact, wouldn't their descendants be destined for wealth and prosperity? Contemplating this notion, each of them became increasingly animated, their eyes gleaming with an insatiable desire for the item. Observing the scene, Guo Changquan's lips curled into a subtle smile as he rose to proclaim, "This artifact has been appraised by esteemed masters. I have named it the Feng Shui Pagoda. It possesses the ability to provide warmth in winter and coolness in summer, to dispel illness and malevolence, and to prolong life. Most importantly, it can stabilize Feng Shui, ensuring your endeavors sail smoothly and your descendants enjoy everlasting wealth." Gentlemen, having witnessed the capabilities of this treasure, those interested may now place their bids, Guo Changquan said with a smile. No sooner had he finished speaking than the affluent attendees eagerly began to bid. "I offer 5 million. I bid 8 million. I raise it to 15 million. The prominent figures present were among the wealthiest in Shenyang City, willing to expend great sums to ensure the continued prosperity of their families. The bidding soon surpassed 100 million, causing Guo Changquan to feel a surge of excitement. Even Lin Manny could not restrain herself from entering the fray, illustrating the allure this Feng Shui artifact held for the affluent attendees. Amidst the fervor of competition, Zhang Heng shook his head, deeming them foolish for being so easily deceived. "By the way, Our esteemed son-in-law has yet to voice his opinion. Why not wait for his assessment before continuing this competition? Pang Mu suggested with a smirk, casting a glance at Zhang Heng. Instantly, the crowd turned their attention to Zhang Heng, their expressions rife with disdain. What weight could the opinions of a son-in-law carry? Could he even discern if it were an artifact? Masters had already appraised the Jade Pagoda. What further validation was necessary? The gathered masters erupted in laughter, completely disregarding Zhang Heng. Since we are all gathered here, it would be remiss not to allow him to speak. Otherwise, what purpose did his presence serve? Pang Mu continued to incite, hoping to embarrass Zhang Heng. Are you certain you wish for me to assess this artifact? Zhang Heng inquired, a faint smile gracing his lips. Guo Chankui's smile faltered, his brow furrowing as he fixed his gaze on Zhang Heng. Merely permitting you a glance is already an immense favor. Do not presume to act as though you hold any significance here, he retorted, prompting another round of laughter from the crowd. This son-in-law truly believed himself to be of consequence, while the onlookers savored his folly. Indeed, masters had already evaluated it. Did they require this ineffectual individual for further judgment? Unperturbed by their derision, Zhang Heng simply smiled and stated, "This Jade Pagoda is indeed an extraordinary artifact. It is inscribed with runes that possess the ability to gather spiritual energy, creating a pleasant and temperate atmosphere in its vicinity." At this revelation, Master Zhua, who had kept his eyes closed until now, suddenly opened them, scrutinizing Zhang Heng with newfound seriousness. The others, upon realizing the validity of Zhang Heng's words, could not help but feel a pang of unease. Pang Mu, feeling increasingly anxious, once again taunted, "Your words are impressive, yet if you possess such skill, why not activate this magical artifact? Anyone can boast." The others nodded in agreement, but upon reflection, they realized that they themselves could not activate the artifact, which would only serve to embarrass Zhang Heng. However, Zhang Heng remained unfazed and replied with a serene smile, "What difficulty lies in activating this artifact?" Such audacious words thoroughly infuriated Pang Mu and the other appraisal masters. Even the half-squinting master shook his head in disbelief. "You ignorant youth. Even 100 years would not suffice for you to qualify to activate this artifact." The other masters echoed Master Zhua's sentiments. Having lived for decades without managing to activate the White Jade Pagoda, they could not fathom that Zhang Heng, a mere son-in-law, could surpass them. "Gulme, show us your ability to activate this artifact. If you succeed, I shall kneel and bow to you," Pang Mu further derided. A mere opportunist aspiring to activate an artifact? Such a notion was preposterous. If he could not do it, this useless son-in-law would certainly fail. Even Yin Tianlu believed Zhang Heng's words were excessively arrogant, though he refrained from voicing his thoughts out of courtesy. Activating an artifact required profound magical prowess, and given Zhang Heng's youth, it was improbable that he possessed the deep mastery of Master Zhua. Yet, Lin Manny watched with keen interest, intrigued by the surprises this young man had provided her, curious to see if he would astonish her once more. "Then allow me to demonstrate," Zhang Heng said, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he approached the White Jade Pagoda. With a pointed finger, a beam of white spiritual energy shot forth, striking the pagoda, which immediately began to radiate a brilliant white light, even more luminous than that of Master Zhua. The pagoda began to rotate, and a refreshing breeze swept through the hall, bringing comfort to all present. The entire assembly was left astounded, staring in disbelief at Zhang Heng's display of power. How is this possible? This fellow can truly activate the artifact. Pang Mu, now pale with shock, could hardly reconcile his earlier mockery of Zhang Heng as a useless son-in-law with the reality before him. The other appraisal masters were equally dumbfounded, rendered speechless by Zhang Heng's prowess, while Masters' eyes widened in astonishment, never expecting to encounter such a young prodigy in Shangyang City. As the wealthy elite gazed upon Zhang Heng, their expressions shifted dramatically. After retracting his spiritual energy, Zhang Heng, satisfied by their astonished looks, continued calmly. "This white jade bears fine cracks. They are not natural markings, but rather fractures resulting from excessive use of the artifact. Before long, this White Jade Pagoda will shatter into a pile of worthless jade." At this pronouncement, the hall erupted into a renewed wave of shock. The masters hastily retrieved their magnifying glasses to examine the pagoda closely, and indeed, after 2 activations, the cracks on the white jade had significantly increased. Had it not been for Zhang Heng's alert, they would have presumed these to be natural jade markings. The evidence of cracks was irrefutable. All the masters displayed expressions of shock, astonished that Zhang Heng had accurately discerned the truth. "What nonsense are you spouting, you impudent brat?" Where's the rift? Speak carelessly again, and I shall strike you down with a single blow. Master Zhuo admonished, rising to his feet, his countenance dark with displeasure. The wealthy magnates present had initially been intimidated by him, but they never anticipated the emergence of Saboteur. The affluent individuals in attendance were not naive. They quickly realized that the situation was far from straightforward. At that moment, Guo Changquan's expression shifted, cold sweat trickling down his back, as he struggled to conjure a plausible excuse to placate them. Even Lin Mani and Yin Tianlu perceived the odd tension, casting suspicious glances at the two men. Observing the unfolding drama, Zhang Heng turned around and spoke calmly. This matter is quite simple. It is merely a scheme concocted by Boss Guo and Master Zhuo, with one selling treasures and the other showcasing their purported functions. Their aim is to swindle your money. Furthermore, this white jade pagoda possesses no genuine feng shui stability or ability to ensure prosperity for descendants. It is merely a gimmick for your viewing pleasure. Zhang Heng's revelation of the ruse sent a ripple of astonishment through the crowd. Is this true, Boss Guo and Master Zhuo? Demanded a stout man seated at the front, his fist striking the armrest of his chair as he glared at them. This man, Zhaoong, was a well-known tycoon in Shanyang City, his wealth ranking among the top 10 in the region, and he was not one to be easily deceived. The other wealthy elites in attendance directed questioning glares at Guo Changquan, their faces equally etched with anger. Guo Changquan shot a resentful glance at Zhang Heng, loathing that this impudent youth had unraveled his meticulously crafted scheme. Faced with the inquiries of the affluent, he felt a surge of panic and instinctively turned to Master Zhuo for support. The latter, too, harbored a deep resentment toward Zhang Heng, having invested considerable effort into this deception, only to see it dismantled by a few words. You audacious boy, how dare you thwart my plans? You seek death. Master's was murderous intent surged, desiring to eliminate Zhang Heng to quell the fury boiling within him. Do you think you can kill me? Zhang Heng smirked, completely disregarding Master's was threat. Let me show you the true extent of my abilities. To perish beneath my techniques would be a privilege, he declared, as Master Zhuo produced a blue stone from his sleeve, murmuring incantations. Instantly, blue lightning crackled to life in his hand. The assembled magnates and antique connoisseurs were rendered speechless with shock, swiftly retreating in fear, leaving Zhang Heng to confront Master Zhuo alone. Yet, Zhang Heng remained unfazed, a calm demeanor gracing his features as he observed the unfolding display of lightning magic with keen interest. Behold my lightning technique, Master Zhuo proclaimed, and with a flick of his wrist, a bolt of blue lightning shot forth from his palm, aimed directly at Zhang Heng. The onlookers were stricken with terror, their faces blanching at the surreal spectacle, while Zhang Heng's expression remained serene, unfazed by the imminent danger. Chapter 63, Master, spare my life. In the blink of an eye, a bolt of blue lightning struck Zhang Heng, leaving everyone pale and terrified, believing that Zhang Heng was doomed. However, to their astonishment, he emerged unscathed, as if the blue lightning had merely tickled him. Is this the extent of your power? Zhang Heng remarked with a slight smirk. Master Zhuo, on the other hand, was utterly flabbergasted. How is this possible? This is my most prized lightning technique. Mere mortals would perish upon contact. How can you remain unharmed? Master Zhuo stammered, his face paling and a chill creeping down his spine. Allow me to demonstrate what true lightning mastery entails. A glint of coldness flashed in Zhang Heng's eyes as he casually formed a hand sign. Instantly, a bolt of heavenly thunder materialized above Master Zhuo's head. With a resounding crash, the lightning struck him directly. Master Zhuo let out a terrible scream, collapsing onto the ground, his hair and clothes singed, looking utterly disheveled, yet still gasping in shock. The ground within a few meters of him was completely shattered. This scene left everyone in utter disbelief. The so-called antique masters looked at Zhang Heng with expressions of sheer terror. Regret washed over them for their earlier disrespect towards him. This was the true master, while they, mere clowns, had dared to mock him in his presence. An utterly ridiculous spectacle. Pang Mu, paralyzed by fear, dropped to his knees, his face drained of color. He could hardly fathom the terrifying strength of Zhang Heng. In comparison, he felt like an insignificant ant. The memory of having foolishly opposed Zhang Heng sent waves of cold sweat down his back. Master Zhuo, overwhelmed by Zhang Heng's astonishing prowess, fell to the ground, repeatedly bowing and begging for mercy, his forehead bleeding from the force of his reverence. Please, Master, spare my life. I shall never dare to defy you again. In a desperate bid for survival, Master Zhuo cast aside his dignity. After over a decade of cultivation, he did not wish to see it all come to naught. Had I not shown you mercy, you would have been reduced to ashes. Now rise and hand over that lightning stone you possess, Zhang Heng said coldly. The reason for sparing his life lay in the coveted lightning stone, imbued with electric properties. Master's ability to unleash such lightning techniques, despite being at the second stage of chi refinement, was attributed to this stone. Realizing he could not oppose Zhang Heng, Master's though he cherished the lightning stone, prioritized his life. With urgency, he presented the stone with both hands. Master, this is my lightning stone. I humbly offer it to you. Zhang Heng grasped the stone and sensed not only the rich spiritual energy within, but also the power of lightning. It was evident that Master's cultivation at the second stage was significantly aided by this stone. From where did you acquire this lightning stone? Zhang Heng inquired, half in curiosity, half in intent. If he could obtain more stones of such nature, his cultivation speed would undoubtedly accelerate. This lightning stone was a fortuitous find. I can no longer recall the exact location, Master's replied. Master's knelt on the ground, trembling as he spoke the truth, fearing that a moment's displeasure from Zhang Heng would result in a thunderous bolt striking him dead. Zhang Heng, satisfied with the lightning stone he had received, coldly commanded him to leave, warning that should he dare to set foot in Shanyang City again, he would ensure his utter destruction. Upon hearing that Zhang Heng had chosen to spare him, Master's felt a surge of relief and fervently expressed his gratitude, promising to flee far away and never return to Shanyang City again. Trembling with fear, he bowed repeatedly in assurance before hastily rising and, disregarding the gazes of the onlookers, fled in a panic. Zhang Heng then turned his attention to Guo Changquan, the owner of the Jade Pagoda and a key figure behind the deceitful scheme. Under Zhang Heng's piercing gaze, Guo Changquan felt as though he were prey under the watchful eye of a predator, trembling uncontrollably. Despite his usual fortitude, terror washed over him, and beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. Master Zhua, a formidable figure capable of wielding thunder and lightning, had once single-handedly annihilated an entire fleet. Yet, even such a powerful individual found himself reduced to begging for mercy before Zhang Heng. Guo Changquan, an ordinary man, dared not vie with one who could summon storms with a mere gesture. Master Zhang, please spare my life. I am willing to give you anything you desire. Guo Changquan implored as he fell to his knees, desperate to survive. He would relinquish his dignity, wealth, anything to ensure his continued existence. The wealthy elite of Shanyang City, who had previously looked down upon Zhang Heng as merely a son-in-law, were now silently astonished to witness Guo Changquan, once so arrogant, groveling before him. Initially dismissive of Zhang Heng's status, they were now confronted with the reality of his power, as he commanded thunder and brought the esteemed Master Zhua to his knees, leaving Guo Changquan trembling in fear. This was no mere son-in-law. He was a celestial being among them. The wealthy elites began to worry whether Zhang Heng would harbor resentment towards them, contemplating how best to curry favor with him and forge connections. Among them, the stunning Lin Manny gazed at the young man with her wide eyes, captivated by his commanding presence. He embodied the qualities she had sought in a partner, igniting new thoughts about Zhang Heng within her. I can spare your life, should you agree, Zhang Heng stated nonchalantly. He had no desire to kill Guo Changquan, as their encounter was merely a chance meeting that had unraveled a deceit. 100 million. That is the price for your life. Is it not too steep? Zhang Heng extended a finger towards Guo Changquan. He had intended to swindle a fortune from the wealthy of Shanyang City, only to find himself facing loss. Yet to survive, Guo Changquan had no choice but to grit his teeth and comply. He certainly did not wish to be struck by Zhang Heng's thunderous wrath, reducing him to ashes. Fine, 100 million it shall be. I shall have someone prepared immediately. Guo Changquan gritted his teeth, his heart bleeding profusely. Within 2 days, the sum must be deposited into this bank account. Otherwise, the monk may flee, but the temple remains. A slight smirk graced Zhang Heng's lips as he slipped a note bearing the bank account details into Guo Changquan's hand. I dare not. I dare not. Within 2 days, Guo will certainly transfer 100 million to the Master's account. Guo Changquan discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow, his heart racing in terror. He had no doubt of Zhang Heng's formidable power, especially since the tycoons of Shanyang City were well familiar with him, leaving no room for escape. Well then, you may take your leave. Zhang Heng waved his hand, dismissing him. Guo Changquan, seeing this as a reprieve, dared not linger for even a moment and fled. The tycoons of Shanyang City were left astonished, rushing forward to befriend Zhang Heng, their earlier cold remarks now a distant memory. Chapter 64. You are bewitched. Upon exiting Jiangnan Pavilion, the wealthy individuals of Shangyang City vied to escort him out. Master Zhang, we are fortunate to have you here today. Otherwise, we would have all fallen prey to that Guo Chankui's deceit, Zhao Ong remarked, his plump face trembling with respect. Indeed, Master Zhang, please stay for a meal. Another affluent gentleman warmly invited. The others echoed this sentiment, eager to deepen their ties with Zhang Heng. Had outsiders known that such a son-in-law was being courted by so many affluent individuals, they would surely be taken aback. Yet, Zhang Heng graciously declined. Not today. I have promised Lin Manny to assist her uncle with his ailment. We shall dine together another time. Lin Manny was unexpectedly touched by Zhang Heng's willingness to forego the invitations of so many wealthy individuals on her behalf. The affluent men could only relent. After departing Jiangnan Pavilion, Lin Manny drove Zhang Heng directly to her aunt's residence. Along the way, she stole glances at Zhang Heng, seated in the passenger seat. She had once vowed that the man she would choose must surpass her in capability, and undoubtedly, Zhang Heng was that candidate. Zhang Heng, someone as capable as you. Why choose to be his son-in-law? Lin Manny hesitated before finally voicing the question that had lingered in her mind. This is a long story. Zhang Heng replied with a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Lin Manny, understanding that he would not divulge his reasons, did not press on, recognizing that there must be a rationale behind it. Have you ever considered divorce? She ventured, summoning her courage to probe. Divorce? Why would I consider such a thing? Zhang Heng's lips curled upward. Over the past 3 years, he had endured countless humiliations and had come to see the harsh realities of life. Friends who had once flattered him abandoned him when he fell from grace, even going so far as to insult him. After marrying into the family, his mother-in-law and her kin berated him daily, pointing fingers at him in disdain. Only his nominal wife, though somewhat indifferent toward him, often defended him, bringing a glimmer of sunshine into his cold, 3-year existence. Thus, Zhang Heng would not divorce Lu Qingchen. You must love her dearly, then? Lin Manny's beautiful eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment. The only reason for his unwillingness to divorce and his willingness to become a live-in son-in-law must be this. Suddenly, she felt a tinge of envy for Zhang Heng's wife. While posing her question, Lin Manny turned her gaze toward Zhang Heng, eager to hear his response. However, her eyes were fixed on him, and she was oblivious to the red traffic light ahead as she drove. Zhang Heng had no time to respond when, with a swift motion, he sat upright and leaned against Lin Manny, a sudden force pinning her down. In the next moment, he grasped the steering wheel with his left hand while his right hand pressed against her slender thigh, causing the car to come to an abrupt halt. Due to inertia, Lin Manny's body lurched forward, crashing into Zhang Heng, her head burying itself against his neck. Zhang Heng, what are you doing? Lin Manny exclaimed, opening her eyes to discover the red light ahead. Their position appeared exceedingly intimate from an outsider's perspective as they embraced one another. Why are you looking at me while driving? You nearly ran a red light. Just as Zhang Heng finished speaking, a heavily loaded truck sped past them, and had he been a moment slower, they would have collided with it. Lin Manny's heart raced in fright, but the thought of their suggestive posture caused her cheeks to flush crimson. I'm so sorry, Zhang Heng. I lost focus for a moment. She quickly apologized. It did not push Zhang Heng away. Had it been any other man, she would have likely shoved him aside and perhaps even slapped him. Female drivers are indeed road hazards, Zhang Heng mused silently. Lin Manny felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, recalling the moment when Zhang Heng had pressed against her, making her heart race anew. This incident soon passed, and Lin Manny soon arrived at her aunt's residence, the opulent Wu family mansion. The Wu family was one of the 5 great families in Shangyang City, possessing strength and wealth that rivaled the Chun family. Here we are, this is my aunt's house. I have already called ahead, so we can go straight in, Lin Manny said as she exited the car. Zhang Heng followed her out and beheld the mansion, which resembled a palace, complete with a private swimming pool and a vast garden filled with various exquisite flowers and shrubs. Truly luxurious, Zhang Heng thought to himself. Though after a brief observation, he sensed some issues with the mansion's layout and feng shui, but couldn't pinpoint the exact problem at that moment. What is wrong? Zhang Heng, why are you standing there in a daze? Let us go inside. Lin Manny, noticing his stillness, stepped forward. Nothing, let us go. Zhang Heng shook his head and followed Lin Manny inside. Upon hearing the news, her aunt Lin Jinjin hurriedly came out to greet her, accompanied by a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He appeared refined and was around 40 years old, dressed with great care. This was Lin Jinjin's husband, Wu Xiong, the uncle of Lin Manny. After a brief introduction among the few, they quickly got to the point. Master Zhang, could you please examine my husband to determine the nature of his ailment? The doctors are perplexed, finding it rather peculiar. Lin Jinjin implored Zhang Heng earnestly. Master Zhang, if you can cure my infertility, feel free to ask for anything you desire. Wu Xiong chimed in, having heard about the miraculous revival of his father-in-law, thus holding high expectations for Zhang Heng. I shall first take your pulse, Zhang Heng remarked, casting a glance at Wu Xiong, sensing a dark aura surrounding him, likely a result of prolonged exposure to malevolent influences. The pulse examination confirmed Zhang Heng's suspicion. Mr. Wu, your body is not afflicted with an illness. Rather, you have been possessed. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present shifted to shock. Possessed? Wu Xiong, Lin Manny, and the others displayed disbelief. Indeed, it appears that your infertility stems from a long-term interaction with impure entities. Zhang Heng elucidated with a nod. Nonsense. Who would believe in such superstitions? Wu Xiong frowned, his face showing signs of anger. Master Zhang, your claims of possession seem rather far-fetched. Lin Jinjin echoed her husband's skepticism. May I enter your grand residence to take a look? Zhang Heng proposed, choosing not to further explain, believing that demonstrating the source of the malevolence would be far more persuasive than words alone. Certainly, that poses no issue. I will lead you inside, Lin Jinjin replied, nodding before guiding Zhang Heng onward, while Wu Xiong followed with a derisive snort, thinking to himself that this so-called Master Zhang was merely a charlatan attempting to swindle them. However, Lin Manny held great faith in Zhang Heng. Ever since witnessing his command over lightning, she felt he was no ordinary individual. Although the notion of possession seemed superstitious and hard to believe, she trusted that Zhang Heng had a valid basis for his claims. This is our living room, Lin Jinjin announced as she ushered Zhang Heng into the lavish space adorned with mink sofas, dazzling crystal chandeliers, and various exquisite furnishings. Standing there, Zhang Heng surveyed the surroundings while attuning his spiritual energy. Master Zhang, have you discerned any malevolent entities? Wu Xiong asked, laced with a hint of mockery. The source of a malevolence is likely not on the ground floor. May I examine your upper floor? Zhang Heng continued to request. Fine, I will allow you to see upstairs, just to dissuade you. Wu Xiong retorted coldly, personally leading Zhang Heng up the staircase, with Lin Manny and Lin Jinjin following with concern etched on their faces. The second floor of the mansion comprised various bedrooms, many of which held private significance. As Zhang Heng ascended to the second floor, he suddenly sensed an almost imperceptible malevolence emanating from the second room on his left, causing the corners of his mouth to lift slightly. This nefarious entity resided within that very chamber. The second room on the left? Lin Jinjin and Wu Xiong instinctively turned their gazes toward the room. Darling, isn't that your study? Lin Jinjin exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, that is my study, yet it is impeccably clean. How could there be any malevolent presence? Such an assertion is utterly preposterous, Wu Xiong retorted with indignation. Whether there is malevolence or not, let me enter and ascertain the truth, Zhang Heng asserted, confident that the sinister entity lay within the study. Very well. Should you fail to uncover any malevolence to substantiate your claims, I expect you to leave immediately, Wu Xiong declared, forcefully pushing open the door to his study. Then turning to Zhang Heng with a grave tone. Master Zhang, do take a look, but scrutinize carefully. Zhang Heng paid him no heed and stepped into the study. The room was designed in an antiquated style, furnished with a desk and chairs, along with 3 bookshelves. 2 of the shelves were filled with an array of books, while the third housed numerous antiques. It was from this very shelf that the malevolence emanated. Zhang Heng cast a cursory glance over the shelf and soon discovered a jade statue of Guanyin, the deity of fertility, from which the dark aura radiated. I have identified the source. Your inability to conceive is entirely due to this jade statue of Guanyin, he proclaimed as he lifted the figure from its resting place. Impossible. That statue of Guanyin was a gift from my wife and me when we visited the temple. How could it possibly be a malign object? Wu Xiong's face was filled with incredulity, and even Lin Jinjin joined in questioning. Master Zhang, this statue was sought from Master Miod at the temple. It should not be an object of malevolence. Please examine it thoroughly. Do not err. In the face of the couple's skepticism, Lin Manny stepped forward to counsel. Aunt, uncle, since we have found the source of malevolence, we ought to dispose of it. Manny, when did you become so naive? This young man is clearly deceiving us. Do you truly believe his nonsense? Wu Xiong bellowed. Uncle, Zhang Heng is not deceiving you. He possesses genuine skill. You must trust him, Lin Manny implored. But her words were abruptly silenced by a glance from Lin Jinjin, who recognized that further persuasion would only inflame Wu Xiong's anger. It has been 5 years, and it has yet to grant you a child. What purpose does this object serve? As Zhang Heng spoke, he loosened his grip, and the statue of Guanyin plummeted from his hands. A resounding crash echoed through the room as the statue shattered upon impact with the floor. Wu Xiong, Lin Jinjin, and even Lin Manny stood in stunned silence, taken aback that Zhang Heng had shattered a statue worth $1 million in front of his uncle. This was indeed a grave misstep, and Wu Xiong's fury erupted. I give you 1 minute to leave this place. Otherwise, I shall summon security to remove you. Wu Xiong was genuinely incensed this time. Master Zhang proved to be of no use whatsoever and had even shattered his precious statue of the Guanyin of childbearing, valued at $1 million. Anyone in his position would be furious. Even Lin Jinjin wore a displeased expression. Yet, Zhang Heng did not depart. Instead, he squatted down and retrieved a black object resembling a jujube from the shattered jade pieces, presenting it to them in the palm of his hand. This is the reason I shattered the Guanyin statue. Chapter 66. Breaking the Curse with Spiritual Talismans. As Zhang Heng revealed the black object from within the Guanyin statue, Wu Xiong, Lin Jinjin, and Lin Manny were left astounded. They never anticipated such a thing to be hidden within the statue. What is this? Lin Jinjin inquired, her face a mask of astonishment, echoing the question both Wu Xiong and Lin Manny wished to ask. This is an impure object. If you doubt me, bring a pot of flowers, and I shall demonstrate its effects for you. Zhang Heng replied calmly, knowing that only by witnessing the dangers of this object would Wu Xiong and his wife truly believe him. Wu Xiong remained somewhat skeptical of Zhang Heng's words and subsequently fetched a pot of fresh flowers from the window, adorned with a particularly vibrant daffodil in full bloom. The flowers are here. Prove it to us. He placed the pot before Zhang Heng, his eyes still harboring a hint of disbelief, albeit significantly diminished from before. Watch closely. Zhang Heng placed the black jujube into the flower pot, and instantly, the once lively daffodil began to wither, its leaves drying up as well. Witnessing this eerie spectacle, Wu Xiong and the others collectively gasped. How is this possible? Wu Xiong's eyes brimmed with incredulity. Lin Jinjin and Lin Manny were equally astonished, exclaiming, "This is too bizarre." This is undeniably true, and I observe that the feng shui of your opulent residence is not well arranged, adversely affecting your family's lineage, Zhang Heng stated. As his words settled, Wu Xiong was once more taken aback. The feng shui of our home was personally arranged by Master Miod. Could it be that our lack of descendants is due to his malevolent influence? Wu Xiong was no fool. The issue with the Guanyin statue already implied that Master Miod was problematic. Now, with the feng shui also in question, it became increasingly evident that Master Miod had deliberately interfered with the continuity of the Wu family's descendants. Although this notion seemed far-fetched, after witnessing the daffodil's inexplicable wilting, Wu Xiong found himself compelled to believe. Master Zhang, could our infertility truly be related to this? Lin Jinjin asked, her face reflecting disbelief. They had spent a fortune hiring Master Miod. How could he possibly be harming them? The thought was utterly perplexing. Indeed, it is related. I shall provide you with an item shortly. Keep it close to you, and after sharing a bed tonight, you shall surely conceive a son, Zhang Heng said, a slight smile gracing his lips. Is that truly the case? Wu Xiong exclaimed with delight, though a trace of skepticism lingered on his face. The promise of pregnancy and a son seemed a feat only a deity could accomplish. I have paper and ink in my study. Wu Xiong hastily retrieved the paper and ink from the study and placed them before Zhang Heng. Grasping the brush, Zhang Heng began to write with swift strokes, infusing the characters with streams of spiritual energy. This talisman not only addressed the issues of feng shui, but also nourished the human body. It was commonly referred to as the fertility talisman. Although it was considered a relatively basic form of charm, Zhang Heng, with his mastery at the 9th level of qi refinement, was perfectly capable of crafting it. Wu Xiong, Lin Jinjin, and Lin Manny observed with a mix of curiosity and earnestness. Before long, Zhang Heng completed his writing, revealing a symbol of intricate strokes that left Wu Xiong and the others bewildered. What did it signify? Master Zhang, what is this? Wu Xiong inadvertently altered his form of address. This is a talisman that can resolve feng shui issues. Each of you should wear one. After you share a bed tonight, conception will be possible. Zhang Heng handed a talisman to both Wu Xiong and Lin Jinjin. Thank you, Master Zhang. If this truly leads to pregnancy, you will be a great benefactor to the Wu family. Wu Xiong expressed with palpable excitement. Just invite me for a drink at the full moon celebration. Zhang Heng replied with a faint smile, then remembered something and cautioned them. By the way, be wary of Master Miod. If my suspicions are correct, he will seek an opportunity to approach you once you conceive. Thank you for the warning, Master Zhang. However, Master Miod holds considerable influence within several miles. Why would he target our Wu family? Wu Xiong furrowed his brow, puzzled. This matter is straightforward. When he comes knocking, inform me at once, and I shall assist you in uncovering the truth. Zhang Heng found himself intrigued by Master Miaoda's motives. The desire to sever the Wu lineage suggested a deep-seated enmity. Very well, we will trouble you then, Master Zhang. Wu Xiong and Lin Jinjin expressed their gratitude for Zhang Heng's assistance, their expressions turning serious. Master Zhang, should the Wu family ever require your aid, I, Wu Xiong, will do my utmost. Zhang Heng nodded, recognizing that the Wu family was one of the 5 prominent clans in Shangyang City, and he might indeed find future use for Wu Xiong. Having concluded their business, Zhang Heng suddenly felt a surge of spiritual energy within him, a response from the talisman he had crafted. What would you like to eat today? Zhang Heng inquired, a smile playing at his lips. Please make me some cola chicken wings. And also your signature osmanthus-scented fish, Lu Xiaoya replied, licking her delicate lips, clearly eager. Certainly. Zhang Heng chuckled at Lu Xiaoya's eager demeanor. He soon busied himself in the kitchen, and just as he was nearing completion, Lu Xiaoya noticed her parents' despondent expressions. Mom, Dad, what is wrong? You look so downcast, she asked curiously, holding a bag of potato chips. What else could it be? We failed to secure the herbal contract with the first hospital. We had hoped that the piece of exquisite jade would persuade Director Yuan to sign with us. But that old fellow completely disregarded us, leaving us to wait in the reception room all day for nothing, Lu Guodong lamented, tossing the jade onto the coffee table with a look of frustration. Lu Xiaoya's eyes sparkled as she beheld the exquisite jadeite. She had never encountered such beauty before. Grasping the jadeite with both hands, she began to admire it. Mother, Father, your status is too humble. Naturally, Director Yuan is reluctant to meet with you. You must leverage connections to find someone of standing to speak on your behalf. Additionally, this jadeite requires some carving to enhance its value, she remarked, cradling the precious stone with affection. You think we haven't considered that? Who would assist us? Wang Fen sighed. Indeed, if we had connections, we wouldn't be driving this old car every day, and I could finally own LV and Chanel, Lu Xiaoya teased. You little rascal, are you looking down on us? Wang Fen retorted, her frustration mounting. At that moment, Zhang Heng emerged, bearing a bowl of cola chicken wings. His sharp hearing had captured every word of their conversation. Mom, Dad, I know a few people who might be able to assist you, Zhang Heng said casually. Ha, you a mere son-in-law working odd jobs. Think you can know influential figures? What a joke, Wang Fen scoffed, casting him a disdainful glance. Chapter 67. Let this useless fellow wait for someone. The contract with the First People's Hospital for pharmaceutical procurement held significant implications for the Lu family. However, after several days, no one had made any progress. Even Director Yuan remained elusive, leaving everyone at a standstill. Elder Lu Jinan, feeling the pressure, called an urgent family meeting, summoning all relatives to devise a solution. In the office of the Lu group, all family members were present, including Zhang Heng, though they regarded him with indifference. Seated in the chairman's position, Lu Jinan surveyed the anxious assembly and spoke gravely. We face considerable competition this time, but you must understand the magnitude of the benefits that could arise from partnering with the First People's Hospital. This opportunity could elevate us to a premier family in Shangyang City. We cannot let it slip away. Father, we recognize the rarity of this opportunity, yet we have all tried and failed to meet with Director Yuan. We have all been turned away, Lu Jiani, the eldest brother, lamented. Indeed, Director Yuan is exceedingly hard to approach. Is he deliberately evading us? Perhaps he is waiting for the right price. Someone speculated. I have heard that many competitors are vying for this contract, including pharmaceutical companies from other cities. The atmosphere was heavy with disappointment, prompting Elder Lu Jinan to admonish them. Are you all giving up just because the competition is fierce? As long as the First People's Hospital has yet to decide on a partner, we, the Lu family, still have a chance. If we cannot meet with them, we shall wait at the hospital entrance, taking turns each day. Taking turns, standing there? Isn't that just inviting ridicule? Lu Qingye, the third brother, couldn't help but self-deprecate. The relatives of the Lu family present were all individuals who valued their pride. Moreover, the likelihood of encountering acquaintances at the hospital entrance made them reluctant to engage in such an embarrassing affair. Each of them bowed their heads, avoiding the gaze of the chairman. The elder, Lu Jinan, observed this scene with a countenance filled with fury. He slammed his hand on the table and bellowed. In my youth, I traveled from door to door with a medicine box, tirelessly promoting my ointment, which laid the foundation for our group. Why is it that when it falls upon you, it becomes a matter of disgrace? It seems you have grown accustomed to comfort, having lost all sense of ambition. At his words, the heads of the assembly bowed even lower, for it was indeed as the elder had said. They had grown soft and complacent, hardly capable of enduring the humiliation of waiting at the entrance. Grandfather, it's not that we are unwilling, but rather that we are overwhelmed with other responsibilities and cannot spare the time to wait at the entrance, spoke Lumingda, the eldest grandson, unable to contain himself. This statement elicited immediate agreement from the others. You must make time for this. If you lack the resolve, then leave the Lu family. Lu Jianan's temper flared. The assembly trembled, recognizing the elder's genuine wrath. Quick-witted Lu Mangda sought to divert attention and glanced at Zhang Heng, who sat in the corner. Grandfather, Zhang Heng is a good-for-nothing who does nothing all day. Let him wait at the hospital instead. After all, he is merely idle. Indeed, entrusting him with the task of waiting at the hospital is most fitting. Others chimed in, eager to avoid the burden themselves. Lu Qingsheng, witnessing her relatives bully Zhang Heng, could no longer remain silent. Why must only Zhang Heng be sent to stand at the entrance? This is utterly unfair. Who is bullying him? This wastrel hardly requires our malice. He does nothing but languish and wait for demise. Sending him to the hospital is merely allowing him to fulfill his only function. Lu Mingda jeered. I concur with Mingda. This good-for-nothing has little value, and allowing him to stand at the hospital entrance is already a generous offer. If he manages to encounter Director Yuan, he can notify the Lu family for a collaboration, Lu Jiani added with a hint of mockery. The implication was clear. Zhang Heng was to be regarded as a mere pawn, tasked with the menial job of waiting, while the significant negotiations would remain the domain of the Lu family. What my brother says holds merit. Let this lowly task be assigned to such a useless individual. While we Lu family members handle the contracts, the third brother, Lu Qingye, nodded in agreement. Thus, a group of people unanimously relegated this laughable duty to Zhang Heng. And even the elder turned his gaze upon him. Zhang Heng, would you be willing to undertake this task of waiting each day? I am willing. Zhang Heng replied with a nod, concealing a smirk within. Meeting Director Yuan would prove exceedingly simple. He merely needed to contact Wu Xiong, the chairman of the First People's Hospital. With a single word from Wu Xiong, the matter of the medicinal contract could be swiftly resolved. However, Zhang Heng would not disclose his acquaintance with Wu Xiong to the others, for even if he did, they would not believe him. After all, when he shared this with his father-in-law and mother-in-law last night, they scolded him mercilessly. Thus, Zhang Heng found no inclination to inform them further. Look, this good-for-nothing has agreed himself. Grandfather, let him wait at the hospital entrance for Dean Yuan daily. Should he happen to encounter him by sheer luck, it would be an opportunity for the Lu family, Lu Mangda remarked coldly. Let Zhang Heng wait at the entrance of the first hospital. If he truly meets Dean Yuan, he can simply convey our Lu family's intention to collaborate. Should there be any interest on his part, he must immediately notify our family to engage with Dean Yuan. Came the response. Understood. The other attendees regarded Zhang Heng as if he were a fool. After the meeting, Zhang Heng approached his in-laws and said, Mom, Dad, when I meet Dean Yuan, I will inform you immediately so we can discuss the collaboration. Before Lu Guodong and the others could respond, a chorus of laughter erupted from the relatives. Ha. Does he really believe such actions will impress Dean Yuan? How naive. Indeed, a good-for-nothing is suited only for such thankless tasks. This fool truly is innocent. We see him as a joke, yet he takes it seriously. The gathering of relatives silently rejoiced that such a useless individual was willing to wait for someone else. Otherwise, it would have been too embarrassing. Lu Guodong and Wang Fen remained silent, their faces cold, as their worthless son-in-law once again brought them shame before their relatives. What a fool. Even if he encounters Dean Yuan at the hospital, I fear he won't acknowledge us. I dread the embarrassment of being associated with you. Lu Guodong remarked curtly before leaving, contemplating how to establish a connection with Dean Yuan. Wang Fen wore a similarly displeased expression. Only Lu Qingsheng approached Zhang Heng to offer encouragement. Zhang Heng, if you do meet Dean Yuan, do contact me. Together, we can secure this contract. A warmth flickered in Zhang Heng's heart. He genuinely wished to assist the Lu family in securing the contract. Yet, all others regarded him as a joke, save for his nominal wife, who was willing to speak on his behalf. If that were the case, let Lu Qingsheng sign the contract. However, Zhang Heng was curious about the expressions of those condescending relatives when they witnessed Lu Qingcheng signing the agreement. Chapter 68. The contract is secured. Ever since Zhang Heng agreed to stake out at the First People's Hospital, his in-laws expressed even greater disdain towards him. Only someone as pathetic as Zhang Heng would accept such a humiliating task. Nevertheless, Zhang Heng remained unfazed, focusing instead on planning the most opportune moment to discuss the contract with Wu Xiong. While pondering this, Lin Manny suddenly called. Upon answering, he heard an exceedingly excited voice on the other end. Zhang Heng, my aunt is pregnant. She is really pregnant. You're amazing. My uncle and aunt are hosting a banquet at the Jinhao Hotel to express their gratitude. All right, I'll be there right away. Zhang Heng replied with a smile, realizing that Wu Xiong and his wife had indeed gone to the hospital for a checkup. At long last, the opportune moment arrived. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Heng hailed a cab by the roadside and made his way directly to the Jinhao Hotel. Within the lavish VIP suite, Wu Xiong and his wife Lin Jinjin had already laid out an extravagant feast for Zhang Heng. Upon his entrance, they eagerly welcomed him. Master Zhang, you have finally arrived. We truly wish to express our heartfelt gratitude to you, Wu Xiong exclaimed, shaking Zhang Heng's hand with palpable excitement and profound appreciation. Earlier that morning, they had visited the hospital, and indeed, Lin Jinjin was confirmed to be pregnant, which led them to fully trust Zhang Heng's words. Wu Xiong, nearing 40, had endured significant pressure prior to this revelation. The weight of familial expectations bore heavily upon him, and his role as the general manager was fraught with scrutiny. Daily, there were those who eyed him enviously. Now, the prospect of fatherhood filled him with an exhilaration that was beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. With the arrival of a child, his position as the Wu family's heir would be further solidified. It was merely a trivial matter, Zhang Heng replied with a gentle smile, sensing the joy radiating from Wu Xiong's heart. Master Zhang, we genuinely do not know how to repay you. We were once skeptical, thinking you were deceiving us. But in hindsight, we see how foolish we were, Lin Jinjin interjected, stepping forward with a hint of remorse in her tone. Now that you are expecting, it is imperative to take good care of the pregnancy. However, do remain vigilant. I suspect there are those who would not wish to see Sister Lin in this condition. Zhang Heng cautioned. It was evident that the Master Miod, who had previously attempted to harm Wu Xiong, had ulterior motives, and upon learning of Lin Jinjin's pregnancy, would not simply retreat. Thank you for your warning, Master Zhang. We will exercise caution. Should that monk Miod come to visit, we shall inform you immediately. Wu Xiong responded earnestly, even adjusting his form of address, indicating that he had come to fully comprehend the true nature of Master Miod. By the way, Master Zhang, this is a token of our appreciation. Please do not refuse, Wu Xiong said, producing a check for 20 million and presenting it to Zhang Heng in an attempt to express his gratitude. Yet the latter declined to accept it. I have heard that the First People's Hospital is part of your Wu family's enterprise. Is that correct? Zhang Heng inquired nonchalantly. Indeed, I am also the chairman of the First People's Hospital. What of it? Wu Xiong nodded in affirmation. ISNT the contract with your hospital's medicinal supplier nearing expiration? Zhang Heng continued. To his surprise, Wu Xiong demonstrated remarkable insight into the nuances of human relations, seemingly anticipating his thoughts, which spared Zhang Heng the need for further explanation. I believe the Lu pharmaceutical company in our city is quite reputable. Lu Qingcheng, their professional physician, would surely handle the contract and supply of medicines without any issues. Zhang Heng articulated his thoughts. Excellent. Master Zhang and I are of the same mind. I also find Lu Pharmaceutical commendable. I shall instruct Director Yuan to prepare the contract, with physician Lu Qingcheng as the responsible party. Wu Xiong is indeed a talent in the business realm, possessing the ability to draw inferences from one instance to another. Originally, it was Zhang Heng seeking Wu Xiong's assistance. Yet it turned out that Zhang Heng ended up resolving the issue concerning the pharmaceutical supplier for Wu Xiong and his associates. Master Zhang's discerning eye is truly remarkable. Even the selection of a pharmaceutical supplier reflects his unique insight, significantly aiding our First People's Hospital. Allow me to raise a toast to Master Zhang, Wu Xiong said, lifting his glass in salute to Zhang Heng. Engaging in conversation with an astute individual is undoubtedly effortless. A slight smile appeared on Zhang Heng's lips as he downed the drink. Securing the chairman of the First People's Hospital essentially ensures that the procurement contract is all but finalized. Since he had accepted the task of waiting for someone, he must see it through to the end. Otherwise, it would leave room for criticism. The First People's Hospital is the largest in Shenyang City, considerably more expansive than Xia Hospital, with countless individuals passing through its doors. After waiting at the entrance for a while, Zhang Heng spotted two familiar figures approaching. Lu Mengda and his son. Oh, our family's useless son-in-law is quite dedicated. Still waiting here as noon approaches? Lu Mengda couldn't help but mock him upon their encounter. Are you here to supervise? Zhang Heng remarked with a casual glance. As if we have the time to oversee you. You good for nothing? We are here to meet the vice president to introduce us to Director Yuan. You can bask in the sun here. Lu Mengda cruelly derided Zhang Heng. Mengda, we must hurry. The vice president is awaiting our discussion. Lu Jinyi didn't even spare a glance at Zhang Heng, heading straight inside. You can wait here at your leisure. Do you really believe that such a foolish method will allow you to meet Director Yuan? How naive. Lu Mengda sneered at Zhang Heng before shaking his head and following his father inside. Unperturbed, Zhang Heng glanced up at the sky and then took out his phone to call Lu Qingcheng, feeling it was time for her to come and sign the contract to avoid any prolonged uncertainties. Chapter 69. The director invites you in. Lu Qingcheng was currently organizing pathology reports when she received Zhang Heng's call, her face displaying a look of astonishment. You mean Director Yuan has agreed to discuss the procurement contract with us? Yes. Hurry to the First People's Hospital. Director Yuan is waiting for you to sign the contract. Zhang Heng's voice resonated from the other end. Zhang Heng, are you truly certain that Director Yuan wishes to negotiate the procurement contract with our Lu medical company? Lu Qingcheng harbored a hint of disbelief. To be honest, a few days ago, when her grandfather instructed Zhang Heng to wait at the First People's Hospital for Director Yuan, she too found the approach somewhat unreliable. However, they had no one else to converse with Director Yuan, and in the absence of direct contact, they had no choice but to resort to this clumsy method. Although Lu Qingcheng outwardly encouraged Zhang Heng, deep down, she held little hope. Yet today, Zhang Heng claimed that Director Yuan was willing to meet their family for collaboration, which was truly unexpected. I am indeed certain. Hurry over, or else once Director Yuan finishes work, he will be gone. Zhang Heng's voice came through the phone, earnest and resolute. There is no need to bring the exquisite jade. Simply take the contract with you. Are you truly certain that the exquisite jade is unnecessary? Director Yuan has a profound appreciation for antiques and jade, and presenting him with such a magnificent piece would significantly increase the likelihood of securing the contract. Lu Qingcheng felt a twinge of apprehension. I have already engaged in preliminary discussions with him. He is quite pleased with the products and pricing offered by Lu Pharmaceuticals. Thus you can proceed to finalize the contract. Zhang Heng reiterated over the phone. You've already spoken with him? Lu Qingcheng was further astonished. It was remarkable that Zhang Heng, a son-in-law of the Lu family, had successfully navigated negotiations so effortlessly. After hanging up, Lu Qingcheng remained in a state of disbelief. However, she soon regained her composure. She had a backup of the procurement contract in her email, so she promptly downloaded and printed 2 copies. Half an hour later, Lu Qingcheng arrived at the entrance of the First People's Hospital, where Zhang Heng awaited her arrival. Zhang Heng, have you truly secured an agreement with Director Yuan? Upon meeting, Lu Qingcheng immediately inquired again, for the news was indeed astonishing. Indeed, the deal is finalized. We can enter and sign without delay. Zhang Heng replied with a faint smile. Prior to Lu Qingcheng's arrival, Zhang Heng had already instructed Wu Xiong to inform Director Yuan to await them in his office for the contract signing. After this exchange, Zhang Heng proceeded inside, and Lu Qingcheng took a deep breath before following him. Director Yuan's office was located on the 4th floor of the administrative building. As they walked towards it, they encountered Lu Jinyi and his son Lu Mengda, who were exiting the vice president's office. Qingcheng, what brings you here? And you've brought this good-for-nothing along? Lu Mengda remarked, visibly surprised to see Lu Qingcheng. We are here to discuss the contract with Director Yuan. Are you here for the same reason? Lu Qingcheng furrowed her brow. Seeking Director Yuan? Huh, he is not here. We've already spoken to the vice president, who informed us that Director Yuan is absent today. So you might as well save your efforts. Lu Jinyi said coldly. Director Yuan is not here? A flicker of astonishment crossed Lu Qingcheng's eyes just moments ago. Zhang Heng had mentioned that Director Yuan was expecting them to discuss the contract. How could he not be present now? Was it possible that Director Yuan had merely brushed Zhang Heng off, and he had taken it seriously? The more she pondered, the more convinced she became. For it was indeed perplexing that everyone else was unable to meet with Director Yuan, while Zhang Heng had managed to do so. Just as Lu Qingcheng was about to inquire further, Zhang Heng interjected, I apologize, but we have a scheduled appointment with Director Yuan. We are here to sign the contract. Huh, what nonsense are you spouting? You think simply waiting at the entrance will grant you an audience with Director Yuan? Dream on. Lu Mengda laughed derisively at Zhang Heng. Lu Jinyi could not help but scoff as well. If you a worthless son-in-law, can secure an appointment with Director Yuan, I shall walk out of here backwards. That is a promise you made, Zhang Heng replied, a slight smile gracing his lips as he approached Director Yuan's office door and gently knocked. I wonder how long you can maintain this facade. Lu Jinyi scoffed, while Lu Mengda, beside him, wore a look of amusement. In stark contrast, Lu Qingqing's face was etched with concern. Shortly thereafter, a commotion erupted in the office, and the door to Dean Yuan's office was abruptly swung open, revealing a young man stepping out. Apologies, but Dean Yuan is unavailable. I am his assistant. You may address any inquiries to me, he stated. At this, Lu Jinyi and Lu Mengda exchanged glances, barely suppressing their laughter, while any lingering hope within Lu Qingqing was swiftly extinguished. Indeed, Zhang Heng had been overly optimistic. I told you Dean Yuan wasn't present, yet you refused to believe me. Dreamers like you, thinking you're someone of significance, believing you could just waltz in to meet Dean Yuan, Lu Mengda mocked mercilessly. Lu Jinyi shook his head in disdain, affirming a waste is simply a waste. However, Zhang Heng, with a slight smile, addressed the young assistant. I am Zhang Heng, here to discuss a collaboration on herbal procurement with Dean Yuan. Lu Mengda, witnessing Zhang Heng's stubbornness, donned a look of eager anticipation, eager to see how Zhang Heng would be dismissed. Yet, upon hearing Zhang Heng's name, the young assistant's demeanor shifted to one of respect. He bowed slightly and said, Mr. Zhang, Dean Yuan has been expecting you. You may enter now. At this revelation, Lu Mengda and Lu Jinyi were left utterly astonished, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. Even Lu Qingqing was taken aback, her mouth agape in incredulity. How could this be? This fellow truly has an appointment with Dean Yuan. Lu Mengda and his father could hardly comprehend the situation. Come, Qingqing, I have already discussed matters with Dean Yuan. You need only to sign the document. Zhang Heng remarked nonchalantly, as if this monumental task, which seemed insurmountable to others, was merely a trivial matter to him. Chapter 70. Thank you for granting me this opportunity. Lu Jinyi and Lu Mengda had not anticipated that Dean Yuan would indeed be present in the office, nor that Zhang Heng, their so-called useless son-in-law, had secured an appointment to discuss the contract. They were completely taken aback by the unfolding scene. Even as Zhang Heng and Lu Qingqing entered Dean Yuan's office, their expressions remained incredulous. Even if this waste manages to see Dean Yuan, it doesn't guarantee he can finalize the collaboration, Lu Jinyi remarked bitterly, his tone laced with envy, akin to someone who, unable to reach the grapes, declares them sour. Indeed, I too doubt this waste can successfully negotiate the contract. Who does he think he is? Even if he manages to meet Dean Yuan, they lack the capability to secure the agreement, Lu Mengda echoed, equally discontent. Let us see how you're dismissed by Dean Yuan. While the father and son lingered outside, refusing to depart, Zhang Heng and Lu Qingqing were warmly welcomed by Dean Yuan, a man in his 60s, clad in a Zhongshan suit, exuding vitality. After inviting Zhang Heng and Lu Qingqing to sit, he promptly instructed his assistant. Xiao Wang, please brew 2 cups of tea. Director Yuan warmly welcomed Zhang Heng and Lu Qingqing. Lu Qingqing, however, felt somewhat flabbergasted. Director Yuan was someone whom many would find it difficult to meet. Yet here she was, not only granted an audience, but also treated with such courtesy, which truly took her by surprise. Director Yuan, I am Lu Qingqing from Xia Hospital. I am here, representing Lu Pharmaceuticals, to discuss a procurement collaboration with your First People's Hospital. Here is our list of medications and the corresponding price quotations for your review. Lu Qingqing announced, producing a document from her bag and handing it to Director Yuan. Simultaneously, a sense of anxiety began to creep in, fearing that Director Yuan might disapprove of the pricing. She had even prepared to negotiate a lower price if necessary, hoping to secure the contract. However, after a casual glance at the list and the quotations, Director Yuan nodded affirmatively. Most of these medications are already in use at our hospital, and the prices are quite reasonable. Let us proceed with signing the contract. Is it really that swift to sign the contract? Director Yuan, wouldn't you like to reconsider? Lu Qingqing exclaimed, her heart racing with excitement and disbelief at the rapid agreement, feeling as though she were in a dream, akin to winning a grand prize. No further consideration is needed. I have made my decision. Henceforth, our First People's Hospital will collaborate with Lu Pharmaceuticals for new medication procurement, Director Yuan confirmed. At that moment, Lu Qingqing's anxieties dissipated. Director Yuan had indeed signed the contract. Meanwhile, Zhang Heng remained seated, calmly observing the proceedings while leisurely sipping his tea. Upon exiting Director Yuan's office, Lu Qingqing still felt as though the situation were somewhat surreal. Zhang Heng, Did you truly wait at the entrance for Director Yuan? She inquired, incredulously. Yes. I've been waiting here all day. When I saw Director Yuan approach, I introduced myself, and he agreed to sign the contract. I hurried to call you afterward. Zhang Heng casually fabricated a narrative to deflect her curiosity. This is utterly astonishing. Our family has expended so much effort and energy without even managing to meet Director Yuan, let alone negotiate a partnership. Yet, you effortlessly secured this collaboration simply by waiting at the entrance. It seems my grandfather's words hold some truth. One must possess the tenacity to succeed in business. Lu Qingqing mused, suddenly grateful that Zhang Heng had taken on what seemed like a humiliating task, for otherwise, she would not have been able to finalize the contract. As they exited Director Yuan's office, they encountered Lu Jiani and Lu Mengda, who were waiting in the corridor. What happened? Did the contract negotiations fail, and you were dismissed by Director Yuan? I told you that waiting at the door is a futile strategy. Lu Mengda quipped with a smirk. Apologies, but the collaboration has been successfully established. Director Yuan has already signed. Henceforth, Lu Pharmaceuticals will be the new supplier of medications for First People's Hospital, Lu Qingqing replied. A hint of pride in her voice as she raised the contract in her hand. What? The contract has been secured? Lu Jiani wore an expression of disbelief, utterly astonished that through Zhang Heng's seemingly foolish approach, not only had he managed to secure an appointment with Dean Yuan, but also successfully finalized the contract. How could this be? Surely, you did not submit an extraordinarily low bid intending for our Lu Pharmaceutical to incur losses, did you? Lu Mengdao exclaimed incredulously, as this was the only explanation he could conjure. Otherwise, how could Dean Yuan possibly choose to collaborate with Lu Qingqing and Zhang Heng, whom he deemed inept? If you doubt my words, you may examine my quotation and contract, Lu Qingqing replied, handing over the documents from her bag to Lu Mengda. Upon reviewing the quotation and contract, the expressions of both father and son darkened further. How could this happen? Why would Dean Yuan select them to sign a contract? Lu Jiani's countenance reflected sheer shock, while Lu Mengda mirrored his incredulity. Observing Lu Qingqing's triumphant demeanor, Zhang Heng secretly found amusement in the situation, then turned to Lu Jiani and Lu Mengda, stating, by the way, I must express my gratitude for entrusting me with the task of waiting outside the hospital. Without that, I would never have had the opportunity to meet with Dean Yuan, nor to negotiate this collaboration. Thank you for affording me such a precious opportunity. Zhang Heng's words further darkened the expressions of Lu Mengda and his father. Initially, they had sent Zhang Heng to loiter at the hospital's entrance to embarrass him, to make him the subject of ridicule. Little did they know he would actually succeed in securing the collaboration. Had they realized it could be so simple to meet with Dean Yuan and finalize the deal, they would not have assigned this task to Zhang Heng. Though waiting outside the hospital was somewhat humiliating, they would have consented if it meant achieving the collaboration. Now, they found themselves regretting having inadvertently benefited their worthless son-in-law. At that moment, both Lu Jiani and Lu Mengda were filled with remorse. If the rest of the family were to learn of this turn of events, they would surely share in their regret. Uncle, I recall you saying that if we secured the collaboration, you would walk out of here backward. Shouldn't you honor your promise? Zhang Heng remarked nonchalantly. Zhang Heng, you worthless fool, do not push your luck. When did I ever say such a thing? Mengda, let us go. Lu Jiani huffed, refusing to acknowledge the claim, and with a grim expression, he turned to leave, followed hastily by Lu Mengda. Zhang Heng, let us hurry and share this wonderful news with my parents. Lu Qingqiang exclaimed with excitement. Zhang Heng, however, merely smiled faintly, pondering whether his parents-in-law would regret having rejected his goodwill in the conference room once they learned of his successful negotiation. Chapter 71. You, a worthless fool, can refine essence-gathering pills? Lu Guodong's expression was equally grim. This worthless son-in-law was a source of annoyance, and he preferred not to see him at all. While the two disparaged Zhang Heng, a car pulled up outside, and soon after, Lu Qingqiang and Zhang Heng entered together. Lu Guodong did not afford Zhang Heng a warm reception. Look, Dean Yuan has already signed a contract. What? Dean Yuan has signed a contract with our Lu Pharmaceutical for the procurement of medicines? Wang Fun and Lu Guodong exchanged a glance, both astonished by what they saw in each other's eyes. How is this possible? Qingqiang, is this contract authentic? Wang Fun asked, her body trembling. My daughter, how did you manage this? With this contract, we are destined for great fortune, Lu Guodong exclaimed, his heart racing as he held the document. I told you, didn't I? Zhang Heng waited outside the First People's Hospital until he encountered Dean Yuan. After a discussion, he secured an agreement for our Lu Pharmaceutical to collaborate, and then he called me to come sign the contract. Lu Qingqiang recounted the entire process in detail. Is it really that simple? You merely went there to sign on behalf of Lu Pharmaceutical? The astonishment in Wang Fun and Lu Guodong's eyes deepened. They could hardly believe that Zhang Heng, whom they deemed a failure, had indeed waited at the hospital entrance to meet Dean Yuan and managed to negotiate the contract. Yes, I just want to sign my name. I even asked Dean Yuan if he wanted to consider it further, but he said there was no need for contemplation and directly signed the contract. Lu Qingsheng continued. After hearing her narrative, Lu Guodong and Wang Fun still found it hard to accept the reality, yet the contract in their hands clearly attested to its authenticity. Zhang Heng, why didn't you contact me to sign it? Lu Guodong cast a reproachful glance at Zhang Heng. If he had been the one to sign that contract, his standing in the company would have significantly risen, especially in the eyes of the elder, earning him greater trust. Upon hearing this, Lu Guodong and Wang Fun's expressions turned sour. They never anticipated that Zhang Heng, whom they scorned, would resort to such a simplistic method of waiting at the hospital entrance. Not only meeting Dean Yuan, but also securing the contract. They secretly regretted their earlier rejection of Zhang Heng's goodwill, realizing that had they accepted, they would have been the signatories instead. Nevertheless, they held the reward in high regard. Early the next morning, they set out with Lu Qingsheng and the contract to seek praise from the elder. Zhang Heng, however, chose not to accompany them. Instead, he took advantage of their absence to visit the Qingshan Taoist temple, intending to find Master Ma Yuanqing. He had become stagnant at the 9th level of qi refinement, and to make further progress, he needed to concoct a foundation establishment pill. Previously, Zhang Heng had asked Ma Yuanqing to gather precious medicinal materials, but it had been over 10 days without any word on the collection. Anxious, he made his way to the Qingshan Taoist temple, located on the outskirts and known for its reputation. Upon arrival, he observed the temple nestled against the mountains, with a steady stream of visitors, many of whom were there to offer incense. Among them were several dignitaries, evidenced by the luxury cars parked in front of the temple, highlighting its esteemed status. How well has Master Ma gathered the medicinal materials? With this thought, Zhang Heng stepped inside. The temple was bustling with worshippers and several young Taoists, presumably disciples of Ma Yuanqing. Is the headmaster available? Zhang Heng casually inquired of a young Taoist. The headmaster is in the back preparing for the alchemy conference. Are you here to seek medicinal pills? Many visitors today are drawn here by the alchemy conference, which prompted the young Taoist to pose such a question. The alchemy conference? Zhang Heng's eyes brightened with interest. I see. Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng felt a surge of joy, since it was indeed the alchemy conference. It must be brimming with rare medicinal herbs. It seemed he had arrived at the perfect moment. He then addressed the young Taoist. I'm not here to seek elixirs. Rather, I wish to participate in alchemy. Please inform your master that a person named Zhang Heng wishes to see him. You also practice alchemy? The young Taoist's eyes flickered with surprise. I possess a modest understanding, Zhang Heng replied with a faint smile. The young Taoist, earnest in his duties, promptly went inside to convey the message. Soon, Ma Yuanqing emerged from the back room with an eager expression. Master Zhang, your timing is impeccable. Today, our Taoist Academy is hosting the quinquennial alchemy conference. You should join us. That is precisely my intention. Zhang Heng nodded with visible interest. As Ma Yuanqing escorted Zhang Heng to the back room, he excitedly added, Master Zhang, the essence pill you hold has become quite the sensation within our Taoist association and the upper echelons of society. If those venerable figures were to encounter the true master of the essence pill, they would undoubtedly be thrilled. Zhang Heng remained composed. Ever since the essence pill fetched an astonishing price at the auction, he had anticipated its rise to fame. As they walked and conversed, Zhang Heng inquired about the medicinal herbs he had been tasked with collecting. Master Zhang, of the list of herbs you entrusted to me, I was unable to procure 6 of them. However, I have gathered the rest. Given that today is the alchemy conference, I believe many renowned alchemists who rarely make appearances will likely possess them. Ma Yuanqing pondered aloud. That is excellent news. Zhang Heng nodded, feeling that his timing was indeed fortuitous. Following Ma Yuanqing, he arrived at the courtyard, where a considerable number of attendees were already seated. Many were elderly Taoists clad in robes, while a dozen or so, dressed in opulent attire, appeared to be affluent figures seeking to purchase elixirs. Zhang Heng's arrival immediately captured the attention of those present. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce this young man. His name is Zhang Heng, and the essence pill originates from his skilled hands. Ma Yuanqing's enthusiastic introduction left the audience in a state of astonishment. What? He is the master of the essence pill? Expressions of disbelief were evident among the crowd. It was only natural for them to harbor skepticism, especially given Zhang Heng's youth. After all, the essence pill was revered as a top-tier elixir within their Taoist association, one that could only be crafted by a master alchemist. And this young man hardly resembled such a figure. Master Ma, you claim he is the owner of the essence pill. Is that truly the case? Did you witness him crafting it with your own eyes? A voice soon emerged, questioning Zhang Heng's credentials. The speaker was an elderly man named Su Qingyang, the director of the Baiyun Temple. Dressed in a blue Taoist robe, he exuded an air of authority and wisdom, clearly a figure of considerable renown. Since you have not witnessed him concocting elixirs with your own eyes, how can you be certain that this lad is indeed the master of the essence pill? Another elder rose to question. Master Ma, could it be that you intend to conspire with outsiders to counterfeit the essence pill and thereby deceive all the esteemed figures present? Another old alchemist stood up, his tone even more severe. The assembly consisted of masters of alchemy, and if they themselves professed an inability to produce a top-tier elixir like the essence pill, how could they possibly acknowledge this young man as superiority? How could I ever deceive all of you esteemed guests? Ma Yuanqing felt a sense of helplessness, yet an even worse predicament awaited him. Esteemed guests, I am acquainted with this young man. He is merely the son-in-law of the Liu family, an ineffectual man who makes a living through odd jobs. Certainly not an alchemy master. His sister-in-law is even a classmate of mine. The speaker was a young woman, quite beautiful, named He Jiahui, a classmate of Liu Xiaoya, Zhang Heng's sister-in-law. Previously, when Zhang Heng escorted Liu Xiaoya to school, He Jiahui had seen him and had even investigated his background, thus discovering his identity. However, she had come today with her father to seek elixirs. Upon her declaration, the crowd erupted in astonishment, and even Ma Yuanqing was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Zhang Heng was merely a son-in-law. Could it be that the essence pill was not indeed concocted by Zhang Heng, but rather acquired from another source? In an instant, even Ma Yuanqing began to harbor doubts. So he is merely a useless son-in-law. Master Ma, did you not intend to swindle the esteemed figures present? The earlier questioning elder boldly reiterated. Indeed, Master Ma, should you not clarify this matter? Even those noble patrons seeking elixirs began to voice their skepticism. This left Ma Yuanqing in a state of distress. I truly have no intention of colluding with outsiders to deceive you. Please believe me. Ma Yuanqing was on the verge of tears, uncertain of how to explain himself to regain their trust. It is quite simple for us to believe you. Merely expel this young man. If you dismiss him now, we shall pretend this incident never occurred. Elder Su Qingyang rose to speak coldly. Yes, expel him, and we shall take your word for it. Otherwise, it appears you are indeed collaborating with outsiders to counterfeit the essence pill and swindle the esteemed figures. A defiant alchemy master stood up to voice his dissent. Ma Yuanqing was frantic. He dared not expel Zhang Heng. Yet if he did not, it seemed everyone believed he intended to conspire with outsiders to deceive them. Just as he was at a loss, Zhang Heng calmly interjected. I can concoct the essence pill on the spot. Surely, that would earn your trust. The notion of live alchemy startled the crowd momentarily, but soon an elder spoke up. Very well, if you can indeed produce the essence pill here, we shall accept your claims. Su Qingyang scoffed, thinking a mere layabout son-in-law would dare attempt alchemy in front of them. Let us see how this unfolds. Young man, do not speak so boastfully. What if you fail to produce the essence pill? Another elder regarded him with a cold stare. If I fail to concoct the essence pill, I shall depart from this place immediately. However, should I succeed, all the herbs you have brought will belong to me. Zhang Heng stated with a faint smirk. He had already sensed that the elderly Taoists had brought a considerable amount of herbs with them. Why not seize the opportunity to claim them all? It would be foolish to turn down such a generous offering. Very well. Su Qingyang readily agreed, his gaze toward Zhang Heng laced with disdain and scorn. Soon, the other Taoists chimed in, convinced that Zhang Heng would be incapable of producing the essence pill. Yet Zhang Heng merely smiled slightly, surprised at how effortlessly he had deceived them into relinquishing their herbs, thus saving himself considerable effort. Chapter 72. The art of alchemy astounds the crowd. Zhang Heng intended to concoct the elixir on the spot, yet those present seemed to regard him with indifference. It is well known that a top-tier pill like the essence pill could only be crafted by a master alchemist, and each of these masters was invariably of advanced age. Given Zhang Heng's youth, it was evident that such an achievement was implausible. Furthermore, as a son-in-law looked down upon by all, it was unfathomable that he would willingly accept such a position if he were indeed a master alchemist. I require some herbs to fabricate the essence pill. Might those present be able to assist? Zhang Heng calmly approached the center of the gathering, surveying them with a steady gaze. Feel free to specify the herbs you seek. We fortuitously brought an abundance of alchemical materials today, which will undoubtedly satisfy your requirements, Su Qingyang replied, stepping forward. That is splendid. Zhang Heng's lips curled upward slightly as he proceeded to list a series of precious herbs. The Tianshan snow lotus, deep-sea jellyfish, millennium blackwood, and century-old ginseng. As the Taoists listened, their expressions grew increasingly grim, for each of these herbs was exceedingly valuable, with individual worth exceeding 100,000. Zhang Heng's request encompassed as many as 20 varieties, summing to no less than 5 million. What? Do you lack even these? Zhang Heng observed their troubled countenances and suddenly taunted them. Indeed, Su Qingyang, the elder Taoist, scoffed in defiance. I possess half of those herbs. The remainder can be gathered among us. He believed Zhang Heng was deliberately complicating matters for them. If they could not produce such precious materials, the failure to create the essence pill would fall squarely on their shoulders. Thus, to silence Zhang Heng, several elder Taoists steeled themselves and began to gather the herbs. Half an hour later, all 20 varieties of precious herbs were collected, half of which had come from Su Qingyang, causing him considerable dismay. Yet, he deemed the effort worthwhile to expose Zhang Heng as a fraudulent alchemist. Here are all the herbs you requested. Now commence your alchemy. Su Qingyang tossed a bag of materials before Zhang Heng, his tone icy. Surely, you have no further excuses now. Zhang Heng smiled faintly and glanced into the bag, confirming that the precious herbs he had mentioned were indeed present. These seasoned Taoist priests, in their pursuit of reputation, have truly spared no expense. The mere procurement of these 20 rare medicinal herbs would undoubtedly require no less than 5 million. Since you all are so sincere, allow me to showcase my abilities. A slight smile graced Zhang Heng's lips. Pay close attention, for I shall commence the alchemical process. Wait a moment. You don't intend to concoct elixirs right here in the Grand Hall, do you? Elder Su Qingyang raised his white eyebrows, a hint of mockery lacing his tone. Is there any issue with performing alchemy in this Grand Hall? Zhang Heng queried, perplexed. Huh, you claim to be a master alchemist, yet are oblivious to the necessity of an alchemical furnace? To think you aspire to create a vitality elixir. What a laugh. As Elder Su Qingyang's words fell, the other Taoists erupted into laughter. Indeed, to be ignorant of the most fundamental tool of alchemy, he is undoubtedly a charlatan. They jeered. You can easily discern a horse from a donkey by taking it for a stroll. Such words ring true. Let us see how he extricates himself from this predicament. The assembled Taoists wore expressions of amusement as they regarded Zhang Heng. Even Ma Yuanqing appeared somewhat embarrassed. There was no alchemical furnace in the hall, and Zhang Heng audaciously proclaimed his intent to brew elixirs here, thus exposing his ignorance. The necessity of an alchemical furnace is a fundamental principle in the realm of alchemy. Yet Zhang Heng seemed oblivious. Could it be that he truly lacked the skill to concoct elixirs and had merely obtained the vitality elixir from elsewhere? Upon hearing this, the elder Taoists erupted into another round of laughter. If you can produce an elixir without an alchemical furnace, I shall take you as my master, Elder Su Qingyang scoffed, convinced that no elixir could be produced without that essential tool, emboldening him to speak so boldly. Even the prominent figures present, who were not adept in alchemy themselves, began to regard Zhang Heng as a fraud. The requirement of an alchemical furnace is common knowledge. If one does not grasp this, what hope is there for alchemical success? It seems you are merely pretending to possess knowledge. What purpose does it serve to retain a braggart like you? Someone, expel this pretender from our midst. One elder, unable to endure the farce any longer, stepped forth with the intention of ejecting Zhang Heng. Why the haste? Zhang Heng remained calm and unperturbed, turning to Su Qingyang and declaring, just watch. You'll see if I am merely boasting. Very well. I shall witness how you intend to concoct an elixir without an alchemical furnace. Su Qingyang responded with a disdainful snort. The others present regarded him with similar, scornful gazes. Zhang Heng chose to ignore their derision and instead began to summon the spiritual energy within him. This was not Yinshan Villa, where an abundance of spiritual energy was at his disposal, but with his current prowess at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Producing a vitality elixir was well within his capabilities. As he spoke, Zhang Heng flipped his palm, and a brilliant blue flame suddenly materialized in the center of his hand. From a distance, it appeared as though his hand was ablaze. This astonishing sight left all present in a state of shock. What? Is he conjuring fire with his bare hands? Su Qingyang's murky eyes sparkled with incredulity, while the others gaped in astonishment. What is happening? How can this fire burn in the palm of his hand? Moreover, observe the color of the flame. It is blue, not the red we are accustomed to. Truly bizarre. Could it be that this young man possesses some form of magic? Everyone harbored a sense of curiosity, eager to witness Zhang Heng's next move. To their astonishment, after manifesting blue flames from his right hand, Zhang Heng swiftly seized a century-old ginseng with his left hand, breaking it and casting it into the flames. All eyes were riveted upon him as half of the ginseng was thrown into the azure fire, gradually transforming into a viscous medicinal liquid. Subsequently, Zhang Heng extracted another herb, meticulously controlling the quantity before continuing to toss it into the blue flames. Mere seconds later, this herb was also refined into a potion. Su Qingyang and the other seasoned Taoists gasped in unison. They were indeed witnessing the alchemical process of pill making, to conjure fire and refine pills with bare hands. What an extraordinary technique this was. Amidst their astonished gazes, Zhang Heng carefully measured the remaining herbs before adding them one by one into the flames that danced in his palm. The herbs were swiftly refined into liquid within the blue fire, ultimately merging into a substantial mass of potion. Then, at a rate visible to the naked eye, this potion rapidly cooled and solidified into a grayish-brown pill. The blue flames extinguished, and a primordial essence pill materialized in Zhang Heng's hand. Remarkably, within a mere 10 minutes, a primordial essence pill had been successfully concocted. This is the primordial essence pill. Now, surely you believe that alchemical pills can be created without a furnace? Zhang Heng proclaimed with a playful smirk, as the onlookers were left utterly astounded by his remarkable alchemical prowess. Chapter 73. It truly is a divine pill. Zhang Heng's ability to refine pills by hand utterly astounded everyone present. Su Qingyang, Ma Yuanqing, and the other Taoists were completely overwhelmed by this extraordinary spectacle. They had always believed that a furnace was essential for pill making, yet Zhang Heng's demonstration shattered that preconceived notion. How could it be possible to refine pills without a furnace? Su Qingyang's eyes brimmed with disbelief, his entire being trembling, as this surpassed the limits of his imagination. Other Taoists bore similar expressions, and even the wealthy elite watched in wide-eyed astonishment. However, their focus was more on the primordial essence pill than on the miraculous method of its creation. They had come to the pill conference seeking pills, and Zhang Heng's freshly refined primordial essence pill was of the highest caliber. How could they not be intrigued? I have successfully crafted the primordial essence pill. This wager is mine to claim. The herbs you brought are now all mine, Zhang Heng declared, a triumphant smile gracing his lips, affirming that this visit had not been in vain. He nudged Ma Yuanqing, who finally snapped back to reality. Master Zhang, what is your command? Ma Yuanqing bowed deeply, his face radiating respect and admiration, more profound than ever before. Gather all the herbs brought by these Taoists for me, and also check against the list I provided to see if any herbs are still lacking, Zhang Heng instructed him calmly. Of course, I will attend to it immediately, Ma Yuanqing replied, standing tall and proud, feeling vindicated after being unjustly accused by his fellow Taoists. Now that his claims had been substantiated, he felt a swell of pride within him. Esteemed friends, I previously informed you that Master Zhang is indeed the master of the essence pill. Yet you chose not to believe me and insisted on wagering against him. Now, the truth stands before us. Master Zhang has successfully refined the essence pill on the spot. Are you all prepared to concede your bets? Ma Yuanqing stepped forward and cupped his hands in greeting to the assembly. The expressions of Su Qingyang and the other Taoists darkened. The medicinal herbs they had brought were of considerable value, and parting with them thus was profoundly disheartening. While this young man's alchemical skills were impressive, the pills he concocted were not necessarily the essence pill, and the outcome remained uncertain. Su Chang unwilling to surrender the herbs he had painstakingly gathered for the purpose of profiting at this alchemical convention. The prospect of incurring such a loss was unbearable. He could not simply acquiesce to defeat. Other Taoists echoed his sentiments, voicing their reluctance. Indeed, how could they be certain that the pills produced by this individual were genuine essence pills? They were loath to relinquish their precious herbs, each worth over $1 million, with some being exceedingly rare and having required immense effort to procure. You are attempting to cheat, Ma Yuanqing exclaimed in exasperation. We are not cheating. If he can prove that the pill he has refined is indeed the essence pill, we will willingly hand over our herbs, Su Qingyang replied coldly. Truth be told, he harbored doubts about Zhang Heng's ability to produce such a premier elixir at such a young age, a sentiment shared by the other Taoists. Yes, he must validate that this pill is the essence pill before we acknowledge his victory. Ma Yuanqing found himself at an impasse. After all, the essence pill was valued at 600 million, a sum not to be risked lightly. However, Zhang Heng merely smirked slightly. Proving that this pill is the essence pill is exceedingly simple, he declared, as he approached the wealthy merchants, holding the essence pill in his hand. 1 billion for a single pill. The merchants exchanged glances, hesitation flickering in many of their eyes. 1 billion is a monumental amount. What if this pill is not the essence pill? Few could truly bear the loss of such an investment. Su Qingyang and his companions felt a surge of pride. Without anyone willing to test the pill, they could evade fulfilling their commitments. Yet, the silence was soon shattered by an elderly voice. I am willing to purchase this pill for 1 billion. A man clad in a Zhongshan suit stepped forward, his thinning hair graying brows, and the multitude of wrinkles on his face belied his actual age of 62. His name was Tang Suyo, a prominent figure in the textile industry of Shangyang City. Though he appeared aged, his frail condition stemmed from illness that had drained much of his vitality, making him seem far older. He had come to this alchemical convention in search of pills to cure his ailments and replenish his energy, hoping to extend his life by a few more years. Very well, the pill is yours. Zhang Heng, without waiting for him to pay, directly pressed the elixir into his palm. Young man, do you truly trust that I will hand you 100 million? What if I consume the elixir and refuse to pay you? Tang Suyo exclaimed, taken aback. You will pay me. Zhang Heng replied with remarkable confidence. Once he experiences the wonders of this vitality elixir, he will undoubtedly recognize Zhang Heng's prowess. And instead of withholding payment, he will be eager to offer him funds. You are quite confident for someone so young. I appreciate that, Tang Suyo remarked as he consumed the elixir. Everyone witnessed this moment, and Su Qingyang, along with the other Taoists, widened their eyes in anticipation of Tang Suyo's transformation, while the wealthy merchants stared in disbelief. The authenticity of the vitality elixir was about to be revealed. Tension enveloped the room. Even Ma Yuanqing felt a surge of anxiety. Only Zhang Heng maintained a calm demeanor. Soon, Tang Suyo suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and, disregarding his dignity, rushed frantically towards the restroom. What is happening? Is this poison or a miraculous remedy? The merchants exchanged bewildered glances. Is it not obvious? Clearly, it is not a divine medicine. What kind of elixir causes one to have diarrhea unless it is a laxative? Su Qingyang remarked coldly. Even a laxative wouldn't act this quickly. This is evidently poison. The other Taoists chimed in. Momentarily, Zhang Heng found himself scrutinized by their doubtful gazes. Yet Ma Yuanqing no longer questioned Zhang Heng's abilities, instead secretly deriding these low-minded individuals. He recalled witnessing Elder Chun in a similar state after consuming the vitality elixir, hastily dashing to the restroom. It later dawned on him that this diarrhea was merely a sign of the body rejuvenating itself, expelling the harmful elements. What a bunch of clowns. Ma Yuanqing shook his head, wearing a smirk, unaware that he had once shared their skepticism upon witnessing Elder Chen's experience. Approximately 10 minutes later, Tang Suyo emerged from the restroom. When he reappeared before the crowd, everyone was once again rendered speechless. How is this possible? Tang's vitality is entirely transformed. He appears to have shed years. Not only was Su Qingyang astonished, but others were equally taken aback, leaving the scene enveloped in silence. Such a miraculous elixir could not help but astound them. Chapter 74. The crowd's reverence. This is real. This is indeed the vitality elixir. Tang Suyo felt an overwhelming surge of excitement as he reveled in his restored health. His organs had suffered varying degrees of deterioration, relying on medication for survival. Yet he occasionally struggled to breathe. However, after consuming this elixir, not only did all his discomfort vanish, but he also felt rejuvenated. At 62, he now appeared to be in his 50s, as if he had been reborn. His body brimmed with vitality, filling him with exhilaration, making the expenditure of 100 million for this elixir seem extraordinarily worthwhile. However, Tang Xuyao's words utterly shattered the complacency of Su Qingyang and his companions, causing them to slump into their chairs, their faces a canvas of disbelief. After decades of alchemical practice, they found themselves thoroughly defeated by a mere youth. The wealthy merchants, who once cast doubtful glances at Zhang Heng, were now filled with reverence. They inwardly regretted their hesitation in acquiring the elixir moments ago. Otherwise, it might have been theirs. Even He Jiehui, who previously revealed Zhang Heng's identity as a son-in-law, regarded him with astonishment. Master Zhang, I am grateful for your divine elixir. Please provide me with your account details and I shall ensure 100 million is transferred to you," Tang Shuyao said with utmost respect, his tone transformed. He now comprehended the source of Zhang Heng's confidence. With such prowess, others would eagerly seek to curry favor rather than offend a master over a mere 100 million. Zhang Heng nodded and, after instructing Ma Yuanqing to fetch pen and paper, casually scribbled an account number for him. Just like that, 100 million would effortlessly flow into his account, while the materials for alchemy remained the property of others. This transaction was indeed lucrative. Soon, other affluent merchants were eager to forge connections with Zhang Heng, as they had come to the alchemical conference in search of elixirs. And this Master Zhang was evidently a grandmaster in the art. Yet, Zhang Heng was momentarily preoccupied with instructing Ma Yuanqing to gather the materials brought by the Taoist priests. "Master Ma, you may now continue to request the materials from him." Zhang Heng had come primarily for the ingredients. He certainly could not overlook that aspect. As for other matters, they would have to wait. "My esteemed friends, I apologize, but one must honor the wager. Please present your materials." Ma Yuanqing smiled at the assembled Taoists. All eyes turned to Su Qingyang, seemingly awaiting his command. With a resigned sigh, Su Qingyang turned and retrieved a bag of materials he had brought, tossing it before Ma Yuanqing. "I concede my wager. This bag of materials belongs to Master Zhang." Su Qingyang's address of Zhang Heng had also shifted. To refine the essence pill with his bare hands indicated a strength that surpassed that of a mere alchemical master. He truly deserved the title of master. With Su Qingyang leading by example, the other Taoists reluctantly presented their materials, though they had little choice in the matter, as prowess spoke volumes. Zhang Heng's lips curled into a slight smile. With at least 10 Taoists present, the collective amount of materials they brought was substantial. "Thank you, esteemed masters, for your materials. Yes, you. I shall not take these without recompense. Shortly, I shall compose a set of incantations suitable for the alchemical furnace. You may take it and contemplate its wisdom," Zhang Heng said, bowing slightly in gratitude. These materials were precious, amassed through considerable effort and resources. Moreover, as these Taoists were alchemical masters themselves, their avenues for gathering such materials were undoubtedly vast. Thus, to facilitate future alchemical endeavors, Zhang Heng deemed it prudent to cultivate relationships with them, for he would require ample materials to continue his craft. Upon hearing that Zhang Heng was about to impart the alchemical techniques to them, Su Qingyang and the other Taoists were instantly transformed from sorrow to joy, their excitement palpable. Su Qingyang stepped forward, bowing deeply to Zhang Heng with profound gratitude. "Thank you, Master Zhang, for your teachings in alchemy. I humbly ask your forgiveness for my earlier foolishness. I previously stated that if you could concoct the essence pill, I would take you as my master. I am willing to honor my wager, and I wonder if Master Zhang would accept me as your disciple." These words reverberated throughout the gathering, as Su Qingyang, nearing 70 years of age, was a venerable figure in Shanyang City, highly regarded among the alchemical practitioners. He was the closest to a master alchemist in that realm, and the other Taoists looked up to him with admiration. Yet now, he was bowing to a young man in his 20s, and should this news circulate, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the alchemical community. "Accepting you as a disciple is not out of the question, but you may only be my registered student," Zhang Heng replied with a nod. His decision to take Su Qingyang as a disciple was primarily for the ease of gathering medicinal herbs for future alchemical endeavors. Though merely a registered disciple, Su Qingyang could hardly contain his excitement, while the other Taoists gazed at him with envy. Zhang Heng also casually penned a set of alchemical techniques suitable for use with the alchemical furnace and presented it to them, fulfilling his earlier promise. Upon viewing these techniques, the Taoists were not only struck with awe once more, but their respect for Zhang Heng deepened considerably. Soon, Ma Yuanqing organized the medicinal herbs they had collected, totaling over 100 varieties. However, in comparison to the list Zhang Heng had provided to Ma Yuanqing, they were still missing one herb. "Master Zhang, we have gathered over 100 types of medicinal herbs, but according to your list, we are still lacking one," Ma Yuanqing reported candidly. "What herb are we missing?" Zhang Heng frowned, finding it troublesome that with such a multitude of herbs, one was still absent. "We are missing an herb called Qing Shun. I am uncertain what this Qing Shun entails," Ma Yuanqing inquired, his face reflecting confusion. He had never heard of herb by that name, and seeing the expressions of the other Taoists, it was evident they were equally perplexed. In simple terms, Qing Shun refers to a blue-hued ginseng, typically found in extremely cold, spiritually rich regions. It possesses remarkable efficacy in treating ailments related to heat and agitation. Zhang Heng provided a brief overview, yet he felt a twinge of regret. This Qing Shen usually grows at high altitudes on frigid mountain peaks, flourishing only in places rich in spiritual energy, highlighting its rarity. Thus, it seems that the Qing Shen is exceedingly rare. Su Chengyang interjected. The fact that even these professional alchemists had never heard of it underscored its preciousness. Just as they were left in a state of confusion, a voice as melodic as a golden aureole rang out from behind them. My grandmother has that blue ginseng. Chapter 75. Arriving a step late? Hearing this sweet voice, all turned to look, including Zhang Heng. Behind him stood a charmingly beautiful young girl with long, straight hair, adorned in a white dress, exuding an aura of innocence and grace. This enchanting maiden was none other than He Jiahui, who had previously divulged Zhang Heng's identity as a son-in-law, and she was also a classmate of Lu Xiaoya. Do you know about this azure ginseng? Zhang Heng inquired, furrowing his brow. Master Zhang, this is my daughter, He Jiahui. I beg your pardon for her earlier impudence. As for the azure ginseng, my mother indeed possesses one, a middle-aged man interjected. Oh, splendid. Might I have the pleasure of seeing it? Zhang Heng's expression brightened slightly. If the azure ginseng were genuine, he would have all the necessary materials to concoct the foundational elixir. Certainly, should Master Zhang require it, I would gladly present the azure ginseng to you. Moreover, here is my business card, the middle-aged gentleman stated as he respectfully handed Zhang Heng a card. Upon glancing at the card, Zhang Heng was momentarily taken aback. For this middle-aged man was none other than He Jiaming, the chief of the police department in Shangyang City. The reverence He Jiaming displayed toward Zhang Heng left the onlookers astounded. He Jiaming, a figure of considerable authority in Shangyang City, was typically met with attempts at flattery and appeasement from the general populace, as gifts were usually offered to him. Yet here he was, bestowing gifts upon Zhang Heng, a mere son-in-law. However, it soon dawned on the gathered crowd that He Jiaming had come to the Elixir Conference, clearly seeking a remedy for an ailment. And Zhang Heng was a master capable of crafting the precious elixirs. Naturally, He Jiaming sought to forge a connection with him. Zhang Heng, no fool, understood that such gestures of goodwill were not without ulterior motives. If you seek elixirs for healing, I can assist you, Zhang Heng said earnestly, recognizing the importance of cultivating a relationship with He Jianming, regardless of the azure ginseng. To be candid, Master Zhang, my purpose in attending this elixir conference is to seek a remedy for my mother's ailment. Should you be able to assist, I would be immensely grateful. He Jiaming expressed with heartfelt appreciation. Standing beside him, He Jiahui could no longer contain herself. Master Zhang, thank you for your willingness to help my grandmother. I also apologize for my earlier indiscretion in revealing your identity. At that moment, He Jiahui was anxious that Zhang Heng might be angered by her earlier remark regarding his status as a son-in-law. Little did she know that this seemingly unremarkable son-in-law was indeed formidable, and she deeply regretted her earlier words. No worries, you mentioned you're Lu Xiaoya's classmate, correct? Zhang Heng was not perturbed by her earlier rudeness, but was rather intrigued by Lu Xiaoya's acquaintance. Yes, indeed. He Jiahui nodded eagerly. Since you are a classmate of Xiaoya, I shall be even more inclined to assist. Let's go see your grandmother at once. Zhang Heng smiled. He Jiahui exhaled in relief, realizing that she must cultivate a better relationship with Lu Xiaoya at school. Previously envious of Lu Xiaoya's artistic talent, she now felt admiration for her capable brother-in-law. In a villa nestled within the Jing Tai Garden, an elderly woman lay motionless on a rosewood bed, her eyes firmly shut. Surrounding her were numerous family members, while an experienced traditional Chinese physician sat nearby, meticulously taking her pulse. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation. Everyone held their breath, fearful that any sound might disrupt the doctor's examination. The venerable physician, his expression grave, eventually rose to his feet. Concerned relatives hastily gathered around him, their faces etched with urgency. Doctor, can my mother's condition be salvaged? Inquired Ma Yin, the elderly woman's daughter-in-law and He Jiaming's wife. Your mother is experiencing the 5 declines of heaven and man. Her lifespan has reached its limit. Even the most esteemed celestial beings would struggle to save her. The physician replied, shaking his head solemnly. Her lifespan has come to an end. Ma Yin's complexion turned ashen, and the surrounding family members were equally devastated, with one woman dissolving into tears. Their faith in the physician's skills was unwavering. If he declared there was no hope, it was likely there was none. Ma Yin, suppressing her own sorrow, attempted to console the grieving woman. Xiuqing, your health is fragile. Do not mourn too deeply. Moreover, your brother has gone to the Qing Mountain Taoist temple in search of elixirs. Perhaps there still exists a glimmer of hope. Though her words were intended to offer comfort, She too was trying to reassure herself, for if her mother's lifespan was indeed over, what good could any elixir do? The 5 declines of heaven and man signifies a complete deterioration of bodily functions. There is no possibility of reversal. Her time has come, and no matter how precious the medicine, it cannot restore her, the physician reiterated, shaking his head once more, as if to confirm his words. The elderly woman suddenly ceased to breathe, her life extinguished. The realization swept through the room, and the mournful cries of her family filled the air. Their sorrow was palpable, while the physician stood helpless, having anticipated this outcome long before. At that moment, a BMW pulled up outside the villa, and Zhang Heng, along with He Jianming's daughter, emerged from the vehicle. Master Zhang, we have arrived. My mother is inside. He Jianming spoke with utmost reverence, urging Zhang Heng into the house. However, as they pushed open the door, the sound of anguished sobs echoed from within, causing He Jianming's heart to plummet and his face to pale. Mother, he cried, racing toward the room, with He Jiahui, sensing the gravity of the situation, following suit in a state of panic. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhang Heng quickly grasped the reality of the situation and furrowed his brow, hastening to catch up. Inside the room, the family was engulfed in grief. Brother, you have arrived too late. Mother has just passed. Xiuqing lamented, her heart shattered. What? He Jianming's eyes brimmed with tears, his body swaying unsteadily. Fortunately, Ma Lian steadied him. Otherwise, he might have collapsed. At the same moment, He Jiahui, upon hearing the news, burst into tears. Mother, why couldn't you hold on just a little longer? I brought the master who concocts the essence elixir. He Jianming realized the futility of his words. It was too late, and even the essence elixir would be of no use. With that, he fell to his knees beside the bed, consumed by despair. However, just when they believed that He Jianming's mother had already passed away, a voice suddenly interrupted them. Do not rush to weep. I can revive her. Chapter 76. Watch closely as I bring her back to life. Zhang Heng's declaration instantly captured the attention of everyone present, causing their tears to momentarily cease. Who are you? Ma Lian turned to scrutinize the unfamiliar Zhang Heng. I almost forgot to introduce him. This is Zhang Heng, a master alchemist renowned for crafting essence pills, whom I invited from the alchemy conference. He Jianming quickly composed himself and stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he inquired, Master Zhang, is it true that you can save my mother? Indeed, it is true. Zhang Heng affirmed with a nod and proceeded towards the elderly woman, who lay lifeless on the bed. He had sensed her with spiritual energy moments ago. Although there was no breath, her vital force had not entirely dissipated, indicating a possibility of revival. As he approached, he retrieved a set of silver needles, intending to stabilize her life force before proceeding with treatment, but a voice interrupted him. What are you doing? What do you intend to do with my mother's body? He Xiuqing stepped forward to intercede, unwilling to allow her mother to be disturbed even in death. He Jianming quickly approached to persuade her, Sister, he is a master alchemist capable of creating essence pills. You should step aside and let Master Zhang examine our mother. There may still be a chance for her revival. Before He Xiuqing could respond, Yao Changqing, standing nearby, scoffed. He Ju, you cannot possibly believe him. Essence pills are a miraculous remedy. Can a mere novice like him truly concoct them? Elder Yao, do not be deceived by Master Zhang's youth. He genuinely possesses the ability to create essence pills and can even ignite fire with his bare hands. He Jianming urgently explained. Huh, igniting fire with bare hands? Surely that is mere sleight of hand. Moreover, even if he had essence pills, it would be futile. Your mother has succumbed to the inevitable decline of the celestial. Her bodily functions have completely failed. Not even 10 essence pills could save her, Yao Changqing remarked dismissively, evidently displeased that someone dared to challenge his authority. If he could not save He Ju's mother, how could a mere novice claim he could revive the elderly lady? Was this not an affront to his expertise? He had just declared her condition hopeless, only to be confronted by someone claiming a remedy. Where would that leave Elder Yao's reputation? Do not presume that others share your lack of understanding. Zhang Heng furrowed his brow, somewhat exasperated by Elder Yao's arrogance. He disregarded their objections and immediately inserted a silver needle into the Baihui acupoint atop He Ju's mother's head while channeling a surge of spiritual energy into her body. This needle, known as the soul lock, could effectively prevent her vital energy from dissipating. Who possesses a narrow understanding and who lacks medical skill? You, with your youthful arrogance, likely do not even comprehend the concept of celestial decline. Yao Changqing's expression darkened, his face turning a shade of iron. Having lived for 60 or 70 years, he had never encountered anyone daring enough to question his wisdom or medical prowess. Yet, This brash young man had the audacity to speak so insolently to him, igniting his ire. I say you are narrow-minded and lacking in medical skill. Zhang Heng, having perceived that he Jew's mother's life force had already been ensnared, let out a sigh of relief before turning back to address him. The 5 declines of heaven manifest as 5 distinct signs once the essence of life is depleted. When such phenomena occur, it indeed signifies that one's lifespan has reached its end, and no remedy can avail. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a chill, particularly He Jiaming, who pondered whether his mother truly could not be saved. I didn't expect you to be aware of the 5 declines of heaven. If you know this, why do you still dare to claim you can save He Jew's mother? Yao Changqing sneered. But are you aware that these 5 declines are further divided into Great Decline and Minor Decline? Zhang Heng cast a sidelong glance at Yao Changqing and continued. The Great Decline is indeed what you refer to as the end of life, where no remedy is possible. However, this condition typically manifests in those over 100 years old. Yet, He Jew's mother is clearly under that age. The minor decline merely signifies a decline in bodily functions, while the life force remains intact, and thus, she is not beyond salvation. With appropriate treatment, her life can be preserved. The surrounding onlookers found themselves in a haze. Yet they gleaned a vital piece of information from Zhang Heng's words. Their mother still had hope. However, Yao Changqing remained unconvinced by this theory. Nonsense. What great decline and minor decline? This is all mere fabrication. Such concepts are not documented in medical texts. Do you believe you surpass the esteemed practitioners of past dynasties? Yao Changqing could never concede that this impudent youth possessed any valid insights, for admitting such would imply that he, Yao Lao, was indeed narrow-minded and inept. To trust in books blindly is to be worse off than having none at all. Just watch. I shall demonstrate with facts. A slight smile played on Zhang Heng's lips as he retrieved 17 silver needles from his kit. What audacity! I am eager to see how you intend to save her. Yao Changqing regarded him with a cold, sidelong glance, anticipating Zhang Heng's impending embarrassment. Ignoring him, Zhang Heng deftly inserted the 17 silver needles into He Jew's mother's body, adding to the one already placed at the Baihui point on her crown, thus creating a formation resembling a Taiji diagram, though to the untrained eye, it would be imperceptible. Yao Changqing, however, recognized this technique, his expression clouded with confusion. Why does this needlework seem familiar? He murmured softly. Though his voice was barely above a whisper, Zhang Heng's remarkable hearing captured every word. Conversely, Yao Changqing felt a mixture of irritation and anger. Who do you think you are? Do I need your instruction? This is clearly a ridiculous technique. As a distinguished practitioner himself, having witnessed countless needle techniques, he could hardly accept the notion of learning from a younger, lesser talent. To admit such would tarnish his esteemed reputation. Zhang Heng shook his head and chose to ignore him. Instead, he turned his palm over with the center facing downwards and gently traced over the 18 silver needles. At the same time, a continuous stream of spiritual energy surged from his palm, flowing through the needles and into the mother of He Jew. Upon hearing her labored breaths, everyone present was astounded, including Yao Changqing, who stood there in disbelief. Chapter 77. Complete Submission. How could this be? He Jew's mother had truly come back to life. Yao Changqing was filled with incredulity. This scene utterly subverted his understanding and knowledge. In his belief, once a person was afflicted by the 5 declines of heaven and man, it signified the end of their lifespan, with no remedy available. Yet, this young lad before him had revived a patient on the brink of death, an occurrence that far exceeded his imagination. Could it be that the 5 declines of heaven and man truly varied in severity? Yao Changqing began to question the knowledge he had acquired, but quickly dismissed this notion, unwilling to accept that he was outdone by a mere youth. In stark contrast to Yao Changqing's skepticism, the family of He Jiaming was overwhelmed with joy and excitement. Master Zhang, has my mother truly come back to life? He Jiaming stepped forward, struggling to contain his exhilaration. Indeed, she has been revived for the moment, but her bodily functions are frail, and there are still ailments within her blood. To achieve complete recovery will require some time. Zhang Heng replied calmly. That's wonderful. Thank you, Master Zhang. Upon hearing that his mother could still be treated, He Jiaming felt an immense gratitude towards Zhang Heng. He Xiuqing, Ma Yan, and the other family members, upon hearing this, were equally astonished and delighted, viewing this young man with newfound respect. However, a voice interrupted their jubilant emotions. With this statement, He Jiaming and the other family members felt their hearts leap to their throats, their faces filled with worry and tension, and they all turned their gaze toward Zhang Heng. After all, Yao Changqing was a renowned traditional Chinese medicine doctor in Shangyang City. His words were not to be taken lightly. Did you just say that even the essence pill cannot save He Ju's mother? Yao Changqing nodded, proudly raising his head, firmly holding to his opinion. Unwilling to lose face before this young man. Then allow me to demonstrate for you whether your assertion holds true, Zhang Heng said with a slight smile, retrieving a small porcelain vial from his possession. This vial contains the essence pill. I shall have He Ju's mother take it now and see if she recovers or if there is no effect. A faint smile graced Zhang Heng's lips. The essence pill? Yao Changqing's face displayed a flicker of surprise. This essence pill had fetched an astronomical price of 600 million at an auction. He could hardly believe that someone would part with it to save a life. Even He Jiaming was taken aback. Master Zhang, to be honest, I do not possess a fortune of over 1 billion. I may not be able to afford the exorbitant price of the essence pill. He Jiaming stated candidly. For although he was the police chief, he did not have such wealth at his disposal. Consider this essence pill a gift from me, a trade for the ginseng. Zhang Heng replied with a gentle smile. To him, a single essence pill held little value, but if it could earn him ginseng and the gratitude of He Jiaming, it was certainly worthwhile. Thank you, Master Zhang. Indeed, upon hearing that Zhang Heng was willing to generously offer him the precious essence pill valued at 600 million, He Jiaming's face instantly radiated with gratitude. His wife, sister, and other family members also expressed their heartfelt appreciation toward Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng meticulously opened the small porcelain vial and poured out a singular essence pill. Although He Jiaming's mother had regained her breath, she remained unconscious and unable to swallow. Thus, Zhang Heng had no choice but to channel his spiritual energy to place the essence pill into her mouth. Once the pill was successfully ingested by the elderly matriarch, all that remained was to await the outcome. The onlookers fixated their eyes on He Jiaming's mother. Even the proud Yao Changqing could not suppress his curiosity. He dismissed the notion that anyone could truly revive a person afflicted by the 5 declines of heaven and man. He Jiaming, tense and breathless, felt the sweat pooling in his palms, while his wife, sister, and other relatives experienced a palpable increase in their heart rates. Only Zhang Heng appeared unfazed. A minute passed, then 2, then 10. Yet He Jiaming's mother remained unresponsive, causing concern among the crowd, while Yao Changqing felt a sense of concealed satisfaction. I told you the essence pill was ineffective, yet you refused to believe. But scarcely had he uttered those words when He Jiaming's mother suddenly opened her eyes and, under the astonished gazes of the spectators, sat upright in bed. Mother, you are awake. This is wonderful. He Jiaming rushed to her side, joined by his family, who were filled with a mix of astonishment and joy. This is fantastic, Mother. You have finally awakened. Tears of joy streamed down their faces, while Yao Changqing's expression turned increasingly grim, disbelief clouding his eyes. However, He Jiaming's mother rose from the bed, slipped on her shoes, and hurried towards the restroom, clutching her stomach. Mother, what is wrong? Ma Yan, He Xiuqing, and other bewildered family members anxiously followed her. Yet, they were restrained by He Jiaming and his daughter. He Jiawei. Mother, Aunt, this is a typical reaction after consuming the essence pill. You will be astonished when grandmother emerges. Father knows too, He Jiawei exclaimed, both surprised and elated. Is that so? Ma Yan and others turned their gaze towards He Jiaming, their eyes filled with inquiry. Earlier, he and his daughter had witnessed others consuming the essence pill at the alchemical conference, which had prepared them for their mother's urgent dash to the restroom. Yao Changqing, however, remained non-committal, his expression inscrutable. Half an hour later, He Jiaming's mother emerged from the restroom, looking revitalized. Her once gray hair had transformed to a dark hue. The pallor of her face had vanished, and the wrinkles had significantly diminished. Even her eyes sparkled with clarity, making her appear rejuvenated by nearly a decade. The family gazed at their mother in utter astonishment. Even He Jiaming and He Jiawei, who had been mentally prepared, were now visibly shocked. How could this be? This is impossible. Observing Yao Changqing's expression, Zhang Heng shook his head and approached him, calmly stating, previously, I remarked upon your limited perspective and lack of medical skill. Was I not correct? Yao Changqing's face darkened, yet he found himself unable to refute. Having witnessed this miraculous event firsthand, even Yao Changqing, a distinguished physician of Shangyang City, was compelled to acknowledge Zhang Heng's remarkable medical prowess. Bowing slightly, he respectfully addressed Zhang Heng, acknowledging, Master Zhang is indeed correct. I am deeply impressed. Chapter 78. You, a worthless fool, should not pretend to be knowledgeable. After witnessing Zhang Heng's exceptional medical skills, Yao Changqing was thoroughly convinced, realizing that in this world, there are always greater heights to reach. Judging a person by their appearance may lead to one's own humiliation. Upon seeing their mother completely recovered, He Jiaming and the others were filled with joy. "Mom, how are you feeling now?" He Jiaming inquired with concern as he approached her. "I'm much more comfortable. Was it Elder Yao who treated my illness?" Yang Xiahua instinctively thought it was Yao Changqing who had saved her, since he was the only physician she recognized at the scene. "I cannot take credit. It was this Master Zhang who saved you. Compared to him, I am but an ant on the ground." Yao Changqing humbly pointed to Zhang Heng and stated. Yang Xiahua looked over instinctively, surprised to see how young Zhang Heng was. He Jiaming quickly introduced, "Mom, this is Master Zhang. Despite his youth, his medical expertise is remarkable. He is the one who saved you." Without hesitation, Yang Xiahua bowed in gratitude to Zhang Heng. "Master Zhang, thank you for saving my life." Seeing their mother fully restored to her senses, He Jiaming and the others could not contain their happiness. However, he soon remembered something important and turned to his mother. "Mom, since Master Zhang has healed you, we should express our gratitude. Indeed, we must thank him properly." Yang Xiahua nodded, acknowledging that the debt of life is greater than the heavens, and it is only right to show her appreciation. As she pondered how to express her gratitude, He Jiaming timely suggested, "Mom, don't you have a Qing green ginseng?" As a master of medicine, Master Zhang values rare medicinal herbs more than wealth. "Why not use this Qing ginseng to show our appreciation?" "You're absolutely right. This Qing ginseng was found by your grandfather during his climb up a snowy mountain and is said to be worth millions. He has always hesitated to sell it, so it is indeed fitting to use it to thank Master Zhang." Yang Xiahua nodded in agreement, recognizing the significance of the Qing ginseng. After saying this, Yang Xiahua personally retrieved the Qing ginseng from a drawer. The Qing ginseng was housed in an ancient, somewhat worn wooden box, showing signs of age. She carefully wiped the box with her sleeve before solemnly opening it, revealing the Qing ginseng within. "Master Zhang, I cannot repay the debt of your life-saving grace, but I offer you this Qing ginseng, which my father obtained while climbing the snowy mountain. Please do not refuse it." Yang Xiahua earnestly presented the wooden box to Zhang Heng. Upon seeing the Qing ginseng, Zhang Heng's eyes lit up. It was indeed Qing ginseng, sourced from an extremely cold and spiritually rich environment. "This Qing ginseng is precisely what I need for alchemy, so I shall graciously accept it." Zhang Heng joyfully accepted the Qing ginseng. With this Qing ginseng, he had gathered all the necessary ingredients for refining the Foundation Establishment pill. It was truly a rare feat to collect all the materials for such a process on Earth. After obtaining the precious ginseng, Zhang Heng prescribed a tonic for Yang Xiahua's health. Once he completed these tasks, he resolved to depart. He Jiaming personally came to bid him farewell, a testament to his respect for Zhang Heng. Upon leaving He Jiaming's residence, Zhang Heng initially intended to visit the Qingshan Taoist temple to retrieve the medicinal herbs he had stored there for alchemy. However, en route, he received an urgent call from Lu Qingqing. "Zhang Heng, hurry to Danyang Antique City. My father has been swindled and is arguing with the shop owner." "All right, I'll be there right away. Don't worry." Zhang Heng furrowed his brow, and after hanging up, instructed the driver to alter their route directly to Danyang Antique City. Upon arrival, he followed the location Lu Qingqing had sent him and soon found himself at a shop named Jubao Pavilion, which was surrounded by a throng of people. Finally, he had located them. Zhang Heng rushed forward, pushing through the crowd. Inside the shop, he saw Lu Qingsheng, her father-in-law, and Wang Fun. At that moment, Lu Guodong's face was flushed, his body trembling with anger, clutching a scroll of painting while arguing with a middle-aged man of lean stature and a thin mustache. "This is absolutely not the painting I just selected. It's a forgery. You swapped it out in secret." The lean man, Fang Pingjiang, the owner of the antique shop, remained unfazed in contrast to Lu Guodong's agitated demeanor. "My friend, while we may indulge in a meal haphazardly, we must not speak carelessly. This painting is indeed the one you chose. Even if it is a forgery, the fault lies with your own lack of discernment, not with me." "Nonsense. The painting I selected was undoubtedly authentic. You swapped it while I was about to pay." Lu Guodong coughed violently, his frustration from encountering such a con artist overwhelming him. "Father, please calm down. If necessary, we can call the police." Lu Qingsheng consoled Lu Guodong while subtly warning the shop owner. However, Fang Pingjiang, upon hearing this, not only displayed no fear, but instead chuckled. "Call the police? By all means, do so. Let us see who they apprehend. I will inform them that you are causing a ruckus in my establishment, disrupting my business, and I will seek compensation." Fang Pingjiang wore an expression of unwarranted confidence. For his elder brother was the captain of the criminal police, which emboldened his words. You unscrupulous merchant, may you meet a wretched end. Lu Guodong was nearly apoplectic, and even Wang Fuan hurled curses at the shop owner. You scoundrel, I curse your entire family to suffer. At this, Fang Pingjiang's anger flared slightly. You misjudged, and yet you disturb my business here. If you do not leave, I shall call the police. You're being bitten back by the very hand you extended. Lu Guodong clutched his chest, nearly gasping for breath. Zhang Heng, witnessing this scene, felt his expression change. He had never seen his father-in-law so incensed and promptly stepped forward, saying, Father, please don't be upset. Let me take a look at the painting. What are you doing here? Wang Fan snapped, clearly surprised. You good for nothing. What do you know about art? Lu Guodong, upon seeing Zhang Heng, immediately redirected his anger toward him. Zhang Heng remained undeterred and quickly unfurled the painting in Lu Guodong's possession. It was an ancient artwork, measuring nearly 1 meter in length and half a meter in width. The piece depicted a traditional landscape in ink, exuding an air of antiquity and grandeur, with intricate brushwork and a spacious composition that conveyed an effortless yet profound style. In the lower right corner, a seal inscribed in seal script had become somewhat indistinct. Though attributed to the renowned Wu Dazi, the painting lacked any spiritual resonance, suggesting it was merely a copy. Zhang Heng felt no trace of vitality emanating from this piece, confirming its forgery. He then turned to the shop owner and inquired, How much did you sell it to my father-in-law for? 50,000. Not a cent less for this forgery. Fang Pingjiang replied with a composed demeanor. 50,000? Zhang Heng was taken aback. Where did his father-in-law acquire such funds? Lu Qingcheng, seemingly sensing Zhang Heng's confusion, leaned closer and whispered an explanation. This morning, he received a 200,000 reward for signing the contract from Grandpa. He immediately came here to purchase the painting, claiming it was money for a villa, all hinging on this artwork. Realization dawned upon Zhang Heng. His father-in-law had appropriated the entire 200,000 reward for himself. No wonder he could afford a 50,000 painting. With this insight, Zhang Heng began to devise a plan, casting a glance around the shop at the other items. He soon arrived at a decision. 50,000 for this painting seems reasonable. Upon hearing this, Lu Guodong nearly choked in disbelief. What are you babbling about? Whose side are you on? A good-for-nothing with no money or talent is one thing, but now you're siding against me. Meanwhile, the shop owner Fang Pingjiang observed their internal strife with delight, clapping his hands in amusement. Young man, you truly have an eye for quality. The onlookers, gathered outside the shop, chuckled at Zhang Heng, who was a common sight among those who feigned knowledge in the antique street. Even Lu Qingcheng appeared slightly astonished, questioning how spending 50,000 on counterfeit could be deemed reasonable. Zhang Heng, however, paid no heed to their remarks and pointed to a shelf of miscellaneous goods behind the owner. Since we are purchasing this painting for 50,000, shouldn't we receive a few complimentary items as well? Of course, as long as you refrain from causing any more trouble in my shop. Feel free to select whatever you desire. Fang Pingjiang's eyes glimmered with satisfaction, thinking he had encountered a fool. The items on that shelf were merely subpar replicas, hardly worth anything, and even if he gave them all to Zhang Heng, he would still come out ahead. Upon receiving the owner's agreement, a subtle smile played at the corners of Zhang Heng's mouth. He approached the shelf, his gaze sweeping over the displayed artworks before casually selecting one. How about this piece? He said nonchalantly. Fine, no problem. However, after you take this painting, you must refrain from causing any more disturbances in my shop, Fang Pingjiang thought to himself, reveling in the fact that this naive individual had chosen a mere copy, one of little value. If he could send them off with this counterfeit, he would still have made a significant profit. After all, their ruckus here would undoubtedly impact his business. It's settled, Zhang Heng replied with a faint smile. However, Lu Guodong was unwilling to depart so easily. Who do you think you are, you spineless fool? This shabby piece of artwork isn't worth even 1,000 yuan. And you expect to send us away? I refuse to accept it, Lu Guodong exclaimed, his anger evident, wishing he could strike Zhang Heng if not for the crowd present. Lu Qingcheng also found the situation inappropriate. Dismissing them with a mere fake painting was rather infuriating, especially considering the sum of 500,000, which was no trifling amount. Dad, why don't you take a look at the painting I selected first? Zhang Heng deemed it necessary for Lu Guodong to have a glance at the artwork he had chosen. As he spoke, Zhang Heng unfurled the painting. The scroll expanded to nearly 2 meters in length and about half a meter in width, titled Playful Garden Scene. The painting depicted pavilions and towers, flowers and trees, all rendered with exquisite charm and vitality. Butterflies danced among the blossoms, creating a picturesque scene. Father, this is a work by the renowned court painter Yin Libin from ancient times. Its value undoubtedly surpasses that of your Wu Daozi painting, Zhang Heng stated calmly. However, Lu Guodong merely shot him a disdainful glance after a few cursory looks at the painting. What a fool. This artwork is clearly a fake, and the technique is subpar. There are several blank spots, and it would be fortunate if it fetched 100 yuan. To even compare it to the genuine Wu Daozi I previously considered, the onlookers could not help but shake their heads, noting the painting's critical flaw in technique, characterized by multiple blank areas that rendered the entire piece discordant. Even Lu Qingcheng, who was not well versed in art, found the painting lacking in quality. The shop owner, observing this, secretly felt a sense of superiority, having recognized the technical deficiencies of the piece, which indicated the skill level of the copyist was rather inadequate, thus explaining his willingness to part with it so generously for Zhang Heng. Just then, a resonant voice emerged from the crowd. "Young man, may I have a look at your painting?" As the voice resonated, a spirited middle-aged man stepped forward from the throng, dressed in a loose-fitting blue robe, his eyes intently fixed on the painting in Zhang Heng's hands. Professor Wu, Lu Guodong, who was on the verge of losing his temper, suddenly brightened at the sight of the middle-aged man, instantly revitalized. The onlookers regarded this man with admiration, indicative of his esteemed reputation within the antique community. This man, Wu Xiaoyuan, was a well-known figure in the antique circles of Shangyang City, holding the position of an archaeology professor at Zhongzhou University and serving as the deputy curator of the local museum, highlighting his expertise in antique appraisal. Lu Guodong had long admired Wu Xiaoyuan, wishing to be introduced to him. But his status as an antique enthusiast of such caliber had made it impossible to catch the man's attention. "Hello, may I take a look at this painting?" Wu Xiaoyuan approached Zhang Heng with a smile. "Of course, certainly." As he spoke, he snatched the painting from Zhang Heng's hands and handed it to Wu Xiaoyuan, clearly displaying his admiration for him. Upon receiving the artwork, Wu Xiaoyuan retrieved a magnifying glass from his possession and began to examine it with utmost seriousness. The audience held their breath, eager to hear Professor Wu's assessment of the piece. Zhang Heng stood nearby, intrigued, hoping to discern the painting's subtle intricacies through Wu Xiaoyuan's perspective. With the magnifying glass in hand, Wu Xiaoyuan scrutinized the painting for nearly half an hour before pausing. This painting was likely a genuine work by the ancient court painter Yin Libin, albeit from his early years, when his technique was not yet fully developed, resulting in several blank areas that rendered the overall composition somewhat discordant. Wu Xiaoyuan offered an astute appraisal, noting that genuine pieces by Yin Libin are rare and could fetch around 10,000 yuan. He inquired with a smile whether the young brother would be willing to part with it. At this revelation, the onlookers were momentarily taken aback, astonished that Zhang Heng's seemingly casual selection turned out to be an authentic piece by the court painter Yin Libin. The shop owner, Feng Pingjiang, felt a pang of regret upon realizing its true value, lamenting that had he known, he would not have given it away. However, he quickly reassured himself, recognizing that compared to the 500,000 he had made by trading a fake, giving away this piece for 10,000 still constituted profit. Observing Zhang Heng's indifference, Wu Xiaoyuan pressed on, stating he could offer 30,000 yuan for the painting, as a means of compensating for any loss. "I'm sorry, but I do not wish to sell, and the value of this painting is certainly not limited to 30,000. Zhang Heng firmly shook his head, resolutely rejecting the offer. This declaration prompted a stir among the crowd, who began to mock him. Who does he think he is? Professor Wu has already appraised it. Yet he still fantasizes about making a profit. Indeed, he must be unwilling to accept reality. 30,000 is already a generous offer, once Wu Professor has authenticated it. Its value is the same anywhere." The spectators engaged in a lively debate, some urging Zhang Heng to sell quickly, while others ridiculed his stubbornness. Wu Xiaoyuan, furrowing his brow, inquired again, "Young man, are you certain you do not wish to sell? The market price is capped at 30,000, and it would be the same wherever you go." "I'm sorry, Professor Wu, but 30,000 is far too low. It doesn't even cover a fraction of its worth." Zhang Heng's response displeased Wu Xiaoyuan. "If 30,000 is merely a fraction, do you expect to sell it for an astronomical sum?" Lu Guodong, noticing Wu Professor's irritation, hurriedly approached to appease him. "Professor, since you admire it, consider it a gift from me, a gesture of friendship." He cast a scathing glance at Zhang Heng, believing that while he had incurred a loss of 500,000, making a connection with the esteemed Wu Xiaoyuan through this painting would still be worthwhile. However, Zhang Heng continued to decline. "Dad, the reason this painting cannot be sold is that it holds deeper significance." "Oh, Deeper significance? Pray tell, what hidden depths does this painting possess that even I cannot discern? Wu Xiaoyuan remarked coldly. The recent exchange had significantly diminished his regard for the arrogant young man. The onlookers also mocked Zhang Heng with derision. Indeed, this lad's arrogance knows no bounds, daring to question Professor Wu's appraisal. What can he possibly say next? Even Lu Guodong's expression darkened. He was all too aware of his worthless son-in-law's limitations. Witnessing Zhang Heng incurring Professor Wu's displeasure, he erupted in a tirade. Unfazed by the crowd's skepticism, Zhang Heng turned to Wu Xiaoyuan and inquired, "Professor, do you know why this painting is titled The Joys of a Garden Outing?" At this, Wu Xiaoyuan paused slightly, then hastily attempted to explain. The pavilions and towers, the flowers and trees, indeed, make it a splendid place for recreation. Zhang Heng smiled and shook his head, realizing that Wu Xiaoyuan had failed to grasp the painting's deeper intricacies. He continued, "If it is indeed a depiction of a garden outing, does it not seem odd that there are no figures present? Do you not find the content of the painting at odds with its title?" This question left Wu Xiaoyuan momentarily speechless, and the onlookers were equally perplexed. Indeed, how can it be a garden outing if there are no figures? Wu Xiaoyuan, trying to regain composure, insisted. This painting was likely created by Yin Libin in his early years. Perhaps he simply did not have time to include figures. This assertion received nods of approval from those present. Yet Zhang Heng shook his head again. "Professor, this painting is not an early work of Yin Libin, but rather his magnum opus. The figures are not absent due to time constraints. They've already been painted, but simply remain unseen by you." "What? Already painted?" The crowd gasped in astonishment, for there were clearly no figures visible. "Are you blind? Where are the figures in this painting?" Wu Xiaoyuan sneered. "You pitiful fool, if you do not understand, do not pretend to know. Leave." Lu Guodong, furious at Zhang Heng's mockery, felt compelled to strike him, yet was taken aback by Zhang Heng's next words. "Shopkeeper, bring me a bowl of water. I will show you where the figures are." Even shopkeeper Fang Pingjiang was skeptical of Zhang Heng's claim, but swiftly fetched a bowl of water. After receiving the bowl, Zhang Heng took a sip and held the water in his mouth before spraying it onto the painting, especially on the blank areas. The crowd stared at him, bewildered by his actions, but the next moment, they were utterly astonished. The previously blank sections of the painting transformed, revealing lifelike figures. A group of children catching butterflies in merriment. Adults admiring the flowers. The sudden appearance of these figures filled the painting's void, rendering what was once disjointed into a rich tableau. The onlookers collectively gasped in disbelief, shocked by the extraordinary revelation. Chapter 80. Dare to rob me? The painting concealed such a marvel, far beyond anyone's expectations, even Wu Xiaoyuan's. How is this possible? A painting that transforms with water? In Wu Xiaoyuan's eyes, a mixture of shock and disbelief was evident, intertwined with excitement and exhilaration. The phenomenon of the painting transforming upon contact with water was an unprecedented occurrence in the realm of archaeology, holding immense research value. The onlookers stood in awe, nearly dropping their jaws at the sheer brilliance of the artwork. The ability of the painting to morph when wet was truly astonishing. It was no wonder there were so many blank spaces previously. These areas revealed their secrets only when moistened. The artistry was indeed unparalleled. Everyone present expressed their astonishment, including Lu Guodong and Wang Fun, who were equally mesmerized by the miraculous scene. They had never anticipated that this seemingly inconsequential painting, chosen at random by the seemingly inept Zhang Heng, would possess such profound intricacies. Meanwhile, the shop owner, Fang Pingjiang, felt not only shock but also a pang of regret, a sentiment that would soon deepen. "Professor Wu, this is the true visage of the garden amusement painting. Please assess its worth now," Zhang Heng remarked calmly, directing the attention once more to Wu Xiaoyuan, eager to ascertain the value of such an extraordinary piece. "Very well," Wu Xiaoyuan nodded, now regarding Zhang Heng with newfound respect, and excitedly retrieved a magnifying glass to examine the painting once more. The crowd held their breath, afraid to disturb the professor during his appraisal. Approximately half an hour later, Wu Xiaoyuan lowered the magnifying glass, his face alight with excitement. Indeed, this painting is a masterwork of Yin Libin. Not only is the artistic skill exceptional, but the transformative pigments used here are virtually unheard of, making it exceedingly valuable from an archaeological perspective. Upon hearing this, the crowd displayed expressions of astonishment. And after a brief pause, Wu Xiaoyuan continued, "This garden amusement is conservatively valued at a minimum of 20 million. At auction, it could fetch an even higher price." The revelation sent the audience into an uproar. "What? 20 million? This young man has struck it rich. They exclaimed. Incredible, an artwork of such archaeological significance. Its value far surpasses that of Wu Daizi's painting. This young man's insight is truly remarkable. He discerned what even Professor Wu overlooked. While the crowd praised Zhang Heng's discerning eye, only Fang Pingjiang wore a grim expression. How could this be? The painting was worth 20 million. His face darkened, realizing that compared to this rare treasure, the 50,000 he had offered was utterly insignificant. His eyes, inflamed with anger and jealousy, burned with hatred as he glared at Zhang Heng. If it weren't for this young man, the painting would still be his. I'm sorry, young man, but I can't sell this painting. I'll return the 50,000 to you, Fang Pingjiang lamented, unwilling to relinquish a piece valued at 20 million so easily. Before Zhang Heng could respond, Lu Guodong swiftly intervened. Owner, your statement is incorrect. The 50,000 has already been given to you. This painting, as an accompanying item, rightfully belongs to me. Lu Guodong snatched the painting joyous outing in the garden from Zhang Heng's grasp, clutching it tightly in his hands. 20 million. This was far more valuable than the Wu Datsu piece he had previously coveted. He felt he had struck it rich. What do you mean? I refuse to conduct business with you any longer. You offered 500,000 earlier. I shall return it to you at 1 million. So give me back my painting. Fang Pingjiang exclaimed urgently. Did you not just assert that 500,000 would not be refunded? Very well, then we shall not return it, Lu Guodong replied, feeling a wave of relief as he returned Fang's earlier insults. Wang Fan chimed in, if you cannot recognize the value of the painting, do not blame others. The onlookers echoed her sentiment. Indeed, Boss Fang, business relies on integrity. If you misjudge, how can you renege? Even Wu Xiaoyuan could not resist stepping forward. In the antiquities trade, it's understandable to misjudge, but maintaining trust is paramount. If you lose your credibility, who would dare to do business with you henceforth? Faced with the crowd's unanimous disapproval, Fang Pingjiang had no choice but to concede defeat. After acquiring the painting, Lu Guodong hurriedly beckoned to Wang Fun and Lu Qingxiang to depart. He truly had struck gold, unexpectedly turning misfortune into fortune, purchasing a painting valued at 20 million for a mere 500,000. However, he had not taken many steps before being called back by Wu Xiaoyuan. Brother, I have an unusual request. This painting's transformative properties when exposed to water would greatly benefit the study of ancient art. I have a few friends in archaeology whom I would like to bring to admire it. Would you be willing to accommodate us? Wu Xiaoyuan implored. Of course, of course. I will eagerly await Professor Wu's visit at my home tomorrow. Lu Guodong's heart soared. If he could forge friendships with luminaries in the antiquities world through this painting, it would be a tremendous boon. Thank you, brother. I will bring my friends to visit you first thing tomorrow. Wu Xiaoyuan expressed his gratitude. After exchanging phone numbers, Lu Guodong sent his address to him. Having completed these arrangements, the group quickly departed from the antique street. The shopkeeper, Fang Pingjiang, watched them leave with a chilling gaze. Once the crowd dispersed, he swiftly dialed the number. Zhang Heng, how did you discern that the painting could transform upon contact with water? At this, Lu Guodong and Wang Fun, seated in the back, couldn't help but be intrigued. They too wished to understand how this seemingly inept individual had perceived such a quality in the painting. In my spare time, I had considered learning to paint and researched various masters online, one of whom was Yin Libin. I thoroughly examined his background and discovered that he developed a water-reactive pigment later in his career, which I remembered well. Zhang Heng paused before continuing. Today, upon encountering a painting by Yin Libin and noticing several blank areas, I recalled the water-reactive pigment. Initially, I approached it out of mere curiosity, never expecting a miracle to transpire. Ah, I see. Lu Qingxiang exclaimed, her expression one of sudden realization. So it was merely luck, and you still wish to pursue painting? Do you truly know your own limitations? Wang Fan not only failed to express gratitude toward Zhang Heng, but also derisively mocked him with sharp words. Regardless of the circumstances, we have managed to profit from the situation. Lu Guodong caressed the painting, his heart brimming with excitement. As the group conversed, Zhang Heng abruptly slammed on the brakes, causing the other 3 passengers to lurch forward and collide with their seats. You incompetent fool, what kind of vehicle are you driving? Are you trying to kill me? Wang Fan exclaimed vehemently. A car suddenly darted out and blocked our way. Zhang Heng replied, furrowing his brow. No sooner had he spoken than another van appeared from behind, obstructing their escape route. Lu Guodong and the others felt a jolt of alarm. This narrow, secluded road had become a trap as the 2 vehicles positioned themselves obliquely, effectively trapping Zhang Heng's car in between. It seems we are in trouble, Zhang Heng remarked dispassionately. Indeed, as soon as he finished speaking, 7 or 8 individuals emerged from the 2 vans, brandishing wooden clubs and exuding a menacing aura. The burly leader, his arms adorned with tattoos, struck the front of the car with a club, bellowing, "Get out of the vehicle and hand over that painting." Lu Guodong, Wang Fun, and Lu Qingsheng were taken aback, their faces paling at this unexpected display of aggression. Being ordinary citizens, they had never encountered such a situation. They could hardly fathom that a scenario typically reserved for television dramas was unfolding right before them, leaving them in a state of shock and confusion. "It appears they are after the leisurely garden scene we possess," Zhang Heng remarked with a hint of a smirk. Leisurely garden scene? Lu Guodong thought of the painting as well, realizing its value of 20 million. Indeed, it was not beyond the realm of possibility for those with ill intentions to resort to such brazen theft. "Father, give me the painting. I will deal with them," Zhang Heng said calmly, unperturbed by the threat. Even 10 times their number would not pose a challenge for him. "No, even if it costs me my life, I cannot relinquish this painting," Lu Guodong insisted firmly, clutching the artwork tightly. Lu Qingsheng hurriedly interjected, sensing the danger. It was evident that these thugs were intent on seizing the painting, and should they refuse, the consequences could be dire. "Father, hand over the painting to me first. I will hold them off while you escape safely," Zhang Heng suggested after a moment's contemplation, unwilling to tolerate this affront. "We leave together," Lu Qingsheng declared anxiously, concerned for Zhang Heng's safety. "Do not worry, I will be fine," Zhang Heng reassured her, turning to offer comfort. Meanwhile, Wang Fun, utterly terrified by the unfolding scene, immediately agreed to Zhang Heng's proposal. "Quickly, give the painting to Zhang Heng. Let him distract them." Zhang Heng's fate was of little concern to her. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Guodong recognized the merit in this plan and reluctantly handed the leisurely garden scene to Zhang Heng. Once he had the painting in hand, Zhang Heng stepped out of the vehicle to confront the assailants. "So, you desire this painting, do you?" He unfurled the artwork, and the thug's eyes gleamed with interest upon seeing it. "Smart move, kid. Hand over that painting, and I will allow you all to leave." The burly man adorned with tattoos shouted loudly, "You can have it, but first let my family go." Zhang Heng replied calmly, rolling up the painting once more. "Fine, I will let them leave, but if you go back on your word, I will end you," the tattooed man said fiercely, confident that as long as the painting remained in Zhang Heng's possession, there was no chance of escape. He waved his hand, and immediately, someone drove away the van blocking their path, clearing the way. "Zhang Heng, quickly give them the painting, and let us leave together," Lu Qingsheng urged anxiously. Just as she was about to persuade him further, Lu Guodong took the driver's seat, and at Wang Fun's urging, pressed the accelerator and sped away. "Kid, now you can hand over the painting." The tattooed man, seeing the car had departed, immediately signaled his subordinates to surround Zhang Heng. Once he confirmed that Lu Qingsheng and the others were safely away, Zhang Heng's expression turned cold, and with an air of indifference, he said, "You can all come at me together." Chapter 81. You provoked the wrong person. Zhang Heng had no intention of relinquishing the painting, and the tattooed man, enraged by Zhang Heng's refusal to comply and his provocation, shouted, "You little brat, are you going to hand over the painting or not? This piece is worth 20 million. If you give me the money, I might consider parting with it." Zhang Heng replied coolly, showing no sign of fear. "Still pretending to be foolish with me? Fine, since you refuse to drink my toast, don't blame me for being rude." The tattooed man commanded, "Brothers, get him. Disable him." As he spoke, 7 or 8 of his subordinates charged at Zhang Heng, wielding wooden clubs. Their momentum was intimidating, enough to frighten an ordinary person. However, Zhang Heng remained utterly calm, not the least bit concerned about them. As they approached, he struck with lightning speed, sending half of the assailants flying, who then crashed to the ground, howling in pain, without even brushing against Zhang Heng's clothing. "Finish him," the tattooed man roared in anger. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, the remaining assailants were sent sprawling to the ground like kites with severed strings, also moaning in agony, completely devoid of combat capability. Only the tattooed man remained standing, his face now painted with fear. How is this possible? How can this kid be so formidable? The tattooed man could hardly believe that in mere moments, all his subordinates lay defeated at his feet. It was utterly terrifying. "Do you still want the painting?" Zhang Heng asked, casting a glance at him. "Kid, you can fight pretty well, but you're seeking death." Although the tattooed man was frightened by Zhang Heng's prowess, he refused to let it end there. He drew a watermelon knife from his waist and slashed it towards Zhang Heng. Regarding his foolishness, Zhang Heng shook his head and effortlessly pinched the incoming knife between 2 fingers. The tattooed man attempted to pull it away, only to discover with horror that the blade could not advance even a fraction, sending waves of panic coursing through him. How could it be possible? How could this fellow possess such immense strength? With such meager abilities, he dares to venture into this realm? As Zhang Heng spoke, he pinched with 2 fingers and instantly, the watermelon knife snapped in half. The tattooed man stared in astonishment, beads of cold sweat trickling down his back. Is this even human? To rob me? Truly, he knows not the peril he invites. Zhang Heng said coldly, and with a mere shift of his foot, he appeared behind the tattooed brute in the next moment, gently tapping the back of his head, causing him to promptly lose consciousness. Gazing at the multitude of bodies strewn across the ground, Zhang Heng felt a shiver run down his spine. He quickly retrieved his phone to call He Jiaming, the chief of the Shangyang City Police Department. It was only fitting to leave the matter of these robbers, surely backed by an unseen hand, in his capable hands. Meanwhile, Fong Pingjiang, the proprietor of an antique shop on Antique Street, leisurely sipped his tea, awaiting news from the tattooed man he had dispatched. Just as he reveled in his moment of satisfaction, his phone suddenly rang with urgency. Upon glancing at the caller ID, a smile crept across his face, and he answered, "Brother, what brings you to call me today?" On the other end was his elder brother, Fong Yuanheng, the captain of the criminal police in Shangyang City. A voice filled with anger and suppressed fury emanated from a line. "What on earth have you done today?" "Done? What do you mean, brother?" Fong Pingjiang was taken aback, utterly unprepared for the response. Fong Yuanheng's voice was a mix of exasperation and urgency. "Your subordinate, who has been arrested for attempting to rob a painting valued at 20 million. He has confessed everything, and you still dare to claim you did nothing? What?" Fong Pingjiang sprang to his feet, his face a mask of disbelief. "Who and the others have all been caught?" "Of course. And it was Chief He himself who apprehended them. Do you have any idea who you crossed today?" Fong Yuanheng's voice conveyed a sense of impending doom. "Who? Aren't they just ordinary folks? And there's a son-in-law involved. What kind of background could such a family possibly have?" Fong Pingjiang replied dismissively. He believed that with his brother as a police captain, even if Hu and his crew confessed, it would not amount to much trouble. "Have you lost your mind? Can someone acquainted with Chief he be merely ordinary? Furthermore, all 8 of your men were thoroughly incapacitated by the opponent. The methods employed were ruthless and precise, absolutely the work of a master. Brother, you have stirred up a hornet's nest this time." "No way. How could that be?" Fong Pingjiang's expression shifted, now grasping the gravity of the situation. He hastily pleaded for his brother's assistance. "Brother, you must help me. I am your own brother. This case is personally overseen by Chief He. Even I cannot shield you now. You should surrender to the police. It might result in a lighter sentence." With that, the line went dead, replaced by the sound of a busy signal. After hanging up, Fong Pingjiang slumped into his chair, his face ashen, utterly unprepared for the formidable adversary he had unknowingly provoked. His greatest reliance was on his elder brother, the captain of the criminal police, which allowed him to traverse the antique street with a certain audacity. However, his brother's words left him utterly dispirited, embodying the ancient adage, "A failed theft leads to greater losses," which aptly described his situation. In Chapter 82, the beautiful CEO's plea for help unfolds. "No worries as soon as you left. The police arrived and scared them off." Zhang Heng casually fabricated a narrative to deflect attention. "Thankfully, I reported the incident, and they arrived just in time." Lu Qingsheng let out a long sigh of relief. "What about my painting?" Lu Guodong interjected, seemingly unconcerned about Zhang Heng's possible injuries. His focus solely on whether his artwork had been stolen. "The painting is right here, in perfect condition," Zhang Heng replied nonchalantly, handing over the piece titled Revelry in the Garden to Lu Guodong, who momentarily glimmered with excitement. "Wonderful. This painting is my lifeline. I'm counting on it to turn my fortunes around." Lu Guodong eagerly grasped the scroll, caressing it with affection as excitement danced in his eyes. "Guodong, this painting is worth 20 million. If we sell it, we could move into a luxurious villa." Wang Fen gazed at the artwork with uncontainable enthusiasm. Her sister had recently settled into a lavish villa valued at 10 million, and she had long coveted such a lifestyle. "Next month, isn't your sister hosting a banquet to celebrate her new home? If we too could reside in a grand villa, we would certainly maintain our dignity during the visit." However, while their imaginations soared, reality proved to be starkly different. The following morning, Professor Wu Xiaoyuan, accompanied by a few friends from the archaeological community, came specifically to visit Lu Guodong, eager to view the transformative revelry in the garden. Lu Guodong, naturally delighted, warmly welcomed them, keen to forge connections with such esteemed professionals. Once acquainted with these experts and professors, lucrative opportunities would surely follow. While they admired the painting, Zhang Heng discreetly slipped away. Hailing a cab by the roadside, he headed straight to the Qingshan dojo eager to refine his foundation establishment pill. The presence of archaeological experts held little appeal for him. Lu Guodong, on the other hand, was more than pleased with Zhang Heng's departure, as it allowed him to take full credit for the painting's remarkable properties and boast about his own prowess. After retrieving the herbs he had left with Ma Yuanqing at the Qingshan dojo, Zhang Heng made his way to the Yunsan villa. Upon pushing open the long-absent door of the villa, he hurriedly poured out all the herbs. At last, I can concoct the foundation establishment pill. A surge of excitement coursed through him. His cultivation had stagnated for far too long, and to advance further, he needed to elevate his strength to the foundation establishment stage. In the spirit-deprived realm of Earth, only through the foundation establishment pill could he hope for a breakthrough. He pondered whether the spiritual energy at the peak of Yunsan would suffice for crafting the foundation establishment pill. The process required an abundance of spiritual energy, and Zhang Heng felt a twinge of concern regarding the potential insufficiency at the mountain summit. To remedy this, he pricked his fingertip, using his blood as ink to sketch a simple spirit-gathering formation around him. With this rudimentary formation, combined with the natural spiritual energy of Yunsan Villa, it should suffice for me to refine the foundation establishment pill. Upon contemplating this, Zhang Heng eagerly settled into a cross-legged position at the center of the rudimentary spirit-gathering array. He extended his left hand, and instantly, azure flames ignited within his palm. Concurrently, with his right hand, he commenced the meticulous selection of medicinal herbs, placing them into the palm fire in a precise sequence. The concoction of the foundation establishment pill required the integration of 108 distinct herbs, with strict adherence to the order of their addition. With each herb introduced into the flames, a portion of the spiritual energy within him dissipated. As the number of herbs increased, the consumption of his internal energy accelerated. Fortunately, aided by the simple spirit-gathering array and the natural spiritual energy present at the summit of Yun Mountain, Zhang Heng managed to avoid interruption due to insufficient spiritual energy. As he persevered, beads of sweat adorned his forehead, and his complexion grew somewhat pale, yet he gritted his teeth and continued. The spiritual energy from the peak of Yun Mountain was voraciously consumed, forming an imperceptible vortex centered around him. The creation of the foundation establishment pill demanded an immense quantity of spiritual energy, especially at the moment of pill formation, when a substantial gathering was essential. As Zhang Heng delved deeper into the pill-making process, the spiritual energy at the summit dwindled under his relentless consumption. After several hours, he successfully infused all 108 herbs into the palm fire, witnessing the amalgamation of the liquid ingredients with a burgeoning sense of excitement. The next stage was the most critical, pill condensation. Transforming the liquid into a solid pill required a vast reservoir of spiritual energy. However, the energy at the summit was beginning to wane. Fortunately, Zhang Heng had prepared for this. The spirit-gathering array beneath him glowed with a crimson light, drawing in the remaining spiritual energy from Yun Mountain, which he then absorbed through the array. The azure flames in his left hand flared dramatically as a large mass of liquid gradually solidified into a dark brown pill. After an additional hour of refining, the foundation establishment pill was finally complete. At this moment, Zhang Heng was already breathless, his pallor pronounced, and he had completely drained the spiritual energy from the summit, leaving the blood-painted spirit-gathering array beneath him entirely depleted. At last, he had succeeded. Though the Yun Mountain Villa had been rendered barren, its energy entirely consumed. As he spoke, Zhang Heng placed the dark brown foundation establishment pill into his mouth and resumed his meditative position. Once the pill entered his body, it swiftly began to take effect. The gaseous spiritual energy within him gradually coalesced into a liquid state, a precursor to his breakthrough into the foundation establishment stage. Suppressing his elation, Zhang Heng continued to meditate, guiding the energy in a circular flow within his body. Before long, all the spiritual energy transformed into liquid, ultimately settling in his dantian. Zhang Heng finally achieved his long-desired breakthrough into the foundation establishment stage. He had finally reached the foundation establishment stage. Zhang Heng joyfully opened his eyes, emitting a piercing white light that was rather intimidating. Rising to his feet, his body crackled with energy, and he reveled in the newfound strength coursing through him. He was one step closer to avenging himself. Splendid. However, it is time to seek a new place for cultivation, as the spiritual energy of this Yunsan villa has been completely absorbed by me, rendering it useless. Zhang Heng, feeling the emptiness of spiritual energy at the mountaintop, couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. Cultivation inherently involves seizing the essence of heaven and earth, and such a result is unavoidable. Zhang Heng, the monk Miode, seems to have discovered that my aunt is pregnant and has come a visit. He is currently in my aunt's house. You must come quickly. Lin Manny's urgent voice came through the phone. All right, I will be there immediately. A subtle smile graced Zhang Heng's lips, having just ascended to the foundation building stage. He now had an opportunity to hone his skills. Perfect timing. In the grand villa of the Wu family, Wu Xiong and Lin Jinjin were accompanying the monk Miod. The monk, clad in a yellow robe and holding a string of prayer beads, presented an aura of profound mystery. Young Master Wu, I have heard that your wife is pregnant. Is that correct? Wu Xiong's heart tightened, aware that this matter could no longer be concealed. And Master Zhang had previously warned him that Master Miod would come knocking due to his wife's pregnancy. What he did not expect was for the monk to arrive so soon, but he had already prepared a response. Master, I thank you for the Guanyin statue you gifted us, which has facilitated my wife's conception. Wu Xiong feigned gratitude, his heart filled with countless resentments towards him. There is no need for thanks, young Master Wu. Is the Guanyin statue I gifted you still in your possession? The monk's inquiry was directly aimed at uncovering the truth. With the Guanyin statue he had provided, it was impossible for Wu Xiong's wife to conceive, leading him to suspect something was amiss with his gift. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiong and Lin Jinjin exchanged glances, anxiety creeping into their hearts, for the original statue had been shattered by Master Zhang. Fortunately, Wu Xiong had prepared an identical replica. The Guanyin statue you gifted me remains in my study, and I offer incense to it daily, Wu Xiong said with an air of calmness. Oh, might I see it? Miaoda's voice grew serious, his skepticism about Wu Xiong's words evident. Certainly, I shall fetch it for you right away. Wu Xiong nodded with a smile, promptly retrieving the prepared, fake Guanyin statue from his study. Master, the Guanyin statue is right here. Wu Xiong cheerfully presented the statue to Miod. Upon receiving it, the monk's expression changed instantly. This is not the statue I gifted you. Miod recognized at once that this was not his offering, and his demeanor darkened. Before your wife's pregnancy, did any special individuals visit your home? Miod suppressed his dissatisfaction and inquired solemnly, intent on uncovering the truth. No special individuals have visited. Wu Xiong dared not disclose that Master Zhang had been to their home. Is that so? Miaoda's eyes turned icy, his suspicions about Wu Xiong's deceit growing stronger. He sensed the couple's intention to guard against him, which displeased him greatly. Since their trust had been eroded, he felt no need to conceal anything further. Master, every word we speak is the truth. Wu Xiong felt a growing sense of urgency within, as he had sent Lin Manny to seek Master Zhang, uncertain of when she would return. The tone of Master Miod suggested he was preparing to confront them directly. Ba, Master Miod shook his head, having lost all patience with the Wu couple. He then picked up a string of prayer beads and began reciting incantations. Suddenly, Lin Jinjin experienced excruciating pain in her abdomen, as if a knife were twisting within her, threatening to take away her unborn child. Husband, my stomach suddenly hurts so much. Lin Jinjin cried, clutching her belly and rolling on the sofa, while Wu Xiong looked on with alarm, his expression changing drastically. Seeing this, Master Miod scoffed. How dare a mere mortal attempt to deceive him? He thought it necessary to show them his true power. However, after less than a minute of chanting, a flash of white light enveloped Lin Jinjin, and she was completely restored, the pain vanishing. Oh, it seems my stomach no longer hurts, she exclaimed, sitting upright as if nothing had happened. Master Miod was taken aback, disbelief etched on his face, and he intensified his chanting, but it had no effect on Lin Jinjin. As Wu Xiong noticed her recovery, he let out a sigh of relief, only to see a faint white light emanating from her body. Jinjin, what is this white light on you? He asked, curiosity piqued. At that moment, Lin Jinjin discovered the source of the light on her chest and instinctively pulled it out, revealing a talisman. This is the spiritual talisman Master Zhang gave us. Wu Xiong exclaimed, admiration for Master Zhang swelling within him, realizing that a single talisman had dispelled Master Miaoda's incantations. Truly a remarkable individual. Lin Jinjin suddenly comprehended that it was this talisman that had safeguarded her child, deepening her respect for Zhang Heng. Upon seeing the talisman, Master Miaoda's expression shifted dramatically, for he sensed an abundant spiritual energy emanating from it, an artifact he could not even create himself. Who gave you this talisman? Who is Master Zhang? Master Miod finally understood why Lin Jinjin was able to conceive. A powerful figure had thwarted his scheme. Master Zhang surpasses you 100-fold, Miod. We have no enmity. What is your intention in plotting harm against my wife and me? Wu Xiong quickly positioned himself protectively behind Lin Jinjin, prepared to confront Master Miod. The audacity of Master Miod to invoke a spell against his wife, an unborn child, rendered any pretense unnecessary. I intend to ensure the Wu family faces extinction. What do you do about it? Master Miaoda's face contorted with malice as he raised his hand to strike Lin Jinjin, prompting Wu Xiong to shield her with his body. A mere mortal dares to obstruct my powerful strike? Seeking death. A glimmer of disdain flickered in Master Miaoda's eyes. Indeed, such a strike would severely injure or even kill an ordinary person. However, at that critical moment, a concentrated beam of white energy surged from afar, striking precisely at Master Miaoda's palm. Who dares to ambush me? The monk Miaode roared in fury, his heart filled with inexplicable dread as an immense force pierced through his palm. How formidable must this individual be? A foreboding sensation surged within him. It was I who struck you. A clear voice resonated from the entrance, and Zhang Heng ambled in leisurely, a slight smile gracing his lips, followed closely by the anxious Lin Manny. Chapter 84. For Eternity in Service to Master Zhang. Zhang Heng's arrival filled Wu Xiong and his wife with astonishment and relief. Master Zhang, you have finally arrived. Wu Xiong exclaimed as he rushed toward Zhang Heng, supporting Lin Jinjin, as if only by huddling behind Zhang Heng could he find solace. Wang Qing nodded and approached the monk Miaode. Are you the monk Miaode? Your actions, tainted by the legacy of villainous progeny, are rather malevolent. Wouldn't you agree? Zhang Heng remarked coolly. You're the famed Master Zhang. How dare you thwart my intentions? I shall ensure you pay dearly. The monk Miaode retorted, clutching his prayer beads tightly, murmuring incantations. Instantly, a dark mist billowed from the beads, morphing into a venomous black snake that lunged menacingly at Zhang Heng. A sight that left Wu Xiong, Lin Jinjin, and Lin Manny utterly horrified. Yet, Zhang Heng remained composed. You, monk, practice wicked sorcery instead of true Buddhist teachings. You must be a charlatan, Zhang Heng said with a slight smirk. He then reached out, an outpouring of white spiritual energy erupting from his right hand, forming a colossal ethereal hand. Wu Xiong, Lin Jinjin, and Lin Manny were once again taken aback by the unfolding spectacle. Even a monk Miaode was struck with astonishment, though he refused to concede defeat easily, intensifying his focus on the prayer beads. The dark snake swelled slightly, yet it was no match for Zhang Heng's giant hand. With a gentle grasp, the giant hand crushed the dark, serpentine apparition, dissipating it into a cloud of black mist. What? How could this be? The monk Miaode gasped in shock. This conjuration had been his most powerful technique, honed over a decade, only to be shattered by this young man, leaving him utterly astounded. Is this the extent of your abilities? Zhang Heng scoffed, and without losing momentum, the massive spiritual hand, having vanquished the serpent, swung toward the monk Miaode. The tremendous force sent the monk hurtling several meters, shattering opulent furniture on his path, ultimately crashing against the wall, which buckled under the impact. Miaode coughed up blood, his body collapsing to the ground. How can this boy be so powerful? The monk, now on the floor, expelled a mouthful of blood, terror flooding his heart. He had never anticipated that the youthful Zhang Heng possessed such terrifying strength. Contemplating escape, the monk had not yet activated his movement technique when Zhang Heng stepped before him, causing Miaode to blanch in fear and hastily kneel, pleading for mercy. Master Zhang, I implore you, spare my life. I possess an object that may pique your interest. I offer in exchange for my existence. In this realm, where spiritual energy is scarce, it is indeed a formidable challenge for one like Miaode to cultivate to such a level, hence he yearns to live on. What is it? If it captivates my attention, I may grant you a reprieve, Zhang Heng inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. Upon hearing this, Miaode, the monk, dared not hesitate any longer and swiftly presented a grayish-white stone bead he had concealed, offering it to Zhang Heng with a twinge of reluctance. Master Zhang, this is a feng shui bead capable of artificially altering the flow of geomantic energy. Zhang Heng's eyes glimmered upon beholding the bead. No wonder Miaode was able to influence the feng shui of the Wu family villa. He possessed this very bead. With a mere flick of his wrist, the feng shui bead soared from Miaoda's grasp into Zhang Heng's hand. Witnessing such a display of telekinesis, Miaode felt any notion of resistance dissipate. The ability to manipulate objects with one's qi indicated a cultivation level of at least the foundation establishment stage, far beyond his own mere qi refining third stage. Although this is the most rudimentary feng shui bead, it still holds some utility for me. For now, I shall grant you your life, Zhang Heng mused, intrigued by the bead. Despite its lowly grade, it could be refined through spiritual energy to elevate its quality. As its name suggests, the feng shui bead possesses the ability to alter geomantic energies, indirectly allowing one to manipulate the feng shui of mountains and rivers, if these natural elements were arranged in a manner akin to a spirit-gathering formation. It could create a paradisiacal haven. Excitement surged within Zhang Heng. Having depleted the spiritual energy of Yinshan Villa, this bead could guide him to a more auspicious site. Indeed, I shall accept this feng shui bead. However, this acceptance did not signify Zhang Heng's complete trust in Miod. After all, the monk, despite his Buddhist facade, employed nefarious sorcery, and allowing him to depart unrestrained posed a risk akin to releasing a tiger back into the wild. With a swift motion, he pressed a finger against Miaoda's crown chakra and chanted an incantation, sealing a spell upon the monk's mind. At his current cultivation level of foundation establishment, Zhang Heng was now capable of employing such sophisticated techniques. Miod, I have inscribed a spell upon your mind. I implore you to engage in virtuous deeds henceforth. Otherwise, should I harbor even a fleeting thought of vengeance, no distance you traverse shall spare you from demise. Zhang Heng warned gravely. Zhang Heng's actions bore an ulterior motive. The monk, with his dual nature of righteousness and malevolence, might prove useful in the future, and thus he intended to subdue him. Thank you, Master Zhang, for granting me life. From this day forth, I, Miod, shall serve only you. The monk, trembling with fear, swiftly bowed in submission. Recognizing that a master capable of casting spells was not one to be trifled with, and all defiance vanished from his heart. Seeing his genuine submission, Zhang Heng nodded approvingly before leading Miod to Wu Xiong. Miod, you have rendered Wu Xiong without offspring. Do you not owe him an explanation? To untie the bell, one must find the bell ringer. Thus, this matter must be resolved by the monk Miod himself. Naturally, Miod dared not hesitate and hurriedly knelt before Wu Xiong, pleading, Young Master Wu, I implore you to show mercy. It was your uncle who instructed me to eliminate your lineage, so that the grand endeavors of the Wu family could shift to his own line. Wu Xiong had already harbored suspicions, but with Miod-esque confirmation, he began to devise a plan. With this matter settled, Zhang Heng prepared to take his leave, but he was called back by Wu Xiong. After witnessing Zhang Heng's extraordinary abilities, Wu Xiong found himself in complete awe, even contemplating the idea of aligning himself with such a powerful figure. With such a formidable ally, what could Wu Xiong possibly fear? Thank you, Master Zhang. From this day forth, my lineage of Wu shall serve you for eternity, Wu Xiong declared. Bowing deeply to Zhang Heng, his eyes filled with determination. Chapter 85. Another seeker of Master Zhang's aid. As the legitimate heir of the Wu family, Wu Xiong was destined to inherit the family's enterprises. Thus this was tantamount to a significant pledge. The entire Wu family was to align themselves with Zhang Heng. A promise of great magnitude. Lin Jinjin and Lin Manny were left astounded. One of the 5 great aristocratic families in Shanyang City, the Wu family, had pledged to serve a mere son-in-law. Anyone hearing such words would undoubtedly be taken aback. However, upon recalling Zhang Heng's unparalleled, almost divine prowess, it suddenly seemed entirely justifiable. Even hinting that Wu Xiong had indeed elevated himself in seeking Zhang Heng's favor. Lin Manny gazed at Zhang Heng's retreating figure, lost in thought. Proud and haughty, she had never encountered a man who could make her bow in admiration, save for Zhang Heng, the son-in-law. Manny, what are you thinking? Lin Jinjin approached and gently nudged the dazed Lin Manny. Nothing at all, Lin Manny replied, a flicker of panic crossing her eyes. It's not what you think, Annie. Please don't say such things. A sense of disappointment washed over her. He was already married, leaving her little opportunity. Wu Xiong, noticing Lin Manny's expression, understood her thoughts and approached with a smile, advising, Manny, I believe you should spend more time with Master Zhang. A person of his caliber is bound to be preoccupied with cultivation, thus neglecting worldly matters. You could seize this opportunity. Indeed, Manny, there is a saying that behind every successful man stands an outstanding woman. Although Master Zhang is married, I have learned that his wife, Lu Qinsheng, is merely a doctor of average capability, incapable of aiding him significantly. Lin Jinjin continued, pausing briefly before offering further guidance. If you can assist Master Zhang, he will undoubtedly remember you. In time, he may find it hard to be without you. Annie, uncle, you are overthinking this. Master Zhang is not someone I could possibly aspire to, Lin Manny retorted. Yet inwardly, she took note of Lin Jinjin and Wu Xiong's words. The two exchanged a knowing smile, aware that Lin Manny had absorbed their advice. Meanwhile, aside from Lu Qinsheng working overtime at the hospital, Lu Guodong, Wang Fun, and Lu Xiaoyao were present, intently focused on a document laid upon a coffee table. Their expressions varying. What are you all so engrossed in? Zhang Heng inquired with curiosity. Dear brother-in-law, you cannot fathom the astonishment I felt when I discovered that father has made a donation of that exquisite painting leisurely garden amusement by Yin Libin to the museum, in exchange for a mere lifetime honorary certificate from the institution. Lu Xiaoyao was utterly speechless. A painting valued at 20 million was relinquished to the museum, which she deemed an act of sheer folly. You little brat, what do you understand? With this honorary certificate from the museum, we are now considered part of their esteemed circle. How many in the antique world aspire to join the museum, yet remain on the outside? Lu Guodong's perspective was commendable. Although the leisurely garden amusement was worth an impressive sum, it was but a fleeting possession. However, possessing this lifetime honorary certificate signified his affiliation with the museum, which would not only enhance his reputation within the antique community, but also provide opportunities to cultivate relationships with those esteemed antique connoisseurs, thus paving the way for future financial gains. Guodong, will they truly assist you in authenticating antiques? Wang Fan expressed her concerns, reluctant to let go of the luxurious villa they had envisioned. Indeed, Professor Wu has assured me that whenever an authentication is needed, we can approach them at the museum, and profits will be split 50-50, Lu Guodong replied with palpable excitement, thrilled to have connected with a connoisseur from the antique realm, believing that this would ensure a plethora of profitable ventures in the future. Zhang Heng nodded in agreement. His father-in-law's thoughts were indeed astute and forward-looking. The leisurely garden amusement was a transient asset, yet if he could genuinely forge connections with the museum's experts, it would enable him to profit continuously from their expertise. Nevertheless, Zhang Heng felt compelled to offer a reminder. Father, these experts may not always be infallible. What if they misjudge something? Who bears the loss then? Zhang Heng's words were grounded in reason and realism, as even experts like Professor Wu could occasionally err in their assessments. However, Lu Guodong received this with considerable dissatisfaction. What qualifications do you possess to question the experts at the museum? Just because you had a stroke of luck discerning the leisurely garden amusement does not make you superior. Go to the kitchen and prepare dinner. Lu Guodong bellowed, his joy abruptly extinguished by Zhang Heng's pragmatic caution. Later that night, Zhang Heng secluded himself in his room to commence the refinement of the feng shui orb. Sitting cross-legged upon his bed, he cradled the grayish-white orb in his left palm. As he concentrated, a spark ignited within his palm, and blue flames erupted forth, illuminating the orb more brilliantly than before, a testament to his advancement to the Foundation establishment stage. Purifying the orb of its impurities fell within the realm of alchemy. He wondered if there would be a spiritual response. Zhang Heng fixated on the azure flames, immersing himself in the process. The once grayish-white orb gradually shed its impurities under the continuous heat of the flames, transforming into a pristine white. Concerned that one night's effort might not suffice, he exhaled a breath of spiritual energy upon the flames, causing them to surge dramatically, hastening the refinement of the feng shui orb. Until the sunlight streamed into the room the following day, Zhang Heng had just managed to complete the refinement of the feng shui pearl. At this moment, the pearl had transformed into a pure white orb, smooth and lustrous, vastly more pristine than its former grayish-white appearance. The quality of the feng shui pearl had ascended to a higher tier, much to Zhang Heng's satisfaction. No sooner had he expressed his contentment than a surge of spiritual energy responded within him, filling him with delight. At last, he could once again receive the abundant spiritual energy from myriad pathways. The Foundation establishment stage comprises 9 tiers, and to further elevate his cultivation, he must find ways to absorb more spiritual energy. With his feng shui pearl, he could locate superior sites of feng shui. Once he found a treasure trove of feng shui, his cultivation speed would undoubtedly accelerate significantly. Zhang Heng, the auction this month has been moved up. You mentioned previously that there was still a primordial essence pill to auction. Do you wish to proceed with that? Lin Manny's enchanting voice floated through the phone, tinged with a tantalizing allure that stirred one's heart. Moved up? Excellent. I'll head over immediately. Zhang Heng's eyes brightened. The prospect of an auction promised numerous treasures. Just last time, he had fortuitously acquired a piece of ancient jade imbued with imperial energy, which, upon refinement, yielded a 10-fold return of spiritual energy. As he contemplated ending the call, Lin Manny's voice came through urgently once more. Oh, and there is someone who is eager to see you, Fang Wenyuan, the chairman of Heng Yuan Group. He states that you must help him this time. This was the same individual from the Huanglong Guild Hall whom Zhang Heng had warned of his entanglement with malevolent energy. A warning he had dismissed until Zhang Heng had handed him a talisman inscribed on a tissue. Understood, I'll be there right away. Zhang Heng quickly recalled who this person was. He possessed a piece of black jade imbued with peculiar energy, having fallen victim to a curse. It seemed that the man was now inclined to believe his words. Chapter 86. Mistaken for a charlatan again. At the exhibition center on Nanyuan Ancient Street, Zhang Heng hurriedly arrived after receiving Lin Manny's call, where she and Fong Wenyuan were already waiting at the entrance. Lin Manny, clad in a form-fitting red dress that accentuated her alluring curves, showcased her exquisite figure perfectly, particularly her long, smooth, and fair legs that were the epitome of beauty in a man's eyes. Her chestnut-colored waves framed her enchanting face, complemented by sensuous red lips, exuding the irresistible charm of a mature woman. Zhang Heng, you've arrived. This is Fong Wenyuan, chairman of Heng Yuan Group. You should have met him at the Huanglong Guildhall before, Lin Manny said, her voice soft and inviting. Master Zhang, you must help me this time. Fong Wenyuan, clad in a tailored suit, appeared somewhat wan, regarding Zhang Heng as a lifeline in his moment of distress. Let us discuss this inside, Zhang Heng replied, somewhat exasperated. He had previously warned him of impending bloodshed, yet he had chosen to ignore it. Lin Manny nodded, agreeing that the entrance was not the appropriate place for such a conversation, and promptly led them to an office on the second floor of the exhibition center. Please, take a seat. This is my office at the exhibition center. No one will disturb us, Lin Manny offered, preparing tea for both Zhang Heng and Fong Wenyuan. Now, let us discuss the matter at hand. What is the situation? Do you still have the talisman I gave you last time? Zhang Heng inquired calmly as he settled into his seat. On that day, you warned me of impending misfortune, and I initially dismissed your words. However, after that moment, unforeseen accidents began to occur with alarming frequency around me. At first, I paid little heed to them until yesterday afternoon when a car accident transpired. Fong Wenyuan took a sip of tea to steady his nerves before continuing his account. Reflecting on the crash now still sends shivers down my spine. I was driving to conduct business when a truck suddenly suffered a blowout and collided with my vehicle, forcing it against a wall. In that instant, I believed my life was forfeit when suddenly a brilliant white light enveloped me, sparing me from disaster. As he spoke, Fong Wenyuan retrieved his phone to show Zhang Heng and Lin Manny the photos of the accident scene. The car was indeed crumpled beyond repair, and had a person been inside, they would have surely sustained severe injuries. You emerged unscathed from such devastation? Lin Manny exclaimed, her face a portrait of astonishment. I too found it hard to believe, and only later realized it was that white light that had saved me. That very light had emanated from the talisman Master Zhang had bestowed upon me, although it had since turned to ashes. Fong Wenyuan produced a handful of ash from his pocket, remnants of the talisman. This is the talisman Master Zhang left me, ever since yesterday's accident. It has taken on this form. I recalled that Master Zhang had once said this talisman could preserve my life. Master Zhang, I implore you to aid me once more. Clearly shaken by the accident, Fong Wenyuan had come to genuinely appreciate Zhang Heng's prowess, no longer daring to harbor doubts. Thus, he sought Zhang Heng through Lin Manny early that morning. Do you still possess the black jade I mentioned to you before? Zhang Heng inquired directly. I have brought it with me, Fong Wenyuan replied, reverently producing a peachwood box and presenting it to Zhang Heng. Master Zhang, the black jade is contained within this box. You mentioned it had been cursed, so I enclosed it in this peachwood, believing it would neutralize the malign energy. Zhang Heng was momentarily speechless. It seemed Fong Wenyuan had indeed been thoroughly frightened by the previous day's events, leading him to exercise such caution. As he spoke, Zhang Heng accepted the peachwood box and, without hesitation, opened it to retrieve the black jade within. The stone was pitch black yet exuded a lustrous sheen, smooth to the touch, indicative of its superior quality. Malign energy emanated from the jade, yet there were no incantations inscribed upon its surface. Oddly, this black jade bears no inscriptions. Could it be that the malign energy is of natural origin rather than a result of a curse? Furthermore, it seems the energy is even more potent than when I last encountered it. Zhang Heng furrowed his brow, perplexed, and then turned to Fong Wenyuan. Director Fong, where did you acquire this black jade? This jade was gifted to me by a close friend. Master Zhang, you do not suspect that my friend intends to harm me, do you? As he spoke, Fong Wenyuan appeared to recall something and added, by the way, Master Zhang, when I first received the black jade, it was not this dark. It was more of a brown hue, and it only darkened after coming into my possession. What did you say? Is it true that the black jade has only darkened after coming into your possession? Zhang Heng seemed to recall something and pressed further. Has anything unusual occurred in your household recently? Strangely enough, my wife has been plagued by nightmares lately, and she suffers from severe headaches. This black jade should be free of issues. On the contrary, it is an exquisite gem imbued with unique energy that can absorb malevolent forces. This explains why Zhang Heng sensed a stronger aura of negativity upon seeing the jade this time. He elaborated. Furthermore, the car accident involving Fong Wenyuan may be linked not only to the malevolent energy absorbed by this jade, but also to other sources of negativity present in his home. Thus, the true origin of the problem likely lies within Fong Wenyuan's household. Director Fong, although this black jade carries some malevolence, it is not the root cause. The real origin may reside within your home. Zhang Heng conjectured. My home? Fong Wenyuan paused in contemplation before imploring. I beseech you, Master Zhang, please help us. Very well. Take me to your residence. Zhang Heng nodded in agreement. Fong Wenyuan resided in the prestigious Qing Bay Villa district, a renowned affluent area in Shangyang City, albeit slightly inferior to the Wu family. Upon entering Fong Wenyuan's home, Zhang Heng was immediately struck by an overwhelming aura of negativity. It appeared that the source of this malevolence was indeed present here. Zhang Heng began to scan the interior of Fong Wenyuan's residence. As he searched, a woman in a long dress emerged from the house, her complexion somewhat wan. Wenyuan, who are they? The woman was Fong Wenyuan's wife, Su Lan. Masters of dispelling malevolence? What charlatans? Get out of my house. Su Lan furrowed her brows, evidently skeptical of Zhang Heng, regarding him as nothing more than a quack. Fong Wenyuan's expression changed upon hearing this, and he hastily interjected, Dear, I was in a car accident yesterday, and had it not been for Master Zhang providing me with a talisman that saved my life, I fear. Before he could finish, Su Lan interrupted. A talisman saved your life? What kind of society do we live in that you would still believe in such things? Have them leave at once, or I shall summon security. I speak the truth. In Haven Tea, you've been suffering from headaches and nightmares recently? If we can eliminate the malevolent energy in our home, all your ailments will vanish. Fong Wenyuan continued to plead. Wenyuan, have you lost your senses? Seeking treatment for an illness is one thing, but believing in such superstitions as a remedy? I have already engaged Master Chao Qing, an acupuncturist from the First People's Hospital, who will be arriving shortly. Su Lan retorted angrily. Moreover, I demand that you expel this charlatan immediately. Chapter 87. Using paint to suppress malevolence. Using art to cure illness. Though Su Lan's words were extreme, Zhang Heng could understand her skepticism. After all, who in today's society would believe in the teachings of feng shui and metaphysics? Zhang Heng, since Mrs. Fong is so adamant about your departure, let us take our leave. Why endure such hostility? Lin Manny observed with disapproval. Upon hearing that Zhang Heng and Lin Manny intended to leave, Fong Wenyuan became frantic. Master Zhang, you must not depart. You must save us. The harrowing experience of the previous day's accident had left him terrified, prompting him to prevent Zhang Heng from leaving. Zhang Heng came to a halt and turned to cast a glance at Su Lan. He noticed the dense black aura gathering on her forehead, indicating an imminent calamity. The dark energy seemed to be rising towards the heavens, signaling a potential disaster. With a serious expression, he cautioned Su Lan, Madame Fong. The malefic energy is accumulating at the crown of your head. Your life may be in jeopardy. Typically, such a concentration of malevolent energy foretells a life-threatening encounter rather than mere minor mishaps. Zhang Heng's intention was to warn her out of goodwill. However, Su Lan interpreted his words as an attempt to swindle her, erupting into furious accusations. You charlatan, how dare you try to deceive me? Are you provoking me to call security to expel you? In her eyes, con artists always followed this script. First, they would claim you were facing a blood-related disaster, then terrify you with threats to your life. Ultimately, if you wished to avert the misfortune, you were expected to part with your money. If not, you were left to your fate. In fact, even if you paid, it would likely prove futile. As she spoke, Su Lan picked up her phone, ready to summon the security personnel to remove Zhang Heng and his companions. At that moment, the acupuncturist Su Lan had arranged, Master Chao Qing arrived. He was an elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, well into his 50s, renowned in Shangyang City for his exceptional acupuncture skills, particularly in treating headaches and chronic mental ailments with unique techniques. Upon seeing Master Chao, Su Lan momentarily dismissed Zhang Heng and his associates. Master Chao, your timing is impeccable. I'm experiencing a headache again. Could you please examine me? Su Lan seemed to place great trust in this seasoned practitioner, and given her current discomfort, she was eager for his acupuncture treatment. Madame Fong, I have a general understanding of your condition. Please sit down. I will take your pulse first, Master Chao said gravely. Thank you, Master Chao, Su Lan replied, covering her head as she sat down, extending her hand with utmost respect and trust towards him. Master Chow squinted as he began to assess her pulse. Meanwhile, Zhang Heng shook his head in dismay. He believed acupuncture would not alleviate Su Lan's headache. Regardless of Master Chow's expertise, to truly remedy her condition, it was imperative to eradicate the source of the malevolent energy within the house. Zhang Heng's gaze swept across the villa until it settled on a painting hanging at the stairway. It appeared that the problem lay within this artwork. Furrowing his brow, Zhang Heng observed the painting clearly even from a distance. It depicted an ancient scholar standing on a boat, holding a scroll, gazing vacantly at the lake. Surrounding him was a scene of desolate mountains and dense woods, exuding an eerie ambience, with a few birds taking flight from the forest, seemingly startled. The painting was titled The Scholar's Book Startles the Birds, signed by an unknown ancient artist. All the malevolent energy emanated from this piece, suggesting it was far from ordinary. Having identified the source of the malevolence, Zhang Heng felt a sense of relief, just as he pinpointed the origin of the dark energy. Master Chow had commenced the acupuncture treatment on Su Lan. As each silver needle was inserted, Su Lan's head throbbed with increasing pain, her complexion growing ever paler. Beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Master Chow, it hurts so much. My head is becoming unbearable. Su Lan cried out, unable to contain her anguish. Witnessing her distress, Chao Qing felt a surge of panic. How could this be? I am employing the 9-yang acupuncture technique, specifically designed to alleviate headaches. Why does the affliction seem to worsen with each needle? At that moment, Chao Qing felt a sense of helplessness, for Su Lan's symptoms appeared to exceed his capabilities, or perhaps his understanding. He had never encountered such a situation before. Master Chow, please save me. I feel as though my head is going to explode, and my breathing is becoming labored. Su Lan writhed in pain, her breaths growing more rapid, teetering on the brink of despair. Madam Fong, I am at a loss. I have never heard of a condition like yours. It would be best to call an ambulance to the First People's Hospital for treatment. With no other recourse, Chao Qing resorted to this desperate measure. Upon hearing this, Su Lan felt a wave of despair wash over her. Even Master Chow was powerless against her condition. Was she destined to perish here today? Just as she sank into hopelessness, Zhang Heng, whom she had deemed a charlatan, stepped forward. Madam Fong, I can save you. You, charlatan, get away from me. Are you hoping to profit from my demise? Su Lan, clutching her head, scolded him with a pale face. However, before her words could fully settle, Chao Qing recognized Zhang Heng, his eyes lighting up with surprise. You are Master Zhang? Chao Qing, an acupuncturist at the First People's Hospital, had witnessed Zhang Heng's prowess in traditional medicine during the treatment of Lin Manny's grandfather. This is wonderful, Madam Fong. You are saved. This gentleman is the youngest master of traditional Chinese medicine in Shanyang City, and even the renowned healer Zhuang Yuanxian is his disciple, Chao Qing excitedly introduced, his gaze towards Zhang Heng brimming with admiration. What? He is the youngest master of traditional Chinese medicine, and even Zhuang Yuanxian is his disciple? Su Lan was utterly astonished. The so-called charlatan she had dismissed was, in fact, a master of traditional Chinese medicine. This revelation was beyond her wildest expectations. Even Fong Wenyuan was taken aback, realizing that Zhang Heng was not only versed in metaphysics, but also a master of Chinese medicine. Master Zhang, I implore you to save my wife. Fong Wenyuan earnestly pleaded again. This time, Su Lan remained silent, seemingly acquiescing to Fong Wenyuan's request, though she still harbored doubts that malevolent energy was the cause of her headache. Madam Fong, your headache is not due to a physical ailment, but rather the result of malevolent energy. The source lies within the painting you have hanging at the stairway, Zhang Heng stated, pointing towards the artwork. A headache caused by malevolent energy? Chao Qing furrowed his brow. Had it been anyone else speaking such claims, Chao Qing would have branded him a charlatan long ago. But now, standing before him was Master Zhang, a figure who commanded respect even from Zhuang Yuanxian. He could not help but entertain a degree of belief. No wonder I could not alleviate her headache with the 9-yang technique. It only intensified the suffering, Chao Qing realized with dawning clarity. Meanwhile, Fong Wenyuan, Su Lan, and Lin Manny all turned their gazes towards the painting hanging at the stairway. Indeed, Master Zhang, I acquired this painting from a tomb raider. Could it possibly harbor some issues? Fong Wenyuan seemed to have grasped something. Yes, the artist of this piece was likely a failed scholar, filled with resentment while creating it. After languishing in an ancient tomb for centuries, it absorbed the essence of decay, thus manifesting a sinister aura, Zhang Heng recounted slowly. Master Zhang, how can we dispel this malevolent energy? Shall we burn the painting? Fong Wenyuan asked, his voice tinged with trepidation. Bring me the ink and brush used for painting. Zhang Heng replied earnestly. I do not possess such materials at home, but there is a stationery store nearby. I shall procure them, Fong Wenyuan exclaimed before hastily departing. Master Zhang, I have brought the ink and brush you requested. Fong Wenyuan panted, clearly having exerted significant effort. After receiving the materials, Zhang Heng held the brush in his mouth for a moment, infusing it with spiritual energy as it melted. Dipping it into the black ink, he began to paint upon the canvas, titled The Mountain of Books Startles the Birds, captivating the onlookers. Within mere moments, a lifelike and imposing tiger emerged atop the cold mountain in the painting. One could almost hear the resonant roar of the tiger, as if to say, a king's roar sends birds soaring, releasing the scholar's pent-up grievances. With this tiger king to suppress the malevolent energy within the painting. You shall be safe, Zhang Heng stated calmly. Su Lan, initially skeptical, felt her headache vanish as soon as Zhang Heng finished speaking. My head no longer aches, she exclaimed. Astonished, Fong Wenyuan, Chao Qing, and the others were equally awestruck by Zhang Heng's profound technique. Using art to heal was truly unprecedented. Chapter 88. Does the beautiful CEO have feelings for me? Zhang Heng's method of healing through painting utterly amazed Su Lan, dispelling any doubts she held regarding his metaphysical prowess. She immediately bowed and apologized. Master Zhang, I sincerely apologize for my earlier rudeness. I was blind to your remarkable abilities. Zhang Heng waved dismissively, understanding that a mere mortal's disbelief in such esoteric arts was quite natural. Master Zhang, I'm immensely grateful to you. Had you not intervened, I shudder to think of the dangers my family might have faced. Fong Wenyuan expressed heartfelt gratitude, followed by concerned inquiry. Master Zhang, will this painting emit malevolent energy again in the future? No, the sinister aura within the painting has been suppressed by the might of the Tiger King. You may rest assured, Zhang Heng affirmed with a nod. Just then, a surge of pure spiritual energy flowed back into him, a response to his earlier act of painting the Tiger King. Wonderful. At last, we can live without constant fear. Fong Wenyuan exhaled in relief, then turned to Su Lan. Dear, please retrieve the treasure I have cherished for years from my room. Su Lan complied and hurried upstairs to bring down a finely crafted wooden box. Master Zhang, I am at a loss to express my gratitude for your life-saving kindness. This is a divine wood I acquired at great expense from a local during my early trading days in Yinjiang. I humbly present it to you, and I hope you do not find it lacking. Divine wood? Zhang Heng felt a spark of curiosity, and Lin Manny too was intrigued. As he spoke, Zhang Heng took the exquisite wooden box and opened it casually. Inside lay a piece of bluish-gray wood, exuding a potent aura of wood spirit. At this sight, Zhang Heng's heart soared with joy. This divine wood, also known as Zheng wood, was rich in wood spirit energy. When buried in the earth and nourished with spiritual energy, it could give rise to Zheng trees. Furthermore, Zheng wood was an exceptional material for refining elixirs, particularly the transformation elixir, making it an indispensable ingredient. While Zheng wood might be easily obtained in the realm of cultivation, on this spirit-deficient earth, it was a rare treasure that one could only hope to encounter. Zhang Heng certainly would not let this opportunity slip by. Mr. Fong, I shall graciously accept this divine wood, he said with a smile. Zhang Heng, I never expected you to possess such knowledge of metaphysics, Lin Manny remarked, glancing at Zhang Heng with a hint of admiration as she drove. I merely have a superficial understanding of metaphysics, Zhang Heng replied modestly. This trip not only allowed him to successfully acquire the piece of black jade, but also unexpectedly gifted him Zheng wood, making his gains quite substantial. By the way, Zhang Heng, do you have that essence pill with you? Lin Manny suddenly recalled and inquired. Yes, it's on me. Zhang Heng nodded affirmatively. Following the last auction, the essence pill had gained considerable fame among the elite of Shenyang City, which led many wealthy individuals, including tycoons from other provinces, to set their sights on it. Faced with this overwhelming interest, we had no choice but to advance this month's auction. It's a cure-all and can prolong life. How could they not go wild over it? Especially those affluent individuals who fear death, who wouldn't want to enjoy a few more years in this world. Zhang Heng remarked with a slight grin, anticipating that the competition for the essence pill would be fiercer than before. Indeed, there are at least 100 wealthy contenders for the essence pill this time. It's likely to fetch a sky-high price again. Lin Manny couldn't help but exclaim, then shifted the conversation. Zhang Heng, have you ever considered producing the essence pill in bulk? Producing in bulk? Zhang Heng chuckled and shook his head. The ingredients required for the essence pill are quite rare. Even crafting a single one is laborious, let alone mass production. His statement was true. The materials needed for the essence pill were precious and difficult to gather, making bulk production rather unrealistic. That is indeed unfortunate for many. Lin Manny expressed some regret. Then a thought crossed her mind and she asked, Zhang Heng, can you refine other elixirs? Ones that may not be as effective as the essence pill, but can be produced in larger quantities? Upon hearing this feasible idea, a glimmer of delight swept across Lin Manny's enchanting face. Zhang Heng, since the return to origin pill can be produced in bulk, have you thought about selling it in large quantities? That way, those who cannot compete for the essence pill would settle for the return to origin pill, and you can make a considerable profit. That is indeed an excellent suggestion. Zhang Heng nodded. The competition for the essence pill was exceedingly fierce, undoubtedly leaving a multitude of individuals empty-handed. At this juncture, should a slightly less effective yet comparatively affordable return pill make its debut, it would undoubtedly attract numerous buyers. Although the concoction of the return pill held little utility for him, the process would still bestow upon Zhang Heng the ethereal feedback of spiritual energy, thus serving as a form of cultivation. Moreover, he stood to reap substantial profits, an endeavor yielding dual benefits. If you concur, I can assist you in selling and managing it, even help you establish a company, and I would gladly oversee it without charge. Lin Manny articulated her thoughts candidly. She aspired to be the woman supporting Zhang Heng from behind. She had absorbed her aunt and uncle's words from the previous day. Zhang Heng was the only man she had ever encountered who commanded her utmost admiration. Though he was already married, she was reluctant to relinquish her interests so easily. Zhang Heng was somewhat taken aback by such a beautiful CEO offering her assistance without any ulterior motives. Your intentions seem somewhat impure in helping me, he teased lightly. If I were to say that my assistance stems from a burgeoning affection for you, would you believe me? Lin Manny replied, her cheeks flushed, summoning the courage to voice her sentiments. Are you jesting? I am married. What purpose would that serve? Zhang Heng naturally dismissed her comment. However, he was quite agreeable to her proposal of establishing a company for selling pills. If you ever find yourself divorced, you must inform me at once. I'll be waiting in line, Lin Manny responded, half in jest, half in earnest, before swiftly shifting the conversation back to the matter at hand. So, do you agree with my proposal to start the company? Certainly, but I shall not allow you to assist me without compensation. The company shall be registered in your name. Yet you must allocate 90% of the profits to me, leaving only 10% for yourself. Importantly, I must remain unmentioned to the public. Zhang Heng stated with utmost caution. His strength was yet insufficiently formidable, compelling him to remain concealed, as he wished to keep his family and Zhao Rui uninformed. Moreover, his decision to collaborate with Lin Manny stemmed from their interactions over the past several days. He deemed her a trustworthy individual endowed with significant capability, making her an ideal partner. He also required a spokesperson to manage various auxiliary cultivation matters and mundane affairs, including financial pursuits, acquiring raw stones, and procuring medicinal materials. Does this imply your agreement? Lin Manny suddenly felt a surge of joy within her. The percentage of profits was of little concern to her. What mattered was that she could assist Zhang Heng from this point forward, thereby deepening their relationship. How could I refuse the voluntary assistance of such a beautiful CEO? Zhang Heng replied with a smile. Chapter 89. The Pill Frenzy at the Exhibition Center on Nanyuan Ancient Street. Today marked the auction of the Essence Pill once again. Following the previous explosive turnout and the validation of its efficacy, the number of affluent attendees had multiplied significantly, with many wealthy individuals traveling from beyond the city of Shenyang. The auction hall on the first floor was utterly incapable of accommodating such a crowd, prompting the organizers to hastily add numerous additional seats. Zhang Heng remained solitary in the office on the second floor, preparing to commence the refinement of the return pill. As for the medicinal herbs, they were procured on a whim by Lin Manny from a nearby, traditional Chinese medicine shop. The ingredients required for concocting the Guiyuan Dan are not nearly as rare as those for the Jinyuan Dan. Thus, these herbs are readily available at most herbal pharmacies. Moreover, crafting the Guiyuan Dan necessitates only 8 types of herbs, rendering the process rather straightforward. Although the efficacy of the Guiyuan Dan is somewhat inferior to that of the Jinyuan Dan, it still serves to alleviate ailments for the unwell and bolster the health of the healthy. Zhang Heng did not hesitate for long. He seized a handful of herbs and began refining them using his palm flame. Upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, he found that producing this low-tier elixir required no external spiritual energy to assist him. The herbs melted continuously in the azure flame of his palm, transforming into a medicinal liquid that gradually coalesced into dark brown pills. Zhang Heng then took a small porcelain vial, meticulously placing each finished pill into its respective vessel. An hour later, 100 Guyuan Dawn were successfully refined. Indeed, the process was effortless. In just an hour, he had created 100 pills without breaking a sweat. A smile crept across Zhang Heng's face. Soon after, a torrent of spiritual energy surged into his body, which he guided through a cycle before it transformed into spiritual liquid, ultimately converging into his dantian. The spiritual energy feedback from refining the Guyuan Dan was quite satisfactory, and Zhang Heng clapped his hands in contentment. For the affluent, no amount of wealth can stave off the inevitabilities of aging and illness. Now, with such a pill promising to extend their lives by a few years, they were eager to compete for it. Particularly those wealthy individuals afflicted with terminal illnesses would go to great lengths to secure it. Number 38. I bid 1 billion. Is there anyone willing to exceed this offer? Exclaimed the host, Zhang Tianhua, his left hand gripping the microphone and his right hand wielding a gavel, his excitement palpable. 10 billion. This was the highest bid he had witnessed in his tenure as an auctioneer. Below the stage sat over 100 wealthy patrons. However, the staggering bid of 1 billion rendered many silent, their faces betraying a sense of reluctance. A hushed awe enveloped the auction hall. 10 billion, even for the affluent, was a princely sum. Suddenly, a white-haired elder in the front row, trembling hands raised a bidding paddle for 11 billion. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. 11 billion. Was he risking his entire fortune to bid? Yet, the fierce competition persisted. 12 billion, announced a middle-aged man from the crowd, his voice strained by a harsh cough. Clearly afflicted by illness. The audience gasped again. 12 billion was an outrageous sum. Nevertheless, even this exorbitant figure did not deter others from bidding. 15 billion. A middle-aged noblewoman raised her paddle, propelling the price to a breath-stealing height. Her demeanor was resolute, exuding an air of determination. Such an astronomical bid left the other wealthy attendees astounded, prompting many to retreat in trepidation. The noblewoman's distinguished status rendered the competition all the more daunting. 15 billion once, 15 billion twice, announced Zhang Tianhua, noting the silence that had fallen over the room. The third transaction of 1.5 billion has concluded, and congratulations are in order for the esteemed guest with the number 19 plaque, who successfully acquired the precious essence pill. Zhang Tianhua, wielding his gavel, pronounced the finality of the sale. As the essence pill was claimed, a collective sigh of disappointment swept through the assembly of wealthy elites, with some expressing their discontent by approaching Lin Manny directly. Ms. Lin, is there any more essence pill available? They implored. Indeed, Ms. Lin, if there are more of these essence pills, please bring them forth immediately for another round of bidding. We have traveled such great distances. You surely wouldn't allow us to return home in disappointment. Surrounded by a throng of affluent gentlemen, Lin Manny felt somewhat overwhelmed. Just then, she received a text from Zhang Heng, informing her that the return pill had been successfully refined, which offered her a moment of relief. Additionally, Zhang Heng conveyed the good news that there would be more essence pills available in the future. Understanding how to respond, Lin Manny addressed the wealthy individuals encircling her. Ladies and gentlemen, there will indeed be more essence pills available in the future. We will notify you of the specifics in due course. Her words, however, failed to satisfy the gathered magnates, who had journeyed from afar with hopes of acquiring the essence pill and were now faced with disappointment. Sensing the opportune moment, Lin Manny spoke again. Fear not, for our master alchemist is aware of your needs and has crafted the return pill, which, while slightly less potent than the essence pill, is considerably more affordable. Although it may not extend life, it serves to cure ailments and bolster health. Is this true, Ms. Lin? The eyes of the assembled affluent men sparkled with renewed hope. Indeed, the return pill can heal most bodily afflictions, and even those deemed terminal can find significant relief through its use. For those in good health, it serves as a preventive measure against illness, making it an essential remedy for every household. The benefits of the return pill were relayed to her by Zhang Heng, and she merely reiterated his claims to the crowd. Upon hearing Lin Manny's description of the return pill, expressions of eager anticipation emerged among the audience. Ms. Lin, please do not keep us in suspense any longer. Present the return pill to us. The impatience among the wealthy gentlemen grew palpable. Recognizing the right moment, Lin Manny instructed her attendants to bring forth the return pills that Zhang Heng had prepared, 100 in total, each contained within a delicate porcelain vial. Each vial housed a return pill, valued at 10 million, for conditions such as cancer and other terminal illnesses, multiple doses would be necessary for a cure. This pricing had been jointly discussed by Lin Manny and Zhang Heng. While the return pill may not prolong life, it possesses unique efficacy in treating and preventing illnesses, even proving remarkably effective against terminal conditions. In fact, consuming several could potentially cure numerous severe ailments. Upon hearing that it could alleviate cancer, the wealthy patrons were suddenly seized by frenzy. "Ms. Lin, I shall purchase 5 at once. Please expedite the process." A pallid middle-aged man raised his hand, revealing himself as a late-stage cancer patient. Initially despondent when witnessing the essence pill being auctioned off, he was now filled with hope upon learning of the return pill and its considerably lower price. "I will purchase 5 pieces as well." A man shouted, "Mr. Lin, I desire 4 pieces. I require 3 pieces." The attendees, all affluent individuals, found the sum of 10 million to be a trivial amount. Although it could not extend their lives, the prospect of healing ailments made it worthwhile to spend such a sum. Lin Manny, witnessing the fervor of the crowd, felt a surge of joy, which was soon overshadowed by concern, as the initial batch of Guiyuan Dan only comprised 100 pieces. Ladies and gentlemen, there are merely 100 pieces of Guiyuan Dan available in this first batch. To ensure everyone has the opportunity to purchase, each person is limited to 1 piece. For those who wish for more, please register with me, and I will notify you when the next batch becomes available. Lin Manny had no choice but to implement a limited purchase policy. However, this strategy proved advantageous. The more individuals who experienced the product, the quicker the renown of Guiyuan Dan would spread. "Let's hurry. I can hardly wait, Mr. Lin," was the collective sentiment of the crowd. "All right, please form an orderly line, and we will register purchases one by one." Lin Manny promptly summoned several assistants to facilitate the registration process for these wealthy patrons. Zhang Heng observed from the second-floor viewing platform as the affluent competed to acquire Guiyuan Dan, a faint smile gracing his lips. It seemed that the reputation of Guiyuan Dan would soon flourish. Watching Lin Manny diligently working below, he relished the experience of having someone assist him, significantly alleviating his burdens. After a considerable period, Lin Manny finally completed the sales of the first batch of Guiyuan Dan and eagerly rushed to Zhang Heng. "Zhang Heng, we sold 15 billion in Guiyuan Dan, and the 100 pieces of Guiyuan Dan sold for 10 billion. Additionally, over 300 pieces have been registered for pre-sale, accumulating more than 300 million in deposits." "Excellent. With this wealth, begin the extensive procurement of rare herbs and raw stones," Zhang Heng replied, now indifferent to money, focusing instead on how to expedite his enhancement of power. "Acquiring rare herbs is feasible, but I lack the discernment for raw stones. What if I make an unwise purchase?" Lin Manny expressed her concerns. "Procure a substantial quantity of those raw stones that have already shown signs of jade," Zhang Heng suggested. He decided to personally oversee the procurement of bulk raw stone transactions, while entrusting Lin Manny with the acquisition of the already identified jade stones. "By the way, is there a larger raw stone trading venue than the Huanglong Club in the vicinity?" Lin Manny furrowed her brow in contemplation before responding. "There is indeed one, located at the eastern dock of Shenyang City. Every month, a shipment of or arrives from overseas, an entire vessel with an astonishing quantity, comprising various types of ore. However, the individuals engaging in trade there often inhabit the gray market, and instances of black market dealings are not uncommon." "That's fine. When is their next trading session?" Zhang Heng was undeterred by the risks, instead eager for the diverse ores arriving from overseas. "Approximately 3 days from now. I will notify you then." Lin Manny quickly obtained the information she sought through a phone call. Chapter 90. Just don't beg me to return. As the morning sun streamed through the window, Zhang Heng awoke from a night of meditation, having fully refined and absorbed the black jade in his possession. "Yesterday, I amassed a considerable amount of spiritual energy and refined a piece of black jade, yet I still have not advanced to the first level of foundation establishment." Zhang Heng furrowed his brow, unable to suppress a sigh. It appears that as one ascends in cultivation, the challenges increase, along with the demand for spiritual energy. With this thought, Zhang Heng hastily descended from his bed, intending to secure a location of geomantic treasure today. However, as soon as he stepped out of his room, he spotted Lu Guodong, who had returned home after a night away, excitedly clutching a cloth bag as he walked briskly in, his expression a mix of fatigue and exhilaration. "Darling daughter, come out and see what treasure I've unearthed," he exclaimed. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Fan quickly donned a garment and rushed out of the room, her face equally alight with excitement. "Guodong, how is it?" Did you find something valuable with the old expert last night? Of course. Last night, Professor Yang took me to a tomb raider, helping me identify a remarkable artifact. Definitely worth a fortune, Lu Guodong replied enthusiastically, placing the cloth bag on the coffee table. He then carefully unwrapped the layers of fabric, while Wang Fun's eyes sparkled with growing anticipation. Once all the cloth was removed, the object was revealed to the air. It was a vase, a refined piece of celadone porcelain, approximately 30 centimeters tall and 15 centimeters wide, adorned with numerous colorful paintings, exuding beauty. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhang Heng began to understand why Lu Guodong had not returned home all night. He must have gone antiquing with Professor Yang from the museum. However, something about the vase unsettled Zhang Heng, as he sensed a faint malevolence emanating from it, reminiscent of the painting in Feng Wenyuan's home. Could it be that this vase was procured from the same tomb raider? Zhang Heng speculated silently, uncertain of his assumptions. Having acquired this vase, Lu Guodong regarded it as a treasure, his face radiating pride and excitement. This vase was crafted by the Imperial potter Tang Ying, a carefully made piece from the Qing dynasty's Qianlong period, featuring intricate blue and white designs, as well as foreign colors, enamel, and pastel techniques, employing gilding, hollowing, and relief artistry. Lu Guodong eloquently described the vase, though most of this specialized knowledge stemmed from what Professor Yang had shared with him. At this moment, he merely recounted it. Guodong, how much did you spend on this vase, and what might it fetch if sold? Wang Fun, unfamiliar with such expertise, simply sought to know its value. I purchased it for 1 million. A similar piece from the same era sold for 30 million at auction in Hong Kong 3 years ago. This vase is worth at least 10 million. Lu Guodong replied confidently, proud of the museum's valuation by Professor Yang, certain of its accuracy. Is that truly the case? If what you say is accurate, do we have hope of buying a villa? Wang Fun's eyes gleamed with excitement as she gazed at the vase. Now do you understand why I decided to donate that garden frolic painting to the museum? By forming connections with the experts and professors there, they can guide me, leading to substantial financial gain. Lu Guodong wore a hint of pride on his face, reveling in his astute decision, while Wang Fun nodded vigorously, her gaze lingering on the vase. However, at that moment, an unwelcome voice doused their enthusiasm like cold water. The calamity that befell Feng Wenyuan and his wife was but yesterday's news, and he could scarcely believe that his father-in-law had procured an antique imbued with ominous energy. You fool, what nonsense are you spouting? How could it possibly harm me? Lu Guodong retorted, lifting his head with a scowl. This vase possesses malevolent energy. It will bring you misfortune, Zhang Heng asserted earnestly. Yet Lu Guodong and Wang Fun remained unconvinced, hurling insults at him. Malevolent energy? Misfortune? When did you become such a superstitious fool? Are you cursing me? Lu Guodong bellowed in fury. After all, he had painstakingly unearthed the treasure, only to have Zhang Heng label it as cursed. How could he not be enraged? Even Wang Fun stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhang Heng. You pathetic wretch. Can't you bear to see our family thrive? Other sons-in-law are gifting their mothers-in-law luxury cars and villas, while you bring nothing but ill omens. What are your intentions? Get out and reflect on your behavior. Zhang Heng remained remarkably calm. Seeing Lu Guodong and the others cling to the vase with such tenacity left him somewhat helpless. He then took a piece of white paper from the table, bit his fingertip to draw blood, and inscribed a talisman upon it. Father, since you refuse to part with this vase, take this talisman. In a critical moment, it may save your life, Zhang Heng said, extending the blood-imbued talisman towards Lu Guodong, who showed no inclination to accept it. Wang Fun shot Zhang Heng a cold glance, scolding him harshly. Why are you such a useless son-in-law? My sister's son-in-law spent 1 million on a luxurious villa for his mother-in-law, and yet you, a good-for-nothing, curse your father instead of contributing. Are you even human? Mother, that vase truly possesses malevolent energy. I sincerely advise you to keep your distance. Otherwise, you too may encounter misfortune. Zhang Heng earnestly warned her, recalling the recent misfortune that had befallen Feng Wenyuan and his wife. He wished to prevent his in-laws from suffering a similar fate. You wretch, when will you cease? First, you curse your father, and now me? I do not want a disloyal son-in-law like you. Get out, Wang Fun shouted in anger. This was the first time in 3 years that Zhang Heng had been expelled by his in-laws, yet he remained indifferent, seizing the opportunity to attend to matters of feng shui, which would greatly enhance his cultivation speed. After infusing the feng shui orb with spiritual energy, Zhang Heng sensed the rich aura emanating from the northeast direction. This was the advantage of the feng shui orb. The northeast should lead to Chongyang Mountain. Excellent. I shall head there first. Having determined his course, Zhang Heng hailed a cab and set off towards Chongyang Mountain. Chongyang Mountain stands as one of the undeveloped territories of Shanyang City, a place rarely trodden by human feet, yet blessed with breathtaking natural beauty. It would indeed be an ideal candidate for transformation into a tourist haven. Rumor has it that several years ago, a prominent entrepreneur from Shanyang City acquired the rights to develop this mountain. Yet for reasons unknown, no effort had been made to cultivate it, allowing it to fall into neglect. As Zhang Heng arrived at the foot of Chongyang Mountain, he was met with a desolate scene. No development is a stroke of luck for me, he mused, gazing upward at the mountain, which soared over 1,000 meters in elevation, stretching for more than 10 kilometers and boasting several peaks. The feng shui orb indicated that the central peak emanated the most potent aura. Following the orb's guidance, Zhang Heng swiftly ventured into the mountain, making his way toward the central summit. However, upon reaching the mountainside, he unexpectedly discovered a pavilion where an elderly man and a young girl were practicing martial arts in white uniforms. The elder appeared to be in his 60s or 70s, his hair a shade of gray, exuding an air of mastery in his movements. Zhang Heng could even sense traces of spiritual energy emanating from him, albeit distinct from his own. The elder's aura seemed akin to internal power, concentrated yet dispersed throughout his being, suggesting he was a martial arts expert. Zhang Heng quickly discerned that the elder was a seasoned practitioner of martial arts, as only someone with such experience could cultivate that level of internal energy. However, his prowess appeared to be at the fourth stage of qi refinement, which, while commendable among ordinary individuals, did not impress Zhang Heng. Moreover, the elder seemed to be in poor health, frequently coughing and needing to pause for rest during their practice. In contrast, the young girl beside him, with her ponytail and striking features, radiated a youthful vigor. She stood tall and exuded an air of confidence, rivaling even Lu Xiaoya. This girl displayed considerable talent, having reached the second stage of qi refinement at such a young age. Yet the martial art they practiced was regrettably rudimentary, riddled with numerous deficiencies in technique. Zhang Heng, unable to restrain himself, shook his head in disapproval. He possessed extensive knowledge of advanced martial arts, and their practice was far too simplistic. He had no intention of interrupting them and planned to continue his ascent to the peak. However, the elders seemed to have noticed him. "Young man, there's no path above. Would you care for a drink of water?" The elder, mistaking Zhang Heng for a hiker, offered his hospitality. Indeed, he was correct. Beyond this point, the mountain was a sheer precipice, unclimbable by any human, and even the martial arts master found himself at a loss against such steep cliffs. Hence the warning. "Thank you for your kindness, but I shall forego the water," Zhang Heng replied courteously before resuming his climb, eager to reach the summit. At that moment, the girl practicing martial arts also paused, her frustration evident as she observed Zhang Heng's disregard for her grandfather's advice and his continued ambition to ascend the mountain. "One ungrateful fool. Before him lies an insurmountable precipice, and my grandfather has already warned him. Should he fall to his demise, he cannot blame us for not having cautioned him. The sheer cliffs cannot deter me. I appreciate your concern." With those words, Zhang Heng leaped onto a stone jutting from the cliff, swiftly ascending with each bound, landing perfectly on protruding rocks that were separated by dozens of meters, an endeavor impossible for an ordinary person. Like a nimble lark, he effortlessly bounded up the steep cliffs, disappearing in an instant over the summit. The old man and the young woman stood in stunned silence, their expressions a tapestry of astonishment. How could this be? This young man possesses such remarkable agility, accomplishing feats that even I cannot achieve. The old man's eyes brimmed with disbelief, while the young woman remained utterly transfixed. "Grandfather, how did he manage that?" "In less than a minute, he has reached the mountaintop. A master. Wanru, we have encountered a true master." The old man's body trembled with excitement. In his waning days, he had come across a figure of legend. "Grandfather, your health is fragile. The doctor advised against exposure to the cold. The winds in the mountains can be fierce at night. What if you were to catch a chill?" She pouted, clearly displeased. Yet her concern for her grandfather's well-being shone through. "It matters not. If I miss this master, I shall depart this world in regret. I must wait for him." The old man insisted, his gaze resolute. "Very well." Wanru relented, resigned to accompany him. At the mountain's peak, lush greenery flourished, interspersed with peculiar rocky formations, and various birds nestled amid the dense foliage. Standing atop, one could gaze out and behold the entire landscape of Shanyang City. The area thrummed with spiritual energy, its geographic position impeccable. It was a perfect locale for my cultivation. After taking a deep breath, Zhang Heng retrieved a feng shui orb and began preparing the feng shui formation. I also possess a piece of Zhang wood. Planting it here will significantly enhance the spiritual energy. With that thought, Zhang Heng produced the Zhang wood from his possession, dug a small hole at the summit, and placed the wood within, simultaneously burying the feng shui orb alongside it. The feng shui orb possessed the ability to stabilize the wind and gather spiritual energy. Buried together, they would expedite the growth of the Zhang wood. Soon, the mountaintop would be a wellspring of spiritual energy, unlike the Yunshan villa, where the energy was drained upon concocting a foundation-building pill. Now, it is time to stimulate the Zhang wood and activate the feng shui orb. Zhang Heng settled into a meditative posture, allowing the spiritual energy within him to surge forth, rapidly permeating the area where he had buried the items. His activation drew forth the mountain's spiritual energy, which surged wildly into the earth he had disturbed. As time passed, the Zhang tree successfully sprouted tender buds, while the feng shui pearl had completely merged with the soil, causing the surrounding geomantic energies to shift. In the near future, this place would transform into a paradise. When Zhang Heng opened his eyes, night had already descended, and the spiritual energy in his dantian had unknowingly ascended to the first level of the foundation establishment stage, filling him with immense joy. Indeed, he had finally reached the first level of foundation establishment. Turning his gaze towards the buried earth, he noticed that tender buds of the Zhang tree had already emerged, causing his eyes to brighten with delight. The rapid growth of the buds indicated that the feng shui pearl had integrated into the soil, marking the completion of a significant achievement. From now on, this place would be abundant in spiritual energy. A sudden, urgent ringing of the phone jolted Zhang Heng from his thoughts. Glancing at the caller ID, he was surprised to see that it was Lu Qinshan calling. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to answer the call. Listening to that familiar and caring voice warmed his heart. In that cold household, it was only this nominal wife who showed concern for him. Zhang Heng did not wish harm upon Lu Guodong and Wang Fun, yet they did not believe his words. Zhang Heng felt quite helpless, realizing that only the unfolding reality could serve as their lesson.